The school beauty said she would only date the top student in the grade, so I became the second in the grade for 3 years. During the senior year midterm exam, the school beauty was absent due to illness, and everyone's gaze turned to me. I calmly skipped one math problem, allowing the school hunk, who had always ranked third, to take the first place, and he happily held the school beauty Xie Qichuan's hand. Many years later, a message suddenly appeared in the class group saying that Xie Qichuan was dying. I immediately rushed to the hospital alone. After everyone left, I walked into the ward by myself. Xie Qichuan lay on the bed with a pale face, and my tears fell down in an instant. If I had known we would be apart for so long, and that this reunion would be a final farewell, I would have told her, Xie Qichuan, I like you. I liked you from the first day of college. I sat on the hospital bed looking at Xie Qichuan's face, thinking she would probably never know that I liked her. Noticing someone coming, Xie Qichuan opened her eyes. Her eyes were a light brown, always filled with a mist of sadness. I smiled for a moment, but quickly became sad again, lacking even the strength to pretend to be calm. I took a deep breath, trying to push the sadness away, but Xie Qichuan's eyes suddenly seemed to light up. It's so good to see you one last time. I loved you for 7 years. Thank you for coming to see me. But this sentence could not be said by Xie Qichuan. She couldn't make a sound at all, and she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand to touch me. I saw her fingers tremble slightly, so I gently held them. Do you want anything? Xie Qichuan used all her strength to grip the hand in her palm, but to me, it felt like a gentle grasp. The first time holding hands turned out to be the last time. Xie Qichuan didn't move at all. She didn't even open her mouth. The faint smile at the corner of her lips made me think I was seeing things. Tears streamed down my face, and I turned my head to quietly wipe them away. Xie Qichuan, I like you. I've liked you for 4 years, but I'm a coward and have never dared to tell you. Xie Qichuan's eyelids could barely hold up. It seemed like they would close at any moment, but she was trying her best to keep her eyes open. She had always known, but she was dying, so what could she do? The nurse opened the door, took a quick glance, and said that the patient was too weak, and visiting time was up. No matter how unwilling I was, I had to leave. That night, Xie Qichuan died. Looking at the messages in the group, I cried until my eyes were swollen. Xie Qichuan had no relatives. I didn't know who took her body away, only that she was cremated 3 days later. That night, I received a package containing several diaries and a glass jar, which held only 7 paper cranes folded from paper. The cover of the diary had the word Xie Qichuan written on it. I opened the diary, and the first page had only a few short words, first day of high school. It turned out her name was Li Huowang. I started flipping through it, unable to imagine how long Xie Qichuan had hidden her feelings deep inside. It turned out she had a crush on me for 7 years, from the first year of high school to the 4th year of college. Every word I said had a response from her. Each one was a reply. As I flipped through her diary, I saw how many times Xie Qichuan had written my name. Each character gradually enlarged and became blurry. Tears fell onto her writing and slowly spread. The more I cried and tried to wipe it dry, the faster it blurred. In the end, all the words became unreadable, and I didn't know how long I had been sitting at the desk. Finally, everything went black, and I collapsed onto the desk. I felt my arm being pushed, and a noisy voice came, Huowang, get up. It's time for gym class. Huowang, the nap is over. I got up, and the first thing I saw was Ning Siyu's youthful face. Ning Siyu had gained quite a bit of weight in the past 2 years, and I almost didn't recognize her. Before I could react, I was pulled by Ning Siyu to run. Hurry up, today old Zhang is taking both our classes, and if we're late, we'll be punished to run. I was pulled to run past the teaching building, looking at the class sign, Class 2, Grade 1. The windows of the teaching building reflected my current appearance. I caught a glimpse of my own shadow in the glass. The people around me were also wearing school uniforms, and Ning Siyu had rolled up the legs of her uniform pants to make them look better. I was pulled by Ning Siyu running towards the front of the playground, where the boys were either in pairs. Run slower, don't fall. Suddenly, a voice came into my mind. It was Xie Qichuan's voice. I was surprised and turned back, just in time to meet Xie Qichuan's eyes. Our gazes locked, and my emotions were complicated. If this were a dream, it was too real. It was so good to see her again. Clearly, she didn't open her mouth to speak, but Xie Qichuan's voice was right by my ear. Watch where you're going. Don't fall. I was puzzled. Xie Qichuan's mouth really didn't move. Yet this dream felt too unreal. It wasn't until I was punished to do 30 push-ups for dyeing my hair yellow that I realized this was not a dream at all. My waist hurt so much that I couldn't get up. I whispered, Teacher, my tooth hurts. I can't do it. Teacher Zhang glared at me angrily. You said the same thing last week when you didn't want to run. Li Huowang, can you come up with a different excuse for lying? Go run 100 laps around the playground. After running half a lap, I saw Xie Qichuan quickly running over, then slowly jogging in front of me. Xie Qichuan's voice reached my ears again. Should I run a little slower and wait for him? I was sure that, given the distance between us, I shouldn't be able to hear Xie Qichuan's voice. I was actually able to hear Xie Qichuan's thoughts. Just as I was puzzled, I slipped and fell. Almost the next second, a slender figure ran in front of me. Xie Qichuan knelt on one knee beside me. Are you okay? The anxiety in her eyes was unmistakable. I twisted my foot a bit. It really hurt, especially when I looked at Xie Qichuan. The pain intensified. The grievances of not being able to see her one last time in my previous life surged up all at once. I pouted, Xie Qichuan. It hurts so much. Xie Qichuan looked at me, her heart tightening with anxiety, unconsciously biting her lower lip. You know my name. My eyes sparkled. Xie Qichuan. Xie Qichuan's heart raced. Are you in a lot of pain? Let me take you to the infirmary. She took off her school uniform jacket to cushion me and let me sit on the track. You sit still. I'll go ask the teacher for a leave. Xie Qichuan quickly ran to talk to the teacher. Before Xie Qichuan could arrive, Ning Xiu quickly ran over and said, Huo Wang, are you okay? Come on, I'll take you to the infirmary. From a distance, I saw Xie Qichuan return to the group. It seemed that old Zhang noticed I was in a difficult position, and Ning Xiu didn't want to attend gym class, so she rushed to take me to the infirmary. Xie Qichuan's voice once again reached my ears. I wonder if he is okay. I really want to go see. I saw her tilt her head slightly, but she quickly turned back. Does she want to take me to the infirmary? I tightly gripped Xie Qichuan's clothes in my hands, not knowing why I suddenly felt like I was crossing over or being reborn. Nor did I understand why I could read Xie Qichuan's thoughts, but this time, I couldn't let Xie Qichuan be sad. I shouted loudly to Teacher Zhang. Teacher, can you let the girl from earlier take me? After all, her clothes are still with me. In high school, any hint of a boy and girl together would cause a huge stir. From a distance, I felt like I could see the embarrassment on Xie Qichuan's face. I suddenly realized how much embarrassment my actions might have caused Xie Qichuan. My impression of Xie Qichuan in high school was not deep. She was just a well-known school beauty. Although she had excellent grades, she never sought the spotlight. While I stood out at various evening events, naturally not paying attention to her, my feelings for Xie Qichuan stemmed from an incident in my freshman year. Looking back now, I realized that all the coincidences I thought were just that were actually deliberately orchestrated by Xie Qichuan. Now I have been too hasty. I want to connect with Xie Qichuan so much that it might backfire. Just when I didn't know what to do, a girl spoke up. I'm quite familiar with Li Huowang. I'll take him to the infirmary. I looked in the direction of the voice, and it was Han Jin. Thank you, Han Jin. I think I can go by myself. I hopped on one foot to the infirmary while holding on to Xie Qichuan's clothes. There was always a chance for contact, so I wasn't in a hurry. Ning Xiu shyly nodded at Han Jin and quickly caught up with me. However, Xie Qichuan silently watched my back in the crowd. My foot was swollen like a steamed bun, and it seemed I had twisted it badly. Ning Xiu poked my instep. Just now, Han Jin wanted to take you over, but you didn't listen. Now look how serious it is. I said earnestly. Ning Xiu, that guy Han Jin is not a good person. You must not let love cloud your judgment and like him. In my past life, that scumbag cheated multiple times, and you were heartbroken but still couldn't let go. No matter how I advised you, it was useless. In the end, you suffered from severe depression. And that guy even said he liked you, trying to shift the blame onto you. It's truly despicable. This time, not just me. I want to take you away from scumbags and ensure you have a happy life. Ning Xiu clasped her hands to her chest in a lovesick manner. But I think she's so pretty. I felt something was off. It seemed Ning Xiu had already developed feelings for Han Jin, and I needed to think of a way to keep her from being with him. I suddenly had an idea that Han Jin looks like someone who changes partners frequently. He might cheat in the future. I also think Han Jin seems quite interested in me. You can see that, right? Everyone was just teasing us earlier. Suddenly, Xie Qichuan's voice rang in his ears again. So, she likes Hanjin, and they do look good together too. He looked up and saw Xie Qichuan standing in the doorway of the infirmary, his head hanging down. Xie Qichuan heard everything she said just now, listening to Xie Qichuan's aggrieved voice like a puppy's, and then looking at his unruffled face. They all felt that it carried a hint of aggrieved Baba. Chapter 3, Stars in the Sky. Shaha wrinkled a face, holding his school uniform's hand, tightened it. How did he let him hear this? Ningxu froze as well. Wow, so you like Hanjin? I always thought you didn't mean anything to him? He just wanted to say something, to explain to Xie Qichuan. This time, she didn't want Xie Qichuan to suffer a little bit of aggravation and heartache. Xie Qichuan, I come to you with 4 years of liking you, and this time, I like you first. Ning Xiu was still on the side, and he hadn't figured out how to politely explain to Xie Qichuan, so he couldn't just come up and say I like you. It's too sudden. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Xie Qichuan say, "Hello classmate, I've come to get my clothes." He lowered his head and stared at his toes, not even daring to look at Shaha more than once. There was no calling of her name, with a faint detachment, when it was clear that he had called her name in his diary, day after day. such a fine man, humble as a displaced, unsheltered beast. Shaha put the neatly folded clothes, holding them in her hand. Ning Siyu snatched them away, and stuffed the clothes into Xia Qichuan's hand in a hurry, saying very impatiently, "Thank you ah." Immediately after that, he turned away from Xia Qichuan with great disgust, as if Xia Qichuan's body had a virus that could be contagious. Shaha looked at her expression and frowned. Previously, Ning Siyu also disliked the poor and loved the rich, but in high school, Shaha did not know the suffering of the world, disapproved but did not care much. Later, after the family's accident, the only friend who accompanied her was Ning Siyu, and Shaha had always thought that she was sincere, so even though she knew she was bad, Summer Harvest cherished her as a friend. Xia Qichuan took the clothes and didn't say anything, but his voice came to Shaha's ears. "It's so hot, and after a run, will she want water and be thirsty?" Looking at the bottled water in Xia Qichuan's hand, it turned out that it was specially bought for himself. It was clear that he was unhappy in his heart, but he didn't even have the qualifications to be unhappy, so Xia Qichuan chose to ignore Xiaohe's words about liking Hanjin. She was a star in the sky, unattainable, so he was attached to it, but had no intention of possessing it alone. The heart is always a little sour. Xia Qichuan's small mind. Xiaohe heard it clearly, so he was thinking like this. "Xia Qichuan, I'm a bit thirsty. Can you give me the water in your hand to drink first? It's inconvenient for my injured foot. I'll buy it back to you next time." Her simple hot eyes just looked at Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan raised his eyes and ran right into her line of sight, panicked and placed the water on the table next to him and didn't dare to approach her. "Aha, well, no need to give it back." He reddened his ears, his tall figure casting a shadow on the ground in the sunlight. I'll go back to class first." Xia Qichuan took the clothes and turned around to leave. Gym class hadn't ended yet, and Xia Qichuan must have been worried about her, so he couldn't wait to come to the infirmary to see her. "Wow, his water, you dare to drink it too. I wonder if it's an old bottle I picked up and filled with water for you." Ning Siyu spoke and directly threw the water into the trash can. Thud! Xiaohe noticed that Xia Qichuan's figure paused for a moment, tinted with some despondent colors, then walked away quickly without looking back. It seemed that he was so used to hearing such things that he had long ago stopped caring. But is it really? Shaha clearly heard his heart say it's new. It's clean. It might be a bit of a waste to buy it for himself, but buying it for Summer Harvest never felt good enough. Xiaohe flinched for a long time because she, inadvertently, heard Xia Qichuan again. Ningshu was still kicking the trash can a little farther away when Shaha jumped on one foot and picked up the water. "See you are too rude. How can you maliciously speculate about others? Xia Qichuan is clean. You shouldn't talk about him like that," Xiaohe said with a straight face. Her mental age was several years older than Ningxiyu's, and she looked at Ningxiyu like a child who didn't know any better. What's more, how words hurt. She had once truly felt it. He goes around every day after school picking up drink bottles, picking up waste paper, and doing odd jobs in a small restaurant brushing dishes. The whole school knows about it. It's very dirty. Wah. You haven't been in contact with him. You don't know? Shaha retorted. You're also in the same class as me. And didn't you and Xia Qichuan have no contact either? How do you know? Xiaohe brought out his breath and asked her back. Ning Siyu was dumbfounded. Even if he did those things, how is he dirty again? It's all work. What's the difference between high and low? 3, 6, 9, and so on. He earns money on his own, and he's already much better than us. Even if she was a close friend, Xiaohe would not allow her to say anything half bad about Xia Qichuan. Yes, you're right about everything. Ning Siyu agreed. Ning Siyu was a little dissatisfied in her heart. Shaha was always high and mighty, always right, pure white and clean like an untainted flower, but just have a good family. She is just a little bit worse than her. Why everyone likes her and ignores her, even his favorite Hanjin. One day, if Shaha fell to the dust, she really wanted to see if Shaha could still remain pure white and clean. She was only happy when she wanted Summer Harvest to wag her tail and languish in front of her. Shaha held the water in her hand. Xia Qichuan himself didn't care to buy bottled water to drink, but to Shaha, he gave it up. Now, all she could think about was how to have more contact with Xia Qichuan. In her previous life, they had missed 7 years, and in this life, she didn't want to miss a second of it. Ning Siyu didn't want to stay much longer and left by herself, and Shaha held onto the wall by herself and limped towards the classroom. Was Ningxi's care in her previous life genuine? Charlotte was a little skeptical for a moment. The bell rang, and Shaha had just stepped out into the hallway of the school building when the boys, returning from the playground, darted in. As she was walking along, Xiaohe was suddenly blocked by a tall figure. In Hanjin again, the ghost is a nasty, stalkerish, nasty thing. Shaha, I'll carry you back to the classroom. Hanjin braced one hand on the wall, solidly blocking Shaha's path forward. Wipe your stinking sweat off before you come back. And my leg isn't broken. so I don't need you to carry me. He went around to the side. Strong with the foot he twisted, walked a few steps. It hurt. Better than letting the scum take advantage of it. Hey, why are you so argumentative? Shaha, I always feel like you have something against me? Hanjin pulled on Xiaohe's arm. Shaha was annoyed with him for acting like this and shook off his pull. Scumbag, don't come in for a dip. In the past, she had no feelings for Hanjin. She didn't like or hate him, then he often cheated on her. Ningxiu was in pain, and Shaha was naturally dissatisfied as a friend. Does young Master Han think that the whole world has to revolve around you? And that I'm dissatisfied with you if I don't rush to flatter you? Then if you want to understand it that way, I'm quite dissatisfied with you. Very dissatisfied. Shaha disgustedly patted the place he had just touched, enduring the sharp pain and walking away quickly. Just as she reached the corner of the teaching building, Xiaohe saw Xie Qichuan running fast and looking around, seemingly looking for something. There's no one in the infirmary. Did she hurt her foot and go off on her own? Xiaohe, who heard Xie Qichuan's heartfelt words, had red eyes, and Xie Qichuan was looking for her. Xie Qichuan, I'm here. Xie Qichuan turned back. The blue and white school uniform was loosely put on his body. Broken hair was blown by the wind. The teenager's eyes had moving colors. Red bricks and white walls. It was the brightness belonging to this June day. Chapter 4. It's natural to be pampered when faced with someone you like. Xie Qichuan froze as he looked at the girl who had called out to him, and after only one look at her, he didn't dare to look directly at her and shifted his eyes to the side. What's wrong? He looked at the ground in front of him and couldn't help his eyes slowly moving towards her again, only to see Shaha still staring at him. Xie Qichuan couldn't dodge and was caught peeking at her. My foot hurts, can you help me? Shaha lifted her injured foot and prepared to hop over. Seeing this, Xie Qichuan took 3 steps and quickly reached her side. I'll help you. Don't move. But Xie Qichuan stretched out his hand, then retracted, squirmed for half a day, and did not know how to assist her. Only the thin fabric of the school uniform, wrapped around the hand. You take my hand. My hand. Shaha smiled and directly wrapped around his waist. Xie Qichuan's breath stuttered and his whole body froze like a wooden chicken. Is it okay if I borrow your strength like this? He looked up and met Xie Qichuan's eyes squarely. Swish! Xie Qichuan's face reddened. His ears like ripe red pomegranates under the sunlight, and his throat knots rolled. Also fine. Quick, class is almost over. I send you to class. Xie Qichuan stammered. He bit his bottom lip in chagrin when he finished. Why do you get nervous when you see her? You can't speak well. Xie Qichuan turned his head sideways and panted silently, trying to calm his breathing, daring only to glance at her with his afterglow. His eyes didn't dare to linger much for fear of being noticed by her. Shaha, who heard his heart, snickered on the side. Xie Qichuan turned out to be so cute. Xie Qichuan, actually I don't like Hanjin. It's just that Ningxiu likes him. I don't think he's a good thing. I said it on purpose. Don't get me wrong. Aha. Xie Qichuan unconsciously responded to her. Her hand on his waist tickled a little, as did the gentle brush of her ponytail hair against the knot of his throat. Her body was so close to his own. It burned. Xie Qichuan's heart itched and burned. Hard and happy. Xie Qichuan. Ha? And no reaction from your heart? He turned around and realized that he was completely distracted and didn't know what he was thinking. Did you hear what I said? Xie Qichuan? What she had just said. Xie Qichuan did not hear at all. Xie Qichuan's eyes were wide open, staring at her in a daze, like a clueless little hamster. I said, I don't like Hanjin. I have other reasons. I said that on purpose. Don't get me wrong. Do you understand? Xie Qichuan blinked and nodded solemnly, confused as to why he was suddenly explained to him, but he understood, and happy because of the news. He froze, like an obedient puppy. Keep going. Ha, you're here. Xie Qichuan swallowed, nervous. Shaha looked up and realized that she had already reached the front of the class, right in the middle of the class period, and was making a lot of noise. To avoid any misunderstanding, Xie Qichuan quickly stepped back and pulled a little distance from Shaha. How did you know my class was here? You follow me? Xiaohe knowingly asked, just like the way he was at a loss for words and red-faced. Today only your class and our class have gym class together. Of course I know. Xie Qichuan picked his fingers and replied silently. The school bell rang, and it rang sharply and closely. Xie Qichuan watched Xiaohe enter the classroom before he turned to leave. Xie Qichuan, a crisp voice sounded behind him, and Xie Qichuan turned around. The light shone from the backside of Shaha. The sunlight and the wind spread behind her. The young girl's body was quite beautiful. The smile on her face was soulful. Her whole body was like being gilded with a layer of golden light, like a goddess who descended to the earth. Xie Qichuan slowly raised his head. The light slowly poured down. His long and arched eyelashes left a shadow on his white face. What's wrong? 4 eyes. Shaha bit her lip. My name is Shaha. Thank you for the water. and thank you for the clothes, and thank you for helping me, Xia Qichuan. After saying that, Xiahe walked into the classroom with some embarrassment. She had graduated from college, so why did she see Xia Qichuan and didn't have the feeling of looking at a child like she looked at other people, but instead, she blushed easily. Xia Qichuan turned around and ran towards the classroom, his mouth unconsciously holding a smile. Of course I know your name is Summer Harvest. You're welcome, he said to himself. His hand touched his waist, their first physical contact. Behind him, Han Jin looked at Xia Qichuan's back and walked into the classroom of the second class with an unpleasant face. He refused his good intentions, but he was pulling and tugging with this poor boy. He really wanted to see what was so special about Xia Qichuan. Summer Harvest had a muddled time during the afternoon's 3 sessions, which came all too suddenly. She organized her thoughts. There were many misfortunes in her past life that might have been avoided. The first is Xia Qichuan's death. He died of pulmonary fibrosis and respiratory failure. But now look at Xia Qichuan's body does not have any problems. Even if it is genetic asthma, it should not pass away so early. There must be a reason for this. Even if it was a genetic disease, she could have brought Xia Qichuan to see it earlier and maybe his death could have been avoided. The second is Ning Siyu's suicide, and it's time to find a way to stop her from being with Hanjin. Of course if it couldn't be stopped, there was nothing Summer Harvest could do. It had been a long time since she'd had such a large amount of time to think about things, some of which, instead, she now saw a little more clearly from an onlooker's perspective. In the second year of high school class separation, arts and science separated. He chose the science class. Ning Si language subject, gradually contact will be less. Talk about how much friendship. Later, the senior close to the college entrance examination. His father was convicted of fraud. Xiahe knew that his father was innocent, and did not feel sorry for himself, and at this time, Ning Siyu suddenly close to the time when the age of the young and just when the panic, Xiahe and she became good friends. For years in college, he had been busy looking for evidence to prove his father's innocence, and the only bit of charming thoughts were on Xia Qichuan, so he just got along for a few years. But now that he thought about it, there were too many strange things about the interactions between them. But after all, she has been a friend for many years, and Summer Harvest can't just stand by and watch her go into the abyss. Thirdly, there was his father, who was involved in a fraud case during his senior year of high school, but Summer Harvest knew that he had helped take the fall. My father had been in business for many years and was a good friend to all. After his mother's death, he was left alone with Xia He, from a small contractor to the current owner of a construction company, relying on absolutely no luck. Every year there is a huge line of people coming over to thank their father. But who exactly is the person who framed his father? Summer Harvest doesn't know yet. In the midst of thinking, school was out. Wow, do you want me to give you a ride? Ning Siyu said. No, it's not far. I'll take a cab back. Xia He was writing furiously, only just now realizing that there was so much classroom homework for these 3 lessons, have been calculating things, only to realize that it is now the first year of high school. After going to college, the knowledge of high school have forgotten almost, just like this, how to test the same university with Xia Qichuan in the future. She chewed on her pen and thought about this chemical equation and how the hell she was going to level it. When I looked up, the classroom was deserted. Xia He hurriedly packed his backpack and came out. The campus was empty. The senior high school had been released late, and now it was almost dark. Although the location of the school is not remote, but except for the school hours, there are not many pedestrians. After the time it is very difficult to take a taxi, and went to school without a cell phone. It seems to be dragging the injured feet to walk back. Summer Hall sighed. There were light footsteps coming from behind them, and the hairs on Xiahe's body stood up in sweat. In her previous life, just on the first day of her freshman year, she had been followed by someone, and because of the investigation of her father, she was almost raped. Xia Qichuan saved her, and later on, in many inadvertent moments, Xia Qichuan protected herself. It went from a small, faint fondness to a strong love. After that incident, Xiahe no longer dared to walk alone at night. Besides, I heard that all the schools were built on mass graves, so there shouldn't be any ghosts. Xiahe pulled her legs out and wanted to run, but she forgot that her feet were injured, and when the force hurt, her body involuntarily leaned forward and fell straight down. Instead of pain coming through, he fell into someone's arms. Didn't fall. Don't be afraid. It was Xia Qichuan's voice. The man behind him was still there, and Xiahe's body cringed, burrowing further into his arms. Xia Qichuan's whole body stiffened and opened his mouth wide to keep breathing steadily. A voice from behind him said, "What are you doing at school if you're not going home after such a long day?" Turns out it was a security guard on patrol. "Uncle Wang, it's me." Xia Qichuan gently patted Xia He's back and spoke to the security guard. "Kai Chuan, studying until so late again. Uncle Wang happens to have quite a few bottles and jars here. Take them back." Listening to Uncle Wang's words, Xia Qichuan's face reddened. His hand clenched tightly. his embarrassment and indignity exposed cleanly in front of her. Uncle Wang, I won't take it today. Tomorrow, my classmate hurt her foot. I'll send her home first. So it's a foot injury. I thought you were in love. Kai Chuan, it's a critical period now, and your mom's health is not good. You have to study hard and get into a good university. Uncle Wang recited. Xia Qichuan nodded vigorously, knowing that it was a security guard. He put his heart down and reluctantly came out of Xia Qichuan's arms. Hello uncle, I twisted my foot and can't walk, so I'm a little late. Alright, you guys go back. It's almost dark. After saying that, the security guard went back to patrol the next place. Can you walk? Xia Qichuan arched his back, his sight leveled with Xia He, like coaxing a child. Of course it was able to walk, but Xia Qichuan's hug felt good, so Xia answered decisively. It hurts. I can't walk. Xia He was aggrieved, and with her appearance, he didn't believe that Xia Qichuan wasn't heartbroken. I'll go push the bike over here. Can you wait here for a minute? With that, Xia Qichuan was ready to leave, but Xia grabbed his shoulder. I'm scared alone. Then, he looked at Xia, the tiny person in front of him, as if she was on the verge of tears. You carry me, okay? Xia all felt that she was so green tea. Obviously she didn't learn it in her previous life, but when facing the person she likes, pampering is natural. Chapter 5 I want to tell you my name. Hug you? Xia Qichuan wrung his hands, not knowing what to do. He suddenly felt that she was a bit too proactive. Don't ruin her image in Xia Qichuan's heart. But I wanted to hear what was in Xia Qichuan's mind, but I couldn't hear anything. Why don't you help me walk over there slowly, okay? During the speech, He kept staring at Xia Qichuan's eyes, and Xia Qichuan glanced at her and quickly twisted his head away. Looking at Xia's feet, Xia Qichuan lowered his body and arched his back. I'll carry you. The movement of the back seemed less intimate and allowed her to move around less compared to holding. Backpack. Give it to me, heavy. With that, he took the backpack from Xia and hung it around his neck. That way you can avoid running into her. Thank you, Xia Qichuan. Xia crouched on his back and hugged him from behind, always wanting to call his name. He wrote in his diary in the first semester of his first year of high school that once, when they met in the office, Xia was holding the class's homework and left a few books on the floor, and it was hard to pick them up with something in his hand. Xia said to him, hello classmate, can you pick up my homework book for me? Summer Harvest doesn't even know his name. At that time he thought, one day I will have the courage to stand in front of you and say to you, my name is Xia Qichuan. Feeling the softness and temperature of her body, Xia Qichuan's body burned and the back of his neck was red. No thanks. Xia Qichuan clenched his hands into fists, not daring to touch her halfway. His entire limbs were stiff. Am I heavy? Summer Harvest asked him. No, it's not heavy, Xia Qichuan responded in a low voice. Xia Qichuan, do you always talk so little? Quite a bit. Xia Qichuan stammered and couldn't say anything, but Xia heard him say in his heart, does she think I'm quite boring and annoying? Xia snickered, but it's good to talk less. It's not annoying, I quite like it, because it's you. What kind? I like it. Oh, Xia Qichuan pursed his lips and nodded his head. Very good. I like people who talk less, and you are the one who talks less. Xia Qichuan seemed to have heard some meaning, but he didn't dare to confirm what it was. Xia Qichuan, your ears are so red. Hot. He grimaced at how he was so nervous. Carefully, he carried her to the side of his bike, which was so old that it even made a creak sound. Xia Qichuan had a hard time in his heart. He didn't have a single good thing. Everything was not worthy of her. Summer Harvest didn't seem to care, and turned around and sat in the back seat. I'm sitting down. Let's go. You sit tight and be careful. Xia Qichuan rode slowly, and he grabbed the back hem of his school uniform. He had a very fresh, soapy, clean scent. Xia Qichuan, you're leaving so late. You're not waiting for me specifically, are you? No. Xia Qichuan's heart was weak. Was it that obvious? Xia leaned her head against his back, not too noticeably, just a little, just when she fell, just when he showed up, just when she needed it, just when he was there. But where in the world are the coincidences? Xia Qichuan, you have good grades, right? I can't level a chemical equation today. Can you teach me? You say. His voice had a soothing power, as if he knew everything. School entrance. Han Jin sat in the Audi on the side and kicked the door in dissatisfaction as he watched the two men's distant figures. He noticed that he didn't go when he got out of school, and considering that it was inconvenient for her to walk, he specially waited for her in front of the school, but he didn't expect that she took Xia Qichuan's broken bicycle and went away. Young master, the master's side is calling to hurry. Shall we go? The driver looked halfway around the room and wondered what he was waiting for. Go, drive. Han Jin was disgruntled. Xia Qichuan was worthy of being a schoolmaster. Xiaohe thought of the equation that Xiaohe couldn't even match. He gave the answer in a few seconds. You're awesome. Still, okay. Being praised, Xia Qichuan pursed his lips, his heart indescribably sweet. It's still comfortable to ride on a bicycle at night. Xia Qichuan, do you like it? Summer harvest stretched out, the evening breeze intoxicating. Xia Qichuan's car rode so steadily that he didn't need to catch him. Xia Qichuan didn't make a sound. He sidled his head. A light smile flashed across his face. He liked it, especially today, which was like a dream. The car passed the speed bump and shook. Startling Xia, he immediately wrapped her arms around Xia Qichuan's waist. It's okay. Xia Qichuan immediately loosened one hand to help Xiaohe behind him, inadvertently touched Xiaohe's back, and shrunk back like an electric shock. The hand rubbed and touched her. It's fine. It's not that delicate, but there are a lot of speed bumps on this road, so I'd better put my arm around you. Xiaohe thought to herself. This isn't particularly proactive. Is it not a reasonable reason to find? He didn't say anything back, so let's assume he acquiesced. Xia Qichuan felt the hand in front of his waist and stomach, and he didn't feel like tensing his body. The teenager's stomach was flat, muscles if anything in the palm of his hand, and Summer Hall gently leaned against his back. Xia Qichuan, you're so nice. Summer Harvest is hugging him? Xia Qichuan gulped, but he was so nervous that he didn't know how to reply. The brain is blank, the mind is in turmoil, and there's absolutely no idea what to think or what to do. Xiaohe didn't hear what was going on in his mind, but he was pleasured and Xiaohe knew it. Soon arrived at the door of the house. Xiao's house is a 3-story detached villa with a yard. The decoration is very luxurious and elegant. Since her father's accident, the villa was seized, and Xiaohe hadn't been here for a long time, so she didn't feel her eyes burning and a little sad. Looking at her aggravated appearance, Xia Qichuan was a bit anxious and bowed his body again. Looking at her, are the feet hurting badly? No, there are still questions. I don't know how to do them. My heart is in a hurry. Unable to think of a better excuse, Xiaohe could only say as much. Xia Qichuan blurted out, it's okay, I'll teach you. Xia Qichuan was bent over, obviously much taller than Xiaohe, and at the moment they were eye level. Even Xia Qichuan was a bit lower than her. As soon as the words fell, the door was opened and a commercial car was about to go out. The headlights shone over and Xia Qichuan's eyes were shaken by the light for a moment. He immediately raised his hand to block Xiaohe's eyes, fearing that the harsh light would make her uncomfortable. Seeing them, the headlights immediately turned off, and Xia Guang immediately got out of the car and ran all the way towards Xiaohe. My little ancestor, hey, why aren't you home so late? I called the teacher and said you guys got out of school a long time ago. I'm anxious. Xiaohe looked at her father, still elegant in his early 40s, and the memory of that man sitting in the surveillance room, talking to her through the glass window, with his gray hair, were two completely different looks. Tears immediately welled up in Xiaohe's eyes. Xia Guang instantly panicked, and so did Xia Qichuan. What's wrong? Been bullied at school? Xia Guang also bent down and coaxed Xiaohe. Xia Qichuan didn't get up either. Feet hurt, don't they? Listening to the words of the two men, Xiaohe cried even more fiercely. In her previous life, they were all gone, and it had been a long time since anyone had loved herself like this. Harvest wiped her eyes. Dad, I missed you all day in class. Natsuhiro straightened up and smiled brightly. Egu, my heart, if you get married in the future, do you still come running back every day and say silly things? Xia Qichuan also straightened up and took her backpack in his hand. This student is? Natsuhiro asked. This is Xia Qichuan. He sent me back. I twisted my foot today. Xiaohe took Xia Guang's arm. Twisted? Let me take a look. Saying that, Xia Guang didn't care about Xia Qichuan and immediately wanted to squat down to check Xiaohe's foot. Dad, my classmates are still here. It took Natsuhiro a moment to return to his senses. Classmate, thank you for sending Wow back. Did you also not eat? The family made food. Come, eat together. Xia Guang was hospitable and busy greeting Xia Qichuan at the door. Xia Qichuan, however, shoved the backpack directly into Xia Guang's hand. Thank you, uncle. No, I need to go home quickly or mom will worry. He fled as quickly as he could. He was so poor. He didn't match her family's wealth in any way. Come play next time, Natsuko said. I'm going to park the car. Don't move. Dad will come and carry you later. Aha. Charlotte nodded. As Xia Guang went to move the car, Xiaohe called out to Xia Qichuan who had just taken a few steps. Xia Qichuan. Ha? Xia Qichuan turned back. He stood in the clear light of the long moon, the light from the street lamps spilling over his body, making it hard to see, but mesmerizing. Nothing, I just wanted to see more of you. In my previous life, I didn't see the last of you. This time, I just want to see you more and more. Carve you into your heart. See you tomorrow. Shaha. Xia Qichuan revealed a shallow smile. See you tomorrow is hidden in the fireworks, the most insignificant promise, full of warmth and expectation. Chapter 6. Are you trying to kiss me indirectly? While eating dinner, Xiaohe had been drumming on Xia Guang's cell phone. Can you eat properly and play with your cell phone all the time? Xia Guang said with a frown. His hand didn't stop, peeling a shrimp and stuffing it into Xiaohe's mouth. After a while, Xiaohe was satisfied to put down Xia Guang's cell phone. The anti-fraud app, right in the middle of the phone screen, is very visible. Dad, you must be careful with your friendships. Don't make some fox friends. Although I don't have a mom, but I'm happy with you. You must take care of myself for me, Xiaohe solemnly said to him. In his previous life, no matter how much Xiaohe asked, Xia Guang didn't say who the person who framed him was. Later on, he even refused to see Summer Harvest again. Father loved himself so much that he must have been afraid that she would know who was behind it and cause trouble, so he preferred to be wronged himself rather than put himself in danger. You child, who are you lecturing? Your father. I'm not greedy. Just keep you until you get married and have children. What kind of friendship have I made? Xia Guang misunderstood and thought that Xiaohe was worried about him looking for a second chance. I love your mom alone. It's you. I look familiar with that boy. Does he live across the street from us? I think I've seen him before. I was so happy just now. I forgot to ask him where he lives. In fact, Xiaohe really knew too little about Xie Qichuan. In his previous life, they really met after college. But Xie Qichuan was not talkative and was an orphan, so no one was clear about his family's affairs. Although Xiaohe had him in her heart, she was busy with her studies and thinking about tracking down her father, so she didn't care about him. Thought they had a long time. Later, Xie Qichuan took a break from school at the beginning of his junior year. No one knows where he went. Xiaohe's love can only be long buried in her heart, sprouting and growing wild, letting the vines called longing deaden her heart. But to see each other again is to be separated by life and death. There's a neighbor across the street who isn't in good health. Last time she had an asthma attack. I sent her to the hospital. I think she said that her son is in the same school and grade as you. That boy seems to be her child. Xia Guang cleaned up the dishes, leaving Xiaohe alone to fret. Xie Qichuan's mother does have asthma. In his senior year of high school, Xie Qichuan's mother passed away due to asthma and the whole school made donations to him. At that time, Xiaohe was in the midst of a sudden change in her family, which was seized overnight. All of them were not expected. The valuable items could not be taken out for a while, and Xiaohe sold the bracelet on her hand before she exchanged it for more than $2,000. With an apartment to rent and the most basic food costs, a $50 donation was difficult for Summer Hall. Just when Xiaohe was embarrassed, Xie Qichuan said he could do his mother's afterlife without accepting donations from everyone. This was the most colorful stroke left by Xie Qichuan in Xiaohe's high school career, allowing the embarrassed her to avoid embarrassment. Now that I think about it, it should be Xie Qichuan who did this on purpose. When I met Xie Qichuan in my freshman year, he had many calluses on his hands. I heard that he spent all the money he had originally set aside for college tuition and owed a lot of money for his mother's funeral. He worked for 3 months over the summer and scraped together enough money for tuition and living expenses. Wow! What are you gawking at? This ointment is for you. Put it on after taking a bath. It won't hurt tomorrow, Xia Guang said. Xiaohe snapped back from her past memories. It always feels like a lot of memories are hazy, like I've forgotten a section. She shook her head. Dad, the lot across the street. Wouldn't it compensate a lot of demolition money if it was demolished? Xia Guang still has some understanding of this aspect, which belongs to the city center lot, and is a key school district housing. Demolition of the compensation must be a lot. The old houses over there are usually uninhabited now. The environment is extremely poor, and the young people have all bought houses and left, just waiting for the place to be demolished. Unless one can't afford to buy another house, the vast majority of them are now unoccupied, even though they were just one road apart. The Xia family here was a cozy, upscale residential area, while the environment across the street was almost a slum. Although the environment over there is poor, the cost of demolition is too high, and I'm afraid it won't be demolished in the next few years, Xia Guang said. Xiaohe returned to her room on the 3rd floor and looked across the room. Compared to the bright lights on this side, it's pitch black over there, with only a few homes having faint lights, like a place forgotten on earth. No one asked for it. Xie Qichuan lives in a place like that. Xiaohe balcony to look across the street. Suddenly a figure came into view, right across the small courtyard. It's Xie Qichuan. They were only separated by a road, with a sight distance of no more than 100 meters, and although he couldn't see his face, Xiaohe was sure it was him. Xie Qichuan was turning back at that moment, and Xiaohe sheepishly hid behind the flowers and plants. The bedroom light is on. You should be ready to rest, right? Xie Qichuan's voice was within earshot. Being so far away from each other, Xiaohe could actually hear Xie Qichuan's heart thoughts. How Xie Qichuan looks up at his windowsill day after day, as he wrote in his diary. She was a star in the sky, and I only dared to look up, and even the little delusion that arose was laughable to myself. Xia He went back to the bedroom and took out a very delicate book. She wrote down a paragraph. I know. Your name is Xia Chichuan. A clear summer night. The sky is full of dazzling stars, just like us who live in this world. Uncounted, yet each with our own light. That one star in the universe is just a tiny speck of dust. I in the multitude of people is not worth mentioning. So, I'm not that good. I can belong to you. Xia Chichuan. That night, Xia smashed the money jar she had saved since she was a child, rummaged through all of her year-end money passbooks, and scraped together more than 800,000 yuan. Even hiring a lawyer was difficult in her last life, and her college tuition was even paid for by a student her father had previously sponsored. But the man never showed up, never been able to track anyone down either. There was no money, so she struggled every step of the way. Money, sometimes it's really human guts. Without money, she didn't even dare to go into the beautifully decorated stores for fear that people would see her embarrassment. If you don't dare to like what you like, how can you dare to confess your love? Is Xia Chichuan suffering every day now? Thinking of Xia Chichuan's current humble appearance, Xia He couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The house across the street would be on a demolition program within days of their senior year. Unfortunately, Xia Chichuan, at that time, had already sold his house in order to pay for his mother's medical treatment. Now, Xia Chichuan cannot have to sell the house. She lent money to Xia Chichuan, and after the demolition, Xia Chichuan will have money, and one is his debtor. She doesn't want Xia Chichuan to pay back the money. Xia Chichuan will be fine with his body. The more he thought about it, the happier Xia became, sleeping soundly all night. In the dream, Xia Chichuan hugged her and lived in the new house to count the money. Early in the morning, when Xia ate breakfast, she looked across the street. Xia Chichuan just pushed the car out the door. Xia jumped and ran all the way to catch up with him. When her feet hurt, she hops on one foot. Xia Chichuan, good morning. Xiao's smile was full of summer sunshine. Good morning, Summer Hall. Having never seen her just now, Xia Chichuan thought she had already left, and now that he saw her, he was a bit at a loss for words, didn't dare to take another step forward, but let Xia go first. In itself, it was embarrassing enough to come out of this old housing area where no one took care of the sanitation. I drank the water I gave you as a gift yesterday, and this is what I gave back to you. Xia unscrewed a bottle of fresh milk and handed it to him. Xia Chichuan was busy waving his hand. No need. You drink it. It's good for your body and grow taller. Xia narrowed her eyes. This was because she was too short? Xia Chichuan regretted closing his eyes and pursing his lips. What had he said? With this look on his face, Summer Harvest was truly adorable. He directly handed the milk bottle to him, and the mouth of the bottle even touched his lips. Here, now that you've touched it, if I drink it again, won't I be indirectly kissing you? Are you trying to take advantage of me? It was obviously Xia who did it on purpose, but she put all the blame on Xia Chichuan. When Xia Chichuan heard the words indirect kissing, his eyes instantly saw her pink lips, small and cute, seemingly soft and cozy. Instantly, the face went red. I am not. I'll just drink it. Xia Chichuan took the bottle of milk and drank it. His eyes looked at the bottle, but his afterglow was on her body. Drink it all. One gulp. Xia pretended to be angry. Xia Chichuan obediently drank it all in one go. When she finished drinking, she froze, as if waiting for her next instructions. Why are you blushing so red? Are you shy when you see me? Xia liked this coy and shy look of his too much. Hot. Xia bristled. It's not that hot. Xia Chichuan blushed and could only digress to the side. We're going to be late for school. How's your foot? Xia Chichuan put the glass bottle away in his bag and took her bag by hand, hanging it around his neck. It still hurts a little bit, so can I still trouble you to take me for a bit today? Aha! He was practically begging for it. Xia learned from yesterday's lesson and directly wrapped her right arm around his waist, holding the milk in her left hand and slowly drinking it. Chapter 7, Time is precious, but there is no comparison with you. There's another chemistry class today. Xia Chichuan, chemistry and physics are so hard. Xia sighed. Those equations and electromagnetism what? The university has long forgotten the light. A moment of time simply cannot get started. It's okay. Xia Chichuan replied. Xia thought to herself. Xia Chichuan answered okay all modestly. It should all be easy for him. Then will you teach me the questions I don't know in the future? Well, it's okay. Xia Chichuan nodded. So will you be annoyed with me and will it take your time? No, give you the questions and I can reinforce them all over again. And you can always come and ask me. His time was precious, but giving her a lecture really wasn't a waste. She was more precious. I knew Xia Chichuan was the best. Hearing her say this, the corner of Xia Chichuan's mouth lifted slightly, only to quickly suppress it. Kigo Higashino once described a crush as something you know is meaningless, but can't help but cling to, and anyone who has one exists. Xia is to Xia Chichuan, It was such a short stretch that it seemed like we got to the school without saying a few words. Xia Qichuan sent Xia He to the door of the classroom and watched her enter the classroom before he went to park his bike and jogged all the way back himself. Han Jin had just arrived at his class when he heard Yu Fei, who was on good terms with him, say, "Brother Jin, today, Xia He was sent by Xia Qichuan from class 1. When did the two of them get so good?" Hanjin slammed his backpack down on the desk. Asterisk. Just this rag picker of his. Dare to rob my old man. I'll make him eat and walk around. Jin, what are you going to do? Yu Fei snapped and compensated with a smile. Han Jin is the child of a city leader. Always proud. Even the school teachers are flattered. Han Jin looked out the window at Xia Qichuan, who was running to the classroom, and smiled coldly. Go to the restaurant where he works part-time today. Take care of the business and let your classmates serve us well. Han Jin deliberately emphasized the word service and smiled meaningfully at Yu Fei. Understood, Brother Jin. I'll call a few brothers to go and give Xia Qichuan's classmates a big hand today. Yu Fei responded. Xia Qichuan works as a waiter at a small restaurant every Friday, and many people at school know about it. Today is Friday. Between the first period classes, Xia ran to the door of the back door of the first class. Xia Qichuan was very tall and had been sitting in the last row. He was reading with his head down, very focused. Xia walked straight in. She had already attracted a lot of eyes when she appeared, and now that she entered the classroom directly and stopped by Xia Qichuan's side, it caused even more talk. Xia Qichuan read the book so carefully that he didn't even realize that Xia He had already arrived at his side. Xia Qichuan, thinking about her and hallucinating? Xia Qichuan thought he heard wrong. Listening to his heartfelt voice, Xia smiled. You heard right. I came to find you. When Xia Qichuan looked up, he saw Xia's smiling face, his eyes curved. Why did she seem to know what he was thinking? Flustered, he stammered again. You, what are you doing here? This is our class. Are you in the wrong one? I know it's your class, and I didn't go the wrong way. I came all the way here to see you. And didn't you say that I could ask you questions anytime I wanted to? And I don't know this one. Xia took out a note and placed it on his desk, hanging her hands down and standing obediently to the side. I'll come and get the answers between classes next period, okay? Xia He was thinking that he was really smart. He found another good reason, one more chance to meet, and he was happy when he heard Xia Qichuan say no. Next class. You don't come to our class to find me. Xia stared wide-eyed. Xia Qichuan rejected her? Xia Qichuan actually rejected her? What strange thing did she do yesterday that Xia Qichuan didn't like her anymore? Obviously just now in his heart he said that he missed her. Xia He thought a lot. Your foot injury hasn't healed yet. Walking around will still hurt. I'll write down the ideas and solutions. I'll give them to you, and you'll have to walk less to favor the recovery of the sprain. Xia Qichuan frowned and said. Xia patted her chest and sighed in relief. The ones that don't hurt much anymore. I'll give it to you between classes next time. Not allowing Xia He to refuse, Xia Qichuan spoke firmly, not realizing that Xia Qichuan had quite a domineering side. Xia He nodded. With her eyes flowing, Xia He glanced at Xia Qichuan. His side face reflected the light, with a clear outline, cold eyebrows, high and elegant nose, and an unassuming temperament. Although he did not look directly at himself, Xia knew that he was paying attention to himself. Embarrassed, he bit his lower lip, then hurried back to his class. It was their first engagement, but they all forgot that the second period recess was a big one for running drills. Xia He didn't go to run exercises because her feet were injured, and sat alone in the classroom, calculating whether Xia Qichuan would forget. Xia Qichuan, who was at the end of the first class line, looked back a few times to make sure that there was no Xia He before he was relieved. Just after the announcement of the dismissal, he rushed to the second class in a hurry. Xia was fuming when Xia Qichuan coughed lightly at the door. Noticing the thin sweat on his forehead, Xia He drew a tissue, but before he could get up, Xia Qichuan had already come in. This behavior of randomly stringing classes, Xia Qichuan would not do, but for fear of her feet hurting, she came in directly. I'll write the solution on the back. You look at it, and if I don't get it right, I'll come back and teach you, okay? Xia Qichuan took out the draft paper that was in his pocket and put it on the table. After saying his words, Xia Qichuan turned around to leave, but was pulled by Xia's arm. Xia He stood up with the facial tissue. Xia Qichuan turned around and his forehead just touched his chest. Xia Qichuan subconsciously feared that she would fall, so he wrapped his arms around her waist, and the two of them froze when they met each other's eyes. The heart was like a shaken soda, and at this moment it seemed to have been uncorked, and love bubbled up in torrents. Xia Qichuan's eyes flashed with panic, but love was shutting his mouth and flowing out of his eyes. Xia Qichuan didn't even dare to look at Xia for one more second, but his eyes were not willing to move away. The heart suddenly stops for a moment. Even the unconscious breathing needs the brain to control. Xia Qichuan quickly averts his eyes, but the redness at the root of his ears can't be fooled. Shaha was also flustered, and in his previous life, he liked from a distance, was worshipful and dependent. This close contact, Xia Qichuan is no longer the person who is regarded as a hero in his heart. He is more flesh and blood, more dynamic and vivid, and more likable to Shaha. His eyes were bright and sparkling, wrapped in a fondness and deep inferiority that he dared not speak of, and Summer Harvest would always remember how moving it was. I don't know what to think about running drills in this heat. The sound of students spitting came from outside the classroom, and Xia Qichuan immediately withdrew his hand. I'll leave first. Okay. Without realizing it, Summer Harvest also stuttered a little. Xia Qichuan hurriedly walked out, panicked and went to the bathroom to wash his face before the rolling heat on his face subsided some. He looked at his hand, which had just touched her. I should have known not to wash it. The third class is chemistry class. Between classes Xia he is still breaking fingers in the back. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, argon, potassium, calcium. The first class was around the corner, and there was no need to pass by Xiaohe's second class from the classroom to the teacher's office in the other building. But Xia Qichuan went around the corridor every time he went to the office just to see Xiaohe one more time. When you're not looking at me, I'm looking at you every second of every day. My eyes only look away when you look at me, but I know my heart looks at you again. What is she doing? Xia Qichuan's heartfelt voice once again reached Xiaohe's ears. Xiaohe turned around fiercely, and saw Xia Qichuan passing by the window and looking at her. Just in a flash, Xia Qichuan immediately shifted his eyes elsewhere and walked quickly in the direction of the office. She won't realize I've been sneaking glances at her, will she? I don't think so. Listening to Xia Qichuan's heart thoughts, Xiaohe snickered. Xia Qichuan, your method of peeking at people is not secretive at all. At lunch, Xiaohe didn't look for Xia Qichuan. He was so poor, he must have eaten badly at noon. Naturally he didn't want his favorite person to see his woes. Xiaohe wouldn't hurt his self-esteem, just agonizing over how to figure out how to be able to make Xia Qichuan's life better. Chapter 8, Xia Qichuan is an idiot. Waiting for the lunch break, Shaha found a secluded place to change the ointment on her feet. Xia Qichuan passed by the second class without seeing her. You're running around with a broken foot? Going after him again? But when he arrived at his class, Xia Qichuan didn't see her either, and suddenly felt a little lost in his heart. Taking the chemistry notes that had been organized for her, she was just about to get up and go to them when Dianyi, the English class representative of the same class, blocked her way. Xia Qichuan, there's a math problem I can't do. Can you teach me? Dianyi asked him with a wink. Dianyi was also notoriously good-looking, but she lacked a bit of spunk and talent, and was ordinary when compared to Xiaohe. Dianyi's family is average, but extraordinarily proud. A lot of boys chasing her, she did not even look at, but only to Xia Qichuan love. Xia Qichuan, in terms of stature and appearance, is much better looking than all those rich second-generation people with famous brands, and in terms of grades, he won the top 10 scholars of Nanjiang in the first semester of his first year of high school. The prize money alone is said to be $160,000, but unfortunately he has a sickly mother who drags him down and is thankfully too sickly to live long. I don't have time. Seeing that the way was blocked, Xia Qichuan simply sat down. Maybe Shaha would take a lunch break later. There was no hurry for this moment. He squared his shoulders and set aside the notes he had organized, not intending to bother Dianyi. I know your time is valuable, but I'll just hold you up for a few minutes while you give me the solution. Dianyi didn't intend to leave, but directly squatted down and plopped down on the edge of Xia Qichuan's table with her hands propped up. Bertie looked at Xia Qichuan with great admiration. The other boys were very envious of Xia Qichuan when they saw the scene, but only Xia Qichuan had no waves in his heart and was even a bit bored. Seeing that Xia Qichuan didn't refuse, Dianyi directly spread the exercise book in front of him and said in a thin voice, the fifth big question. I've been thinking about it for half a day, but I just don't have any ideas. Xia Qichuan only glanced at it and said indifferently, substitute the equation as a whole to find out, and then solve the equation. Is that substituting this? Dianyi took the pen directly from his desk and drew on her exercise book. No, look at them as a whole and ask directly. Xia Qichuan pointed with his finger on the exercise book. Qichuan, I didn't read it. Can you write it for me? Dianyi used the pen in her own hand and knocked Xia Qichuan's hand. Xia Qichuan frowned. This action was too ambiguous. Dianyi doing this made him very annoyed. I've made myself clear. Take it back and read it yourself. I'm going on my lunch break. Always feeling that someone was looking at him, Xia Qichuan looked up at the window and found Shaha's figure flickering in front of his class door. It seemed to be beaming and not very happy. Xia Qichuan was wondering why she was upset. When he saw Shaha come back with her beaming mouth, and with her eyes looking straight at him, walking straight to the back door of the class. Xia Qichuan, when Xiaohe opened his mouth, he was a little aggravated. He took the notes he had organized for her and walked around Bne from the other side of the table towards Shaha. Looking for me? Xia Qichuan lowered his head and hid behind his hand with his notes. Shaha didn't answer and walked a few meters to the side so that she could avoid disturbing other people's rest. Even when he didn't get an answer, Xia Qichuan kept following, like a puppy following its master. His hands were still behind him in a protective position, afraid that she would hurt her feet and fall. Only after Shaha stood still did Xia Qichuan stand in front of her like he was in military posture. His head lowered. Why do you think she's mad at herself? What should I do? But it's not true. Summer Harvest is just angry with him, just coming over to him. I saw Bne daintily lying on his desk and knocking on the back of his hand with a pen. How ambiguous. And Xia Qichuan was still lecturing to her. It's just the others. But it's Bne. In her previous life, after her father was falsely imprisoned, Bne came to bully Xiahe 3 times, in the name of revenge for those who were swindled. Luckily, Xiahe was raised in love and excelled in every way, so she dared to resist and was not materially harmed. What if it's a little less mental? That's why she didn't like Bne, and she didn't know how such a person would look down on people if she ever ascended to heaven. But she was now angry not at Bne, but at Xia Qichuan, and she didn't know where this anger came from, and her heart was sour. Someone bullied you? Xia Qichuan asked. Not at all. Shaha twisted her head to ignore him. Then why aren't you happy? Xia Qichuan couldn't understand her for a while, but she was not happy. She had to be coaxed, but he didn't know how. Why are you so close to Bne when you're lecturing on the topic? Shaha looked up at him, pouting her red lips, and her eyes seemed to be pouting in anger. Without waiting for Xia Qichuan to explain, Bne walked over and stood next to Xia Qichuan to look at Xiahe, as if they were the united front. Xia student, why do you keep coming to bother us? Xia Qichuan? We all have to do well in the college entrance exams. We're not here to play with you big ladies and young masters, Bne said, seemingly with not looking at Xiahe. Xia Qichuan didn't move away from her and stood beside Xiahe. Didn't hear what she said, only that it was very noisy. After listening to her words, Xiahe was also reflecting on whether she was disturbing Xia Qichuan and whether it would affect his study. Am I bothering you? Xiahe ignored Bne and looked at Xia Qichuan, a little lost. No, not at all. I have quite a lot of time on my hands. I'm not intruding. Bne was a bit irritated. When she asked Xia Qichuan a question just now, he said he didn't have time, but now he was facing Xiahe and said he had quite a lot of time. It was nothing more than not daring to offend Shaha. Did Xia Qichuan also think she was good looking and liked her? I see you organizing materials and exercises between classes. Where do you have free time? Bne directly exposed him. Xiahe looked at Xia Qichuan's eyes. I'm organizing my chemistry for you. You're really not bothering me. Xia Qichuan handed the notes in his hand to Xiahe, like a child who had done something wrong. However, he turned his head and said to Bne nonchalantly, Bne is the one who was meddling a little bit more. I help my classmates to organize the chemistry data. Not only help people but also consolidate the knowledge. It's not a waste of time, but it's you who are wasting my time by taking a simple question and repeatedly coming to me to ask me about it. Bne's face was a shade of red and a shade of white, not expecting Xia Qichuan to favor Xiahe like this, and would have this kind of attitude towards herself. She turned away in shame and anger. Xia Qichuan, what are you so great? Sooner or later, one day, I will make you regret. Shaha looked at the notes in her hands, her eyes fluctuating with emotions. Where there was someone else in her eyes, she couldn't care less about Bne's departure. I might not be able to read it if I just look at it. Let's find a place and you can tell me about it. Okay? Shaha reached out her hand and pulled the hem of Xia Qichuan's school uniform and shook it. Xia Qichuan nodded his head repeatedly as if he was under a compulsion. Following behind Shaha, Xia Qichuan was afraid that Shaha would misunderstand and kept explaining. I didn't get close to her. I was the one who tried to walk away and she got in my way. And I didn't give her a lecture on the subject. It was just that she kept asking and I said the general idea. Got it. Surprisingly, Xiahe didn't know that Xia Qichuan could say so many things. So, then why are you upset that someone made you angry? You? Who else? Xiahe's steps forward suddenly stopped. Xia Qichuan was almost about to bump into her. Luckily in the moment when he was about to bump into her, Xia Qichuan stopped his steps. Shaha turned around, cushioned her toes, her body leaned too close. The tip of her nose was lingering on Shaha's body if there was no fragrance odor. Xia Qichuan's face swished a moment on the red. I didn't do anything? Xia Qichuan was puzzled. Xia Qichuan is an idiot. Chapter 9, Double Standard. I'm an idiot, so don't be angry. Xia Qichuan lowered his head. Seeing how he looked like this, Xiahe felt that he was being a bit unreasonable. You can't get that close to people when you're lecturing them in the future. Especially Bne. Shaha muttered. Then I won't be lecturing anyone else from now on. Xia Qichuan looked at her, afraid that he might have done something wrong and upset her again. She's the one who should be put in the palm of your hand and coaxed, not upset at all. This way people will say I'm cheap, not to mention that you're not my who. Summer Hall mumbled, her ears going a shade of red. It's not necessary for Xie Qichuan to confess first. Xiahe can also take the initiative. But the reason why Xie Qichuan doesn't confess is because he has low self-esteem. Since he doesn't say it out loud, Xiahe won't force him either. Summer Hall would slowly tell him that he was fine. Very fine. He deserves anyone. And I like you, how you are, all the time. What? Xie Qichuan didn't hear it and looked at Xiahe in confusion. Xiahe's eyes dodged and replied, it's fine. Let's talk about the topic. By the way, there's a topic I don't know just now. You talk about it first. Xie Qichuan flipped it open and saw that it was the same topic as the one Bianyi had shown him. So it seemed that the question was still quite difficult. This topic is quite difficult, so I'll tell you slowly, okay? If I'm not clear, ask me again. Aha. Charlotte nodded and pulled him to sit down in the gallery. To start by looking at it as a whole, let's make an equation. Xie Qichuan narrated. His voice was clear and moist, like flowing water. He looked at him for a while, and looked at the question for a while. He was very detailed, so it wasn't hard to understand. And he took a pen and quickly wrote out the answers in the exercise book. Right? Xiahe asked him sheepishly. After all, it had been many years since he had done this type of math. Very smart, right? Xie Qichuan nodded. While simply knows a thing or two. It must have been that the teacher wasn't careful enough when he talked about it. You taught me well. Xiahe stared at him. Then let's look at the next question. Aha. They sat side by side as Xie Qichuan spoke. At first, he would also follow Bianyi's example of hitting his hand with a pen. And Xie Qichuan just looked at her in surprise. He was even sober enough to take a pen and write his name on the back of his hand. The tip of the pen scratching the skin a little itchy. Instead of feeling disgusted, Xie Qichuan's heart rose with a few moments of flirting sweetness. Later, he had a little bit, directly leaned on Xie Qichuan and fell asleep. Xie Qichuan didn't dare to move a muscle, and his breathing stopped for a split second as he slowly twisted his head to look at her. She fell asleep with her eyes closed, the sunlight filtering through the flowers and branches of the wisteria orchid, leaving dappled light on her face. If it's like a dream, it's like a phantom. To this day, Xie Qichuan didn't believe that she was really right by his side. Xie Qichuan's body tensed, holding the exercise book to block the light in front of her. When she was around, the time was always very difficult and fleeting. Her nose was upturned and her lips were glistening with a tantalizing red color. Xie Qichuan only felt his breath catching. He was dazzled by the sight and only wanted to get closer and closer to her. The knots in his throat rolled and his heart went ape ********. But he dared to crook his shoulder just a little to make her sleep more comfortably. The nap was short, and when he woke up at the sound of the bell, Xie Qichuan quickly removed the exercise book that was shielding her from the sunlight, his eyes looking away. How did I fall asleep? Xiahe's eyes were sleepy, and the voice that exited was soft and lazy. A midsummer nap is good for afternoon classes. Aha! Go wash your face and get ready for class. Xie Qichuan didn't move and clenched his hand, which was numb from shading her from the sun just now. He was just about to leave when he remembered something else. Yesterday has already delayed Xie Qichuan one day. He has to go to the security guard today to get the waste bottles. I'm afraid that the messy appearance does not want to let himself see. Xie Qichuan, I have something to do today. I don't need you to send me off at night. He said hurriedly. Okay. Xie Qichuan nodded. He was sweating nervously and his shoulders were stiff and sore. Just now he was thinking that it would be too late to drop her off at home at the end of the school day, and then hurry up and get to his part-time job at the hotel, just in time for the evening work meal provided. But it didn't matter. It was just one less meal to spend a few more minutes with her. In the afternoon class, Xie Qichuan was a little distracted, tapping his pen on the back of his hand. When he thought of Xiahe's appearance, he always couldn't help but smile. How could she be so adorable? Every action was like hitting his heart. Xiahe was in the middle of a lesson when Xie Qichuan's voice popped up in her head. Why is she so cute? Popping up every few minutes. He shook his head. Xie Qichuan is a person who is distracted. Two people cannot study but what can be done about it? It's self-invoked. What a sweet burden. Xiahe couldn't figure out the pattern of how she could hear Xie Qichuan's heart. Sometimes she could hear it, sometimes it didn't seem to be so clear, and it seemed like she could only hear it about herself. In the afternoon is the English 2 classes connected. Xiahe English is not bad, the 6th grade easily over, so learning is quite comfortable, but the teacher dragged the class, and he didn't have time to go to Xie Qichuan until the end of school. Hanjin came over and placed a bottle of orange juice on Xiahe's desk. I'll give you a ride. Drove the car, twisted it yesterday. Foot healed today? Hanjin said condescendingly. Such a gesture made Summer Harvest very upset. No, thank you young Master Han. He lowered her head to pack this backpack, not intending to give Hanjin face. I'll give you a ride. You live in Star Lake Royal Villa. I live in East Lake Huading. not far apart. A kick of the gas. Our family driver is waiting at the door. Han Jin raised an eyebrow, and smoothly opened the lid of the orange juice's cup, placing it on Xiaohe's table. I said no, and take your drink away. Don't leave it on my desk with bugs when I come back on Monday. Summerhall got up and left directly from the other side of the desk. Ning Xiu returned from delivering her homework book, just as she saw Han Jin picking up a drink from Xiaohe's desk and slowly putting the lid on the cup. She had jogged all the way back here just ready to try and get home from school with Hanjin, and her mouth was a little parched. See you. I'm leaving. Xiaohe nodded at Ning Xiu. Well, bye. Ning Xiu turned to look at Han Jin. Hanjin, we live in the same neighborhood. Let's go together. Han Jin held up the open lid of the orange juice, teasingly asked Ning Xiu why a head of sweat just opened the orange juice. Drink? He was deliberately letting Xiaohe watch how many people wanted to flatter him, so that Xiaohe wouldn't be insensitive. What's the benefit of getting close to that Xie Chichuan? Hearing Han Jin's words, Xiaohe walked to the door and turned back with a frown, still having to stop the tragedy of Ning Xiu and Han Jin being together. Seeing that Ning Xiu's eyes were bubbling with love, Xiaohe had to think of a way. She directly took the orange juice from Hanjin's hand. Han Jin, what do you mean? What you gave me? Turn around and give it to someone else, right? See you. We don't want his stuff. Let's go. Xiaohe pulled Ning Xiu away, but Han Jin laughed behind him. Is she still in denial? Or is she jealous? Sure enough, Summer Harvest is a bit of a fan of herself. After leaving the door, Xiaohe hurriedly explained to Ning Xiu. See you. I didn't mean to take his orange juice just now. It's just that people like Han Jin are not sure of their hearts. They like this today and that tomorrow. You mustn't like him? Are you thirsty? I'll go buy you a drink. Ning Xiu didn't get relieved when she heard her words, but instead, her heart became even more resentful. Summer Harvest is clearly, he doesn't want it but he can't give it to her either. What did she mean just now? Today she likes this, tomorrow she likes that, and she's still not showing off that Hanjin follows her around on her ass. Ning Xiu was dissatisfied in her heart, but she didn't show it. Wow, I didn't get my stuff. I'll go back and get it first. You go home first. Hey, Summerhall called out to her. Missing. Ning Xiu turned around and jogged back. Xiaohe feet can walk, but running is still a bit painful, so she didn't chase her. I hope Ning Xiu won't make the same mistake. From a distance, I saw Xie Chichuan walking towards the carport with a bag of things, flowery and green, which seemed to be drink bottles. Xie Chichuan looked up and saw her as well, as if he had installed a locator. Xie Chichuan could always spot her at the first time. Subconsciously, he hid the bag in his hand behind his back. Instead of moving forward, Summerhall waved her hand, walked out of the school, and took a cab. Anyone who wants dignity, Xie Chichuan is proud and has low self-esteem. Xiaohe will protect his small heart. Xia Guang was away on a business trip, and Xiaohe ate by himself and kept watch upstairs to see Xie Chichuan's home. I was afraid that if I lost my concentration, I would miss Xie Chichuan going home. His yard, planted with a variety of flowers, was remarkable and cozy in a crowd of old, dilapidated, run-down buildings. There are also some fruits and vegetables. Imagining Xie Chichuan walking through the vegetable fields, I am afraid that the butterflies that come to collect honey will have to take a look at him. But when it was dark, Xie Chichuan didn't come back. The night came looming like a haze, like a thick ink measure smeared across the sky, and there was not a single star in the heavens. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and at the moment it's a little bit more dreary. The whole earth is like being covered in a hot plastic film, depressing like it's going to cry out at any moment. It's muggy, it's humid, it's uncomfortable. Xie Chichuan hasn't come back yet? The cell phone rang. He thought it was Xia Guang arriving at the place and hurriedly answered it, only to find out that it wasn't. But Ning Xiu, wow, there's something on my side. Bring some money quickly. I'm at the Wines Clay restaurant on Tianyang Road. Without waiting for Xiaohe to speak, the phone hung up on the other side. Listening to Ning Xiu's anxious tone, as if there was really something big, Xiaohe hurriedly took a sum of money and called a car to go. Looking at Xie Chichuan's house, Xiaohe was anxious. Tianyang Road, Wines local food restaurant. A group of teenagers were loud and hooting and hollering. Xie Chichuan had changed his work clothes and was serving the dishes after helping to wash them. Brother Jean, why did you choose this place? Old, shabby and small. It doesn't fit your status as young Master Han, the boys on the side coaxed. Hey, change the place for a change. Maybe there's something fun. Yufei looked at Xie Chichuan in the distance and laughed. Today, it's just here to have fun for everyone, so have fun and I'll pay for it. Han Jin leaned on the back of his chair, crossed his legs, and made a wink at Yufei. Yufei nodded. They ordered, all of them, something heavy and hot like pickled fish, ground pot chicken, and haggis casserole. Yufei specially instructed the front desk to let Xie Chichuan serve the food, saying that he was a classmate and could pay a little more for the service. The receptionist is also well-intentioned, thinking that they are classmates, and seeing that a few people are not badly dressed, they may be able to increase Xia Qichuan's income a little. Ning Xiu sat quietly on the side, looking at a table of people wearing undershirts and smoking tattoos with some fear. Although she wasn't a good girl like Xiahe, she was at best a little bit bossy and hadn't dealt with people like this with tattoos all over their arms. Han Jin suddenly touched her hand at this time. The tone is gentle. Ning Xiu red face. Don't be afraid. They're all nice. I'm here. They won't bully you. When Ning Xiu returned to the classroom, she saw Han Jin and Yufei sitting in the back row of the classroom, as if they were discussing something. Ning Xiu purposely moved a bit slower, not expecting Han Jin to quickly call out to him, and then sparingly followed him here. We haven't seen this little sister before. Jin, girlfriend? Han Jin smiled and didn't deny, much less admit it. Ning Xiu shyly lowered her head. Xiu, ask Xiahe to come play with you. She's bored at home alone. Han Jin smiled, his hand still touching hers. Not bad looking. Delivered. Nothing to play with. She's obedient. I can't scream. Upon hearing Ning Xiu's refusal, Han Jin's hand immediately pulled away. His face changed drastically as he looked at her indifferently. Well, you're scared here all alone, aren't you? So why don't you go back? His voice was hard with total impatience, a far cry from the gentleman he had just been. The expulsion order was obvious, and Ning Xiu's jaw dropped as her eyes blinked rapidly. I'll go. I have an idea. She bit her lower lip, a little aggravated. Han Jin's purpose of calling her over was to call Xiahe, right, and although Ning Xiu knew it in her heart, she still couldn't refuse. At the orientation ceremony of the first year of high school, Han Jin played the piano like a medieval noble prince, and Ning Xiu has been in love with him ever since, and of course there was resentment that she was the understudy for that show. When Han Jin heard her reply, a smile reappeared on his face, and his large hand touched Ning Xiu's head. I love it when you're so obedient. Ning Xiu pulled a bitter smile on her face. As long as he could see her more, she was willing. I'll go over there and make the call. When Ning Xiu came back, there was already a dish on the table, a lamb soup pot with a burning fire. It's summer. Ordering a soup pot? Obviously intentional. Everyone else was laughing, not sure what they were laughing at. Although that kid reacted quickly, his hand must have burned red. Brother Jin, how did this kid offend you? The brothers will help you take revenge today. Han Jin raised his cup, his lips curled into a smile. Thank you, brothers. His eyes glanced at Ning Xiu, who nodded. Han Jin licked his teeth and smiled deeper, as if he had already seen Xia Qichuan lose face in front of Xiahe, immediately followed by another dish of pickled fish. Xia Qichuan carried the dinner plate. Han Jin sat there steadily, contemptuous disdain for Xia Qichuan all over his face. A dishwasher, trying to compete with him for people. On what grounds? He made a wink and Yufei nodded his head and immediately stood up, directly bumping into Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan couldn't dodge in time. The soup of pickled fish directly splashed out and spilled on Xia Qichuan's hand. Xia Qichuan hard to endure the pain and hold the dinner plate steady. Luckily the spill wasn't too much, and this kind of fly shop is generally acceptable to the guests. Seeing that Xia Qichuan didn't move at all, and didn't even spill more food, Han Jin frowned. Yufei made another turn, but luckily Xia Qichuan dodged quickly and didn't get hurt. Seeing this action by Yufei, Ning Xiu knew Han Jin's intentions in her heart. Both are the best in Nanjian Middle School, but Xia Qichuan is frequently recognized. Teachers also like. Han Jin is not bad, but in addition to the family, everything is Xia Qichuan pressure head. Naturally disgruntled, Xia Qichuan also seemed to see that they were just here to make trouble, and turned to serve food from Ning Xiu. Ning Xiu, however, directly stood up the moment he put down the dish. Xia Qichuan had prepared for this and held onto the basin while enduring the heat, but some of the pickled fish in his hand still spilled out, and the vegetable soup flowed slowly down the covering paper of the dining table. There was clearly time to duck, but the boys didn't move until the soup dripped onto his shoes. It seemed to be waiting for this moment. The boy immediately shouted, "What kind of waiters are you? You can't even serve the food well." Charlotte sat in the cab and watched what was happening in the store. Chapter 10. The cab driver drove fast, and within a few minutes, he arrived at the location that Ning Xiu had mentioned. He was just about to get out of the car when he saw men and women sitting around in the restaurant. Han Jin sat in the main seat, while Ning Xiu sat on the side. On the phone, Ning Xiu sounded anxious, as if something big had happened, but seeing her sitting peacefully on the sidelines, Summerhall decided to wait and see what happened. With that, she saw the scene just now. She quietly got out of the car, took advantage of the crowd, ducked behind it and blended in. Sitting in a corner, she could help Xia Qichuan by stepping in now, but it would also cause him embarrassment and loss of face. Although she didn't know the purpose of Ning Xiu's calling her here, she could probably guess it by looking at Han Jin and his actions just now. It was just a matter of letting her see Xia Qichuan's wretched state. But unfortunately, Xiahe was only filled with heartache. Summer Hall took her cell phone, turned on the video, and set it aside. Over there, the boys were still clamoring and copied the basin of pickled fish, wanting to pour it on Xia Qichuan. The freshly cooked soup was boiling hot, and even though Xia Qichuan dodged, a little bit of it was splashed on his chest, which was hot and painful. Xiahe got up in a hurry, and before she could rush over, Hanjin had already stood up. Hey, Mao, this is my classmate. Don't make it difficult for him. He is relying on picking up used bottles and working as a waiter to earn his living expenses. It's also quite pitiful. Xia Qichuan, you go to make amends and apologize, and this matter will be settled. Han Jin stood up to seemingly round off the scene, but in reality, he was demonstrating his ability while mocking Xia Qichuan's poverty in disguise. The owner also came at the sound. As soon as he pulled Xia Qichuan behind him, he was relieved to see this. This store owner was good. He was still protecting Xia Qichuan. Everyone, I'm sorry, this waiter of ours is young and doesn't know any better. He didn't serve you well. We'll clean it up for you right away, and I'll redo this pot of fish for you. No money, no money. The boss laughed, and hurriedly greeted the cleaning ants, who came to clean up, but was grabbed by the boy next to him, called Mao, by the collar. Do you see our brothers and sisters are people without money? No need to not collect money. I have a few $1,000s for this shoe. Let that kid kneel on the ground to put my shoes clean. This matter is settled. Mao angry eyes round. Attitude is very arrogant. The boss was grabbed by the collar, his feet on tiptoe, his face showing his displeasure. While pushing Xia Qichuan backward, he ripped off the hand that grabbed his collar. We are also a small business is not easy. You guys from the moment you came in to quarrel, just now let Kai Chuan served I saw. You guys grabbed his hand, close to that burning pot. Once can be a coincidence. He served the pickled fish, and you guys blocked. I think you guys are purely come over to pick a fight. Although the boss is not tall, but as a northern man, the most righteous, Xia Qichuan a child working hard has not been easy. In their own store can still be bullied by others? It's not just a slap in his face. Seeing that the atmosphere was burning, Xia Qichuan pulled his boss behind him. Brother Wu, I'll take care of my own business. Don't delay your business. Xia Qichuan has no intention to dwell on the issue, and he doesn't want to implicate other people, because he doesn't want to solve the problem. Wu had been nice enough to him, and Han Jin's gang were all non-rich and they couldn't afford to offend them. This must be endured. If something happens in high school and leaves a file, Han Jin has a way to eliminate it, and Xia Qichuan's life may be ruined. I'll shine your shoes. Xia Qichuan was very withdrawn and then squatted down. The boss tried to stop him, but Han Jin stopped him. Hey boss, we're all classmates. We won't make things difficult for him. You have to admit when you've done something wrong. It's just a shoe shine. It's fine. Han Jin clasped his hands together and crossed them over his chest with a look of watching the show. Xia Qichuan squatted down and wiped his shoes with Kleenex, but his spine was straight, and he could not see groveling and slavishness at all. Instead, it's heartbreakingly stubborn. Han Jin didn't see the humble look he expected from Xia Qichuan, and he frowned as he placed the iron spoon holding the soup next to the alcohol stove underneath the mutton soup pot. He coughed lightly twice, and Harry immediately understood. I told you to get on your knees and wipe. You didn't hear me, did you? The boy picked up the spoon that was placed next to the mutton soup pot, which was already hot, and was about to hit Xia Qichuan. He watched Han Jin's every move and couldn't hold back any longer. Taking advantage of the boy's unpreparedness, he rushed over and pushed the boy and stumbled. What else do you want? The spoon did not hit Xia Qichuan, but it burned the back of Xiahe's hand and fell onto the tile with a clang. Hiss! Xiahe had some pain and unconsciously grunted softly. Xia Qichuan raised his eyes, and there were flickering tears within them. At the moment he was silent, but his aggression, his helplessness, his despair was deafening, his heartache and shame as well. Xia Qichuan, I'm in pain. My hands hurt, but my heart hurts even more. Xiahe looked at his dirty chest, his hand that was burned until it was red, still holding the tissue, and couldn't stop her tears. Hearing her say that it hurt, Xia Qichuan quickly got up and looked at the back of her hand. The originally white skin was really red. He blew softly, pulling Summer Harvest along as he tried to head for the back kitchen. Wow! Don't be afraid. We'll take care of it. Han Jin froze as he looked at Xiahe, who suddenly rushed out. When did she come? He just wanted Xiahe to see Xia Qichuan's wretchedness. He didn't want her to see his own bullying. Ningxu froze as well. The boy called Mao came back to his senses and blocked the way of Xia Qichuan and Xiahe, looking viciously at Xiahe. Where did that girl come from? Dare to push me? Xia Qichuan immediately shielded Xiahe behind him, his eyes shady as he looked at the boy in front of him. Summer Harvest was burned by him and he actually spoke out of turn, bullying him even if it's not enough. How can you hurt Summer Harvest? Xia Qichuan's face was pale, his eyes were red, he was shaking uncontrollably, and his fists were clenched like an enraged wolf. At this moment, he could no longer care about the future or the consequences. He only knew that the person he put on the tip of his heart could not be bullied. Summer Harvest is meant to be protected, to be heartbroken. No one can bully her in front of him. Ah Mao, this is my classmate, Xia He. Han Jin also hurriedly spoke out to stop it. When the boy heard Hanjin's voice, he unwillingly stopped his movements. Only his eyes were still looking this way with hatred. Summer Harvest glared back undaunted. Han Jin looked at Xia He. She was wearing a white cotton dress, fresh and unassuming, looking excessively good, and suddenly his tone was much softer. Xia He, since we're here, let's eat together. Xia Qichuan soiled my friend's shoes. We're just letting him polish them. Xia He looked at Han Jin, the previous life on a look of moral appearance. Looking at people disgusted. Originally thought it was into the university. Into the community learned bad. Did not expect, is bad at the root. It's really a dog that can't change its mind. Looking at Ning Xiu again, it looked like she hadn't done anything, but the fact that she got up when Xia Qichuan's hand had already put down the dinner plate was clearly intentional. She and Ning Xiu had been friends for a few years not too far from each other, and now that she thought about it, how much of it had been genuine? Maybe being friends with her is enjoying the fact that there will finally be a day when the high and mighty Summer Harvest will finally lower her noble head. Chapter 11, My Xia Qichuan is not dirty at all. Xia He walked out from behind Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan pulled her and Xia He smiled, signaling that he was fine. Shoes are dirty, let him polish them, is that it? Xia He stepped directly onto the spilled sauerkraut, bringing the sauerkraut and fish fillets with the soles of her feet, and then stepped heavily on the boy's foot, twisting it. The fish and sauerkraut were drenched in soup and all stuck to the boy's white sneakers. The white sneakers were instantly disfigured. Did you call that dirty just now? It's only called dirty now. Your shoes are precious, but his hands, his things are cheap? You've already thrown soup all over him with a basin. Isn't that enough? How can you guys be such bullies? Xia He raised her head and looked at the boys, her eyes full of suppressed tears. Xia Qichuan froze a little, looking fixedly at Xia He's back. Small, but firm. The heart felt like a hole had leaked. Like a closed valley had snapped open and the spring winds blew in endlessly. It's surging, boiling, overwhelming love. Looking at his shoes, the boys were enraged. How about we just bully him? Do you know who my father is? Do you know I'm on the road? Summer Harvest snorted with complete derision. So you're an unweaned child. If something happens, you know to look for your mom and dad. Dao. What Dao? Yakuza. I think you've watched too many Hong Kong movies. You can't distinguish between reality and movies. My father is the deputy director of the Environmental Protection Bureau. The boy named Ma shouted, this store has excessive fumes. I'll have my dad close it down. Who the hell are you to soil my shoes? So your dad's a deputy director. That's quite an official position. Where are the others? Xia He scanned the circle, except for Han Jin, Yu Fei, and Ning Xiu, who were students. The others all had colorful hair dyed, tattooed flower arms, and were uneducated landlubbers. Compared to them, Xia Qichuan's excellence is obviously easy to see, but just because he lacks a better origin, can he be bullied at will? Han Jin, I do not need to say. Who is his father? We all know. Yu Fei, father in the construction bureau. Under Summer Harvest stimulation, the man revealed their bottom line. Han Jin didn't want to be so high profile, but when he saw Xia He defending Xia Qichuan, he was also angry, so he let him go. So everyone is either rich or noble. Xia He revealed a sneer. Han Jin's father is a hand of Nanzhang. Xia He naturally know well, and the people he interacts with naturally have status and position, but I don't want that person to be so high profile, and say it in front of a large crowd. Humph. Scared, the boy was unstoppable. His nostrils turned to the sky. Summer Hall frowned and deliberately cringed. I'm really scared. Looking at Xia He's appearance, Xia Qichuan's heart throbbed. He was so useless. Don't be afraid. I won't let them bully you. Xia Qichuan shielded Xia He behind him and looked at the surrounding people vigilantly. If there's anything, come at me. I'll do anything. You guys don't bully the others. Xia Qichuan gasped for air, angry and desperate. As long as you get down on your knees and kowtow to me 3 times and lick the stuff off my shoes, I'll never bother anyone else. As the boy spoke, his eyes darted to Xia He and the restaurant owner. That is, he wanted to take Xia Qichuan's dignity in exchange for the peace of the two of them. Otherwise the little sister is quite pretty, so it's okay if I take her out for a night of fun. Another boy stood up next to him, his eyes sizing up Summer Harvest's face, coming and going in a very nasty way. Xia Qichuan clenched his fists, his bones turning white, his eyes staring at that person, wishing to eat that person alive. Han Jin interjected at this point. Xia Qichuan, if you can't protect someone, why don't you give her to someone who is capable of protecting her? The tone was lazy and very arrogant. It's his father's power. Xia He gave him a blank look and quickly ran to the side, taking his cell phone from the potted plant. The screen of the phone was horizontal, clearly shooting a video. Xia Qichuan, you kneel. I guarantee that this video will be on the hot search tomorrow. I'll see who will be the one who ends up losing face and putting his tail between his legs. The group of people who were still arrogant and cocky just now immediately panicked when they saw the cell phone on the side, not expecting Xia He to actually record a video. Once the video breaks, it may ripple through the family, and their proud capital may instantly turn into a bubble, and they may even become street rats, and everyone will shout at them. The power of public opinion cannot be underestimated. Han Jin immediately made a wink, and the boy named Mao immediately wanted to come up and scramble for the phone. They were all aware of the importance and consequences of what was going on, and for a moment there was some urgency. Xia He immediately pressed send. Xia Qichuan blocked in front of her. The boys are not as tall as Xia Qichuan. The strength is not as strong as Xia Qichuan. For a moment unexpectedly cannot touch Xia He. I've sent it to the mailbox. You're just going to have to grab my phone. Xia He's voice was not loud, but the words she said were very shocking. Everyone immediately panicked. Like headless flies, Han Jin could no longer maintain his superficial modesty and cultivation, but came directly to question Xia He. Xia He, what the hell do you want? What am I doing? Aren't you the one who asked Ning Siyu to call me over to watch the show? I really seem to have a good show today. Xia He looked over at Ning Siyu, who sheepishly inclined her head. What? You weren't afraid when you were bullying just now, but now you know you're in a hurry? You guys are just rich and powerful, aren't you? If you really don't have a family, what are you capable of? He earned his living expenses by his own ability. How come you guys look down on him so much? Summer Harvest was furious. What do I want? You guys got your shoes dirty and you want him to kowtow and wipe them clean. And he got his hands burned and his clothes dirty. Are you going to kowtow and apologize to him too? Xia Qichuan, in the past, you always protected me. This time, I will protect you. What a daydream. Me apologizing to him? Mao snorted as if he had heard a big joke. You can stop apologizing, and tomorrow your father, who is the director, will come over and apologize, and it won't be unacceptable to us. Xia He held Xia Qichuan's hand, and his hand began to dodge a little. Shrinking back, Xia He's hand followed, then simply held it, and finally, Xia Qichuan didn't refuse. Mao, apologize, Hanjin said fiercely. That Mao boy looked at Han Jin in surprise, then muttered an extremely reluctant I'm sorry. Like this, are you satisfied? Han Jin asked. It's not whether I'm satisfied or not. You should ask Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan, he apologized. Are you satisfied? Although Han Jin was dissatisfied, he had a handle on Xia He and his tone had to soften. You guys have to apologize for her hand being burned. And you guys have to apologize for spilling the dishes we worked so hard to make. Xia Qichuan does not feel bad about being aggrieved himself. He has been stigmatized so many times that his heart is numb. But this time he was protected, and he had mixed feelings. It was a little sad to be seen groveling by her, and a little relieved that he was originally this bad. Mao obviously wasn't going to say sorry again, and Han Jin looked at Yufei and Ning Siwen. Yufei's father worked behind Han Jin's father. He naturally obeyed Han Jin's words, and it has long been a habit to observe his words. Yufei quickly apologized to his boss with a shy smile. I'm sorry, boss, we'll pay for this pickled fish as it is, we'll buy the order as it is, and we'll definitely compensate for your loss. Yufei said. Wow, I'm sorry, actually it wasn't Han Jin who told me to call you. I was just afraid that you'd be bored at home. That's why I called you. Don't misunderstand, Ning Siyu said busily. Then I'm really grateful to you. Xia He looked coldly at Ning Siyu, only feeling very ridiculous. Xia can't play with them because she's never proud of her family background. She studies hard and is independent. Well, eat if you like. Don't eat, don't delay my business. The boss gave the order to expel the guests. A few people cannot steal the chicken. It is a belly of fire, which still have the mood to eat. Han Jin led the way to get up. Xia He, you know how serious the consequences are. The video won't be leaked freely, right? Don't worry, as long as no one is looking for Xia Qichuan's trouble, I naturally won't look for his trouble. And also, if my Xia family's project is going to be affected because of this, I can only see if you all will be affected because of this video. Xia He, are you threatening me? Han Jin raised his eyebrows, his meaning unclear. Originally, he only thought that Xia He was pretty, had a good body, good grades, and a good family, and only such a girl was worthy of him. Instead, she was a little more interested in her at the moment. You don't think I'm capable of stopping things from festering? Hanjin licked his lips, and it seemed that Xia He was even prettier up close. You can try, but don't be in a hurry to leave now. The money for this table of food, Xia Qichuan's medical expenses, and lost wages, I think you all have to come up with it. How much? Hanjin didn't care at all. 20,000. Xia He said. Their apology was so perfunctory. If it wasn't replaced with a guarantee for later, Xia He couldn't swallow it. What's wrong with asking for a little more money? You Leonize me, Harry shouted. What? You can't even afford $20,000, and you're mouthing off about shoes for a few $1,000s. Your shoes are fake, right? Hanjin interrupted their argument. Okay, I'm just not bad. Give him a little more and wash the smell of grease off his body properly. Hanjin tapped a few times on his cell phone. The counter voice sounded and PayPal arrived at $20,000. After they left, Xia Qichuan immediately pulled Shaha to the back kitchen to rinse her hands. The back of her hands were a little red and looked extraordinarily pitiful. Xia He looked at him. There was still soup from the pickled fish on his body and blisters on the back of his hands, but he seemed to be unable to see any of it, only focusing on the little, not serious, red marks on the back of her hands. Shaha drew back her hand, then wrapped it around his waist, her ear close to his chest, and she could really hear his rapid heartbeat right next to her ear. Xia Qichuan, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Xia Qichuan was stunned, remembering that there was still dirt on his body. He immediately tried to push her away. I'm dirty. Wow. Don't touch me. Stain you. Summer Harvest is always bright and generous. Her skirt is always white. He is silt. He is not worthy. My Xia Qichuan, not dirty at all. Chapter 12. So young to know how to listen to his wife. Summer Hall wrapped her arms around him tightly. The weather is sultry. Xia Qichuan's forehead is sweating. The person in his arms is fragrant, delicate. Her body was pressed against his own, and the heat from her body crawled all over his body along with the beating of his heart, causing a paroxysm of tingling, and Xia Qichuan gasped for air, a little out of breath. Shaha was startled to hear him breathing heavily. In his previous life, Xia Qichuan passed away from pulmonary fibrosis and respiratory failure. Could it be that he is already in poor health now? Xia Qichuan, are you alright? Are you not feeling well? Summer Harvest's tears instantly came out. In his previous life, his frail form lying in a hospital bed flashed before his eyes. Patients with fibrosis of the lungs are in extreme pain in the later stages of their lives. And thinking of the last time she saw Xia Qichuan, he opened his mouth to say what he wanted to say. She was crying so hard that Xia Qichuan didn't know what to do, but could only gently pat her back. Wow, I'm not uncomfortable. Are you scared? Don't be afraid. It's okay, I'm here. I won't let them hurt you. Xia Qichuan gently stroked her hair. Just now he didn't dare to embrace her. At this moment he just wanted to hold her in his arms, pamper and spoil her. Xia He was grunting and crying in his arms when the boss pushed the door in and immediately closed his eyes and backed out when he saw the scene. I didn't see anything. Any hugs? I didn't see anything. It's really here to stay. Hearing the boss speak, Xia He buried her face deeper in Xia Qichuan's arms, humiliated. Xia Qichuan rubbed the top of her head and gently kissed over the raised hair, moving gently to make sure she wouldn't know. Only after she finally calmed down did Xia He raise her head to ask Xia Qichuan, her voice still choked with aggression. Xia Qichuan, you seem to be breathing very poorly just now. Are you not feeling well? Xia Qichuan's body was very good and didn't have any problems anywhere. He didn't know that Xia He would suddenly ask this question, but he still answered it very seriously. I'm not. I've been in good health, and just now, was a little nervous. The girl he liked jumped directly into his arms. Xia Qichuan's heart was about to pop out. How could he stay calm? Hearing his heart, Xia He then realized how close she was to Xia Qichuan, and they were close to each other. Ambiguous pose. Xiaohe was so shy that she immediately came out of his arms. Just now. I'm scared. Xia He stammered. Looking at Xia Qichuan's chest was damp from crying. This is simply eating Xia Qichuan tofu. I know. When Xia Qichuan looked at her red face, he only felt that his heart was so soft that it was melting, and at the same time, it was like putting a layer of armor outside his heart. He would have to work harder and be better to protect her better. Hanjin was right about one thing. He wasn't capable of protecting Xiaohe right now. He had made up his mind early on that Summer Harvest could not be his, or even that Summer Harvest could not recognize him, but he was Summer Harvest's. He may not be able to give his world a lot, but he'll do his best. Regarding the fact that Xiaohe would like him one day and would be with him, Xia Qichuan had always felt that it was just a delusion. All of Xia Qichuan's heartfelt words came into Xiaohe's ears. He actually thought this way. Xia Qichuan was so humble that he only dared to silently guard himself, and he didn't even care if Xiaohe recognized him or not. He loved so humbly and bravely, too humble to approach, too brave to give it all. Xia Qichuan, the stars in the sky are not so unattainable. It can belong to you. Xia He looked at Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan was stunned. This is a sentence in his diary. Xiaohe is like a star out of reach. Her starlight I can see, but I do not have the luxury. She will belong to me. Summer Harvest, how do you know? Let's go out and help clean up. It's not good to always occupy people's back kitchens. Xia He tugged on Xia Qichuan's sleeve. Just now, in the heat of the moment, she directly held Xia Qichuan's hand, and now she was a little embarrassed. Aha! When they came out, they found that the lobby had been cleaned and the guests had dispersed, probably because of the weather. Brother Wu, sorry to trouble you. Xia Qichuan helped set up the stool. Xiahao wanted to help, but he stopped him. Don't move. I can do it. The owner smiled broadly. What is this? Often things, and this money you take. I cannot lose. I deducted 300 to go. The rest of the money, I discount cash to you. The boss wrapped the money and stuffed it into Xia Qichuan's hand. Brother Wu, I can't take this money. Xia Qichuan refused. Xia Qichuan was already very embarrassed. Originally he had free time by accepting him to work here as an odd-job man, and Wu often fried some dishes for him to take home, and now he was causing him trouble again. This is not to return to you. People, little girl, quarrel good. Won the money. Why do not want? Come and take it. The boss stuffed it directly into Xia Qichuan's school bag. Xia Qichuan looked at Xiaha, seemingly inquiring, and Xiaha blinked. How to make it look like she was in charge of the accounts. The boss and Xia Qichuan both looked at her in unison, and Xia could only make a statement and nod. Take it. Wu means well too. With Xiaha's consent, Xia Qichuan then picked up. The boss smiled. Kai Chuan, you this kid line so small to know to listen to the old. Before the words were finished, the receptionist's sister, who had just returned from outside, picked up her ears. You just said $20,000 were all for Kai Chuan, so you still deducted 300. What are you going to do with these $300? The receptionist's sister was small and tiny, but she held the burly, chubby Wu in check. Daughter-in-law, that money, I gave it to the cleaning auntie, and I also have to change Kai Chuan's work clothes. Daughter-in-law, Kai Chuan is watching. That receptionist's sister smiled a bit. Kai Chuan, it's raining outside. Go home quickly. I'll have a good exchange with your brother Wu. Wu was bent over, grimacing in pain, but he also still didn't forget to greet Xia Qichuan. Kai Chuan, come back next week. Don't be afraid. Brother Wu has your back. Watching a bloody storm coming, Xiaha pulled Xia Qichuan and hurried out of the door. Sure enough, it was raining, like pouring rain, washing the earth with abandon. Originally like a steamer-like weather. At the moment, because of the torrential rain of the hearty, less dark clouds of boredom, but added a few points of the unique summer warmth. Take a cap to take you back. Xia Qichuan braced both hands and blocked Xiahe's forehead, keeping her under the eaves and helping Xiahe block the raindrops with his body. Xia Qichuan, where's your bike? I want to go back in your car. Xiahe looked up at Xia Qichuan, who was helping her to block the rain, as if the wind and rain were behind him. With him there was nothing to fear. It's raining. You'll get wet. Xia Qichuan, don't. You drive me back, okay? Xiahe grabbed the hem of his shirt and shook it. Unconsciously his tone was also much more petulant. In the end, Xia Qichuan was helpless. Always helpless when facing her. Still listening to Summer Harvest, the rain had tapered off by the time he rode home. Xiahe looked at him with some fondness. Take this money. I don't need it. Xia Qichuan took out money from his school bag and handed it directly to Xiahe. Your money. They paid you out. They say it's better for a girl to manage her money, so I'd better give it to you. Your shoes are dirty. You go buy a pair. Xiahe wore a white dress, white shoes, and white skin, and her black hair stuck to her bare neck, like a lost fairy. Then I'll give you an allowance later. After thinking about it for a while, Xia Qichuan might be embarrassed to use this amount of money, but Xiahe still felt like she was asking for less. How are you going to get home today like this? Your mom will definitely be worried. Xia Qichuan's hands were all scalded with blisters. There was still pickled fish soup on his shirt, and his body was drenched by the rain, so he looked a mess. Why don't you come and stay at our house? My dad is away on a business trip. Xiahe didn't feel anything wrong when she blurted it out, but then the more I thought about it, the more it didn't seem right. No, it's no good. I'd better go home. Xia Qichuan kicked the water under his feet. The water droplets were dense. Between this sky and the earth, it seemed that no place was calm. All were throbbing, panicked, and irrational. Your mom must be worried sick if you go home like this. Wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow when it's better. Then you can go back, okay? And my dad isn't home. I'm scared to be alone. Xia Qichuan's appearance was really that of a discarded puppy, and Xiahe's heart ached when she looked at it, not to mention his mom. Xiahe beamed, pitifully, blearily looking at Xia Qichuan, and when he finished speaking, he didn't forget to shake his cuffs, a truly pitiful look. Okay, fine. I knew Xia Qichuan was the best. Xiahe jumped and directly clasped onto Xia Qichuan's neck for a while before letting go. The dry heat of Xia Qichuan's body, like a starfire falling on gasoline, caught on violently. Xiahe always loves to say that Xia Qichuan is the best. Xia Qichuan, you're so nice. Xia Qichuan feels that he might be really good in her compliments over and over again. That confidence, though, was quickly shattered. After Xia Qichuan parked his old and worn-out bicycle in her garage, he was a bit anxious and felt inferior. Her house was even better looking than his own house in the garage. Chapter 13. You like this kind? Xia He stood inside the living room and found a good towel and slippers for Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan stood on the porch, but hesitated to enter, afraid that he would dirty the floor of her house. I'm covered in water. Will I dirty the things in their house? Xia Qichuan muttered in his heart. Xia He bit her lip. Xia Qichuan's thoughts, she heard them extraordinarily clearly now. Xia Qichuan, come on in. My dad is a person who throws his fishing buckets and lines everywhere every day. Don't mind the mess. The floors of the home are indeed clean, but too much cleanliness creates a sense of distance and makes it hard to fit in. When Xia He just entered the living room, he decisively took Xia Guang's things and disorganized them all over the place. Xia Qichuan stood in the living room, at a loss for words. Xia He handed him the towel. The indoor light was bright, not as dim as the outdoor street lights. Xia Qichuan looked over at her. Her white dress was wet with water and stuck to her body. The pink and white lace inside was hidden. In just an instant, Xia Qichuan reddened his face, his dryness spreading, and then his ears also reddened, and he immediately turned away. Xia He frowned at him acting like this, a little puzzled. Looking down, his eyes bugged out. The white dress was almost transparent when it was wet. Chest originally not big bulge. At this moment is particularly obvious. Face swish a moment on the red. Quickly turned around and ran up the stairs. The foot is still not fully healed. Just stepped 2 or 3 steps on the stairs. The foot hurt. Did not control the force, and knocked again. Agu. Xia He grunted lightly. After grunting, and ignoring the pain, he hurriedly got up again. Humiliated, Xia Qichuan couldn't care less and rushed over, twisting her head, holding her up. I'm not looking. Don't be afraid. You walk slowly. I'll help you. Xia He looked at him with his neck craned, his face tilted to the side, and his earlobes red. Suddenly I thought of the passage from Journey to the West. Daughter Kingdom Brother Royalty. If you open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe you have 2 empty eyes. Xia He then wanted to tease Xia Qichuan and deliberately pinched his voice. Brother Qichuan, turn your head and look at me. I don't believe you have 2 empty eyes. To be embarrassed can't be her alone. She had confidence in Xia Qichuan that he wouldn't look. Now, not only Xia Qichuan's ears were red, even the back of his neck and even the bone joints where he was holding her arm were a bit pink. Don't. Stop it. Xia Qichuan was mute. Xia He smiled cheekily. Xia Qichuan was too innocent. So innocent that, Xia He couldn't help but want to molest him. After all, in terms of mental age, she's a mature big sister. Mentioning big, Xia He looked down at herself, remembered her body in her previous life, and silently changed it in her mind. Mature, young lady. Xia He put on a jacket, then took out a few pieces of clothing, including underwear, from Xia Guang's room. The change of clothes are old, so you'll have to make do with them for now. The pajamas are new, the panties are new. I just don't know if they're the right size. What size do you wear? Xia He said this calmly and didn't feel bad, but when she looked up, she realized that the redness on Xia Qichuan's face, which had just subsided, was burning up again. Thinking back on what she had just said, Summer Harvest also became unnatural. What kind of question did she ask? It seemed to appear as if Summer Hall had no business in her head. What words of tiger and wolf come out of their mouths? I don't mean that it's just that there are average sizes and large sizes, but you're so skinny you should be wearing a small size. No, I'm not saying that your skinny is not good it's just, Xia He couldn't say anything else, and the more she said, the more flustered she became. Xia Qichuan tilted his head, listening to Xia He's serious, nonsense, and stupidly cute. Xia Qichuan, go take a shower first. I might need to calm down for a while. Xia Qichuan smiled some nice smile. Xia He spent his eyes again and ran all the way back to his room. At this moment, after a lot of tossing and turning, Xia Qichuan's heart just relaxed a bit, but he mentally muttered the size should be large. Leaning on the door, Xia He, eyes are wide. This mind reading is what is going on. Know what to listen to, what should not listen to. Can this be heard? He's satisfied? How big is that? The more he thought about it, the hotter his face burned, and Xia He's entire body shyly tried to hide. After a few minutes, the sound of water in the bathroom came to an abrupt end, and the moment Xia Qichuan opened the door, Xia He rushed in with her clothes. Why don't you rest yourself for a while, and I'll rub you down later. Originally, I wanted to tease Xia Qichuan, but now I am embarrassed to be on it myself. Xia He lamented his own uselessness. Never been in love, never seen a pig run? So wimpy. You run slowly, the bathroom is slippery. Xia Qichuan watched her in a hurry as she was on fire and rushed out. No, it's fine. The bathroom was clean and things even showed signs of moving around more. If it wasn't for the water beads hanging on the glass, Xia He would have wondered if Xia Qichuan had washed it. Xia He was so flustered that she didn't even notice that he had taken the dirty clothes out with him. After washing up, Xia He slowly came out. She suddenly realized that there was an advantage to having small breasts, which was that she couldn't see them without wearing underwear. Xia Qichuan was sitting on the sofa, his waist and back straight, reading a book, looking very focused. If it wasn't for the fact that when he was taking a shower, Xia heard him read his name 100 times in his mind, he would have really believed it. Xia Qichuan, you're holding your book backwards. Xia He sat across from him, dragging his hands across his cheeks to look at him. Ha! Xia Qichuan hurriedly turned the book in his hand upside down. Xia He laughed out loud. Are you stupid? What I say? What do you believe? It's only now that you've turned against it. Xia Qichuan's heart got weak, anxious and panicked to look at the book in his hand. Now the words are clearly positive. The sentence after Xia He is lying to him. He really did hold the book backwards. Because of the thought in his mind, Xia He even took the book backwards. On top of that, it was an entertainment magazine and that page just happened to be a picture of a sexy actress in a revealing outfit. Xia Qichuan panicked and tried to cover up. What are you nervous about? Xia He walked over just in time to see the contents of that page. The actress was hot and sexy, with a front and back that could only be described as round and full, making one's blood run cold, and that position just happened to be upside down. That is, if you turn the book upside down, you will see it more clearly. You. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Xia Qichuan. She can't grow that big. Xia Qichuan waved his hands repeatedly. No, I casually turned it over. I didn't see anything. I swear. It's okay. It's normal to have a bit of this hobby during puberty. Don't be shy. Xia He sighed. It's over. He can't grow up to be what Xia Qichuan likes. I really didn't look. I just flipped it over. Dare you say you don't like this? I really don't like this. And you say you didn't look. Tell me which one this kind is? Xia Qichuan really wanted to cry. He just glanced at it and really didn't see it. Whichever one she is, I don't like it. Summer harvest. I really don't. So what do you like it to look like? It can't be me being dry like this. I just like you. Xia Qichuan was so anxious that he blurted out. Xia He was originally teasing him, not expecting him to suddenly say this. Xia Qichuan was also flabbergasted and hurriedly added, you have such a body. Originally, even if it is not made up. Xia He is even more angry. What's wrong with me being built like this? Chapter 14, Applying Ointment. Xia Qichuan really didn't know what to say. His tall and thin body stood in front of Xia He, head down, like a child who has made a mistake. Tall and big, but so well behaved it hurts. If you're not going back, have you talked to your mom so she doesn't worry? Xia He asked him. In Xia Qichuan's mind, the two most important people were her and the other one was his mother. Said, what's the excuse? Xia He was really curious how Xia Qichuan, who was so well behaved, lied. I said I went out for a competition, at short notice. Xia Qichuan answered truthfully. Such a good reason. Xia He didn't think of it, but Xia Qichuan actually said it casually. In the future, Xia Qichuan will cheat himself. Xia Qichuan, I've caught you lying for real. Then you still say you weren't looking at a beautiful woman just now. I think you clearly are, just trying to lie to me. Xia He was being unreasonable and Xia Qichuan was anxious again. I really didn't. Wow, I really wouldn't lie to you. I would never lie to you. In a hurry, I unconsciously changed my nickname. Then do you like me? Summer Harvest asked bluntly. Although there was no hurry yet, the missus in his previous life always made Xia He feel like she couldn't catch a break and couldn't wait to express her feelings for each other right away. I want Xia Qichuan to be braver and more confident. I can run to you all the time. Don't you be afraid. It doesn't matter if we don't answer this time. We've got next time, and many times. Xia Qichuan really opened his mouth without answering. In the back of my mind, I was thinking that I probably wasn't even qualified to like her. His heart was in the right place, and Summer Harvest heard it clearly. Never mind. I won't tease you. I'll get the medicine. You've got blisters on your hands. Xia He walked to the side and took out the medical kit from the locker. Sitting back on the couch, he patted the spot next to him. Come on, I'll rub the ointment on you. I can do it myself. Xia Qichuan obediently sat over. Can what? It's not easy to maneuver with one hand. I'll rub it for you. Isn't it better faster? Xia He pulled his hand over and took out the burn cream and smeared it on the back of his hand. Xia Qichuan's skin was very white. His hands were big. His fingers were very long and bony. A little coarse to touch. A stark contrast to Xia He's soft and boneless little hands. I'm going to be gentle. Just tell me when you're in pain, okay? Xia He moved gently, afraid of hurting him. Xia Qichuan was also someone she wanted to put in her heart and take care of. It doesn't hurt. Xia Qichuan's heart warmed. Next time, you need to know to duck, or you'll be in pain and others will be heartbroken. Also, we earn money with our own hands. We are not humble at all. We don't have to shrink ourselves into a tiny hard shell all the time, pretending to be strong, because even the bravest people will call for their moms when they are scared. Summer Harvest chanted. Xia Qichuan felt that compared to the unattainable her in the past, he liked her more at this moment. It was as if the heart could slowly draw strength from her words to defeat that monster called low self-esteem. It's like hot, burning fireworks, tearing open the chasm of darkness. Liking someone doesn't require anyone else's permission or affirmation. Everyone is entitled to it. Just like if I like Beckham, Victoria isn't entitled to care, right? Shaha's crystal bright, smiling eyes seemed to have the force of gravity, and Xia Qichuan was willingly attracted by her, unable to escape. Her every word seemed to speak to his heart, that she should be appointed by God to deliver him. Her hand was sheepish and soft, just like a child's, soft and tender to the touch. Xia Qichuan only felt numb and itchy, very much like holding it in his hand. Where else could he feel pain? After smearing her hands, Xia He came to unbutton Xia Qichuan's clothes. The boiling hot sauerkraut splashed directly on his chest, and even though it was separated by a layer of clothing, the summer clothes were light and thin, and his chest must have been burned as well. No, not here, no, Xia Qichuan said refusal under his breath, but he didn't dare to pull away her hand, so he could only let her pull on his collar. Shaha only focused on the fact that he was injured, and didn't think about what was wrong with directly stripping a boy's clothes. Perhaps this inappropriate thought, which flashed through her mind, was automatically ignored because the person across from her was Xia Qichuan. The neckline of the pajamas was originally loose, not to mention that Xia Guan was going to be a little fatter, and this pajama was bought small and never worn, but Xia Qichuan was still loose in his clothes. Xia He easily unbuttoned all the buttons in front of his body, and Xia Qichuan's upper body was exposed in front of Xia He. The chest was indeed burned red in a large area, and Xia He smeared the ointment on his fingers and then gently applied it. The moment her fingers covered them, Xia Qichuan's body involuntarily trembled, and his hands instantly gripped the sofa. Does it hurt? I'll be gentle, haha. Xia He applied the ointment and was afraid that he would be in pain, and gently blew on it. This added to Xia Qichuan's nervousness, and the hot breath she exhaled from her mouth crawled all over her body along the pores of her skin, like tens of thousands of fireworks and firecrackers buried in her body, burning out of control and exploding in her head in turn as soon as the fuse was lit. Nothing can stop it, and Xia Qichuan didn't want to stop it. Xia Qichuan's face was so red that it looked like it was dripping blood, but he didn't dare to stop Xia He. Shaha didn't notice his abnormality. Her fingers were still applying, sighing while applying it. Xia Qichuan's body was quite good. His poor family made him labor from childhood, and he had firm pecs and abs on his body without being overdone. Because of his height, he also had broad shoulders and was practically a clothes rack, just like he was wearing Xia Guan's pajamas, middle-aged and old-aged style, silk texture, but Xia Qichuan wore it on the juvenile nobility. Just took a bath. The body's freshness, loose hair, every part is charming. Xia He suddenly stopped her hand because she heard Xia Qichuan's heart again, and this time it was a bit juvenile. Her eyes then slowly moved downward. I was also a 24-year-old adult in my previous life, and I still know this bit of physical common sense. Immediately noticing that something was wrong, Shaha almost bounced up. That, Xia Qichuan, the application is almost done. Your room is the one next door. Rest early. Xia Qichuan twisted his head to the side and turned back, his eyes red, looking at Shaha eyes are with infinite suppression and desire. His clothes were wide open, his hands gripping the sofa, his eyes wet, clearly the appearance of being bullied by Shaha. But his mind kept saying her lips still look soft. I want to kiss her so bad. Xia He immediately pursed her lips, her eyes blinking. How could she forget that Xia Qichuan was now a bloodthirsty teenager? It's strange that people don't react when they are painted and touched by themselves. According to the plot it should be heavenly thunder hooking fire, pagoda subduing river demon. Shaha looked down at the bare pajamas she was wearing, childish to the extreme, and suddenly regretted a little why she didn't buy a lace backless one. Shaha was startled by her own thoughts, how this was still a bit of an expectation to live. Xia He stepped back. Now she wasn't afraid of what Xia Qichuan would do. She was afraid of herself. I'm going back to rest. Your feet need to be coated with medicine too. Xia Qichuan stared at her bare feet. Xia Hedu's ears turned red at the roots, and he hurriedly ran away like he was escaping. I'll just apply it myself. I'll go back. In a flash, he entered the room. After arriving at the room, Xia He leaned against the door and patted his chest, almost unable to hold on in the face of Xia Qichuan's beauty temptation. Hands empty, I realized I hadn't taken the ointment either. As soon as Shaha's door opened, she saw Xia Qichuan standing in the doorway, holding the ointment and preparing to knock. You didn't take the ointment. Xia Qichuan looked at the flustered Shaha in surprise. Shaha took the ointment, then immediately buttoned up Xia Qichuan's chest. Button up your shirt and catch a cold. Shaha again anxious to help Xia Qichuan button. This is what is going on. Clearly said that it is to tease him, but instead, the one who cannot eat is himself. Chapter 15, it's like we're cheating on each other. It took half a day of tossing and turning, and it was close to 11 o'clock before it completely died down. Xia He lay on the bed but couldn't sleep. Not that he didn't want to sleep, But next door to Xia Qichuan's heart is really too many words. Why are Summer Harvest's pajamas so cute? Why does Summer Harvest look so good? Should I tell her that I like her? I like her especially. Is she asleep? Shaha tossed and turned. The University of Xia Qichuan. More words do not say two sentences. The original has always thought that he is not loved to talk. Now Shaha's understanding was that there must have been too much talk for fear of affecting his schoolboy status and image. Shaha was so sleepy that she could almost fall asleep with her eyes closed. But not 2 seconds later, Xia Qichuan was reading her name over again in his mind. Summer Harvest was woken up again, over and over again. And Summer Harvest was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Now it's not about getting out of bed. It's about not being able to sleep. Walking out of bed in a huff, without even putting on her shoes. He knocked on Xia Qichuan's door. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping? Xia Qichuan asked, frowning at her bare feet. He didn't wait for Shaha to speak before he squatted down to put his slippers on Shaha. When he saw Xia Qichuan's action, his anger subsided. Let him think. The big deal is that he won't sleep tonight. Are you scared? It's okay. I'm next door. Call me if you need anything. Okay? Xia Qichuan lowered his body, like coaxing a little child. And he was not only not angry now, but wanted to jump into his arms. Well, just now there was a big bug screaming in my ear. A little scared. He skimmed her mouth, her eyebrows wrinkled, innocently looking at Xia Qichuan, so she didn't lie without a draft. She just opened her mouth. I'll go help you look. Don't be afraid. Xia Qichuan pulled her behind him. This was the first time he entered Shaha's room. It wasn't as inaccessible as he had imagined. Her room's walls were creamy yellow, very cozy and delicate. Summer Harvest's home is the same, revealing life everywhere. And the timidity and inferiority complex of just arriving at her house is dispelled a lot. He was still wondering how to find a big bug for Xia Qichuan to destroy. After all, the real big bug is Xia Qichuan himself. Just in time a dark flying insect flew in and crashed around the lampshade. Buggy, I'm sorry. Xia Qichuan eliminated the bugs in 3 tries, but he didn't accidentally turn off the lights in the room. In the darkness, their bodies were pressed against each other, their breaths entwined and somewhat disoriented. But the next second, the door was opened by remote control, and the car's blinding light shone in, and the light through the curtains turned into a faint light and shadow, which flickered on Xia Qichuan's face. It was only when she heard the sound of the car locking that Summer Harvest realized something was wrong. Natsuhiro is back. Summer Harvest's eyes widened. Xia Qichuan was also so nervous that he didn't know what to do. The two of them were like students who cheated and the teacher was about to find out. In the darkness, it was as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Nervousness and the throbbing of bodies in close contact in the darkness. The delicate softness of Shaha's body. Xia Qichuan's tightness and stiffness. My dad said he's on a business trip and won't be back today. I didn't lie to you. Xia Qichuan, it's okay. I'll run down now and find a hidden place. Then I'll sneak out. Don't be afraid. Xia Qichuan patted her head, softly soothing her, and just wanted to open the door, but was pulled back by Shaha. You can sleep with me today. My dad goes to work early. In the morning when he's at work, it'll be fine. If you go down there now, you might bump into him. Although she wanted to be with Xia Qichuan, sooner or later, she had to let her father know, but she could not still be in the first year of high school. A lonely man and a woman in pajamas in a room together. I'm afraid that Xia Guang heart attack can be scared out. As he was talking, footsteps were already coming up the stairs, and it was just too late to go down now. The footsteps were getting closer and closer and seemed to be coming towards Shaha's room here. Shaha and Xia Qichuan were both afraid to utter a single breath. Maybe Xia Guan would look to see if his daughter was asleep. Luckily, Natsuhiro knew that women are great at avoiding their fathers and didn't come in. Within moments there was the sound of a door slamming. However, he thought of another problem. Xia Qichuan was showering in the bathroom. The change of clothes should be taken off in the dirty clothes basket. If he was seen by his father, that's just too much to say with 8 mouths. It was all confusing for a moment. It was her own house. She should be okay to go out and look around. I'm going out for a bit. But when he opened the door, he found Natsuhiro already in the bathroom. This, over. He immediately retreated back to the room. Xia Qichuan, later on, you take off your pajamas, cover your head and run. Don't be seen by my dad. Why? Xia Qichuan was a bit puzzled. My dad went to take a shower. Isn't your change of clothes in the bathroom? Xia Qichuan shook his head. No, I put it away. Shaha finally let go of her heart and lazily leaned against the wall, patting her chest. Xia Qichuan, it's like we're cheating on like this. My heart is beating out of my chest. Fool. Xia Qichuan dotingly stroked Shaha's hair. He couldn't like Summer Harvest day in and day out, and his liking for Summer Harvest grew with each passing day. I don't know when the heart can't take it anymore and what way to vent it. Xia Qichuan sighed silently. You go to bed. I'll sleep here. Don't be afraid. I'm sure I won't go over there. I'm sure I won't bully you. Xia Qichuan lowered his voice and spoke to Shaha in an airy tone, low and husky, sexy and seductive. I wonder if he, only 17 or 18 years old, could only have a voice like that. Shaha pursed her lips. Xia Qichuan is good at everything. His body and voice seemed to tempt him to jump on him at any time. In order to avoid losing control of herself, Summer Harvest quickly ran to the bed and covered up. After sleeping for a few minutes, it occurred to me that the indoor cold air was turned on sufficiently, and it was just right to cover the quilt. But Xia Qichuan was wearing pajamas, so it might be a bit cold. Xia He is definitely not looking for an excuse to take advantage of Xia Qichuan. She is definitely afraid that Xia Qichuan is cold. She dragged her small quilt and came over to the small sofa where Xia Qichuan was lying. Xia Qichuan had already fallen asleep, and it was a little hard to see in the darkness, so Shaha groped and nestled into his arms. The moment she touched her body, Xia Qichuan woke up. How could he give up deep sleep when he was by her side? His arms were warm and fragrant, and Summerhall pulled his hand through and squeezed his fingers and fell asleep. Xia Qichuan opened his eyes. The person he had liked for so long was lying in his arms. The index finger of his left hand was held by her. 3 times he raised his right hand to touch her face, but only dared to touch her hair, eyes caressing her and kissing her over and over again. His moon, his stars, his sunshine, everything cheerful and bright. Summer Harvest, you don't need to ask me if I like you, because my fondness for you is hidden in every living cell of my being. The eyes look at you will also be instantly tender, the steps running towards you will be full of joy, and the face will be red and hot when you look at each other. Xia Qichuan nestled in her neck and fell asleep only when he knew that the sky was slowly turning green from pitch black. But when Xiaha woke up from her sleep, she realized that Xia Qichuan had already disappeared. Xia Guang should have gone out. Xia He changed his clothes and went down and found Xia Qichuan reading a book. This time the book was not reversed. Xia Qichuan looks quite serious, but only he knows whether he is serious or not. After all, it had been a morning of heartburn. Chapter 16 I'm looking at my moon. Xia Qichuan, good morning. Xia Qichuan was wearing the clothes Xia He had prepared. A white shirt, teenage sense and with a book atmosphere. Elegant, cool and sitting in the sun. Good looking like a painting. Well, Shaha, good morning. Xia Qichuan looked at her and nodded, panicking inside but pretending to be calm. But her eyes were quickly drawn to her dress. I can't believe it's the same model as what I'm wearing. This turned out to be a parent-child outfit that I bought. But my dad is too fat and it's just right for you. Xia Qichuan looked at her and wore it like this as if it was a couple's outfit. Hearing his heart, Shaha smiled. She did it on purpose. She thought about it yesterday when she picked out the clothes. After eating, Xia He stretched in the yard. Used to hate dance classes when he was in school, until he went to college and ran for his life. Then he deserted. Now that I think about it, I didn't like it when I was forced to, and I didn't have a chance when I did. Just like Xia Qichuan, when he dared to tell him that he liked him, there was no more chance. Xia He changed his clothes, stretched in the yard, and then danced a song Liangzhu from memory, which used to be a raw dance and did not understand the feelings. Since Xia Qichuan passed away, she got it and danced like a madman with a broken liver. Xia Qichuan looked infatuated. She was shining and eye-catching in the sunlight. As Xia Qichuan looked at her for the first time, he fell in one glance and couldn't forget it. It was at the orientation ceremony of the junior high school that Xiaha went straight to Xia Qichuan's heart with one dance. There was darkness all around, but only light around her. Xia Qichuan never believed in love at first sight or destiny, but at that moment, he believed. Xia Qichuan's heartbeat came violently without realizing it, only to feel an empty peace in his heart and start his long and endless crush. Day after day I wanted to see her again, but I never met her again. But the expectation of going to school became more intense. Fate is always like that, obviously living across the street and at the same school, but just never meeting again. Until the beginning of the first year of high school goodbye, Xia Qichuan is always in the heart of the self-directed, self-pity, self-song and dance, in the heart of the countless encounters, acquaintance, but it was never said. From then on, Xia Qichuan always left the house after she had departed so that he could look at her openly, or perhaps he preferred to take a detour and sneak a peek at her from the classroom door. When running drills, the second class ran behind, and Xia Qichuan would straighten his back because she was there, and would even turn back from time to time. The people around her would call her Wawa. When someone called her name, Xia Qichuan would turn back even earlier than her, hiding in the crowd. Xia Qichuan's eyes always unconsciously to look at her. It was as if she had a locator. Xia Qichuan could always find her the fastest. I know your back and voice better than anyone else. Even the side face is firmly etched in my heart. By the afternoon, Xia Qichuan changed back into his own clothes. It just so happened that Xia He received a call from Xia Guang to take her to an event in the evening, so they had to part ways. Summer Harvest also put away the clothes that were out in the sun. She was puzzled, though, by the fact that it was too late in the day yesterday to wash her own underwear out. Who washed her today? it can't be Dad. It's too embarrassing. He folded Xia Guang's in his own clothes, and then he saw that Xia Guang had returned. Xia Guang picked up his own clothes and entered the room. Today's clothes seem to have been washed especially clean. Wei is getting more and more capable. As a matter of fact, Summer Harvest didn't wash it, so much so that Natsuhiro didn't wash it either. Then, one's underwear was washed by Xie Qichuan. Xiao's face flushed red, and in her mind, she couldn't help but visualize how Xie Qichuan's big hands scrubbed the clothes. What was he thinking at that moment? Will not see her size. Summer Harvest had a brainstorming session and was left alone to mess up. At night Xia was lying alone on the bed. The curtains were not closed tightly, and through the tiny slit he could see the opposite side. She knew that Xie Qichuan hadn't slept because she heard Xie Qichuan's broken thoughts again. She hasn't turned off the light in her room. Is she still awake? Should I message her and ask her if she's asleep? Will she be annoyed with me? Xie Qichuan said one sentence at a time, but Xiao's cell phone was slow to make any movement. In his heart there were 100 turns and 1,000 words, but on the surface he was motionless and unperturbed. Xie Qichuan in his previous life, his patience really made Xiaoha admire him. Just like in his diary, every word I say to you, every sentence, has been polished and practiced countless times inside me before I dare to say to you, hello classmate. The love I show you is just the tip of the iceberg inside me. Yet it's raging enough. Xie Qichuan was still broken in his mind when Xia dialed his phone and it rang twice before he answered. What should I say when she calls? The panic in Xie Qichuan's heart made Xia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Thank you, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Kai Chuan, why are you so slow to answer the phone? Xia walked out onto the balcony. Well, there was something just now. Xie Qichuan pretended to be calm, but in actuality, his head was tilted to the side and he let out a long breath. Xia smiled deeper. Thank you. Stiff upper lip. Kai Chuan, there's a topic you don't know? Xie Qichuan asked her back. You can't talk to you on the phone if you don't have it? Dang. Of course. Xie Qichuan begged. Think I'm harassing you? Charlotte asked with a pursed smile. If this was harassment, Xie Qichuan wanted her to harass day after day. No. I was just about to take a break. Thank you, little liar. Kai Chuan, you come outside. Do what? Xie Qichuan asked while his legs and feet still listened to her and went out. As soon as he went out, he saw her standing on the balcony, which was so brightly lit that it was always especially clear from a dark place to a bright one. Look at the stars in the sky. Xia looked to his yard. No lights on. Very dark. Can't see anything. Don't know he didn't come out. I'm looking at my moon. She's beautiful. Xie Qichuan looked at her in a daze. Everything in the world is wonderful, but you are the only one who is my light. Xie Qichuan, I'm on the balcony. Can you see me? Xia waved her hand, wondering if Xie Qichuan could see it. It's visible. It's clear, but I can't see you and need you to stand under the light. I know you're scared, you have low self-esteem, and you need to hide from the crowd to hide your love, but please let me see you so I can keep walking in your direction. Xie Qichuan walked out of the house. Xia waited for him to turn on the light, but no, and there was no movement on the cell phone side. Xie Qichuan seemed to retreat, but the next moment, Xie Qichuan's figure appeared under the streetlight. I may not have the ability to be the brightest on my own, but I will try to go where the light is. See me? Xie Qichuan waved his hand. Sure. Xia hung up the phone and ran all the way out. Just as Xie Qichuan was still wondering where she was going, he saw her running all the way out of the house. Then it stopped in front of him. Xie Qichuan, I like you. Do you like me? Chapter 17, All the Cabbages in the House. Xia breathed in a slight gasp, and the roots of her hair shone in the light of the street lamp. You don't have to rush to answer. The time we know is still very short. Xie Qichuan, I just want to tell you that I like you very much. Very much. You're better than anyone else in my heart. I will bravely walk towards you. Firmly walk towards you. Please, you can also face up to your own heart. Okay? Xie Qichuan looked at her face, confused. It was clear that I could hear every word clearly, but it was as if I couldn't discern the meaning. Summer Harvest said, like him? Like him? Like him. Xie Qichuan looked at her eyes, carefully distinguishing and confirming back and forth, but Xia always looked at him steadfastly. I like you. That's a fact and it will continue. Xie Qichuan couldn't suppress his heartbeat in surprise, and even the summer breeze seemed to be slightly sweet. The words just haven't drifted away on the wind yet, and the dryness in his ears verifies that this isn't all a figment of his imagination. But then again, he just couldn't believe that this crush, which had lasted for 2 years and had no end in mind, would one day come true. Xia, do you know what the first thing you said to me was? Xie Qichuan snapped. Xia didn't understand why Xie Qichuan suddenly asked this, but truth be told, Xia didn't know, and she didn't know when Xie Qichuan started liking her. You said, don't be nervous, it's an honor you deserve. You're good. At that time, Xie Qichuan was not outstanding because his family was poor and he was not as tall as he is now. so even though he had excellent grades, he was not as bright as others. The fact that he was chosen to speak at the party caused a lot of resentment. When he was about to speak on stage, he looked down at the crowd and was so nervous that his hands were shaking. He envied how Shaha glowed and swam on the stage, and felt that he didn't deserve to stand on that stage where the eyes were focused. And Summer Harvest noticed his nervousness when he came off stage and said this to him. Affirmed, supported, and cared for, stunning, throbbing, and warm, all filled his heart. Xia Qichuan has only gradually become more confident since then, and by the first year of high school, his style is no longer comparable to that little carrot head back then. Shaha pondered for half a day and shook her head. Xia Qichuan rubbed her hair. You don't have to remember. It's good that I remember. Then you. Xia he was going to be saying something to him when suddenly came Xia Guang's call. Whoa, my father is looking for me. I'll go back first. Xia Qichuan, will we meet tomorrow? Xia he looked at him. Xia Qichuan's answer. There was no need for him to say it. Xia he was clear. I think your chemistry might need some catching up. When are you free tomorrow? Xia Qichuan rubbed his nose. There's always a suitable reason for wanting to meet. Free all day. Xia He's cell phone vibrated. It seems that Xia Guang couldn't find his daughter and was anxious. Anne had called. I'll wait for you. You remember to come. Shaha took one step and turned back 3 times. Watch your step. Slow down. Beware of falling. Your feet aren't all healed yet. Xia Qichuan instructed sentence by sentence, and Xia he felt that he was especially like a worrying old father. Xia Qichuan looked blearily in her direction. His body didn't move, but his heart did, and he couldn't wait to protect her step by step. He silently said in his mind, I liked you from the first moment you spoke to me. Xia Qichuan jogged all the way. His feet were so light that even the wind knew his elation, and before he reached home, his cell phone rang, a text message from Shaha. I know your answer. Neither one of them poked at the window. Xia Qichuan ran all the way home. The smile on his face could not be suppressed. Once inside, under the dim light, Zhao Hui is sitting in a wheelchair, doing manual labor to earn a little pocket money. Mom, go rest. I'll do it. It's not a tight job. Don't bother your eyes. I'll just sort it out. Zhao Hui sat in her wheelchair and looked at her son. She was proud of him and only blamed herself for dragging him down. Due to his excellent grades, Xia Qichuan's scholarship was enough for him to live on. But Xia Qichuan used all the money to give her medical treatment, and at an age when he should have been carefree, Xia Qichuan hardened himself to carry the family's heavy burden. Xia Qichuan sat on the side to help, and from time to time, the corner of his lips hooked into a smile. The sweetness in his heart was about to overflow. Zhao Hui looked on, a little puzzled. He had been cold in nature since childhood, not fond of smiling. What was wrong with him today? Zhao Hui couldn't help but ask what's wrong. You did particularly well in this competition, didn't you? You're smiling extraordinarily. Xia Qichuan touched his face. Did it show so obviously? Aha, yes. Xia Qichuan could only echo Zhao Hui, then sheepishly hurried into the room. I knew my son was the best. Of course, I don't know whose kid it is. Zhao Hui was startled by Xia Qichuan's reply. Xia Qichuan had always been mature like an adult. Today it was rare to reveal a teenager's temperament. Obviously he had encountered something extremely happy. Xia Qichuan looked out of the window and couldn't sleep. His mind was wandering. His own family's poverty, but did not let Xia Qichuan in front of others to raise their heads. In addition to individual playboys looked down on Xia Qichuan, most of his classmates like him, he became greatly generous, calm and warm. But on the contrary, to Xia he would be so nervous that he couldn't speak, and when he looked at her, he only dared to stand stupidly, and his tongue seemed to be tied in knots. He was even afraid that his liking would disturb her life and cause her to resent it, so Xia Qichuan preferred to keep this liking hidden in his heart. Now that Xia took the initiative to confess to him, he was a bit chagrined again and secretly blamed himself for not being brave enough. Next time, he will say he likes it first, and Xia Qichuan will definitely not be timid. But Xia Qichuan didn't know that every body movement he made was telling like. Since he could not sleep, Xia Qichuan did not sleep, got up and read books and did exercises. He had to become an excellent adult to be worthy of her awe. The next morning, Xia Qichuan appeared in front of Shaha's house. Shaha dressed up for half a day and went out to meet him with a bounce. Xia Qichuan, good morning, come in. Good morning, Summer Harvest. Natsuhiro changed his clothes and was about to go out. Dad, you're getting ready to go out. Ha, Shaha eyed Xia Guang, never wanting him to leave so much. That way you can have a life for two. Well, there's a project to talk about today. I won't be back for lunch. There's money on the table. Buy yourself something to eat. Ha. Natsuhiro fastened the buttons of his suit, keenly noticing that it was as if Shaha couldn't wait for her to hurry up and leave. It's too perverse. He raised his eyes and noticed Xia Qichuan in front of the door. He single-handedly brought up Xia He. Whatever Xia He thought could not escape his fiery eyes. Look at the way Xia He looked at Xia Qichuan. There must be something wrong. This is clearly going to be an early love affair. Xia Guang's heart immediately alarm bells. So sex briefcase also put down. Buttons are not buttoned. Carefully measuring Xia Qichuan. He's not bad looking. Almost as good as he was when he was young. Dad, aren't you leaving yet? Xia he urged. There's no rush. It's not a big deal. What could be bigger than that when your own family's cabbages are going under? Xia Qichuan, this is my father. Xia he introduced. Good morning, Dad. Xia Qichuan blurted out. The last time I saw Xia Guang was at night. In a hurry. I didn't expect to encounter it today. A nervousness called out along with Xia he. Now all three men were wide-eyed. No, good uncle. Xia Guang inside, this kid is something. This is to give me a warning to come. Don't think that if you look good, you can cheat my family. Whoa. Inside Shaha, Xia Qichuan is so brave. So handsome. Xia Qichuan, where am I? Who am I? Where are the cracks in the ground? How does Wao look at me? Xia Qichuan bit his lips. Despite the rich inner drama, Natsuhiro still forced himself to play it cool. This is looking for our Shaha to play? Our Shaha loves to study. Her grades are at the top of the school, and she usually doesn't like to go out to play. Xia Guang clasped his fists. Looking so good looking little boy. Surely a lot of girls like. It looks like their own daughters cannot escape but also what meeting? Today at home to see the girl. No, I'm here to help Shaha with her tuition. Xia Qichuan stammered. Incredibly nervous. Tutoring? My summer harvest is in the top 30 of the whole school, and you're giving her remedial lessons. You're number 1 in the whole school? Xia Guang is nonchalant, really lying without a draft, and remedial lessons, fooling children. Unexpectedly, the next second, Xia Qichuan said seriously, yes, uncle, I didn't take the second place in the whole school. Xia Guang's eyes widened. The tone is not small. Don't be bragging, right? He glanced at Xia, who nodded solemnly. Just wait, I'll call and confirm. Xia Guang suspected that Xia he also had the possibility of deceiving him. After all, beauty confuses people. What's your name? Xia Qichuan. But in a moment, Xia Guang called back, with a face of embarrassment and still the slightest hint of expectation. Who knows that this kid is telling the truth? Reigning first in the school, and listening to the teacher. It is likely that the sophomore year will be guaranteed admission to the junior class of Nanjing University. Reckless. Usually good-looking people are great at other things too. Now look. The other person is the one who is a good cabbage. Shaha, this little pig is quite good at choosing. Sometimes the cabbage grows up and it's time to arch it or someone else will take it. Ahem. Kai-chuan. You guys go to make up your lessons. Uncle won't bother you. You have to learn from Kai-chuan's classmates. The young man who sent you back that night. At a glance, he's not as good as Kai-chuan. In order to show his appreciation for Xia Qichuan, Xia Guang specially said so. It was too dark that night to see. But anyway, this one was first in the school, and that one couldn't have been better, could it? Who knew that after finishing? Xia he looked at his father with a speechless face. Dad, the boy on that day, was Xia Qichuan. Inside Xia Guang, there's no crack in the ground for me to get into. Groundhog, quite a crowd here today. Chapter 18, Lovers Become Siblings? Xia Qichuan and Shaha were in the study. Xia Guang was downstairs and didn't leave, inquiring about Xia Qichuan's information from many sources. The more he looked at Xia Qichuan's profile, the more he liked it, and he couldn't wait for it to be his own son. Come to think of it, it's not impossible. After all, a son-in-law is half a son. Inside the study, Xia Qichuan was giving Xia he a lecture. Originally, Summer Harvest's grades were very good, and it was true that it was ranked in the top 30. But now it's Xia who has been in college for 4 years and has forgotten much of her knowledge from high school, so it's really kind of hard to pick it up again. So Xia Qichuan asked her a lot of times and she just shook her head. Xia Qichuan, will you dislike me for being stupid? Shaha crouched on the desktop and looked at him. How could he be so smart? You're not stupid. Didn't I get the point? Xia he looked at the exercise book, which was densely packed with ideas that Xia Qichuan had done for her, but he called it a little bit of a good idea. Men blinded by love. If I don't make the top 30 on this final, my dad is going to think you're the number 1 in the school. For nothing, and then I'm really stupid and I don't understand a lot of it. No, you're very smart. If there's something you don't understand, I must not have made it clear. Xia Qichuan, if I am very stupid, will you dislike me? Shaha hung her head in shame. She really couldn't figure out what Xia Qichuan really liked about her. Silly talk. Aren't you tired? Let's rest for a while. Okay. Shaha crouched on the table and looked sideways at Xia Qichuan. What do you want to do in the future? Be a doctor. Xia Qichuan returned to her. Xia he lowered his head. In his last life, Xia Qichuan didn't become a doctor, but chose to major in the same field as himself, law. With his grades he clearly had his choice of majors, but he didn't choose to study medicine. Xiahe studied law to save her father from prison. What about Xie Qichuan? Now Xie Qichuan's body didn't have a single problem. How could he die of lung fibrosis and respiratory failure? What happened in between? Summer Hall wanted to know. After doing a while of exercises, Xie Qichuan wanted to go home. Xia he sent to the door, and met Xia Zong's bag and small bag to the home to carry vegetables. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, you must capture his stomach. Xia Guang ordered a table of delicious food and was preparing to properly scratch Xie Qichuan's stomach for Xia He. A cooked duck. Ah, no, a son-in-law in hand. Can't fly. Qichuan, where are you going? Xia Guangzheng can be described as having a chicken in his left hand and a duck in his right hand, but he sees that he is yet to go. Uncle, I'll go home for dinner and come back in the afternoon. Xia Qichuan politely bid farewell. Hey, well how do you have no manners? Kai Chuan here to teach you for a morning. You still let people go home to eat quickly stop. This running back and forth. How hard you child just do not know how to sympathize with people. Xia He's face twitched. In the morning Xia Guang was still wary. Now he hated to have Xie Qichuan stay here. Dad, his family lives across the street. It's not a run around. Xiahe stretched out her finger to point to the house across the street, just a dozen meters away. Oh, right. I was too busy. I forgot. Just in time. I bought food. Let's go to Kai Chuan's house to eat together, said Natsuhiro and walked over to himself. He knew deep in his heart that it was unlikely to let Xie Qichuan stay here, and he also remembered that the opposite side was a disabled woman with a child, and he never expected it to be Xie Qichuan, nor did he expect it to be so excellent. Then why don't we just go to their house? We won't be rejected. Not to mention that Natsuhiro had saved his mother's life. Get the marriage settled early. No. Neighbors are friendly. My father is hospitable. Don't mind if I trouble your family. Xiahe inside. Where is there a crack in the ground for me to burrow into? Xie Qichuan sighed. His house was shabby, small and simple. He was only afraid that Xia He would not be used to it. But Xia Guan walked fast, afraid that Xie Qichuan would disagree in the next second. As soon as she entered, she saw Zhao Hui sitting in her wheelchair watering the plants. Zhao Hui didn't turn around. Qichuan is back. The table is ready. Let's eat. Watered. Zhao Hui back to the hair is now a man in his kitchen. Carefully identified, only recognized as the day to save their own people. The incident happened suddenly. Zhao Hui felt sick, pushing the wheelchair just out of the door fainted. Thanks to Xia Guang rescue, I saw Xia Guang's face in the haze, and I didn't have time to ask him his name, but Xia Guang left and padded the medical bills. Afraid of Xie Qichuan's worry, he has never dared to tell Xie Qichuan. When Xia He and Xie Qichuan entered the door of Xie Qichuan's house, the picture they saw was that the two people were holding hands and looking at each other with tears in their eyes, but they were speechless. What's the situation? Countless thoughts popped up from Xiahe's mind. Xie Qichuan doesn't have a father. She doesn't have a mother. He and the two of them won't be. Lovers become brother and sister, right? Big brother, thanks for saving me. I've been looking for you and haven't been able to find you. Big sister, it's all a small matter. It's most important that we live. The two of them, you and I. Summer harvest was in the wind. What was this? It took some explaining to realize that they knew that part of the story. Mom, why didn't you tell me when something happened to you? Xie Qichuan had a worried face. This is not alright. Good. I just said afraid of your worry. Alright. The last time is the spring flotsam allergies, which I am not good well. After speaking, Zhao Hui saw Xia He standing behind him, looking bellicose and powdery. Wow, don't call auntie good. Xia Guang said. Mom, this is my classmate. Xia He, this is my mom. Xie Qichuan was afraid of Xia He's embarrassment and hurriedly introduced. Xia He met Xie Qichuan's mom for the first time. Her brain went blank and her heart was beating out of her chest with nervousness. What with all the ugly daughter-in-law always meeting her mother-in-law phrases that come to mind? She blurted out Mom. Yes. Xia He's voice was loud and clear, instantly blushing from blush to ear root. He quickly changed his words. No, auntie good. Inside summer harvest, where are the cracks in the ground? Can it be squeezed anymore? Inside Natsuhiro, my daughter is just awesome. One move to stop the enemy. Inside Xie Qichuan, wow is so cute. Wow is the best. Inside Zhao Hui, the little girl is so nice. I wish I had a daughter. The ground seems in shivering. Chapter 19, Rake Ears. The meal was formal and inexplicably harmonious. Xia Guang gave Xie Qichuan food one by one, comfortable as if he was in his own home. Kai Chuan, I'm busy with work and Wawa is small, so if you're not doing anything, you can take care of her more, and bring her along during this commute to and from school. Okay uncle. Xie Qichuan nodded obediently. Dad, I can take care of myself. He always felt that Xia Guang had a tendency to sell himself. You're so pretty and cute. What if there's a punk who wants to do something bad to you? Can you protect yourself with your thin arms and legs? I feel relieved when Qichuan is beside me. He lowered his head. Which is such a king's wife who sells her melon and boasts about herself. Xia Guang went on to say, Kai Chuan, are there any girls in your school who are better looking than Manhwa? Qichuan immediately shook his head. Right. Xia Guang immediately responded confidently. He glanced at Qichuan, wondering if he really thought so in his heart. Does he really think he's the prettiest? Wah. You guys will go to and from school together from now on. Auntie likes you too, and Kai Chuan doesn't have many friends, so you'll be a companion to him. Zhao Hui echoed. She knew in her heart that Qichuan was very happy about Xiaohe's arrival, and she was busy with a meal, afraid that Xiaohe would be a little bit uncomfortable. Although Zhao Hui was older, it was obvious that she was a first-class beauty in her youth. Xiaohe observes that Zhao Hui is in poor health and in a wheelchair, and it turns out that not only does she have asthma but also a disability, and the situation is worse than Xiaohe imagined, but she looked so good, it was hard to imagine that she would suddenly pass away in her senior year of high school. Xiaohe had a plan. Since he had known that Zhao Hui would be in poor health at that time, he might as well intervene in advance, and so did Qichuan. She wants Qichuan to be healthy and happy, and always feels that there is something else going on with Qichuan's sudden poor health. Dad, doesn't your organization cooperate with the hospital to run home medical checkups every year? Let's take Auntie and Qichuan for a checkup this year. He made a wink at Xia Guang, and Xia Guang immediately understood. Yeah, it's not starting anytime soon. We'll go as a group then. No. Big brother Xia, this won't work. It's too polite. I already caused you trouble last time. Zhao Hui was busy stopping it. They are poor, but poor enough to have a backbone and not to accept charity from others for nothing. If you reject me like this, I'm too embarrassed to even mention the latter request. I still have things to ask Kai Chuan for help. Xia Guang acted a bit embarrassed. Hearing him say so, Zhao Hui said busily, if you have something to say, just say it. This summer vacation, I want to hire a tutor for Xiaohe, but I'm not at home during the day, so I don't feel comfortable hiring a stranger. Big sister, you know how many male tutors have abducted female high school students? I was thinking that Kai Chuan lives close by and knows his routes, and I was thinking of asking Kai Chuan to help out, but I'm embarrassed to ask for help with your refusal. Xia Guang had been mixing in the shopping mall for many years, and his words came out with his mouth open, immediately transforming himself into a vulnerable person so that even if he helped Zhao Hui and Qichuan, he wouldn't make them psychologically uneasy. And I'm also ready to pay the minimum hourly wage. It's not even easy to find someone for a while. I thought Kai Chuan could help, but now I don't know what to do. Xia Guang frowned tightly and spread his two hands out, as if it was really very difficult. He looked at his father and silently gave a thumbs up behind him. It was awesome, old and cunning. She then looked at Qichuan pitifully, and seeing her like this, Qichuan's heart melted. Uncle, leave summer vacation Xiaohe to me. I'll definitely go every day. Don't worry. I'm relieved that Qichuan said that. Father and daughter looked at each other. The minimum hourly wage is less, but the time is long. Qichuan this day then he went to work outside to earn more. Fathers and daughters worked together. In the afternoon, Natsuhiro had to leave beforehand. Qichuan took Xiaohe around his home, a very small living room, 2 bedrooms, and some flowers and vegetables planted in the yard. Qichuan, do you really think I'm the best looking in school? Xiaohe grabbed Qichuan's sleeve. Aha. He nodded repeatedly. Dian Yi from your class is pretty too, as well as Chu Wei from class 7 and Chen Jie from class 12. They're all pretty. Xiaohe hurriedly walked 2 steps, stood in front of Qichuan, staring at his eyes. Eyes are the windows of the soul. She is going to see. Qichuan is not lying to her. Don't follow. Don't know. Don't recognize. He answered decisively and dryly. Qichuan's mind is either studying or her, and he can't see how good other girls are. The thing about liking her was flat as a breath. Hot as a heartbeat. Then can it be interpreted as, I have all the looks you like? Xiaohe tilted her head, a pair of big eyes staring straight at her. No, it isn't. Qichuan's answer was out of Xiaohe's expectation. Did he do something wrong? Just as she was wondering, she heard Qichuan thinking in his heart rather, I like you as you are. I only like you. Harvest snickered. It's hot out here. Take me to your room for a while. You've been to all my bedrooms. I haven't been to your room yet. Trying to get into Qichuan's life. My room is very Spartan. Bedrooms are for resting and sleeping, no matter how luxurious they are. We only sleep in that one bed. Are you stupid? Aha. Qichuan nodded his head, acquiescing that he was stupid. He was dying of cuteness by him. If Qichuan even said he was stupid, then who dared to say he was smart? You don't have to listen to everything I say. You're smart and good. Xia Qichuan never thought that what she said would be wrong, as if she was born to listen to Xiahe, and was especially afraid of Xiahe's anger. When he worked in a restaurant, Wu was often described by dinner guests as rakired and afraid of his wife. He felt like he was up too. He wasn't afraid of his wife, he was afraid of Xiahe. When you enter Xia Qichuan's room, you are greeted by a bookshelf with a lot of books, and the bedroom is simple, fresh and clean. Xiahe casually flipped through her books as Xia Qichuan leaned against the door, his hands behind his back. The object in his hand was just about to be taken out when Xiahe turned around, scaring him so much that he immediately shrunk back again. He blushed a little and ducked his hand back. "What are you holding?" Summerhall asked him with a sideways glance. "No, nothing." As Xiahe took a step closer, Xia Qichuan leaned back. "Take it out, or I'll get angry. I'll count to 3. 1, 2 and Xiahe deliberately pretended to be fierce. Xia Qichuan bit his lower lip and reluctantly took out his hand that was scrunched behind his back. Sending you flowers. Just picked them from the yard." Xia Qichuan held up a small blue-purple flower in his hand. It was beautiful. I don't know when he picked it, he had been hiding it behind his back. "It's a frangipani in full bloom. It's so pretty. It's the first time Xia Qichuan sent me flowers." "Hey." Xiahe took it and held it carefully in her hands. "As you like." Xia Qichuan saw her smiling with arched eyebrows and unconsciously smiled along with her. Xia He, however, suddenly looked at him squarely. "I like it, not the flower itself, but because the flower is from you." Xia Qichuan looked at her, and for a moment it was hard to say how there could be such a little girl who favored him and pitted him in this way. Pull him out of his gray, depressing life and give him infinite light. "Xia Qichuan, I'm sleepy. I'll take you home to rest, okay?" Xia Qichuan treated Xia He like a child, lowered his head and whispered softly, "No good, I want to sleep here with you." Xiahe tugged at the corner of his shirt. "Well, then, I'll go out and sleep for you." Last time, when Xia He was lying in his arms, Xia Qichuan was so nervous that his whole body stiffened. "No, I want you to sleep with me. It's a sleepover." When this was said, Xia Qichuan immediately blushed to the root of his neck. Chapter 20, You're My Xiahe's. Xiahe lay asleep on the bed, and Xia Qichuan sat on the edge of the bed and fanned her. "You sing to me to coax me, okay?" Xiahe pouted. She just wanted to try. Where is Xia Qichuan's bottom line to her? "I won't." "No, you sing." Xia Qichuan didn't last more than 2 seconds under Xia He's pampering attack. "Baby sleep, go to sleep. It's dark and windy outside. Baby sleep, go to sleep. You're treating me like a child." Xiahe asked with a soft laugh. "You were originally a child." Xia Qichuan replied affirmatively, to be pampered and coaxed. Eventually, somehow, Xia He fell asleep on Xia Qichuan's lap. Xia Qichuan rubbed her face, so delicate that it seemed like it would break if he touched it. Xia Qichuan's fingers trembled and his heart trembled. Her face was finely fluffy, almost transparent, and her cheeks were pink, like a ripe peach waiting to be savored. Xia Qichuan's throat rolled, unable to bear to look at her again, forcing himself to shift his eyes elsewhere. But when the eyes can't see, the sense of touch is even more obvious. Xiahe's hand is placed at the root of his thigh. Xia Qichuan doesn't dare to move the slightest bit at all. The hand unconsciously went to take her hand again. Finally, eyes reddened at the end. A sloppy, quick kiss on her cheek. It is said that if two people look at each other for more than 8 seconds, it is likely that they have fallen in love with each other at first sight. Xia Qichuan, however, disagreed. He didn't need to meet Xiahe's eyes. He could even see her with his eyes closed. In a second, Xia Qichuan would fall for Xiahe. When Xiahe woke up, Xia Qichuan, although his legs were numb, still limped to pour her water and give her tissues to wipe her face. And Xiahe cried and laughed. She scrutinized Xia Qichuan's room, trying to find Xia Qichuan's diary and the wishing jar with stars. "I didn't find it, but I accidentally saw a very familiar name in a book. Zhao Ning Chang." Zhao Ning Chang is the person who has been sponsoring Xiaowa to go to school after the Xia family went bankrupt, claiming to be a poor student that Xia Guang used to help. Xiahe had always wanted to thank him in person, and wanted to pay him back after earning money, but how could he not find this person? It was as if there was no such person as Zhao Ning Chang in the world at all. How come Xia Qichuan's book has his name on it? Xia Qichuan's mother's name is Xiao. Does it have something to do with her? But in her previous life, Xia He had never seen Zhao Hui at all, let alone the fact that she had already passed away at that time. Who the hell is this Zhao Ning Chang? Just when Xia He was momentarily confused, but seemed to be so close to the truth it seemed, Xia Qichuan came in. He smiled, and it was like a light hit him behind him. Xia He's eyes immediately reddened. Could Xia Qichuan be Zhao Ning Chang? If he was, what kind of job did he go to that summer he lost his mother that allowed him to save so much money so quickly? And how depressing it was to be able to write words of encouragement to her in a very relaxed tone. It was obvious that he himself was enveloped in grief and was also deep in the quagmire of pain that he couldn't extricate himself from. Yet he still took on everything to shield Xiahe from the wind and rain. Could Xie Qichuan's illness have been caused by exhaustion at that time? Xiahe looked at Xie Qichuan, forced himself to be calm, and pointed to the name on the book. Why does your book say Zhao Ningcheng's name? She desperately needed Xie Qichuan's answer, so she didn't dare to blink her eyes. Xie Qichuan put the water cup down and naturally said, "That's my former name. When I was a child, my father sympathized with my mother's hard work in giving birth to a child, so he took my mother's surname Zhao. Then my father passed away. In order to miss him, my mother helped me to change my name and took my father's surname before I was called Xie Qichuan. What's wrong with that?" Xiahe's heart suddenly hurt. Actually really is Xie Qichuan. It's really him. It's him. No wonder you can't find Zhao Ningcheng? Because he is Xie Qichuan. How Xie Qichuan in his previous life was bitterly repressed and unreservedly devoted, even making up the identity of a poor student who was donated in order to make her accepted with peace of mind. How in the world can there be so much gratitude, when a drop of water is returned by a spring of water? But it's the one who loves you that makes you whole. Xiahe held her mouth, a grief to jump into Xie Qichuan's arms. Tears could not be controlled. Sobbing, Xie Qichuan was at a loss for words for a moment and could only pat her back. What's wrong? Wow. Don't scare me. What's wrong? Xie Qichuan rubbed her hair and looked at her little face red from crying. Having a nightmare? No fear, it's all bad beds. We hit it, or where it bumped. Xiahe didn't say anything, just lying aggressively in Xie Qichuan's arms. The less she spoke, the more anxious Xie Qichuan became. Wow, good boy. What's wrong? Talk to me. Who bullied you? You, that's you. Xie Qichuan bent his waist, lowered his head, carefully wiped her teardrops. His brain was not able to think at all. His little girl, so delicate and so soft, he couldn't wait to put it on his heart to coax back and forth, not letting her shed a single tear to be good. Xie Qichuan rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arms, which were long and strong and very nice. Xiahe made a gesture to bite. Xie Qichuan just watched, but there was no pain coming from his arm. Xiahe gently kissed on his arm. The hot breath she exhaled, the softness of her lips all came through the skin at her arm, and Xie Qichuan's heart was in a state of panic, more like fireworks blooming, burning his sanity. I stamped my seal and unilaterally declared that Xie Qichuan is mine. Xie Qichuan's eyes were as gentle as water and rubbed her hair. Fool, Xie Qichuan, in the future, except Auntie, you can only listen to me, just me alone. I don't allow you to be hurt. I don't need you to be sad. I don't allow you to have low self-esteem. You're my Xiahe's. Whoever dares to bully you is bullying me. I like you, and at the same time, you have to like me as well. Do you hear me? Xie Qichuan stared, still understanding the meaning of her words, but the collar of his shirt was suddenly grabbed by her, and with an inattentive foot, he was directly pushed against the wall by her. Xiahe tiptoed on his tiptoes for half a day and realized that he still couldn't kiss him, and Xie Qichuan looked like a fool. The whole person was dumbfounded. I want to kiss you. Won't you bow your head? Xiahe said bluntly. Xie Qichuan's brain completely shut down and only dared to blink and look at Xiahe. At the door, Zhao Hui's voice suddenly came. Kai Chuan, I picked some fresh vegetables and fruits. When you send Wawa home later, bring them to Uncle Xia. Xiahe immediately reacted. She was now forcibly kissing Xie Qichuan, and it's not enough to force a kiss and demand that people bow down. This is too exciting for Xie Qichuan, who is 17, 8 years old and in the beginning of his love life. She let go of her hand with a swift motion and took a few steps back. I'm going home. I'll see you tomorrow. Then she opened the door to her room. Zhao Hui looked at Xiahe's cheeks red, thinking that it was too hot in the house, and asked busily, Wah, isn't it too hot? No, not really, Auntie. My dad should be back. I'm going home. Bye, Auntie. With that, he slipped away like the wind. Stay here and eat. Before the words fell, Xiahe had already run away. Looking at the basket of melons and fruits on the ground, Zhao Hui hurriedly called Xie Qichuan, who came out and also had red cheeks. Did you and Wao have a fight? Why are both cheeks red? No. Quickly go. Send the melons and fruits over. At noon I saw that Wowo loves to eat. I picked some more. You send them over. As he was thinking of a reason to go after him, Zhao Hui gave him this perfect reason. Xie Qichuan took the basket and ran all the way, in front of the Xia family's house, and chased after Xiahe. Wow. This is the melon my mom sent you. Okay. Xiahe inclined her head, not daring to look at Xie Qichuan at all. Xie Qichuan didn't have that part of his memory, so he must think of himself as a big pervert who loves to take advantage of people, right? I feel embarrassed just thinking about it. Xie Qichuan hadn't left yet and seemed to have something to say to Xiahe. After several minutes, Xie Qichuan stammered, Next time, I will, lower my head. Xiahe blinked her eyes. Xie Qichuan is also quite looking forward to this? You can't judge a person by his appearance. and you can't measure the seawater. Xia Qichuan is a little pervert. Ahem. Shaha cleared her throat. Next time, you'll be rewarded for good behavior. I'll do as I'm told. I won't make Wow angry. Chapter 21 Love Turns to Perversion. Xia He pursed her lips, and secretly said in her heart, Xia Qichuan, this little stuffy monster, usually looks at the unperturbed and ancient well, but it turns out that his heart is very flowery. She hooked her index finger. Xia Qichuan immediately lowered his body. Xia He used her index finger to pick up his chin. The fingertip was not forceful. Xia Qichuan still raised his head along with her fingertip. The eyes looked at Xia He in a daze, with a look of being bullied and humiliated, and being able to be taken at will. Xia Qichuan's eyes seemed to have mist in them, and the ends of his eyes were red, as if he had been bullied by Shaha to the point of crying. Wait until you grow into an adult. Xia Qichuan, I'm older than you. Xia Qichuan raised his head, his eyes confused. This moment was simply a combination of a pure love milk dog and a loyal dog protecting his master. Xia He's heart suddenly missed a beat. Xia Qichuan's original image of high and cold asceticism in her mind collapsed. The face that was as cold as ice in the memory was now alive with color and more seductive. Girls are precocious. Xia Qichuan, behave better. This time can be advanced. Oh. Aha. Xia Qi out solemnly. Shaha smiled. Xia Qichuan was completely in the palm of her hand, holding it at will. So the things have been delivered and you're still not going home? Shaha raised her eyebrows and looked at Xia Qichuan's lack of knowledge. Back. Xia Qichuan's stuttering never seemed to get better in front of Xia He. Meet me in front of the house tomorrow morning and you'll drive me to school. Good. Xia He entered the house, walked a few steps, as if she had a sense. She looked back. Xia Qichuan really stood in front of his house looking this way, thinking of a sentence in Xia Qichuan's diary. Don't look back after you pass by. I'm afraid I'll be caught looking quietly into your eyes. Xia Qichuan watched her turn around and for a moment, he actually didn't know where to hide. Summerhall waved her hand and watched him go home in a panic. Xia Qichuan, stop looking at my back because I will turn back. After dinner, Xia He was looking through Xia Guang's briefcase. You seem to be paying special attention to the family business these 2 days. Ha? What? Have you gotten the hang of it? Is this wanting to inherit the family fortune? Xia Guang asked her. Shaha rolled her eyes. This is not because she is afraid that you will be cheated. Take a closer look. There is nothing special in the bag except for some engineering bids, design drawings. In her previous life, Shaha didn't care about her family's business, and her father was cautious and down-to-earth, not cutting corners, always thought life would go by so smoothly. Who knows that overnight, the father set up a charitable organization, was reported to exist money laundering, fundraising, fraudulent donations, cheating and other acts. The donation funds received, disappeared, and the father as the main person in charge, naturally bear the brunt. But as far as Summer Harvest knew, the father was just a titular character, and he wasn't the one who actually ran the show. Xia Guang did not know when the people in the trap. Others are early plans. Xia Guang is to check the account. I am afraid to see the error. Who was the person manipulating behind the scenes? Xia Guang also never dared to divulge the slightest bit in front of Xia He. Xia Guang, who had been in 100 battles for many years, had fallen for the scheme, and she, a little girl, who dared to track them down, did not know what she would end up with. This time, they must be seen for what they really are, and they can't let their father take the fall for them again. Dad, do you really want to do charity? Xia He asked. Natsuhiro was polishing his newly purchased bike, not so much rubbing it off getting brighter and brighter, but sandpapering it so that it would look older. Why do you ask? He replied carelessly. So are you in it for the fame or the money? Only after hearing this did Natsuhiro straighten up. You this child will your father is what people. You are still small when our days are not good. Your mother and passed away early, are relying on a lot of good people to help out. Now we live a good life, to give back to the community, how to do it for the sake of profit. Xia He knew his father's temperament, and in his previous life, he was also so reluctant to expose himself as a charity, so he had been hiding it from everyone, and it was only when things happened that he was caught off guard. It was as if there was a big invisible hand behind the manipulation, and by the time it reacted, it had been boarded up and formed an iron case. Dad, let me give you an idea then. There are especially many widows and orphans in the area of Xia Qichuan's house. Why don't we go and help them? In his previous life, that area was expropriated, and many widows and orphans, with their old houses gone, rich but without a home, died of depression, and some, even more, didn't get much money. Instead of letting the money get ripped off by someone else, spend it so they can live in peace. That's true what you say, but where is there a place to put it? Across the street is now cheap. Young people are not willing to come to this place. Why not buy a few houses across the street and open up the courtyard? For one thing, The elderly are all used to living in this place for many years, and for another, they are all neighbors, and they live together and have a good mood. Summer Harvest had already been calculating in her mind for a long time, and also had her own selfishness. If that area is demolished in 2 years according to the development of the previous life, even if something happens again in the future, with this money, it will be able to hold up. The team of attorneys at Summer Family can also get seniors the help they deserve in this area of obtaining eviction settlements. Of course, the most important thing is that Xie Chichuan's mother can have a decent job in a nursing home and have company. That's not a bad idea. I'll get someone to make a proposal tomorrow and take a look at it. Natsuhiro spoke and pushed his bike out. Late in the evening, Summer Harvest lay in bed. Things were looking up. Hopefully nothing would go wrong. Dazed and confused was about to fall asleep when Xie Chichuan's heartfelt voice came from his ears again. This was a few days in a row. Shaha had to get used to it. Xie Chichuan always starts chanting about himself endlessly at this time. Only this time it's a bit more exciting. Summer Harvest kissed here. I won't wash here today. I'll keep my hands up. Shaha can already imagine how Xie Chichuan bathed with one hand. This picture. She kissed this today. Is it okay if I kiss it again? Wouldn't that make me the same as kissing her? The image of Xie Chichuan kissing his arm immediately surfaced. Inside Shaha, Xie Chichuan, this little pervert. Ouch. Ouch. Got water on it. So annoying. He already couldn't help but fantasize that Xie Chichuan frowned and muttered in a way that was so cute that it exploded. Tall and big a person. Usually high, cold and ascetic. Suddenly tearful eyes begging you to love the feeling. This sense of contrast immediately hit Xiaohe's little heart. Not a moment later, Xie Chichuan's voice came again. The bed still smells like her. So good. Xiaohe opened his eyes wide. Xie Chichuan, this is from love. Directly turned into a pervert. It doesn't work. And he's cute. Dai Kai Chuan. So, Xiaohe immediately dialed Xie Chichuan's number. Xie Chichuan. Wow. What's wrong? He had just gotten out of the shower and his voice was a little husky and low. Still well behaved. Probably the ears will get pregnant. Is how Shaha feels at the moment. What are you doing? Shaha didn't feel her tone soften. Thinking of you. No. Ready to rest. Xie Chichuan accidentally said the words in his heart. Xiaohe snickered. Then said seriously. Hey, Xie Chichuan. Don't think about me and do something indescribable. What do you mean by indescribable things? Xie Chichuan wondered. Xie Chichuan, don't pretend you don't understand. You boys at this age, don't you all do that? Just like that. Shaha didn't know how to describe it. What kind? Xie Chichuan was puzzled. Oops, I can't say. Anyway, no, now immediately go to sleep right away. If I know you don't sleep, Xie Chichuan, I'll ignore you. Aha, good. After hanging up the phone, Xie Chichuan was still wondering what was the indescribable thing Shaha said. His hand went to his abdomen, and the smell of Shaha's body seemed to remain on the quilt, and then he instantly understood the meaning of Shaha's words. He sits up, his face burns, and his earlobes are red, and it's self, I am, comforted. At this thought, Xie Chichuan's body became even hotter, his throat knots rolled, and he got out of bed and drank several mouthfuls of cool water before calming down a bit. Summer Hall's video hits over. Are you still not sleeping? God knows, if Xie Chichuan doesn't sleep, Shaha can't sleep either. I'll be asleep in a minute. How is Shaha like the roundworm in his stomach? Ah shucks, how can you say that about Wow? Wow is the cutest. Wow is a fairy. Sing me to sleep. Hearing her soft voice coming from her, Xie Chichuan felt that the few mouthfuls of cool water just now had no effect at all. Xie Chichuan, don't fool around. Chapter 22, Arching a Little Cabbage. Xie Chichuan was waiting for Xiaohe at the door early in the morning. Xiaohe was just about to go out the door when he saw Xia Guang furtively studying various angles. Dad, what are you doing? Shaha looked a little confused. Don't you think Kai Chuan's car is too broken? If you don't mind it, I still feel sorry for you. I'll find a chance to crush it later and pay him for this new one while I'm at it. Natsuhiro narrowed his eyes, rubbed his chin with his left hand, and patted the car beside him with his right hand. The car looked half new, but it was much better than Xie Chichuan's car. No wonder I saw him sanding with sandpaper just yesterday. Shaha thought he liked to do the old version? Xia Guang thought for half a day and decided that it would be best to pretend he didn't see it when he backed up and pressed on. Dad, you're really high. Shaha gave him a thumbs up. There was one other thing, though, that Xavier was confused about. Dad, why do you like Xie Chichuan so much? Other kids are good at everything. Why wouldn't I like it? And if he appreciates me and likes me a little more, he can also bring a little more like you. Such a good little cabbage. You don't talk about an early love or something? Shaha's big eyes issued a big question mark. Is she biological? But there's quite a bit of truth in that thought. Dad, such a good Xie Chichuan. She has to arch. Ah shucks, she wants it first. But, Xie Chichuan liked her first. I'll stop him later. You can just run right through him. What's the angle? Xia Guang, a slap in the head is also right, but also beat around the bush. Why? Rushing, Natsuho ran all the way and winked at Natsuhiro. Run slowly, slowly. Xia Qichuan slightly opened his arms, afraid that Xiahe would fall. Xia Qichuan, good morning. This time, Xiahe pretended to have a fall and crashed directly into Xia Qichuan's arms. Natsuhiro drove past them in a flash. Xia Qichuan was busy saying uncle is good, but Xia Guang was nervous, so he nodded and directly ran over Xia Qichuan's bicycle. It was only meant to break his car a little, but now it's a total wreck. Moreover, Xia Guang just rushed straight to Xia Qichuan's car. As long as it is not a cutie, all can see it. He's heading for Xia Qichuan's car, isn't he? It's a good thing it's a small road with little traffic or we wouldn't know what to expect. Wow, does your father have a problem with me? Xia Qichuan blinked his eyes and looked at the crumbled bicycle. Summer Harvest scrunched her face and scratched her head. What was going on here? Xia Guang got out of the car and pretended to be chagrined. Oops, Kai Chuan. He looked back at his masterpiece and immediately changed his tune. Crash, broken, or I'll pay you for one. This is an old car of mine too. You'll have to ride it first, haha. When he passed by Xiahe, Xia Guang even raised his eyebrows, meaning that your father's acting skills are fine, right? Xiahe grinned begrudgingly, his face itching to write a few big words. I did it on purpose. Moved out of the car. Xiahe is even more embarrassed. Xia Guang, heartache daughter. The back seat added a cushion. Pink rabbit, written on it was special seat. Should his intentions not be so obvious? Xiahe had no choice but to quickly pull Xia Qichuan, push the car and slip away. Xiahe sat on the special seat and wrapped her arms around Xia Qichuan's waist. Uncle, it's quite interesting. Xia Qichuan's eyes were full of smiles. If he hadn't had to drive Xiahe, he definitely wouldn't have taken the car. Obviously Natsuhiro is trying to get himself to accept his help in a different way. Xia Qichuan, if you want to call him stupid, just say it. What do you mean it's quite interesting? It's not stupid, it's just good. I'm not good? Summer Hall asked. You're better, Xia Qichuan replied. In the classroom, Han Jin watched Xiahe and Xia Qichuan walk side by side and broke the pen in his hand with a crunching sound. Yu Fei was busy approaching him, speaking in a low voice. Brother Jin, there's no way out now. Xiahe has the video data in her hands. If we do anything to Xia Qichuan now, she'll definitely release the video. Then we're done for. Han Jin slammed the pen onto the table. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't believe that she can keep looking at that kid and not find a chance to fix him. We'll find another chance. But Jin, although Xiahe is pretty, Ning Siyu isn't bad either. She likes you with all her heart. Think about it. Hanjin gave a frivolous laugh. Playing around is fine. Being my girlfriend, she's not good enough. Han Jin closed his eyes and leaned back. Does Xie Qichuan still have a disabled mom at home? Yes, it seems so. Yu Fei responded. Understand the situation. I'll think of a way. I always have to give him a taste of his own medicine. Han Jin knocked on the table, carefully calculating in his heart. Xiahe entered and gave Ning Siyu and Han Jin a cold look at them, and moved the table to the window on his own. In my previous life, I was not sure how to read people. I didn't think that Ning Siyu was such a person, and Han Jin and her were willing to fight each other. The final exam is coming soon. The teachers are dragging the class seriously, and it's too late to even have a bathroom break between classes, so Xiahe doesn't have time to find Xia Qichuan. It was during the big class run that we saw each other. Xia Qichuan stood in the last row of class 1. Xiahe stood in the front row of class 2, and they were not far apart. Xiahe looked at Xia Qichuan's back. Finally it was time for her to catch up with Xia Qichuan's footsteps. Before the two could speak, Xia Qichuan was called away by the teacher. Between the third class, Xiahe looked out the window. Xia Qichuan should be out of physical education class, but after waiting for half a day, he did not see Xia Qichuan's figure. The female classmate in front of her, Lu Shu, gave Xiahe a jelly when she came back from the teacher's office. Xia Qichuan asked me to bring it to you. Xia Qichuan? Aha! The boys sitting around Hanjin in the back row let out a boo when they saw it. Just this little jelly. Our big schoolmaster Xia still has the nerve to give it away. Miss Xia, what exactly do you see in him? That's right. Do you want to see if it's over futures, or if you picked it up from the trash? The boys around him teased and Hanjin grinned skittishly. Xiahe knew it was all instigated by Han Jin. Xia Qichuan had suppressed his popularity and he had been resentful. Xiahe stood up and carefully surveyed the few boys who were flirting, from top to bottom, left to right, and skimmed and shook her head as she looked. Even Han Jin was not spared. The boy looked at her with such a disgusted expression, feeling that he had been greatly humiliated, and was suddenly infuriated. What are you looking at? Let's see. You guys can't compare to Xia Qichuan in everything except for your thicker skin. I don't know where all your self-confidence comes from. You. The boy was furious. Me? What's wrong with me? I just have the aesthetic of a normal girl. Ah. Xia, he retorted. A small-eyed boy stood up. as if he looked furious. What? You do not convince Ah? In terms of looks, he looks like Panon, while you look strained. And how the eyes save ground for the face. The boy with the small eyes. His chest heaved but he didn't know how to retort. The boy next to him stood up. He had big eyes, but he was also ugly. I didn't think you were very good at first glance just now, and now that I look at it again, it's not as good as it was at first glance. Shaha played with the jelly in her hand. Xia Qichuan didn't spare any snacks, but he would buy them for her. And just like that he still had to be humiliated by them. I really don't know where they got the face. I don't know if the jelly I'm holding is over futures or not, but I do know that you're all some kind of scraps. The boys were indignant and made a move to come towards Xiaohe, eyeing Xiaohe arguing with the boys over here. Han Jin's lips hooked into a smile. Let's just say that Xiaohe can't keep staring at Xia Qichuan all the time. I wonder if Yufei got it. Chapter 23, Beaten? The class bell rang before the two parties subsided. It was supposed to be a physics class, but it was the math teacher who came in, the homeroom teacher of their class, who also taught the first class. This class meeting, I'll give it to Mr. Lu in the afternoon class meeting. The class teacher's face was not good and seemed to carry a sulk. Shaha originally did not care. The teacher angry are used to it, but Xia Qichuan then followed him in, and there was a little abrasion next to his cheek, so he immediately couldn't sit still. As soon as Xia Qichuan entered the door, he looked in the direction of her original seat and didn't see anyone. Subconsciously, he searched for her in the class until he saw her figure. Then Xia Qichuan put his heart down and smiled faintly. Shaha, however, was anxious in her heart. She hadn't seen her for a morning. What was wrong with her face? Humph, when you get beaten, go tell the teacher. Xia Qichuan the wimp, the small-eyed boy in the back said. He wrinkled his eyebrows and turned around to see that the boy was quite pleased with himself, as if he had known that Xia Qichuan was going to be beaten. Then he looked at Han Jin, arrogantly leaning on the back of his chair with an expression of watching the fun. Only then did He notice that Yufei, who had been following Han Jin around, seemed to have disappeared since last class. There was a vicious incident in our class, fighting and skipping class, shoving nails into our shoes when our classmates weren't looking, almost causing injuries. The homeroom teacher tapped the podium and rambled on. Shah kept focusing on the injury on Xia Qichuan's face and didn't care about the teacher's angry rebuke later. I only know that it was Yufei, who secretly put nails into Xia Qichuan's shoes while he was testing other items in the physical test, which was captured by the equipment room's surveillance in its entirety. Fortunately, Xia Qichuan did not go straight through, but found the nail, and by accessing the surveillance, it was determined that the originator was Yufei. Yufei realizes that what he has done is exposed and gets annoyed and hits Xia Qichuan. The students of the first class fought for Xia Qichuan and sued the class teacher. Teacher, isn't Xia Qichuan not injured? And a fight between boys is not worth mentioning. Xia Qichuan, do you still need a teacher to back you up? Are you ashamed of yourself? The small-eyed boy said. Summer Harvest glared at the boy for a moment. What kind of bull **** was that? She immediately stood up. Did not get hurt, that is Xia Qichuan smart. What if I did not pay attention to wherein? What do you mean you still need a teacher to back you up? Isn't it normal for us, as students, to seek help from teachers when we have something to do? Why do you feel ashamed? In Shaha's memory, the homeroom teacher is a good teacher, not because Han Jin is the son of a city leader and high, but because of Xia Qichuan's efforts to favor Xia Qichuan more. Shaha doesn't care. Who likes Xia Qichuan? Who she likes? She hates whoever bullies Xia Qichuan. He invariably said in the class teacher's mind. Class 2, quite a few are rich second generation, official second generation. Always do not put him in the eyes of the teacher. When he is oppose, MS. Shaha is right. The act has been committed. Just like a murderer constitutes intentional homicide only if he commits the act. Doesn't it count as intentional injury if the person doesn't die? A few of the boys were dumbfounded. Han Jin said, Teacher, where is Yufei? Big deal. Let him apologize. This is over. Really cannot. By some tonic for Xia Qichuan pressure. Han Jin does not care. Even if Yufei injured Xia Qichuan, so what? The big deal is to spend some money, and it will be settled. It was only then that everyone noticed that after talking for half a day, the person in question, Yufei, wasn't even there. Speak of the devil. At that moment, Yufei slowly walked in from outside and everyone gasped. Yufei was bruised and swollen and in a sorry state. Xia Qichuan's eyes glanced at him contemptuously, and the corners of his lips hooked into an imperceptible smile. Intuition told Xiaohe that it was Xia Qichuan who hit him. Xia Qichuan has a harmless face, but he hits people quite hard. Yufei's face was high and swollen, and his shirt was scratched and creased at the collar, with a few buttons missing. It was really miserable. The teacher said that it was Yufei who hit Xia Qichuan. How does this look like Yufei is 10 times more miserable than Xia Qichuan? Teacher, didn't you say that Yufei hit Xia Qichuan? How could that be? Han Jin was very angry. Xia Qichuan was just a little skin cheek. Yu Fei could be considered all over the body. Seeing that Yu Fei was much more miserable than Xia Qichuan, Xia he mentally balanced a little. Didn't you just say that a fight between boys is not worth mentioning? How come you need the teacher to back you up now too? Xia sneered. I fell. It has nothing to do with Xia Qichuan, Yu Fei muttered. Originally, the matter was exposed, ready to beat Xia Qichuan, but the result was that he easily dodged, and he was so angry that he hid in the men's restroom, waiting for Xia Qichuan to come in. Yu Fei unlocked the door. Who knows, he is not Xia Qichuan's opponent at all, did not take advantage of a little, but instead, he got himself hurt. How could he say that himself? Not to mention that he had locked the door, not to mention that no one had seen it. All that could be done was a dusty trip to the infirmary. Since Yu Fei said so, the others had nothing to say. Yu Fei apologized to Xia Qichuan in front of the whole class, and Xia Qichuan nodded gently and did not say he forgave. Teacher, I'm going back to class, Xia Qichuan said. Well, go ahead. This had already delayed most of the class, and it was supposed to be the fault of his own classmates, but instead, he had wasted Xia Qichuan's time. Xia Qichuan didn't leave directly from the front door, but walked towards the back door from the aisle by the window. Just when he passed Xiaohe's desk, he quietly put the milk candy in his pocket. On her desk, Xia he looked up at him, and Xia Qichuan also looked at her with downcast eyes. I'm fine, don't be mad. He only said one sentence, and Xia he's original angry and resentful mood was calmed by him. Everyone else's attention was on the podium and didn't have an idea to look over here. Only Han Jin looked over here. Yu Fei was criticized in public, returned to his seat, and was scolded by Han Jin again. Useless thing, can't even handle this little thing? Same wimp as your father. Jin, Yu Fei had a hard time saying that if it wasn't for Han Jin his father had been bullying his father with his power, he wouldn't have had to curry favor with him so much. Finally it was lunchtime and the students were flying towards the cafeteria. Xia he, however, was in no hurry and waited for Xia Qichuan in front of the classroom door, only to see Xia Qichuan striding in. The picture was really eye-catching. It would be better if there was no that annoying DNE behind him. Brother Qichuan, wait for me, don't go so fast, let's eat together. DNE jogged all the way over there, barely managing to keep up with him. I like to eat alone, Xia Qichuan replied coldly, his tone revealing impatience. DNE didn't seem to give up, still speaking softly to Xia Qichuan. Brother Qichuan, then during the lunch break, teach me the math problems. It's almost time for the exam and I don't have a clue in my heart. I've got it in my mind that I'm going to take a lunch break at noon. Brother Kaichuan, DNE still raved on and on. Too far away. DNE and Xia Qichuan said something that Xia he couldn't hear. However, by looking at his expression, he could tell that Xia Qichuan was very observant of male morality. DNE looks cute and pretty, the type that boys like. Xia sighed. Xia Qichuan is really impervious to swords and spears? Or are you just pretending on purpose for fear of being angry? At this time, Xia he heard Xia Qichuan's heart in due time. Brother, cluck, do you think you're an old hen about to lay an egg? Xia he simply had to laugh out loud. Xia Qichuan's inner drama. How could it be so rich? Walked right up to Xia he's side. DNE was still saying Brother Qichuan, so you are looking for Xia he's sister to have dinner together? Last Friday I had a moment of bad mood. I still have been feeling quite embarrassed. It's just right for us to have a meal together and make a friend. Xia he heard her call her brother and thought of Xia Qichuan's inner words and almost didn't hold back his laughter. Looking at Xia he's appearance, DNE thought that she was laughing at herself and was dissatisfied in her heart, but she still had a smile on her face. DNE, have you watched too many palace fighting dramas? Sister, Xia said bluntly, she really didn't like this set. I'm just polite. DNE instantly turned red and was a little embarrassed. Inside the cafeteria, DNE was still dead set on following Xia he and Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan's heart muttered for a while. The surrounding was too noisy, and Xia didn't hear it. Anyway, and what with the posting and all. Chapter 24 Boys have to protect themselves out there. 2. Go sit down. It's hot over here. I'll just bring lunch over. Xia Qichuan protected Xia in front of his body, afraid that someone would touch her. It's okay, I'll stay with you. It was hard to have time to stay together, so Xia wanted to stick to him. More importantly, Xia was afraid that Xia Qichuan would not swipe her card. He was already strapped for cash, so he couldn't still spend his money. Ouch! DNE grunted and slammed directly into Xia Qichuan's back, her hands wrapping around Xia Qichuan's waist in the process. I'm sorry, Qichuan, someone hit me from behind. Though she immediately spread her hands, Summer Harvest was still upset. Is this taking advantage of Xia Qichuan right in front of her? Absolutely not. Boys have to protect themselves out there. 2. Without waiting for Xia he to speak, Xia Qichuan dragged Xia he to make way for an empty seat. I don't see many people behind you. How come it's such a coincidence? Since you're afraid of being crowded, why don't you go in front of us? Xia Qichuan said. No need. No need. Dianyi waved her hand repeatedly. When they were talking, they were already in line. Xia He was in charge of ordering, and Xia Qichuan had a dinner plate in one hand, just when he ran out of hands to swipe his card. Wow, the meal card is in my pocket, Xia Qichuan said. Drop. Xia had already finished swiping with her meal card. After placing the dinner plate, Xia Qichuan went back to make green bean soup and bring her chopsticks. Xia was sitting at the tables waiting for him, but carefully wiped the tabletop in front of him. Dianyi also brought her own dinner plate over, looking at Xia Qichuan's busy schedule, and was very dissatisfied. Xia, what kind of lady pose are you putting on? There are many boys in this school who like you. There are many who let you boss them around and call them names. Why do you have to pester Xia Qichuan? He is not the same kind of person as you. Xia Qichuan was not there. Dianyi finally did not put on a delicate and weak look, and was full of vigor. Why am I not in the same category as him? Summerhall asked rhetorically. I don't know what you categorize it by. Is it money? You're pretty vulgar then, and I think Xia Qichuan's future is unlimited. He will have his own career in the future. Summer Harvest hated people who hated the rich like this for no reason. Xia Guang fought his way out bit by bit, neither stealing nor robbing. Xia is also thrifty and simple, not even a big brand plus body, but since childhood practicing dance, temperament and grooming is here, where what have a feeling of expensive. So what can be done? Summer Harvest University studied law. Eloquence has long been practiced in the day-to-day, although not yet a formal lawyer. Can deal with Dianyi is simply logical and clear. A piece of cake. Dianyi couldn't refute it and became irritated. So you'll just pester him, treat him like your little slave, make him come and go, enjoy having him around you? At first glance, it sounded as if there was some truth to it, as if Dianyi was looking out for Xia Qichuan, but when Xia thought about it, it was all nonsense. She treats Xia Qichuan like a slave? She treats Xia Qichuan like a baby. Dianyi, think clearly. Who is it that has been pestering him from just now until now? Also, what's wrong with me just enjoying the feeling of Xia Qichuan surrounding me? What does that have to do with you? This is between the two of us. Xia He retorted calmly. You. Dianyi stood up and sat next to Xia He with her dinner plate. Xia He was busy hiding to the side. If she got a vegetable soup spilled on her body, she wouldn't blame herself. Seeing her plan fizzle out, Dianyi was furious, so she simply broke the pot, directly grabbed Xia He's clothes, and then made a gesture of slipping, and the vegetable soup splashed on her body. The turquoise bok choy leaves got right on her clothes, and just as she was about to cry out, Summer Harvest grabbed her first. Gu, Dianyi, are you alright? You were sitting there properly and had to come over and sit with Xia Qichuan. If I hadn't helped you a little bit, you would have been splashed with vegetable soup even in your hair. Xia had an anxious expression on her face, as if it was only because she was trying to save the day that she didn't make Dianyi even more humiliated. Someone fell over here, attracting the attention of many students. No, it's clearly you. Dianyi didn't expect Xia He to say this, and for a moment she didn't know how to reply. Yes, it's me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't know what kind. I know you want to thank me. No need to thank me. We're all classmates and it's what I should do. Xia Qichuan rushed back with his things and saw a mess over here. Dianyi still clutching Xia He's clothes in her hand. Xia He immediately said to Xia Qichuan in an aggravated manner, I was almost pulled by Dianyi and fell down. Take green tea the way it was meant to be taken. Xia Qichuan lowered his head and comforted her. It's okay. It's okay. Not afraid. Not afraid. Dianyi got up and pointed at Xia He. Xia Qichuan, be reasonable. It was clearly Xia He who pushed me. Xia Qichuan protected Xia He behind him, as if Dianyi would come over and bully her at any time. How did she push you when she was walking in front of you and you were behind her? And I didn't come here to reason. I came here to back her up. And I think, she's right. It's rather like you're being unreasonable. Xia Qichuan carried the dinner plate and directly ignored her. Walking to the side, Xia He silently followed. Xia Qichuan is too handsome, right? It seems it's not that guys can't recognize green tea. It's whether they want to or not. Dianyi was a mess and very embarrassed, feeling like a joke. Han Jin's group of people left in broad strides, and Yufei was still helping them pack up the dishes in the back. The small-eyed boy said, Brother Jean, Dianyi looks so beautiful. You still don't go to save the beauty of the hero. I heard how many people chased but didn't get it. No go. It's no fun. Sniveling and petulant. Most uninteresting. Han Jin flashed in front of his eyes Xia He's noble as a swan on stage, and then her sharp-tongued appearance, and it was boring to look at anyone. She seems to like Xia Qichuan. Jin. Hearing this, Han Jin paused in his steps and turned toward Dianyi. He had been proud all his life, but he had lost to Xia Qichuan, and he wanted to see if he was better than Xia Qichuan. Ning Xiu followed behind. Only then did she cautiously voice out Han Jin, you can't go after Dianyi. Han Jin turned back with his hands in his pockets, very disdainful. You say you can't and you can't? Why? Aren't the two of us boyfriend and girlfriend? Ning Siyu blinked her eyes, very aggrieved. Hanjin snorted out his nose and snorted, not turning his head back. Sister-in-law. You are always my sister-in-law, but to play around, to have some fun you can't disagree, right? Dianyi's family history and looks and you can compare? The small-eyed boy was busy smiling. Ning Siyu could only force a smile. Han Jin didn't like her. She knew it in her heart. He likes Summer Harvest. Ning Siyu bit her lower lip. In terms of looks and family history, she was inferior to Xia He, so Han Jin liked her and disliked herself. While we're at it, might as well think of something for a change. Ning Siyu looked at Han Jin in front of her and made up her mind. If Xia He was not the eldest miss of the Xia family and was reduced to a lost dog, she wanted to see if Han Jin still liked her. The vegetable soup has wet Bianyi's school uniform shirt, and just as she's chagrined and embarrassed, Hanjin takes the shirt off his body and gives it to her. Change it. Dianyi had never hit on this city leader's prince. She didn't dare and was afraid that Han Jin wouldn't be able to see himself, but now it seemed that his own beauty had done a few things. Although Xia Qichuan's future is unlimited, but there is always uncertainty. But Han Jin is different. His own grades are good, and there is a family to help. The future is bright. So, Dianyi said daintily, thank you, Mr. Han Jin, for your clothes. I'll wash them and return them to you. After saying that, he even pretended to be shy and left quickly. Han Jin turned his head and rolled his eyes. His looks were mediocre, pretentious, and uninteresting. Over here, Xia He was eating her meal and suddenly said to Xia Qichuan, Brother Qichuan. Xia Qichuan looked up at her frozen for several seconds before reacting, his ears and face reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother Qichuan, what's wrong with you? Xia He dragged her cheeks and deliberately teased him. Then I heard Xia Qichuan shouting in my heart, wah wah, call me brother, wah wah, too cute. Xia Qichuan's face, however, did not have a single ripple. This dish is too spicy, Brother Qichuan. Then you drink some water. The water is not spicy. Aha, good. Xia Qichuan sullenly drank water. Xia He shook his head in his heart. Ha, man, if you like you're a cutie. If you don't, you're an old hen. Xia Qichuan, double standard. Brother Qichuan, the final exam is coming soon. Help me make up for it later. Okay, we're still going in the porch over there. After dinner, Xia He took the book over. Xia Qichuan has long been there waiting for her. A large area of wisteria orchids in full bloom, lining Xia Qichuan bright and melancholy. His hair seemed to glow in the sun. A piece of wisteria orchid fell and hit Xia Qichuan's hair before falling onto his shoulder. Xia Qichuan, I'm coming. Xia He laughed and ran towards him. Chapter 25. What other children have, our children must also have. Xia Qichuan stood up with a warm smile and a spring breeze. Wow, you're here. Xia He had a momentary lapse of concentration, suddenly thinking of Xia Qichuan in college, mature but sickly, always cold-faced and detached from everyone. Xia He had imagined countless times that Xia Qichuan smiled at her and opened his arms to her, and now it was all true. Well, I'm late. Xia Qichuan, I'm late, but I won't leave again. The two sat side by side, the fabric of their shirts pressed together. Xia Qichuan taught Xia He questions, and when Xia He answered well, Xia Qichuan would pull out a piece of candy or a small cookie to reward her. Xia Qichuan, do you take me for a child? You already are. Xia Qichuan stroked her hair. The large hand was gentle, and Summer Hall grabbed it and wanted to bite it, but she didn't move. Xia Qichuan didn't resist, but after watching her stop, he cocked his head and asked her softly, what's wrong? Xia Qichuan, I may be growing teeth and want a bite. Do you agree? Bite it. Xia Qichuan looked at her pitifully. She would agree to anything she said. Summer Harvest thought for half a day. Where to start? Xia Qichuan turned a blind eye as he focused on the question in his hand, trying to think of a more simple and easy to understand solution. Xia He looked at his focused side face. Where else would she let him suffer pain? So taking the book in his hand, he blocked himself and him, and gently kissed the side of Xia Qichuan's face. Xia Qichuan was still immersed in the thoughts of solving the problem, only to feel that his ears were tickled, and there seemed to be a feather gently brushing against his face. Then he came to his senses, as if it was Xia He who was kissing him. Xia Qichuan was dumbfounded. All the thoughts in his mind just now were emptied, and all his sensory thoughts were used to feel the touch on his cheek. He was so nervous that he forgot to blink. His face flushed and his heart bubbled and flooded with sweetness like a vigorously shaken soda. However, Xia He's lips soon left his cheek, as if he had been immobilized. It took a long time before Xia Qichuan dared to look back at her. Xia He's shyness wasn't much less than Xia Qichuan's. Her entire cheeks were also red. Her head was lowered and her fingers were twisted around each other. You're so good looking. Well, I didn't hold back, Xia He whispered. Xia Qichuan looked at her pink lips, unconsciously gulped, breathed rapidly, his body tilted towards her, and he was about to kiss her face, but it was blocked directly by Summer Harvest holding a book. I can kiss you. You can't kiss me, Shaha beamed, blinking her big eyes. Hearing her disapproval, Xia Qichuan reacted to what he was doing and was busy backing away, having just been rash in a moment of emotion. I'm afraid of upsetting her now, but the excitement of trying to kiss her hasn't subsided yet, so I can only ask accusingly, why? Why? There's no why, it's just that I can and you can anyway. Shaha suddenly thought of a saying that a man can't say no, and immediately changed her mouth. It's not that you can't, you can, but either this thing works, or it doesn't work yet, not until I agree. Shaha spoke upside down and couldn't speak for herself for a moment. Seeing how flustered she was, Xia Qichuan thought she was scared and busily moved back again. Wow, I won't come close as all. Don't be afraid. Xia he watched him move backward and moved forward herself, but as a result, when she moved, Xia Qichuan moved backward again. Xia Qichuan did not step back again until his back leaned against the pillar behind him. Summer Harvest really didn't know what to say to herself. Could it be that she, herself, was actually a 20-something-year-old? And she was afraid that if she couldn't keep it together, she would bully Xia Qichuan. No, 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 how old is he now? Xia Qichuan, they all say that they don't cherish it when they get it, so I still have to test you. Xia he really couldn't think of a reason. I'm sorry, wah. It's me being abrupt and reckless. I'm sorry. Xia Qichuan apologized repeatedly. Xia Qichuan looked humble, as if he was Shaha's little lackey. Xia Qichuan, will you be like them and think that I am using you as a slave? Dian Yi's words at noon still made Xia He feel suspicious, and she was afraid that Xia Qichuan would think the same way. I seriously like you, Xia Qichuan. I want the two of us to go to the same university and graduate together. I'm serious about our relationship, believe me. Xia He's eyes were crystal bright and firmly looked at Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan nodded. Aha, but actually being your little slave, I'm also willing. Xia Qichuan looked up again. His eyes were full of water vapor. The ends of his eyes were red. His thin lips were slightly open, very endearing. Want to ravage, want to bully, want to see him cry and say no. Shaha was shocked. She was the pervert, wasn't she? Quickly digressing from the topic, and then talking like this, looking at Xia Qichuan's aggrieved little look. Shaha was really afraid of doing something to scare him. In the morning, did you hit Yafi? Yes. Xia Qichuan did not intend to hide it from her. That was a good fight. That's how it's going to be from now on. When people bully you, you fight back, okay? Xia he felt relieved when he thought of Yufei's miserable face when he stole the chicken. No. Xia Qichuan nodded obediently. Xia Qichuan was not thinking of making a move, but Yufei's mouth was not clean, and he kept saying that Xia he was a father born without a mother, and he himself was a mother born without a mother. Even if he was denigrated, Summer Harvest and his mother couldn't afford to hear anything half-clean from anyone else's mouth, but there would be no need to tell Summer Harvest about these things. Shaha touched his injured face with her fingertips. Luckily, it was not visible without looking closely, because it hurts me when you get hurt, you know? Got it. I'll do as I'm told. Given that you did a good job of protecting yourself today, that gives you a reward. Thinking of that kiss just now, Xia Qichuan's face reddened again, slightly sideways, but did not wait for the expected kiss. Open your mouth and eat the candy. Shaha peeled off the candy paper and put it to Xia Qichuan's mouth. Didn't you say reward one? Xia Qichuan thought it was a kiss. Yeah, a candy. Shaha tilted her head, pretending not to understand. Shaha natural way what he wants, but now the lunch break is almost over. The surrounding people are gradually more and more people. Shaha embarrassed. Xia Qichuan opened his mouth and the moment he bit on the sugar, his lips touched her fingertips. Shaha withdrew her hand like an electric shock and rubbed the candy paper in her hand. Why do you even buy candy and jelly? What a waste of money. People's kids have snacks to eat, so our kids have to have them too. Xia Qichuan bowed his head in embarrassment. He looks at the other girls' desks and sees that they have little snacks in them, and other boys buy snacks for the girls they want. How could he not have it when his summer harvest was better than any of the girls? Campus card for you. I charged the money that Han Jin compensated you for last time. I know you won't use it, but you can't get it out if you charge it. You don't have a psychological burden. They bullied you to compensate you. It's useless to use it. I listened to wow. All of it. Shaha stroked his hair. Xia Qichuan, why are you so good? I like it so much yo. Afternoon. During class, as expected, Xia he heard Xia Qichuan's broken thoughts again. Wow just kissed me. Is my face still washed today? And wow even pulled my hand. Shaha wanted to laugh as she listened, then automatically blocked it and proceeded to take the lesson seriously. She seemed to be in free control now, listening to Xia Qichuan's heart. After another moment, Xia Qichuan was actually still thinking about her. Why doesn't Wawa call me brother Kai Chuan anymore? Why doesn't Wow bite my hand? I want to be bitten by wow so much. It seems that Xia Qichuan is still a pervert. Between classes, Xia Qichuan passed by the window and delivered a box of yogurt. Xia He remembered his broken thoughts, and in order to satisfy him, he specially said, "Brother Kaichuan, thank you la." Xia Qichuan's thin lips pursed slightly, and Xia He knew that he was happy to be addressed as Brother Qichuan. After Xia Qichuan left, a soft grunt came from behind. Xia Qichuan in order to get on Miss Xia's good side. He's really giving up actually even willing to buy yogurt la, the small-eyed boy said. Everyone knows that Xia Qichuan family is not good. Doorman, security guards will even send waste paper, drink bottles to him, not to mention the purchase of snacks, that is, the usual meal. Also do not see him take more meat dishes. Xia He is not angry. Take the straw, pop, pierced the lid of the cup. Then he turned his head and smugly said to the man, "Yeah, of course we're willing to give it up. After all, it's the money we were compensated with by young Master Han last Friday, so Xia Qichuan will put it to good use." Han Jin's face was gloomy. His own money? By this kid Xia Qichuan, borrowed flowers. It's not just yogurt. He wants to show Summer Harvest what it means to have strength. Yu Fei, go buy some snacks and deliver them to Bianyi. Xia He drank milk, pressed to ignore Han Jin. People's stupid money, it's none of her business. Turning her head, she saw Ning Xiyu indignant. Xia He opened her mouth, or did not say anything. Han Jin this way, she does not even let go, can only blame herself inflicted. Ning Xiyu, however, doesn't think Hanjin really likes Bianyi, and it's obvious that Hanjin is trying to irritate Xia He. Compared to Bianyi's worthlessness, Xia He was even more annoying to her. Chapter 26. Bianyi is overjoyed to receive the snacks from Han Jin. I rushed to the back door of the second classroom just after school. Hanjin, thank you, you bought all my favorites. Xia He happened to be about to leave through the back door, and Han Jin immediately raised his voice. If you like it, we'll buy more when you're done. Unlike some people who give away one or two at a time, we can't afford to lose that. Han Jin, Yin and Yang still deliberately blocked the door. Xia He impatiently said, "Trouble, make way." Blocking the door. At the sound of the voice, Han Jin only slightly sidestepped his body. If Xia He were to walk through the back door, he would definitely have physical contact with him. Seeing his unbeatable appearance, Xia He decisively left through the front door. Xia Qichuan just took the car. Xia He ran all the way to catch up, only heard a big click sound from the back, and Ning Xiyu's dissatisfied rebuke. What exactly can't be heard? Xia He also don't want to care. Let's go home. Xia Qichuan, going home. It's really the best word in the world. Let me take you home. Let's go home together. Just as they entered the intersection, they saw Natsuhiro standing at the door with a packing box, seemingly intent on waiting for them. "Hello, uncle." Xia Qichuan greeted politely. "Dad, what are you doing here? Let's go to Kaichuan's house for dinner together." Xia Guang obediently took the dish in his hand and gave it to Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan glanced at Xia He, and she nodded before picking it up. Now, Xia Qichuan was carrying vegetables in one hand, his own backpack in the other hand, and Xia He's backpack was hanging on his chest, just like a long-time laborer in the landlord's house, favoring him to look at Xia He and still be happy. Xia Guang pulled Xia He to follow behind. "Wow, the suggestion you gave me yesterday. I found someone to do the program. Today I found a few neighboring landlords to talk about it. As long as the price is reasonable, they are all willing to sell. But I can say yes, we are pure public welfare program, not earn money. This is all your money in the future. Do you really want to give up? Old as we are old and people old. Young as we are young and people young. Dad, earn more money. I also only eat 3 meals a day, only sleep in a bed. 1,000 gold is scattered but also come back. It's all about surrender. You can't get what you don't give up." Xia He was calculating in his heart, only to feel a little sorry for the old people living here. But in the future, this place will be demolished and relocated. The compensation will be huge, and at that time, they will choose a new place and rebuild a nursing home, which is also completely enough. It's always better than everyone being displaced. Zhao Hui had already cooked green bean soup and was busy greeting. "Big brother Xia, whoa, you guys are here? Come and drink some green bean soup. Kaichuan, quickly go and take the fruits that have just been iced, and bring them to Wowo to eat." Big brother Xia, in the future, you guys can come anytime you want to eat, but you can't buy any more groceries. There were a few pleasantries and excuses before they finally sat down to eat. "I actually came here today because I have something to ask for again. I want to set up an old age welfare home here for the elderly to rest and have fun, for the public good. But then, I don't know much about this area. Thinking that you're a little more familiar with this place, big sister, so I wonder if you can take me around." Upon hearing that it was something like this, Zhao Hui agreed without saying a word. After eating, Xia Guang pushed Zhao Hui's wheelchair and went to the neighborhood to find out what was going on. Xia Qichuan cleaned up the dishes. His hands were covered with water, and while he couldn't resist, Shaha only messed with him on the side. Xia Qichuan, are you afraid of tickling? Shaha's hand reached into Xia Qichuan's waist, scratching and scratching. Xia Qichuan suffered from the itch and dodged. Anyway, it was hot. So he flicked water droplets on Xia Qichuan's face. After Xia Qichuan finished washing the dishes, his hands were still damp, so he pretended to come to tickle Shaha. Shaha was busy avoiding. Xia Qichuan caught her and said softly, "Naughty, I was tired of making a scene before I went back to my room to do my exercises." Xia had no confidence at all in this final exam and could only turn to Xia Qichuan for help. "Xia Qichuan, bet me a set of questions. I feel bad about the exam." Although he had been back for a few days and Xia Qichuan had taught him with all his heart, there was still a bit of a gap from his previous level. "What I learned in high school, I gave back to my teachers in college and have long since forgotten. The exam is to test whether you have learned or not. There is no point in betting on questions, right?" Xia Qichuan was serious. "I don't care where you didn't do well on the exam. I'll focus on making up for you so that you can make better progress." Xia Qichuan spoke very seriously. Summer harvest could only pull out the killer. "Xia Qichuan, you should be clear about my current level, right? And my recent grades aren't any better than they used to be. If my grades regress, my dad will definitely think that it must be because he's too playful with Xia Qichuan, and then he definitely won't allow me to get in touch with you. It won't work. You test once to find your shortcomings." Xia Qichuan thought about it for a while and thought it was impossible. Such a short period of time would not have such a big impact on the grades. He gritted his teeth in the bottom of his heart. Xia Qichuan is eating the weight. Iron heart. Just when Xia was filled with righteous anger and hated Xia Qichuan for being an elm, he only heard Xia Qichuan's inner twitter. But Shaha is really aggrieved again. So cute. If Shaha were to be pampered, I'd immediately say yes. Looking at Xia Qichuan's face as unperturbed and very serious, he thought that he had much principle in treating learning. "Thank you, sullen, Kai Chuan. Thank you, you're a liar, Kai Chuan. It's just that you want to hear pampering." Shaha blinked her own big eyes, her hand pulling on the hem of Xia Qichuan's dress and shaking it around. "Xia Qichuan, please, I really don't know how." "Alright, I'll help you out with a set." Xia Qichuan's defense in his heart collapsed and barely lasted 2 seconds. Shaha was also surprised that it was so fast. No sense of accomplishment at all. He also prepared a lot of words. "What brother Qichuan is the best? Brother Qichuan is wise and wise has not yet been said. Thank you." 2 seconds. Kai Chuan. Then thinking about it, the name was ambiguous, and Shaha silently changed it in her mind. "Thank you, Golden Gun, Kai Chuan." After coming over for a while, Xia Guang pushed Zhao Hui to come back cheerfully, and it seemed to be in good condition. Outside the door, a few figures flashed by, letting out a few unpleasant snickers. It's true that what goes around comes around, and it specializes in seducing rich people. Tomorrow we'll go to school and help Xia Qichuan spread the word about his and his mother's glorious deeds. Chapter 27. What's the right answer to "I like you"? Early in the morning, Xia was waiting in front of Xia Qichuan's door. She said that she would never make Xia Qichuan wait in the future. Xia Qichuan stood in the courtyard, arranging his clothes, and also ruffled his hair to organize his styling, which happened to be seen by Xia. What a woman for a woman. What a man for a man. Just pushing his bike out, he saw Shaha snickering, realizing that his actions just now might have been seen by Shaha. Xia Qichuan immediately became embarrassed. "Yesterday, the hair flew a bit in my sleep." His large hands were busy pressing his hair down, the look he had just scrunched up, a little scribbled again. "Don't you scratch it, it's quite nice." Shaha stood on her tiptoes with her head tilted back, concentrating on ruffling his hair. Xia Qichuan lowered his head, letting her toss and turn as she pleased, his eyes staring blankly at the little person in front of him. The morning was warm and fragrant, and her fingers ran through her hair, drawing a tingling and very difficult sensation through her tailbone. Wanted to be closer, to rub her into his bones and blood. With slightly opened pink lips, hot breath sprayed right over his own neck, as if to lure him in. Xia Qichuan seemed like he could kiss her as soon as he lowered his head, wanting to take her in his mouth, wanting to taste what flavor. "I don't know how." Xia Qichuan's heart jumped. The belly seems to have a hot fire burning pieces of sanity. Xia Qichuan immediately moved away from Xia. Let's go, or we'll be late after a while." Xia Qichuan's voice was hoarse with extreme stoicism. Shaha didn't think so and nodded in satisfaction as she looked at his look. Well. Shaha looked at Xia Qichuan blankly. Why was he blushing again? She didn't do anything. Sitting in the back seat, wrapping her arms around his waist, Xia suddenly remembered Xia Qichuan's heartfelt words yesterday. "Xia Qichuan, did you wash your face yesterday?" Washed? Xia Qichuan was a little weak. He wanted to not wash, but if he didn't wash, he wouldn't smell good. And if he didn't smell good, Shaha wouldn't like it. "I thought you couldn't be bothered to wash it, so it doesn't matter." Xiaohe teased him. Not. Xia Qichuan got incoherent. Seeing him in such a state, Xiaohe smiled. Foolish Xia Qichuan, but I like it. Xia he leaned on his back. His hand touched his abs, but not too much but feel very good. Cannot help but a moment to pinch, a moment to rub. Xia Qichuan, you touch oh well. Originally, it was hard enough for her hands to do wrong on her body and tease everywhere, but she also had a soft voice. Xia Qichuan's brain buzzed and his ears turned red. Wow, don't move. Otherwise, he can't afford to eat. Goo, is Xia Qichuan tired of me? Just forget about it if you don't want to touch it. Xia he pouted. Xiaohe knew he didn't mean it, but she liked to tease him the most. Xiaohe retracted her hand and never touched him again, just tugging at the hem of his shirt. No, I didn't. You touch. Wow. Xia Qichuan was in a hurry, so he rode the bike with one hand, and with the other hand, he hurriedly went to look for her hand, and after catching it, he put it on his waist. Xiaohe grabbed his hand back. Xia Qichuan, let's hold hands. You be my boyfriend. Always only protect me. Only like me, okay? Xiaohe leaned against his back, lean and thin and secure. The tip of his nose was full of his scent, freshly just rained on grass. Everything is alive and well after the storm. It is the love that knows that Xia Qichuan became ashes at the moment of his death and lived again in unbelievability. Xia Qichuan's body was stiff, his heart was beating rapidly, and he was breathing very poorly. Wah, I thought I was already. Yes. Xia Qichuan didn't seem to have any major fluctuations in his emotions, but the trembling of his voice and the strength of his tight grip on her hand could tell that he was excited. Xia Qichuan, I like you. Xia he said with incomparable seriousness. Xia Qichuan bit his lip. The girl's body behind him was delicate and soft, her hand hooped around his waist. At last, he had gathered enough courage, and the love that was hidden behind his low self-esteem dared to come out of his mouth. Xiaohe, I like you more. I only like you. I'm not yours. I'll always protect you. Summer harvest. I'm your little slave. This was the first time Xia Qichuan had personally told her that he liked it. It turns out the answer to I like you was never that I like you too, but that I like you more. I only like you. A clear breeze, but the sweaty palms of the hands are still holding each other tightly, like boiling water, rushing clouds, fire in the air. That belongs to me and your sizzling love. In front of the school gate, Hanjin stood aside while the small-eyed boy and the others were talking. Today, I'll make that Xia Qichuan lose face and not be able to raise his head at all. Brother Jean, just please be good. Han Jin was a bit annoyed that yesterday, because he gave Bianyi a snack. Ning Siyu smashed a window and acted like a crazy, and Bianyi cried and cried. It's so meaningless. When he raised his eyes, he saw Xia He sitting on the back of Xia Qichuan's bicycle. Only then did I realize how spot on the words and phrases written in the ancient texts and the textbooks were. Beautiful eyes, coquettish smiles. A smile is really not a lie. Just seeing Xia Qichuan who drove her, very dissatisfied. Why can't Xiaohe like him? Xia He stood under the tree and waited for Xia Qichuan. The shadow of the tree was dappled. Her body was quite beautiful, and the slender body of the young girl was like a soft willow. Xia Qichuan took his school bag and ran all the way. As he passed a few people, the small-eyed boy began to speak in a conspiratorial manner. This upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. It really makes sense. The old one seduces the old one. The young one takes care of the young one. This family really wants money and doesn't even want to lose face off. As he spoke, he also crooked his face and clapped his hands together, a look of contempt on his face. Xiaohe only felt that a group of people guarding the doorway seemed like they were showing off, and didn't care much about the content, pulling Xia Qichuan straight ahead. Brother Jean, tell me if it's true. This one hooks up with his daughter at school. That one just doesn't stop at home even when he's in a wheelchair, and goes out in the middle of the night to hook up with a man. But this son looks like a white boy, and his mom is flirty as hell. The small-eyed boy said, that's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Two people kissing and warming up a mouthful of a big brother Xia. That voice coquettishly my bones are crispy. That side are hard. The words were unbelievably nasty and very lewd and disgusting. This is clearly talking about Zhao Wei. Xia Qichuan's teeth were clenched. His fists were clenched, veins bursting out, and he was just about to go forward when the little person beside him was a step ahead of him. A crisp slap slapped the man directly in the face. Xiaohe was so angry that she shivered and used all her strength. The slap shook her own hand and made it numb. Your mouth stinks. You're a ing dog. Full of. The boy was dumbfounded by the blow. His face was on fire and clear slap marks surfaced immediately. Asterisk. How dare you ing hit me? I've never been hit in my life. He came to Xiaohe's side with open teeth and claws. It's you that's fighting. Disgusting thing that chews on words. Xia He directly scolded back. In her previous life, she was subsidized by Xia Qichuan to go to college, and she didn't know how many people said behind her back that she got it by illegal means and sold it. At that time, Summer harvest held back but to no avail. One day, Xia Qichuan came to the school full of injuries and lung disease, only to hear later that Xia Qichuan fought with the ones whose rumors were the worst, and after that, there were no more rumors that Xia's money was unclean. Xia he didn't know what was on Xia Qichuan's mind and went to thank him with a full heart. At that time, Xia Qichuan didn't pay much attention to her, was very cold and said straight away that it had nothing to do with her. Now that I think about it, how could it have anything to do with her? It was always Xia Qichuan who was secretly protecting her. The boy was just about to step forward when Xia Qichuan pulled Xia he down behind himself, and with a lift of his long leg, he directly kicked him in the stomach. The boy fell to the ground in pain, and the boy with the small glasses next to him watched his friend get beaten up and immediately greeted those around him and swarmed over him. Xia Qichuan protected Xia he tightly behind him. His eyes were scarlet, his breathing was thick, and he stared dead ahead at the boy, waves of anger in his eyes. Xia Qichuan's back looked like he was holding up a sky for her, as if she didn't have to be afraid of anything as long as she was behind him. Xia He's heart was so sore and swollen that his nose flared up and tears fell in big ones. Obviously, he himself was also deep in the muck, lingering on, but Xia Qichuan still wanted to protect her well, as he had in his previous life. How dare you hit someone? The men were raging. Han Jin held his fist on the side and watched with cold eyes. He wanted to see how Xia Qichuan alone could protect Xia He. Summer Harvest should also see who is the one who can protect her. Xia He clutched Xia Qichuan's hand and came out from behind him. Xia Qichuan yanked her behind him. Wah, go behind me, don't be afraid. Xia He, however, broke away and blocked Xia Qichuan's body. Very condescending and disdainful. I'll hit him if I want to. Do I have to pick a day? I just hit. What do you want to do with me? Xia He said. Han Jin frowned as he watched her stand in front of him and slowly made a sound. Forget it, men don't fight with women. Let's all take a step back each. Xia, you're a little girl. Why are you so quick-tempered? It's not like you didn't name names. Xia He sneered. Han Jin is really a hypocrite. It makes people sick and want to vomit. Why do you have to name names to be insulted? Then I'll tell you directly that you, Han Jin, are a wimp. You're like a maggot hiding in the shadows, utilizing the shell of your family's wealth to ridicule the softness of others, when in fact you yourself are the weakest one, the most despised. She held Xia Qichuan's hand tightly. Her Xia Qichuan is better than them in every way, just because she is a little bit poorer, but she also has a smart talent that they can't get, so she is ridiculed and suppressed by them. Why? Han Jin's face was green for a while, white for a while. His heart was told by Xia he was indeed useless. He was just jealous of Xia Qichuan's talent. Even if he was from a lowly background, he couldn't stop him from shining. Since you don't know any better, don't blame us. Summer Harvest. Han Jin pushed back as he spoke, obviously annoyed and afraid of hurting himself, so he could only hide to the side. Xia he was getting angry and couldn't care less. He directly rushed up and threw a slap on Han Jin's face. Pussy. If he hadn't stopped him in his previous life, how could Xia He not have seen the last of Xia Qichuan? Han Jin looked at Xia He with disbelief. She actually rushed up and slapped him? You guys are addicted to hitting people. Xia you little. There is a mother born without a mother. Before the boy who was beaten could finish his sentence, he was punched in the face again solidly by Xia Qichuan, who hurriedly pulled over Xia He and gathered her in his arms. Wow. We can't hear him. We can't hear what he's saying. She knew that Xia Qichuan was afraid that she would be sad because she heard that she had no mother to raise her. Xia He looked at Xia Qichuan's eyes and hooked her lips. Xia Qichuan, I know my mom loves me a lot, so I'm not sad. Life is a drama, and some people don't have a heavy part to play, but enough to have a lifelong impact. So is the mother, and so is Xia Qichuan. After the boys were beaten, they lunged this way like crazy, and Xia He pulled Xia Qichuan and ran forward. Xia Qichuan, let's run. A good man can't do anything. This is a school. They can't do anything to us. Aha. Trying to run away after hitting someone naturally caused the boys to get upset and they all followed after them. For a while, the chickens were flying and it was very confusing. This farce soon ended with the teacher's suppression. Xia and Xia Qichuan, as well as Han Jin and the boy who was beaten, were taken to the office. Han Jin and the boys' faces were red and swollen, and then looking at herself and Xia Qichuan who were not at all in trouble, Xia He hurriedly squeezed out a few hard tears, tugged at Xia Qichuan's clothes. Xia Qichuan stood straight, letting her hands grab at his shirt. You guys are really embarrassing me. The whole school knows that our class got into a brawl this morning. Shame on you. You're famous. The homeroom teacher threw his books at his desk with a loud thud, showing just how angry he really was. Xia Qichuan, you're a good student. Why are you messing around with them too? The homeroom teacher turned to Xia Qichuan and spoke in a much gentler tone, probably with a good student filter. Xia's grades weren't bad, and she cried in aggravation. And the homeroom teacher, a middle-aged man, was too embarrassed to yell at the little girl. Teacher, we were beaten. Get a clue. The boy saw the class teacher favoring Xie Qichuan and voiced his dissatisfaction. Han Jin sat directly on a side chair and didn't put the homeroom teacher in his eyes. The homeroom teacher was just about to reprimand when the principal and Xie Qichuan's homeroom teacher pushed their way in, followed by an imposing leader. As soon as the man showed his face, Han Jin immediately got up from his seat and stood respectfully. Xia He looked. The man looked familiar. Seemed to be a city leader who often appeared on TV. Called Han Juanzhong. Dad. Han entered and exited. You sit. The principal nodded his head and busied himself with bringing a chair to Han Juanzhong. The two homeroom teachers immediately ran out of things to say. Han Juanzhong sized up Xie Qichuan and Xia He, but they were just ordinary high school students. No big deal. He directly ignored it and then looked at his own son. He only had this child in his 30s, and babed him to death. And now that his face was actually bruised, he was naturally annoyed in his heart. But it couldn't be shown so obviously, so I could only pretend to ask first. What's going on? Tell us. With someone behind him, the boy was a bit bolder, and before Han Jin made a sound, he spoke up first. It was the two of them. We were chatting away. They provoked trouble, hit us a few times and ran away. Jin helped to make peace and was also beaten. Oh, there's such a thing? Principal Gu, your school still has such students. Han Juanzhong originally did not want to explore the truth, and in a couple of sentences, he determined that it was Xie Qichuan and Xia He who were unreasonable and provocative. He had taken time out of his busy schedule to come and avenge his precious son. With a gaze like a hawk, he looked at the nodding principal, wanting nothing more than a satisfactory answer. Can a student who hits someone stay in school? Chapter 28. Xia He felt bad in his heart. Han Juanzhong was trying to favor his son. How dare you conclude that they are the ones at fault without even giving them a chance to argue? Principal Lu, I don't think it's really appropriate for such a student to continue to stay in the school. Right, what a bad influence it brings to the students. Han Juanzhong said. Xia He frowned and was just about to step forward to argue when Xie Qichuan took a step ahead of her. This has nothing to do with Xia He. It's all my fault. If you want to punish, just punish me alone. Xie Qichuan's face was stoic, and he and Han Juanzhong stared at each other. Xie Qichuan, you're number one in the whole school, and you passed the university's junior class admission exam. You'll be guaranteed admission to Lianqing Medical University soon. What kind of foolishness are you talking about? Xia He's homeroom teacher was full of anxiety to dissuade him. Xie Qichuan's homeroom teacher also had a dark face, but he was just timid and didn't dare to squeak. Mayor Han, calm down. Principal Lu was busy serving a cup of tea and respectfully handed it to Han Juanzhong, who glanced at it and didn't take it. Principal Lu put his teacup down and hesitated before saying, Mayor Han, Xie Qichuan's students have always behaved well and have excellent grades, so we can't ruin a child's life because of something as trivial as a child getting into a fight or a brawl. Although the principal nodded his head and was very humble, and usually took care of Han Jin, even counting on him to flatter him, his heart was also full of reluctance towards Xie Qichuan. Teachers are probably the people who wish you the best besides your parents. Fighting and brawling is trivial? Principal Lu, I think there is something wrong with your school ethos. Do you know how harmful the existence of many highly intelligent criminals in society is? If people like him are released, the future is unthinkable. Available. The principal was just about to argue a couple more sentences when Han Juanzhong directly raised his hand to signal to stop talking. I've been merciful in this matter today. If I had brought it to the appraisal, my eardrums would have been perforated, and I'm just asking for him to be dismissed, which isn't too much to ask, is it? Han Juanzhong looked at the principal with oppressive and threatening eyes. The reputation of our school is more important than a student's future. Principal Lu, which do you think is more important? Xia He cursed in his heart. Really shameless. This is like father like son. Han Juanzhong in front of the public looks like a man of the world, a look of the people's loyal servants. The actual selfishness and self-interest. Small-minded. Xia He still clutches the video of Han Jin's group of people bullying Xie Qichuan in the hotel in her hand, and when it's publicized, she doesn't believe that Han Jin will not be affected by the wave. Xia He pulled Xie Qichuan and tried to confront Han Juanzhong, but Xie Qichuan blocked him. Wow, it's okay, I'll do it. He consoled Xia He. The young man took a step forward, his lean body as straight as an aspen or a pine, and did not lose his poise or reason because he had been treated unjustly. What did he get in return for his sacrifices and forbearance? It's more rampant verbal violence and unwarranted speculation. It was the mother's innocence that was insulted. It was the one person he couldn't spare more than a glance at who was subjected to mocking abuse. How could he tolerate it? Mayor Han, I'll willingly accept any reasonable discipline, even if it means not being able to bail out or being expelled. He looked straight at Han Juanzhong. Han Juanzhong, who had been in a high position for many years, and whose aura and style had pushed them down, also looked up and looked back. Xie Qichuan is young and sophisticated. He speaks smoothly, he willingly accepts reasonable punishment. If it is unreasonable, he naturally cannot accept it. Han Juinjong only felt that the young man in front of him, like a young lion king, his temperament had already begun to show, only waiting for time to polish it. You don't have to worry about my future. Thank you principal and teachers for your concern. I think with my grades, countless schools will throw olive branches at me. Even if Nanjiang doesn't have any, there are always all over the country, and this won't have much of an impact on me in the future. Xia Qichuan was telling the truth. Who wouldn't want such a living signboard? Xia Qichuan's words turned to, but I think it's unfair for Mayor Han to decide that we are to be blamed for the crime just by listening to a single word. If it wasn't for Han Jin's group of people making up rumors and slandering my family behind the scenes, how could we have been so humiliated that we resisted? Since Han Juinjong can talk about a slap in the face as a crime, Xia Qichuan can naturally take backhanded gossip as slander. Xia Qichuan lowered his body and looked at Han Juinjong from above, one sitting and one standing, invariably using his height advantage to add to Han Juinjong's sense of oppression. At those words, Han Juinjong frowned in annoyance, his fire rubbing off on him. Just now, he had said that he was willing to suffer the consequences, but he was clearly playing him. Although the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, he wanted to let the kid in front of him know that a furious tiger could gnaw this calf to the bone. This student, you are not convinced? Since you said they slandered you, do you have any evidence? Do you have a recording or a video to prove it? Han Juinjong raised an eyebrow, his treacherous appearance appearing. He had asked his assistant to look at the incident site when he arrived, and there wasn't much video surveillance around. Naturally, I have no proof. But what proof do you have that we hit him? We didn't hit him at all. Xia Qichuan's tone was aggrieved, as if he was really bullied, but on his face, he also raised an eyebrow, provocative and obvious. There's no evidence, and there were students in the surrounding area who saw it, and you're actually trying to deny it. Han Juinjong was furious. This kid actually blocked him with his words. Everyone knows that Han Jin is your Mayor Han's son, so it's only natural that he'd be afraid of your power to perjure you. Perjury? You're the one who's perjury. Didn't we just say a few words about your mom stealing? Didn't we just say a few words about Xiahe being born of a mother but not raised by a mother? Just got beaten, and you're actually calling it perjury. The beaten boy stormed out. Han Jin saw Han Juinjong like a mouse saw a cat. No arrogance, pure and simple as the little baby of parents. The boy jumped up and down. The truth of the matter. Xia Qichuan's intention was not to condescend to his words, which was unexpected. Mayor Han, you see, things cannot rely on Xia Qichuan's students. They say so. Xia Qichuan's mother, as a son if not to go forward to fight for some justice, are not worthy of a person. Although the method is a little extreme, but it is also extenuating circumstances. You see, or not, the four people have written a review. This matter is settled. The principal was still lowly, but he had a few points of confidence in his heart, and at the same time, he agreed with Xia Qichuan's approach from the bottom of his heart. Han Juinjong glanced at Principal Lu with a sour face. There were only a few people in this office, even if this kid had the ability to provoke them into telling the truth about what happened. So what? In Nanjiang, he turned his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. Can't he still deal with a nameless and faceless kid? The truth comes out, and that is allowed to be known to the public. Principal Lu, I just need a result today. I don't care about the cause and effect of the matter. Now my son is injured. I have to be the one to bear the responsibility of hurting him. This child you expel. This principal continue to do. If you don't expel, I will expel you. People will always have made a mistake. Not made a mistake. I can create some mistakes. Han Juinjong was outspoken and grandiose enough to put his favoritism with power on the table, because he was not at all afraid of being told by these people in the office, don't give a damn about them. He said this shamelessly. Today is to fire Xia Qichuan no matter what, in order to vent his personal anger, even to the extent of using the threat of power. Xiahe was furious and stepped out from the side despite Xia Qichuan's obstruction to confront Han Juinjong. Mayor Han, if you want to use your power for personal gain to avenge your son's death, you should also look for a clear target. Han Jin's face was punched by me. If you have anything, you should look for me. Han Juinjong disdainfully glanced at Xiahe, from top to bottom, without a name tag to add to her body. She looked like nothing more than a pretty-looking little girl. Nothing special. Good-looking is capital. But if you don't have a background in family, good-looking is just a pleasure to be used for recreation. As far as he understood, Han Jin had clashed with Xia Qichuan because of a girl. It was fine to have fun, but the girlfriend had to be someone he had chosen well. For example, the only daughter of the Xia family was the best candidate, and the second best would be the Ning family. Obviously, with such a plain dress, he wouldn't have thought that Xiahe was the only daughter of the Xia family. Han Juinjong didn't put Xiahe in his eyes, and said very lightly, I didn't say to let you off easily. You two were expelled from school together and went back to school. Although the words are simple, I'm afraid that Nanjiang City will no longer have a foothold for the two of you in the future. Xia Qichuan was about to pull out his recording cell phone when the office door was pushed open. Before he had time to see clearly, that person rushed directly to this side, pulling Xia He's hand. Wawa, I heard that you were beaten. How is it? Who bullied you? Kai Chuan, how are you doing? The visitor was Xia Guang, who looked his own two children left and right before realizing that nothing was wrong with the two at all. That's what put it down. It's true, whoever's child is in love. After determining that there was nothing wrong, Xia Guangcai greeted the teacher principal as an afterthought, and Han Juanzhong actually stood up when he saw the visitor. I didn't realize that the girl whose whole body was plainly dressed, she was actually the daughter of Xia Guang, the owner of Nanyang's premier construction company. Mr. Xia, long time no see. He politely extended his hand. Mayor Han, why are you here too? Xia Guang shook his hand politely. The one who was beaten was my son, Han Juanzhong said. Xia Guang's eyes moved back and forth between his own two children's intact bodies, and the two people across the street's red and swollen faces. Finally snapping, he asked, was it my kid who did the hitting? Han Juanzhong nodded and acquiesced. At the same time, he was also calculating in his heart. Xia Guang's construction company is the leading industry in the area. Even he has to give Xia Guang a few points. Before many times to find Xia Guang cooperation were politely rejected by him. This is a win-win situation for both sides. Xia Guang but pushed back. I was worried that I couldn't find the right time to talk more closely, but this was the time. The contempt on Han Juanzhong's face just now was gone, and it was replaced with a smile. The speed of the change of face is mind-boggling. Mayor Han, you've studied Sichuan opera, right? You change your face so fast. Xia He directly said what he had in mind. Although Han Juanzhong was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only endure it if he wanted to cooperate with the Xia family and make more money. Xia Guan looked at Xia He's face full of aggression. It was obvious that the two boys on the opposite side had done something extremely excessive. Han Juanzhong was a bit weak and immediately tried to gloss over the matter. Big water has hit the Dragon King's temple, and a family has hit a family. A small fight between children. Might as well leave it at that. It's better for us adults to stay out of it. How can this work? If it's really Shaha's fault, I'll definitely make amends and apologize, and she'll accept the punishment. But our family's daughter, I know best. If she's not furious, she'll never do anything about it. I wonder what's going on. Shaha, however, suddenly sobbed in aggravation. Originally was said to have mother born. No mother to raise words. Shaha only angry, but the father appeared. Aggrieved and sad suddenly tumbled to the heart. Tears rolled down his nose like pearls off a string. Dad, I don't have a mom, so I deserve what they say? I want to have a mommy too. I want my mommy to call me by my nickname. I want to hide in my mommy's arms, but I don't have one. And they say I was born with a mother, but not taught by a mother. So why should I? I want a mommy too. Shaha cried with a voice that was getting smaller and smaller, and seemed to have been suppressed for a long, long time. So sad and hard to say. It's moving. Xia Qichuan panicked. Xia He suddenly cried. His heart, which was calm just now, suddenly had no backbone. Wow, it was all he could call her. Shaha is in Xia Qichuan's heart. She is high, beautiful, lively and optimistic. This was the first time he had seen summer harvest raging for him. The first time he had seen summer harvest grieving because of his mother. The devotion at first sight turned into hot loving compassion, into overwhelming heartache, into the urge to hold her in her arms. Xia Guang froze. The passing of Xia He's mother was the pain and regret of his life. It's also a pain hidden deep in the heart that scabs over but still bleeds when touched. Han Juanzhong was busy making a wink to the beaten boy and Han Jin, trying to get them to bite the bullet and not say that. Seeing that the situation had changed, the two men understood. Han Jin knew that his father might have something to ask of Xia Guang, so he couldn't be offended. As long as the bite is dead, there is no audio or video recording. Even if Xia Guang is dissatisfied, or has suspicions, there is nothing to be done. Swallow this breath. So, Han Jin hurriedly said, we didn't say that. It might be that Xia He heard it wrong and caused a misunderstanding. Xia Qichuan looked at her crying face, and it was hard to tolerate it anymore. These people of theirs, they are honey-mouthed and have no commitment. Lies come out of their mouths. Fortunately, Xia Qichuan was prepared for it. Straight away, he pulled out his cell phone and placed it on the table, the recording showing that it had been recording for over 20 minutes. Xia Qichuan spoke softly, but it made people's hearts feel as if they had been hit by a heavy hammer. This is from the conversation we just started. On the recording, which clearly records what you said, what you personally admitted. Does not it count? Mayor Han, you just asked for recordings, videos, and evidence. I wonder if this counts. Just make this recording public and let the public judge what kind of punishment we should all receive. Only letting them have a look. Xia Qichuan quickly withdrew his cell phone, not giving them any chance to take advantage of it. Xia He looked at Xia Qichuan in surprise, wondering when he had prepared all this. Han Juanzhong heart annoyed. As long as the truth is played out, nothing to say, but also left a handle in the hands of others. Not to talk about this matter, who was right and who was wrong. Just the words that Han Juanzhong used to threaten the principal, and it may cause a furor. Officialdom mixed for a long time, has long learned to see the wind and make the rudder. Not waiting for Xia Qichuan to play the recording, Han Juanzhong's speech tone immediately changed. These children are just impulsive. Mr. Xia is really a tiger father. In the future, those who talk like this is to be hit hard. I absolutely do not say anything. Mariko's words, I'm too sleepy today. I'm a bit tired after a long walk, so I can't code. I'm going to bed today. I'll correct typos and fill in content tomorrow. Can't eat anymore. Good night, Anne. Thanks to all the kids watching and Happy New Year to all. Chapter 29 Threats. Xia He sneered. Just now, we were going to expel Xia Qichuan and I from school, but now we actually think we're right? Xia Guang frowned. This matter was obviously Han Juanzhong's heart was false. Then what they said about Xia He having a mother's birth but not a mother's upbringing was also true. The anger that was originally suppressed was now surging towards his heart. Xia Guangneng pulled Xia He behind him, and Xia Qichuan also blocked in front of Xia He. The two men were like a wall. With them around, Xia He just had to be happy. They would take care of all these things. Kai Chuan, first take Wawa out to rest for a while. Her face is red from the heat. Xia Guang signaled Xia Qichuan, not wanting her to continue participating. No, I'm not leaving. I demand an apology from them. First they insulted Xia Qichuan's mother. Then they bullied me for not having a mother. And just now Mayor Han even mouthed the idea of using his power for personal gain by expelling Xia Qichuan and I from school. I'd like to see who is the one who will be met with public disapproval when the audio is released. Han Shizhong still wanted to try his best to persuade peace without tearing his face off, but he didn't expect Xia He to be resolute. Xia He, the adults will discuss these matters first. You go out first. The class teacher also persuaded. Although at this time Xia He they temporarily prevailed, but after all, the people do not fight with the officials. Xia Guang even if the business is doing well, but also afraid of Han Juanzhong to him behind the trips. His own daughter was verbally abused and actually wanted to expel them from school. Xia Guang was furious. No need. Our family's affairs will be Wowo's decision from now on. She doesn't have a mother. I just want to ask, what's in their way? What do you mean there is no mother to teach? Kai Chuan is peaceful and hardworking. Why are you insulting him? I think I need an explanation as the parent of two children. With what he just said, Xia Guang realized that Xia He had grown up. Xia Qichuan's action of protecting her behind him was also clearly seen by Xia Guang. The two children would categorically not cause trouble at will. Then he as a parent would have to back up the two children. Seeing that Xia Guang is going to track down the end again, and will not lay down the meaning, Han Juanzhong is also dissatisfied. Originally, it is to look at their family's money. If they are sensible, they official business cooperation, mutual benefit and win-win situation. Thinking that it is better for the two children to form a conjugal marriage, tied together, to be more reassuring, and to make money out of the project in a big way. Now it seemed that Xia Guang was going against him, refusing to stop and reconcile, instead asking them to bow down. Han Juanzhong nonchalantly sat back in his seat and crossed his legs. Xia Guang again rich and powerful, material approval, qualification review, all have to pass from his hands, since the talk is not close, so sex will tear the face. Humph, Mr. Xia is good-tempered, even if we cursed first, but you guys hit later, but in the end, it was you who moved first, counting you are still in the wrong. We are wrong, we admit it, you are wrong, you admit it, we just want a fairness. Xia Qichuan returned. If we have to deny it? Han Juanzhong's head and face were unmoving, his eyelids raised looking very sinister. He clenched his fists as he had always been the only one to flatter and please Han Juanzhong, not when he bowed down to others. The recording will be published online, and when the time comes for us to accept the treatment, I'm just afraid you'll have to apologize at the door as well. Xia Qichuan returned. Han Juanzhong was so angry that his eyes weren't his eyes and his nose wasn't his nose, and he actually dared to threaten him. A recording is just a recording. I will find someone to clear it. The internet can't hype up the heat, by the time the water army pushes it. After editing, I'm only afraid that the result is not what you think. Han Juanzhong's fingers kept tapping on the armrests of the seat, and it was evident that there was also uneasiness in his heart. Xia Qichuan observed carefully and looked at him blandly for a moment, the corner of his lips hooked in a smile. Yes, Mayor Han. How do you know I'm not recording right now? Han Juanzhong's body trembled. The previous was fine. If this conversation was also published online, I'm afraid that no one would believe anything he said. Han Juanzhong didn't say anything for a long time, only his eyes darkened. a pair of eyes quenched with poison like a viper spitting out its male, itching to poison the several people in front of him who had disgraced him on the spot. But for the sake of his future and reputation, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart and said to Han Jin, "Apologize." In the end, although they were reluctant, Han Jin and the boy still bowed respectfully and apologized to Xia Qichuan and Xia He. "Now that you've apologized, shouldn't you guys delete the recording? It's better for us to keep an eye on each other. When will your son's face be completely healed? When will our recordings be nowhere to be found? We are the most trustworthy in business." Xia Guang said back. Han Juanzhong was actually helpless and at the mercy of others. His heart was furious, and he had never been so humiliated. "Your Xia family better not commit any crimes, or I'll make you all eat and walk around." Xia Qichuan held up his own cell phone. "It's still recording." Han Juanzhong looked annoyed, really dumbfounded. "Why don't you come home with me? Still not ashamed enough to be here?" Han Juanzhong said to Han Jin. Han Jin followed with his head down. Xiahe didn't feel unimpeded, just slightly felt a little calmer and called out to Han Jin. "Han Jin, you remembered that I still have the video in my hand." Han Jin turned back, some fear in his heart, even if there is no recording, with the video taken in Xia He's hand, bullying Xia Qichuan in the hotel. "I'm afraid this game they can only lose." Han Juanzhong frowned at his son. Clearly there was something else he didn't know about and had been caught by that girl. "What video?" Xiahe lowered her voice, her eyes lifted, and the words she uttered sent shivers down Han Juanzhong's spine. "Enough video to make you lose your reputation, Mayor Han. So in the future, you just have to follow the rules and not make things difficult for the Xia family. I guarantee that this video will not be leaked. If you do." Xia He paused briefly, and scorn flashed across his face. "Then I make no promises." Threats again. Han Juanzhong hates to be threatened by people. He has a strong desire to control. Power, money, all have to be in his control. Today this matter is out of his control. People who are out of control need to be gotten rid of for him to feel good. Han Juanzhong slammed the door. There was already a plan in his mind, and since it was not good for him to step in, it would be good to let someone else do it. He must have left the Xia family in ruins and penniless. After Han Juanzhong and Han Jin left, the principal also left. Today Han Juanzhong lost face. I do not know if it will have no effect on the school. Inside the office, the atmosphere was much more subdued. "Teacher, although we did wrong in this matter and we apologized, but Xiahe and Xia Qichuan are in love and entrapped cell phones into the school. Shouldn't you also take care of it?" The beaten boy was upset. As soon as Xia Guang heard about falling in love, his eyes all of a sudden widened, and he looked to see that Xia Qichuan and Xia He's hands had been holding. Xia Qichuan quickly wanted to let go. He was not afraid, only afraid that Xiahe would be criticized, but the small hand in his hand, which was soft as if it was boneless, held him tightly. Chapter 30, teased to the point of weakness. "You guys are in love?" Natsuhiro was loud and very surprised. Xia Qichuan is poor as hell, which father can agree? Not to mention the Xia family is so rich. That boy was just about to get carried away when he heard Natsuhiro speak out. Wah, you're really giving dad a long face. You took down Kaichuan so quickly. Originally, the two homeroom teachers wanted to cover up and say that it was friendship between classmates, but they didn't expect Xiahe's father to say so, and they were stunned for a moment. Of course they weren't the only ones stunned. There were also Xiahe and Xia Qichuan. Xia Guang left to look at, right to look at, and excitement seems to put their own heart to say out. He immediately covered his chest and coughed twice. "Teacher, I'm not in good health. Kaichuan and our family live close to each other, and his character is also good, so I thought to entrust Xia He to find someone earlier, so I was a bit anxious. Please forgive me." Xia He's eyelids jumped and picked. Xia Guang's health is not good? How come she doesn't know? Even in his previous life, deep in prison, Natsuhiro's body has always been in great shape. Apart from the initial sadness, Xia Guang was not sad in jail later on with his cheerful personality. Bad health. Where does this come from? The two teachers nodded. "We understand. Both kids have good grades. Just don't worry about it if it doesn't affect your grades." The teacher agrees, the parents agree, and the boy can't say anything. Xia Qichuan stared at Xiahe tightly. She must have said how good she was behind her back so Xia Guang would accept her. Xia He heard Xia Qichuan's heartfelt words and thought, not really, she didn't say anything. That teacher, and he brings his cell phone to school. This is my reward for winning the top 10 scholars of Nanjiang last year. If you can get it too. I think the teacher agrees that you should bring your cell phone to school, Xia Qichuan said as he looked at the boy with great disdain. The boy was dumbfounded. The top 10 students of Nanjiang. He didn't even dare to dream about it. Right, why don't you go to class and dawdle here? The class teacher reprimanded. The boy could only slink away. Then teacher, we'll go back to the classroom as well. I've caused you trouble, Xia Qichuan said to the teacher. Hey, okay, you guys go back too. Kai Chuan, this morning Wawa has missed a lesson. Come to my house tonight and make it up for her. Natsuhiro couldn't hide his happiness as he looked at the two holding hands together. Xia Qichuan nodded. Got it, uncle. Xiaohe was shy. What's going on? Are other people's dads like this? Why does it seem like you can't wait to lasso Xia Qichuan? Is it because he likes Xia Qichuan? Or is it because he likes Xia Qichuan himself? How can he be so active? Okay, bye teacher, bye dad. Xiaohe pulled Xia Qichuan and thought of leaving quickly. Her small hand was tightly pulling himself. The smooth skin was in his palm. Xia Qichuan was nervous again. He blurted out, bye teacher, bye dad. Xia Qichuan froze again. Except that Xia Guang reacted in an unusual way this time, and busily responded, hey, okay, you guys go now. Summer Harvest hated that he was a turtle and could just shrink his head into his shell. Shame on you. They went ahead, and Natsuhiro left behind, one after the other, not far from each other. I heard the homeroom teacher behind me asking, Mr. Xia, where is your health not good? Be sure to pay more attention. Xiaohe students are very obedient. Don't need you to worry about it. Qichuan is even more. Xia Guang cleared his throat. There is no big problem. It is a morning without food is hungry. A night sleepy, winter bath a cool bath, but also on the cold. The body is not as good as before. It was as if Xiaohe could feel the teacher's breathlessness. Just want to escape quickly or the whole thing will be petrified. Coming out of the office building, Xia Qichuan always lowers his head and snickers. Xia Qichuan, after all this mess early in the morning, you're still laughing? Being upright is not afraid of slanting shadows, and being virtuous is not a cause for worrying about right and wrong. I'm laughing because Uncle Xia actually agreed to us being together. It seems he kinda likes me. Xia Qichuan looked at Xiaohe. His eyes were clear and there seemed to be a light shining in his eyes. In the past, I had low self-esteem and didn't even dare to look at you. You were a star in the sky, unattainable. When you come near me, you become the moon in the water again, only to be afraid that my touch will destroy you again. At this moment, you finally belong to me. My soul trembles out of control. Uncontrollable joy. Wow, don't leave me. I can't stop loving you. From the first time I saw you, he doesn't like you as much as I do. Xia Qichuan. Xiaohe locked eyes with her. Looking at her, Xia Qichuan was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. I like you more. Summer Harvest. I like you more. I'll always be loyal to you. Xia Qichuan, do you want a reward? What? Xia Qichuan didn't react before being pulled into a small corner by Xiaohe. His hands were held tightly by Xiaohe and raised high on the sides of his body. Xiaohe's body was close to him. Xia Qichuan hurriedly closed his eyes. His thin lips pursed slightly. Even when Xiaohe loosened his hands, he still unconsciously held them up high, leaning against the wall with a pitiful look of being bullied. His eyelashes fluttered, and every second that passed seemed like extreme torture. Thinking of what Xiaohe said last time, Xia Qichuan slightly lowered his head. When Xiaohe saw him in this well-behaved manner, a strange feeling crossed his heart, stronger than like, it was possessiveness. The corners of her lips unconsciously rose. Everyone was in class. The surroundings were quiet and empty. Xiaohe could enjoy appreciating Xia Qichuan's shyness and happiness. His eyelashes fluttered, casting shadows in his eye sockets. Xiaohe cupped his chin with one hand and whispered, Xia Qichuan, what are you doing with your eyes closed? Xia Qichuan opened his eyes like a clear water, such a clean and transparent eyes. At this moment there is only a also equally panicked himself. I thought. The words broke off, but his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. Did you think I was going to kiss you? Xia Qichuan's cheeks turned red and his whole body became hot. Xia Qichuan, I've already let go of your hand. How long will you remain in this position? What? Xia Qichuan then realized that he could move his hands at will. He was just about to put it down, but Xiaohe directly caught his hands and pressed them against the wall. Xiaohe gently pushed up his chin with his forehead. Xia Qichuan held his head up with difficulty. Obviously he was much stronger, but at the moment he was all but powerless to resist. It was only at this moment that I realized what it meant to have all my bones crunching. What does it mean to be teased until your legs are weak? Wow. The delicate girl was in his arms, so close to him that the faint heart of her alone wanted to burrow into his nostrils. Xia Qichuan's breathing was heavy. His sanity was confused. Desire, throbbing, and collapse were all frantically growing, and he didn't know which side would win in the end. Or maybe it all fails. Defeated by the raging love that you have restrained yourself from, the veins popped out at his neck. His chin was high. His jawline was fluent and perfect. Exquisitely sensual. Wow. It was like there was something in his throat that needed to be released. But Xia Qichuan didn't know what to say and could only keep calling her name, until her lips kissed the knot of his throat and said in an airy tone, Xia Qichuan, do you like it? Xia Qichuan let out a suppressed sigh, like a low whimpering cub, and with a satisfaction that he couldn't deny. His body couldn't restrain himself from trembling lightly, and his mind went blank. Chapter 31, The First Kiss. his eyes were tightly closed, and the peck of lips at the nape of his neck left soon after. Xia Qichuan's eyelashes fluttered lightly, slowly opening his own eyes. The water vapor was hazy. I don't know whether it was because of heat or nervousness. His back was soaked. Xia He's lips curled up, dealing with Xia Qichuan, hand to hand. Her hands groped upward from Xia Qichuan's waist, then stroked down his thin back to his shoulder blades before surrendering herself completely into his arms. Xia Qichuan, the reward is given well. Stop gawking and go to class. Xia Qichuan woke up like a dream. All his thinking fell apart and he only knew to listen to Xia He. Xia He looked at him dumbfounded. His heart was sweet. Some wanted to laugh, so he smiled sweetly. Xia Qichuan, our class is about to have a math lesson, so if you don't listen to one lesson, you'll fall behind in your knowledge? Xia He came out of his arms. His ears were still red, and his hand let go again before he could wrap it around her waist. No, don't be afraid. Wow. I'll give you math problems for the rest of your life, okay? I promise you won't fall behind. What a silly thing to say. Who wants to listen to your math problems for the rest of their lives? Xia He tried to pull his hand towards the school building, but his hand was gripped tightly by Xia Qichuan. He was so strong that he couldn't pull it for a moment. Looking back, he looked at Xia Qichuan and realized that the ends of his eyes were red. No, not with me for the rest of my life? Wow. He sounded a little lost. Brother Qichuan, of course I want to be with you for the rest of my life, but I don't want to do math problems for the rest of my life. Xia He was helplessly pouting. In the thinking of a school bully, is romance a lifetime of doing problems with you? Xia Qichuan froze for a moment. So that's what it meant. Can we go now? Summer Hall looked at him. Wow, please, just one more reward. Xia Qichuan's eyes looked straight at her. His throat tightened and he just wanted to clutch the small hand in his hand and not let go. Also wanted to hold the back of her head with one hand and take her by the waist and kiss her with the other. Wanted to see her cheeks tinted scarlet. Wanted to see her eyes misty. Wanted to see only herself in her eyes first. Summer Harvest was shy as she listened to his heart. So that's what he wanted. Because of Xia Qichuan's always cold appearance, Xia He has been controlling his feelings. She didn't dare to progress too fast. Turns out, he's the one in a hurry. Brother Qichuan, I was going to wait until later, but I think you're brave enough now. Will protect yourself and will be brave enough to admit that you like yourself. So, it's my first kiss. Can you be gentle? I'm scared. Xia He opened her mouth sheepishly. Her voice was indescribably sweet. Xia Qichuan blushed from his face to the neck. But, may I? He gasped uneasily, but still questioned her carefully. It's you all right. Summer Hall smiled at him. Wow, brother won't either. Brother gently okay? Xia Qichuan bent his knees and bent his waist so that he was a little lower than Xia He, keeping this posture of looking up at her. Xia He's eyes looked like they were full of stars, twinkling so much that Xia Qichuan was a little confused, and could only follow his instincts. Pulling her in his arms, and then with a flip, he pressed her tiny body against the wall, holding the back of her head. Tilting his head, he took her lips. Xia He only felt his lips pressed against each other and his heart was in turmoil. Even more disorganized than her was Xia Qichuan. Xia He opened her eyes, trying to see him clearly. Xia Qichuan actually opened his eyes as well, for eyes facing each other. Xia Qichuan's eyes curved and his big hand covered her eyes. Don't see his confusion, his total lack of sanity. He was only afraid that his out-of-control appearance would dirty Xia He's eyes. What follows is, well, sucking madness, like it was trying to eat someone. Summer Harvest's brain was in chaos, like a flatboat in the boundless sea. Nothing can be grasped, only the person in front of him. The consequence of this was that Summer Harvest had gone back to the situation countless times throughout the morning. The morning passed, the teacher on the podium narrated, gushing, but Xia He did not listen to a word. The whole thing was still confused. Why is he so good at kissing when it's clearly all about the first kiss? At lunchtime, Xia He was still sitting inside the classroom, her fingers gently stroking her lips. It's a little swollen. Xia Qichuan stood by the window and watched her. She kept pinching her lips, thinking that he was just crazy. Xia Qichuan had some regrets. Will they just get scared and not let him kiss them in the future? Just now Xia He's small hand pushed against his chest. Xia Qichuan directly grabbed it and followed her example, holding it down on both sides of his body, using the bridge of her nose to force her to only lift her head for a kiss. Xia Qichuan, I can't breathe. Good girl, bear with me, brother will soon stop kissing. However, eating the marrow, Xia Qichuan surprisingly couldn't stop for a moment until Xia He was out of breath. Inside the classroom, somehow, Summer Harvest stood up. She suddenly remembered something. She was healthy. Her respiratory system didn't have any problem at all. She was panting like this. Xia Qichuan was breathing more smoothly than her, and when she returned to the school building, she was already looking like normal. So it seems that his lungs shouldn't have any problem now. Then Xia Qichuan's lung fibrosis later on should not be brought about by birth, but caused later on, for another reason. Xia He sighed. Xia Qichuan's diary in his previous life didn't provide a lot of useful information, and even more so, it didn't mention a word about his illness. A lot of times he just writes her name, or that page is filled with her name all over the top. Every summer harvest is his murmur. Who says his crushes go unnoticed? Every pen in his hand. Knows. Seeing her get up, Xia Qichuan straightened his clothes and straightened his hair again, and stood obediently in the doorway waiting for her. Just as he was about to speak to her, Xiahe dodged, seemingly not wanting to bother with him, and passed by him. Xiahe was so preoccupied with thinking about Xia Qichuan's illness and roughly when it appeared that she didn't even care to realize who was standing in front of the door. Xia Qichuan panicked. Xiahe must be angry that he went overboard kissing her just now, all now ignoring him. Xia Qichuan didn't know what to do, so he could only follow her silently. Xiahe searched hard for past memories, trying to rationalize the exact time. Xia Qichuan participated in the sports meeting in his second year of high school and was the first in long-distance running, and his body should have no problem at that time. In March of the year of the college entrance examination, the candidate's physical examination, Xiahe seemed to have met Xia Qichuan in his memory, and he didn't hear that the physical examination was unqualified. Later, the family accident. Xiahe's mind pounced on his father's fraud case, and academically busy, for the school is not concerned about the matter at all. Even Ning Xiyu and Hanjin together are only later to know. After calculating and calculating, I always feel that it should be just after the physical examination of the college entrance exam and before the university starts this half year. Later in college, Xia Qichuan studied law, something no one expected. At that time, his body was unusually thin and pale, and it was only then that Xiahe really paid attention to him, as if he had been in bad health since his freshman year. Xia Qichuan's mother passed away in the winter of the year before the college entrance exam, and Xiahe always thought that it was because he was overly sad that his body weakened a little bit, not thinking that it would be pulmonary fibrosis. Sadness wouldn't be so bad. What's going on? Thoughts are annoying to sort out. Xiahe sighed. Summer vacation must first let Xia Qichuan and his mother do a comprehensive medical checkup. Having made up her mind, Xiahe raised her head and prepared to find Xia Qichuan. Just as she turned around, she saw Xia Qichuan, who was following her with his head lowered. I don't know how long he followed her, but he didn't actually say a word, just watched her in silence. When were you behind me? From the time you leave the classroom door. Xia Qichuan obediently replied. Then why don't you make a sound? I was afraid you'd be angry and not want to hear my voice. Why should I be angry? Harvest wondered. Xia Qichuan looked at her red moist lips and pursed his lips. I won't be like this next time. I will listen to Wowo. Xiahe also pursed her lips. Her face reddened. It turned out to be because of this matter. Then whispered, I'm not angry. I am willing. In school, the two were not allowed to hold hands in a dignified manner, and Xia Qichuan stood behind her, and even though they were separated by an arm's length, the air around them felt sweet enough. Chapter 32 You are the first choice and the only one. Xiahe sat at the dining table waiting for Xia Qichuan. Looking at his back, Xiahe suddenly realized something. According to the class teacher, Xia Qichuan's sophomore year of high school had the opportunity to directly bail out. So why didn't he go? A passage from his diary suddenly comes to mind. While watching it, Summer Harvest didn't understand. And now, it dawned on him. I can look at her back and hear her voice day in and day out, and I think it's the best thing in the world. I can get into college anytime, and this year is probably the only time I'll get to spend with her. How can you make me leave? Does this mean that Xia Qichuan voluntarily gave up his guaranteed transportation in order to be able to see more of himself? Xiahe didn't dare to imagine how much Xia Qichuan's liking for her was different from what he showed. Is it only the tip of the iceberg of love that she can be shown? But that was spectacular enough. If that was true, was Xia Qichuan's liking for himself good or bad for himself? Xia Qichuan turned to her and smiled, saying to her with his mouth, sugar, vinegar, small, chop. He smiled brightly, eye-catching, so beautiful that nothing in the world can match it. The cafeteria was full of people, noisy, but Xiahe could only see him alone. This meal, Xiahe tasteless, she is worth Xia Qichuan to give up these? All afternoon, Xiahe was sullen, because of what happened in the morning. Han Jin didn't come for a day, and those people who followed him all day long without any trouble didn't mess around. With Han Jin gone, Ning Xiyu also subsided. At the end of school, Xia Qichuan drove Xiahe, who was not in the right state, and he felt it at once. What's wrong? Who upset you? Xiahe shook his head. Not that he was unhappy, just a little scared. Scared that he wasn't as good as Xia Qichuan thought he was. Xia Qichuan couldn't see her movements and could only stop. Xiahe stood aside, her head lowered and depressed. The people walking on this path did not move. Xia Qichuan bent down, took her hand and asked her in a low voice, what happened? Xiahe raised her eyes and looked at Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan, the teacher said you're going to bail out. Will you go? Xia Qichuan thought Xia He was afraid that he would leave and gathered her into his arms. Well, Wei is here. I'm not going anywhere. You're not afraid. I'm probably not worth giving up your chance to bail out. Do you want to think it over? Xia Qichuan frowned. Xia He didn't seem to be afraid of leaving himself, but wanted him to leave. Clearly she deserved everything. Probably liking someone makes you feel inferior. And Xia He suddenly felt that she was a bit of a mismatch with him. Little fool, you've been upset all afternoon. Is this what this is about? How does your little brain figure it out? Whether it's bailing out or not, normal college entrance exams or not, you're the choice that comes first. That's not going to change, and it's not all because of you. My mother's situation is known to you, so it's not like bailing out of a college is something I'm going to have to go to. I'll have my own trade-offs. Don't worry about it. Xia Qichuan told a good lie. Before he met Xia He, since Xia Qichuan and his mother were dependent on each other, naturally, in whichever city Xia Qichuan went to, his mother would follow, without much thought at all. After meeting Xia He, and especially after growing in affection with her, many things had to be rethought. Xia Qichuan rubbed her hair and pulled her into his arms. She didn't seem to understand how much I liked her. Her presence was like a piece of candy put down in the midst of a dull, even bitter life. Her appearance was like a compass that had lost its magnetic poles and suddenly found its way in a flash. Her presence is like being filled with trivialities, and there are actually miracles in the ordinary world. Her presence was all that had to give way to her, and everything around her was eclipsed. The moment his eyes met, Xia Qichuan knew that he was in trouble and it was not her. She was the first and only choice. Is that so? Summerhall calmed down a bit. He did have a point. Sure, the mood that had been stifled all afternoon was cleared up in just a few words from him. In Xia He's bedroom, Xia Qichuan was giving her exercises, and Xia He was a little distracted as she watched his thin lips move one way and the other. Xia Qichuan, why are you so smart? Why am I so stupid? Xia Qichuan scraped her nose. Don't think that your mouth is sweet. You don't have to do today's exercises. All these topics have to be done today. Xia He's brain suddenly jerked. How do you know my mouth is sweet? Have you tasted it? After saying that, Xia He lamented that she was really brave, but she had tasted it. Xia Qichuan pursed his lips and smiled. Yes, it's quite sweet. Xia Qichuan, you don't know how to be ashamed. Wow, you brought it up first. Xia He took the exercises to the side and hid far away, doing the exercises by himself. Xia Qichuan coldly came. If you do a question wrong, there is a punishment. Oh, humph, who are you looking down on? Xia He glanced at him daintily and looked at the first few questions, which were not difficult at all. Xia Qichuan looked at the book in his hand and a smile gradually appeared on his face. The last question, which was carefully designed by him, was comparable in difficulty to the last question of the college entrance exam math, and at Xia He's level, Xia Qichuan concluded that she couldn't do it now. As expected, the first 7 questions went incredibly smoothly, but when it came to the 8th question, Xia He was in trouble. She made several strokes, all of which had ended in failure. Looking at her frown for a moment to loosen and a moment to wrinkle, Xia Qichuan laughed. Several flavors of candies were placed on the desk. Xia Qichuan looked at it a few times, and his smile became even more intense. The last question. I can't do it. You punish it. Xia He beamed, blaming herself for not being as skilled as she should be. The topic was a bit more difficult, but it was indeed within the scope of the college entrance exam, and Xia He was powerless to refute it. There's no hurry. I'll explain it to you first, or I'm afraid you'll call me rogue. Xia Qichuan smiled and stuffed an orange-flavored candy into his mouth. He for 2 pounds. Actually, after he a prompt, the answer can soon come out, but they want to break the head cannot think. Xia He lost the heart to convince. What punishment? Wow. What kind of fruit do you like? Xia Qichuan replied. Orange. What's wrong? Just right. Chapter 33 Punishment or Reward? Xia He asked suspiciously. What just happens? Well, his lips were tenderly close to his own, and the fresh orange scent came from his mouth, so fragrant that Xia He's eyes widened. Xia Qichuan is rewarding himself with a false publicity and punishment. Xia Qichuan gently kissed, and did not dare to have more action. Only lips close. His heart is enough to satisfy. Quickly releasing her. Punishment is good. I'll give you a kiss. Xia Qichuan lowered his head, shyly. When he thought of this solution just now, he was still complacent. But when he actually arrived in front of Xia He, Xia Qichuan only dared to touch it in a slapdash manner and didn't dare to move much, behaving like a newborn puppy, ignorantly pleasing his master. You bully me. Xia Qichuan, I'm not happy. Xia He beamed. Where was she angry? She was clearly pouting, but Xia Qichuan was a bit flustered. He said sharply, Wah. I won't dare to do it next time. Xia Qichuan, so what fruit do you like? Is lychee okay? With those words, Xia He peeled a lychee-flavored candy and put it in her mouth, wrapped her arms around his neck, and went from gentle lips pressed against each other to a disoriented consciousness in the back. Shaha took his hand and held it on her waist. Shaha's waist was full, and just pinching it in his hands gave birth to a destructive desire out of nowhere. She had to whisper close to her ear, "Xia Qichuan, don't be afraid. I'm your girlfriend. You can kiss me if you want. Don't be afraid." Warm breath stimulated his ears, and Xia Qichuan stiffened. Xia Qichuan let out a soft "oh" and was too good to be true. Tonight, the breeze is gentle, the stars and moon hang low, the night is hazy, but the love in my heart is gradually becoming clear. On the way home, Xia Qichuan covered his chest. It was painful and sweet, full as if it was going to burst. He looked up and back. Xiaohe's figure was shadowed through the curtains, and Xia Qichuan extended his hand to her figure. It was like I could touch her, and my fingertips were hot. The summer harvest that was once close at hand is equally far away. The heart thumping under the stage on the day we first met, and the warm voice of comfort when we were at a loss for words. Or maybe it's the certainty of heart when you meet again. It was still hot on the opening day of senior year. In order to supplement his family's income, Xia Qichuan wears a duck-dung cap and mask to pick up empty plastic bottles at the venue after the opening ceremony. In the midst of the finger-pointing and gossiping of others, Summer Harvest came up to him and helped him pack up the bottles and thanked him, despite the scorn and ridicule of others. "It's good to have you. The environment is cleaner and these bottles can be recycled. My name is Shaha. In the future when there is such a good thing, you please call me. I will accompany you." He knew it was the kind girl who had once again defended his pride. Everyone else would only dislike him for being a rag-picker. Only Shaha said, "It's good to have you." These things, of course, Xia he would not remember. Who knew that the tightly wrapped person picking up empty bottles would be Xia Qichuan? On that day Xia Qichuan wrote in his diary, "So her name is Shaha." Since then, Xia Qichuan no longer picks up bottles without masks and caps. That day, the sky was very blue. White clouds fluttered leisurely. Her skirt moved with the wind. This scene, from then on lived in the teenager's distant beauty dream, never to be forgotten. Her goodness, her smile, Xia Qichuan was impressed. It just didn't have anything to do with himself. Now her goodness, her smile is all her own. This crush is finally not a one-man interpretation of a two-man play. Finally not a one-man show with no response. It's a two-way run. It's that I like you, and you just happen to. Xia Qichuan took a shower and put his cell phone aside. Hair just played a good shampoo. Cell phone came beep sound. He immediately rushed his hand, hurried over to check. It turned out to be just a reminder message. Xia Qichuan went back to washing again, and had just finished rubbing when his cell phone rang. Not caring that the water droplets in his hair fell in quick succession, he wiped his hand and took it. "Wow, what is it?" "Xia Qichuan, I can't sleep a bit. Are you busy? Can I talk to you for a while?" Xia Qichuan looked at the remaining foam on his hair, the unwashed soap on his body, and returned, "I'm not busy." "You say, I'm listening." Xia he didn't have much to say, but just made small talk. About 20 minutes passed before the phone hung up. Xia Qichuan touched his hair. It was almost dry in the hot summer, so he could only wash it again. When Xia Qichuan came out of the bathroom, Zhao Hui tried to open her mouth to speak several times, but swallowed it back. The boy is older, and there are always things that are not convenient for a mother to ask about. Seeing his mother's desire to speak, Xia Qichuan thought she had some difficult addiction. Worried, she asked, "Mom, are you sick somewhere?" Zhao Hui hastily shook her head inside. Boys still need a man to open up during puberty. What does this mother say? There isn't a man around either. Should we invite Hawa's dad? The more he observed, the more he felt that Zhao Hui did not look fine. Xia Qichuan sipped water and sat on the side. "Kai Chuan, puberty. I understand, but pay attention to moderation. That more is not good for the body? Which one is more?" Xia Qichuan was a bit confused. "Just that, yeah, boyish self-indulgence," Zhao Hui said. Hearing this, Xia Qichuan choked on a mouthful of water and coughed. Zhao Hui finished speaking and busily pushed the wheelchair into the bedroom. Xia Qichuan blinked and drank the water in the cup, embarrassed and embarrassed. In the following period of time, perhaps by Han Juanzhong criticized and educated, Han Jin's group of people more subdued. Shaha also has no time to care about them. It's just that Hanjin sends snacks towards Bieni day after day. Ning Siyu is jealous this time, and smug tomorrow. It's none of Shaha's business. In order to prepare for the final exam, Xia Qichuan really bet 2 sets of questions for Xia He. Shaha had no bottom in her heart, and plunged headlong into the books. The sea of learning was a bitter boat, doing exercises during the day and cramming at night for half a month in a row. The final exam finally came. In this half month, Xia Qichuan did not dare to make half a step. Shaha was nervous and did not dare to provoke Xia Qichuan easily. After all, if they regressed in their grades this time, both Natsuhiro and the teachers would think that their relationship was interfering with their studies. That's not good. Due to a lack of classrooms, finals for freshmen and sophomores are mixed together. with two students from different school years sitting at the same table. The exam is seated according to the rank. There is no excuse. Xia Qichuan has been sitting in seat 01 of examination room 01. Xia he sat at seat 30 in exam room 01. Although they were both top students, Xia Qichuan was at the left front of the classroom, and Xiahe was at the right back, so the gap was clear. The difference in their scores was so great that one could easily go to the top school, while the other had no qualifications to even set foot in it. Entering the examination room, Xia Qichuan smiled in her direction. Xia he walked towards his seat, and after sitting down, he looked in Xia Qichuan's direction, but found another familiar face next to him. It's in Huijing. In his previous life, he was Xiahe's senior in college. After Xia Qichuan took a break from her junior year of college, Yu Huijing gradually came into her life. Yu Huijing's father is a famous lawyer, but easily does not help people in lawsuits without the introduction of acquaintances. He appeared like deliberately. At the beginning will always be everywhere difficult Xiahe, always want to pick Xiahe's faults, and then after understanding, gradually only become friends, helped her find information, introduced her to jobs, and even introduced her to his father. Yu Huijing is a very good senior. In the university, the local students are not less. Xiahe only know Yu Huijing is also Nanxiang people, but did not know that the original Yu Huijing is her high school. Xiahe looked at seat 01, where two teenagers sat side by side and smiled at each other. Xia Qichuan and Yu Huijing seemed to know each other. Why did they never hear Yu Huijing mention Xia Qichuan? Chapter 34, Jealousy. The seniors seated beside him were very naive boys. Xia he asked politely, "Good day senior." Xiahe looks pure, but a pair of eyes vaguely flirtatious. The boy's face red, lowered his head. "Hello." The exam was still a few minutes away from starting. Xia Qichuan looked back at Xiahe and found that Xiahe was talking to the boy, who had a red face. Xia Qichuan's eyebrows lowered, a little sour, like a drop of strong vinegar drilled into a pool of water. The flavor is faint but not to be ignored. "Senior, is Yu Huijing the first in your grade?" The boy nodded his head yes. "You senior high school students know him too? But it's normal. Xia Qichuan and Yu Huijing will always be number one. The two of them luckily aren't in the same grade. No good, I really don't know who will win and who will lose between the two of them." Xia he peeked at them. Both of them were outstanding in their own ways. It's rather like having both. A feeling that comes from nowhere. "Thank you, senpai." "You're welcome." The first is the language. Xia he studied law in his previous life. The language test hand to hand. Do not need to worry too much. Sprawling on the finish. Having finished the paper 15 minutes early, Xia he looked at Xia Qichuan, found him propped up with his head, looking this way. Xia he lamented that he had done it fast enough, and that a great god was indeed a great god. But how do you write an essay all the time you have to move your pen? How does he write so fast? Yu Huijing looked at Xia Qichuan. His essay page was empty and he seemed a bit distracted. Following his line of sight, he was seeing Xiahe looking this way as well. Yu Huijing's eyes were full of measuring, exactly the same as when he first met in his previous life. Xiahe still patiently smiled a little. More friends, more road. If not, Yu Huijing later is really take care of her. Xiahe must think that he is a just love to fault finding things fine, sizing him up. My ass. Especially in a previous life, as if he owed him any money. You turn around. Xia Qichuan whispered to Huijing. Don't worry, she's not my type. I'm just curious. What's so good about her? It makes you so absent-minded that you won't even write your essay. With a smile, Yu Huijing turned around, his afterglow still paying attention to Xia he. It's just $1,000 lady, beautiful and uninteresting. You don't need to know about her goodness. It's enough for me alone. Xia Qichuan said. Xiahe was like a jewel he had hidden away, both wanting to show her off to everyone and hating for the whole world to know that she was his, and worrying that someone would covet her and accidentally steal or rob her. Yu Huijing pulled his lips into a smile. Really think it's a treasure? I won't like her. Don't worry. I prefer the feeling of beating everyone to be number one. Do you want to start writing your essay? Otherwise I'm afraid that next time it won't be you who will be taking the exam side by side with me. Xia Qichuan didn't have any intention to move and silently put the pen away. Don't worry. I don't write essays and I'm number one. Born at the wrong time. I really want to know that one day. If the two of us grab a thing, who will win? Yu Huijing also lifted his pen and put a fork in his already good composition. Xia Qichuan looked at Yu Huijing suspiciously. Yu Huijing raised his eyebrows. It's only fair from the same starting line. Although his family was well off and bookish, he never relied on his family history. Yu Huijing was different from Han Jin, who was a vain and unprofessional prodigal son. He was gifted and outstanding since he was a child. Coupled with his family's favoritism, he developed a proud, arrogant and unshakable personality. At the same time he is a true son of the world. From the bones of the literati humble noble, the bones of the wind does not fail. He counted on Xia Qichuan from being impressed to secretly competing to sympathizing. In the original middle school, It was all about ironclad firsts and watered-down seconds, and that carried over into sophomore year. I met Xia Qichuan in the exam, and from then on, as long as the exam, the people around me never changed. Last year, the first place of the top 10 students in Nanjing was a choice between the two, and finally, considering that Yu Huijing's father was a famous lawyer, the honor was given to him. In fact, no one could tell the difference between the two talented youngsters. Who was a bit better? Yu Huijing felt that he had not won. He stood on the shoulders of his elders to see the world, while Xia Qichuan was alone and on foot. A voice came over the radio: the exam is over. Candidates stop answering. The exam is over. Candidates stop answering questions. After handing in the paper, Xia ran to Xia Qichuan's seat in a flash. Yu Huijing packed up his things before he left and watched the young girl run to him with a jump and a smile. The hand movements deliberately slowed down a bit. He really wanted to see what was so special about this girl. Originally thinking that Xia wouldn't greet himself, he didn't expect Xia to graciously and politely say, "Good day, senior." Yu Huijing froze at once and reacted for a long time before stuttering, "Hello." Xia was eager to fight with Yu Huijing, but all of a sudden, she heard the sour voice of Xia Qichuan's heart, and the jealousy was big. "Ah, didn't Wow come to me? Why are you talking to him first? So angry." "Oh, but I can't be so petty, or else Wow will have found out that I turned out to be a cheapskate." Xia looked at Xia Qichuan, and the expression on his face was motionless. "Xia Qichuan, what are you thinking?" Xia looked at him sideways. I'm thinking about the exam in the afternoon," Xia Qichuan said. "Okay." Summer Harvest snickered. "The mouthy guy." Yu Huijing packed up his things and left, nodding his head towards Xia Qichuan. His eyes were just about to cross Xia when Xia Qichuan's body sidestepped, blocking Xia in a solid way. Seeing his babyish look, Yu Huijing had a mischievous thought and deliberately bypassed Xia Qichuan and said to Xia, "Elementary school sister, see you in the afternoon." Xia narrowed her eyes. She could almost hear Xia Qichuan's vinegar tank overturned and was bubbling away. Yu Huijing is so good. Will Wow like him? Xia frowned. What did she think she was? Wow is so pretty. Yu Huijing won't like her, right? What should I do if the two of them like each other? Xia Qichuan's heart was broken, but there was not a single word in his mouth. Xia directly pulled Xia Qichuan's arm, not wanting him to think wildly, not wanting him to be sad. "Xia Qichuan, I like you, only you. Just now I greeted Yu Huijing just out of politeness. Don't think nonsense, there are many excellent people in the world, and you are already the best in my heart." Xia Qichuan looked at his Wow. If there is a miracle in the world, it is probably you. Chapter 35, The Master's Strike. In order to cope with the math test in the afternoon, Xia pulled Xia Qichuan and waited at the test center early. As the saying goes, it's not soon enough. Xia Qichuan came up with different types of questions for Xia, and if there was something he didn't understand, Xia Qichuan could point it out in time. It was being done in earnest when a voice of utter contempt came from above his head. "Do you need to be taught this kind of topic?" It's in Huijing. In his previous life, after his junior year, Yu Huijing, as a teaching assistant and a guaranteed graduate student, often came in and out of their classes. It was as if he had set his eyes on Xia, finding himself in trouble every day. This disdainful voice, Xia didn't know how many times he had heard it. Even if his attitude changed later, Summer Harvest couldn't forget it. Xia clenched her back teeth. The previous life of the family changes. Xia temperaments softened a lot, but also have to beg for Huijing's father. For Huijing can be said to be everywhere to tolerate. This time, it's not to spoil him. Others don't know. Xia can know Yu Huijing's weakness. Cowards who are afraid of bugs. Xia looked up, innocently confused, and glanced at Yu Huijing. Yu Huijing was stunned. Clearly very charming eyes. At this time pure like a wad of clear water. Yu Huijing, think about it. Think just now, the math problem is really not particularly simple. Need to spend some effort. When he was just about to regret his bad tone, Xia flung himself into Xia Qichuan's arms and looked at Yu Huijing with great horror. "Senior, there's a big green worm on your back." Immediately afterward, a murderous squeal came from the school building. Xia nestled into Xia Qichuan's arms and found the most comfortable position. He was too embarrassed to stick close to Xia Qichuan for many days. Xia Qichuan protected her head with one hand, gently patted her back with one hand, and comforted her with a soft voice. "Wawa, don't be afraid. The bugs won't come over." Xia Qichuan used superlatives, like coaxing children. "Brother Xia Qichuan, I'm scared. Can you see if there are really worms?" Xia blinked her eyes, and Xia Qichuan's heart beat violently. Wanted to kiss her so bad. Xia shyly lowered her head. There was no one else in the examination room, and she and Xia Qichuan looked at each other. This is a very beautiful atmosphere, favoring Huijing on the side of the scared jumping, wailing, not the slightest bit of just a moment ago the cool and proud look. "Senior, I might have misread it. Stop howling. If you keep on howling, The sound-activated lights in the restroom are going to be lit up by your screams. Yu Huijing didn't believe her, and turned it over a few more times himself before he was sure it really wasn't there. He stood with a darkened face, patting his shirt with a palpitating heart. Immediately afterward, the other candidates came in one after another, and Xiaohe returned to her seat. Just before leaving, quietly close to Xia Qichuan's ear and said, "Brother Qichuan, other things, wait for the examination." Xia Qichuan's face reddened. Just now Xiaohe jumped into his arms. The softness of his body pressed tightly against him. He was almost irrational. 30 minutes after the exam started, neither Xia Qichuan nor Yu Huijing had started to move their pens. Invigilators cannot help but sigh. Genius is not ordinary. Just like the masters in the duel, the masters always let the other side of a hand. These two directly let the other candidates 30 minutes. Xia Qichuan's hand rubbed his ear, where it was so red that it looked like it was going to drip blood. What did Xiaohe mean by other things? Before, Xiaohe was embarrassed to take her own cell phone to search for what she should eat to enlarge her breasts. Afraid of being found by Xia Guang, she secretly took Xia Qichuan's cell phone to search, and Xia Qichuan saw it a few times. Remembering the touch just now, did it really work? She's not sneaking any drugs, is she? That's not good. I'll have to talk to her about it later. Xia Qichuan glanced backward. She was biting her finger to read the question. Her face, which was originally colorful, was very serious at the moment, and the whole person was like glowing with light. Xia Qichuan lowered his head and smiled lightly before he started working on the questions. Unlike Xia Qichuan, Yu Huijing could be said to be skeptical and dissatisfied. Xiaohe's provocative eyes just now were clearly intentional. But how did she know she was most afraid of bugs? It should be a coincidence. Maybe the pattern on his shirt looks like a green worm and he really misread it. Yu Huijing turned back. Xiaohe just happened to turn the pages of the test paper. A flash of his face made Yu Huijing's heart beat faster. Redheads, stumbling blocks on the road to success. Her provocation to herself just now. It couldn't be because she was jealous because she said a few more words to Xia Qichuan, right? Girls are just petty, or they suspect that they like Xia Qichuan? Strange thoughts drilled into Yu Huijing's head. No, later, after the exams are over, he has to make it clear to her that his orientation is normal. Having made up his mind, Yu Huijing also concentrated on the questions. The invigilator was curious as he watched them all glance backward before starting the questions. He wasn't worried about these two copying. He was just puzzled. When he saw the clock in the back, he realized that it was exactly 1 hour into the exam, so it was going to be an hour for someone else. The exam was over. Xiaohe stretched her legs. It took too many brain cells. As she was packing up her things, two long figures appeared in front of her table. Xiaohe raised her eyes and was seeing the two people, Xia Qichuan and Yu Huijing, staring at each other. The sun was setting. The evening sun reflected on the two people's faces. The already handsome and good-looking faces were incomparably vivid and alive at the moment. Xiaohe suddenly expressed not to. These two inexplicably have CP sense what is going on. Xia Qichuan looked at Yu Huijing who followed him and was a bit puzzled. You have something to do? Yu Huijing, however, did not respond to him, but turned around and walked away. What kind of stupidity had he committed to come and explain this? Looking at him inexplicably, Xiaohe and Xia Qichuan looked at each other and shrugged. On the way home, Xia Qichuan stammered as if he had something to say. He was muttering something in his mind, saying something that Summer Harvest wasn't sure of for a moment. Should I talk to Wow, in case she's on medication? It hurts too much, but how do I tell her? So difficult. Xia Qichuan sighed as he turned over these sentences in his mind. Since Xiaohe mastered the skill of randomly listening to Xia Qichuan's heart, classes, sleep, exams are automatically shielded from Xia Qichuan's broken thoughts. God knows usually how calm and composed a person. Heart words that. So what exactly did Xia Qichuan want to say to her? Xiaohe didn't understand for a moment. Xia Qichuan, do you have something to say to me? Since he didn't understand, let's ask directly. Whom, Xia Qichuan answered. Xia Qichuan was not surprised that Xiaohe could often guess what was on his mind. After answering Xia Qichuan was again half silent. You say, then don't be angry. Wow. Xia Qichuan was a bit embarrassed. Xia Qichuan stopped, looked very seriously into Xiaohe's eyes, and said solemnly, I think you're good enough as you are now. You don't need to make any changes, especially if you might have to harm your body. Xiaohe was clouded by what he said. Xia Qichuan, what do you mean by that? What did I do to change? How did I hurt my body again? Xia Qichuan raised his hands in a very difficult way, and then gestured in front of his chest. You, don't you want to plump here? I saw you take my cell phone search? Chapter 36 Sesame Soup Dumplings. Kai Chuan. Xiaohe was dumbfounded, watching Xia Qichuan's movements. Had she forgotten to delete her search record? Forgot to delete it. What's good for breast enlargement? What do you eat to grow from an A to a D? Can eating pig's trotters increase breast size? Thinking of these words that had been searched on Xia Qichuan's cell phone, Xia only felt raw. She sucked in a breath of cool air and turned to run. What a large social death scene. Shame on you. Dear Mom, I'm sailing away tonight. The song happened to be playing in the store next to her, and all Summer Harvest could think was that she was really sailing far away today. She ran as fast as she could. Xia Qichuan pushed the car and followed behind. She wasn't tall and her legs weren't long, so Xia Qichuan only needed to take big strides to catch up with her. This is the end of the line, and Summer Harvest realizes again that her legs aren't long either, and grief sets in. Xia Qichuan has been beside the broken idea. Wah. I think small is also quite good. Not heavy, right? Wear clothes also look good. We do not need to take medicine. Take medicine affects the health of the body, the size of the good, the body hair and skin affected by the parents. Get my luck. Lose my life. Xiaohe wanted to cry without tears. Xia Qichuan was exposing himself as a nagging ghost. Why do you keep talking about it? Does it bother him? Xiaohe suddenly stopped, patted her chest and looked at Xia Qichuan. Growing up here, you don't like it? Like it. Xia Qichuan looked at her and answered honestly. Summer Harvest grinned and was about to cry. Xia Qichuan, I knew it. You men's mouths, lying ghosts, saying you like me, but in the end, you still like people with good bodies. No, it's not that. Wow. As long as it's you, I like it, no matter how big or small. Xia Qichuan anxiously explained. How do you know I'm small? I'm not. Xiaohe remembered that he had washed his underwear and suddenly became angry. He just thought he was small. No, it's not small. It's like it's gotten bigger. Bigger. You're not on any medication, are you? Xia Qichuan was not stammering now, but was simply unable to speak. Xia Qichuan, I'm the one who didn't take the medicine. I'm ignoring you. Xiaohe twisted her head and stomped her feet, so shy that she could only cover it up with anger. Not a few steps away from home, Xia ran straight back. Xia Qichuan looked at her back with a tense face. She seemed to be really angry. What to do? At mealtime, Xia looked at the pot of soybean stewed pig's feet and sulked a bit, but she quickly realized something. Xia Qichuan said a little too big? How does he know? She felt it when she hugged him today? What? Is it possible that eating pig's feet lately has helped? Xiaohe quietly touched it, as if it really just want to be happy. The abdomen a crash. Some boring pain. Went to the bathroom and saw that something good had come of it. It turns out that growing up is all an illusion, but in reality it's a normal physiological reaction before menstruation. At the dinner table, look at Summer Harvest ignoring the tub of pig's feet. Wow. Why don't you eat pig's feet anymore? Didn't you always like pig's feet the other day? I'm tired of eating it. I'll never eat pig's feet again. Xia was aggrieved. Pig's feet for breast enhancement are all lies. As he was talking, Xia Qichuan came in with a small pot of melons and fruits. Uncle Xia, wow. My mom said for me to send you some fresh fruits. Xia Qichuan went home and thought about it for half a day. But he didn't know what excuse to find to come to Xia's house until Zhao Wei said to send some fruits. And Xia Qichuan was busy and came. Xiaohe glanced at him, then at the tub of pig's feet, grunted, and went upstairs. Wah, eat water. Xia Guang stuffed a small tomato into his mouth and just called Xiaowa, realizing that she had already gone upstairs. Xia Qichuan bit his lower lip and stared blankly at the stairs. A fight? Natsuhiro asked. I made Wow angry. Then why are you still waiting? Go up and coax Ah. Xia Guang pushed Xia Qichuan and raised his head to signal to hurry up. I won't. Xia Qichuan was a bit embarrassed. Xia sat on the sofa, himself is not angry, on the premenstrual cranky and irritable, by Xia Qichuan an unlimited tolerance for her, so she took the name of anger to him to be pampered. Xia waited for half a day, but Xia Qichuan hadn't come up to coax himself, and was a bit disgruntled. Opened the door of the room, but saw Xia Qichuan obediently standing in front of the door, like a puppy afraid of being abandoned by the master. Afraid, but still do not dare to go one step beyond the thunderbolt, can only guard the side, waiting for the master's decision. It's heartbreaking. What are you doing up here? Xiaohe's tone was much softer, and as long as he said two kind words, Xiaohe would immediately jump into his arms. Favorably, Xia Qichuan did not understand the situation and replied, Uncle said that he would let me coax you. If my dad lets you coax, you coax. If my dad doesn't let you coax, you don't coax? Xiaohe aggrievedly asked him. No, wow. I'm wrong, don't be angry. What I meant just now on the road. I didn't mean that you're not good. I'm worried about your health. You're the best in my heart. Xia Qichuan deflated his mouth and looked at her as if he seemed to be on the verge of crying if Xiaohe didn't say she forgave him. How could Summer Harvest not be soft? Okay, I forgive you. Xiaohe flung herself into Xia Qichuan's arms, greedily sniffing the unique aroma of his body, refreshing and clean. So, did you send the melons on purpose? My mom asked me to send it. Xia Qichuan told the truth. However, this is all sort of planned by Xia Qichuan. Just got home, He washed 2 portions of fruits and melons, specially placed in a conspicuous place. After eating the meal, he has been around Zhao Hui. This does not love to eat fruits. Tonight his mouth did not stop. Finally, Zhao Hui had just made a sound, and he came without stopping for a moment. Hearing Xia Qichuan's reply, he let out a sigh of relief. Xia Qichuan, you really don't know how to coax a girl at all, but that's okay. Your favoritism, your bluntness is enough. But after a while, he realized that he had thought wrong. Xia Qichuan was definitely a sesame-filled soup dumpling. On the outside, he's innocent, but in fact, he's very dark. Just look at him, unscrewing all of Summer Harvest's water cups, toothpaste, and even the bottles and jars in the house. Xia Qichuan, what are you doing? He was puzzled by his behavior. Xia Qichuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Just now I was afraid that you would ignore me. I tightened all the things with lids in your house, and Uncle Xia shouldn't be able to unscrew them, so when the time comes, you'll be looking for me. Xia Qichuan, you're quite bad. Xia Qichuan's eyes drooped until he heard Xiaohe say, I quite love it. Brother, it's been a long time since I've kissed, can you still be a little lighter this time? Just as he was about to hug her, Natsuhiro came up with a cough. Kai Chuan, Uncle, the cap of this bottle of honey is screwed on too tightly. Why can't you open it? Come and help Uncle screw it on. He looked at Xia Qichuan's panicked appearance and smiled. You did? Xia Qichuan nodded. Xia Qichuan unscrewed the cap of the bottle, and Xia Guang went downstairs with a strange bite. Wow. Continue? Xia Qichuan pursed his lips. Just as he lowered his head, Xia Guang came up again. Kai Chuan, why can't Uncle unscrew this water cup? Come and help Uncle to unscrew it. He laughed out loud. Xia Qichuan, you brought this on yourself. It's not that I don't agree. Then owe it, next, and pay me back next time. Chapter 37, Borrowing a Knife. Finals are 3 days in a row. Since that day, Yu Huijing always came to the exam room at a stuck point, as if he could avoid Shaha and Xia Qichuan's pre-test review. Xiaohe and Xia Qichuan here can be described as calm. Han Jin, however, was caught between Dianyi and Ning Xiyu, not being able to do either. Dianyi do small ambush low, mouth said never to please. In fact, sweet words will Han Jin coax to the heart of the happy, although Ning Xiyu have the intention to fight with her, but always can't get half a point of cheap. But in the last 2 days, Han Jin had changed his temperament and was indifferent to Dianyi, but acted as if he had the intention of pleasing Ning Xiyu. Even the lapdogs that had been following Han Jin around, such as Yu Fei, had disguised themselves as no longer taking care of Dianyi, even making things difficult for her at every turn. Dianyi has always been a worshipper of the high and the low, and since she thought she had gotten herself attached to Han Jin, she has become even more bossy and uncaring towards her classmates. Her previous friends found out her true colors and distanced themselves from her. Now that Han Jin's gang had snubbed her again, and Ning Xiyu had put out the word that whoever spoke to Dianyi was crossing herself, for a moment, Dianyi was actually isolated. There are already people pointing fingers behind her back, saying that she thought she had climbed the ladder and fell off badly. On the day the exams ended, everyone was excited because the long-awaited summer vacation was finally coming. The boys playing and jostling in the hallway knocked over Dianyi and gave her a condescending look. He said mockingly, "Who do I think it is? It's Dianyi whose eyes are on the top of her head. In the past I chased after you, treated you like a treasure you didn't accept, went to fall back on the Han family's youngest son, and now people have turned their backs on you, and brought the whole year to isolate you. You're so pathetic." The boy grinned cheaply, his shoes stomping past her book, leaving huge footprints on the cover. Dianyi bit her lip. The person who had originally chased after her was now actually humiliating her like this. Passing students were looking this way, and everyone's laughter seemed to be mocking her. Dianyi lost face and became irritated. The longer she stayed here, the more humiliated she became. Dianyi was most concerned about her face and wanted to leave quickly. Just as she was about to pick up her books, the next second a pair of brand new, white sneakers stepped on her hand. The fingers suffered pain and tried to retract, but they were pressed tightly against the shoes, as if the owner had done it on purpose. "Gu, sorry, I was careless," Ning Xiyu grimaced, and while her foot stepped back, she forcefully crushed on the back of Dianyi's hand. Dianyi sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. "Ning Xiyu, you did it on purpose." "Yeah, I did it on purpose. What's wrong? When you seduced Hanjin, you should have thought this day would come." Ning Xiyu walked up to Dianyi with a condescending smile. She had a smile on her lips, but there was something ghastly about the grimness of that smile. "Dianyi, do you think Han Jin really likes you? To tell you the truth, Han Jin told me, but it's just playing with you. He and Xia Qichuan don't deal with each other. I heard that you like Xia Qichuan. Han Jin is just trying to rob him. It doesn't matter who it is at all." Dianyi didn't like Han Jin much either, but she was so proud of her beauty that she thought Han Jin liked her more or less, but she didn't expect it to be like this. He himself is being played by someone else. Diany clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. So it turned out that all the humiliation she suffered was traced back to Xiaqichuan. It's all because of you. It's already very painful for me to like you and not be able to. And because of you, I've been humiliated and disgraced. Xiaqichuan, shouldn't you pay a little price too? Ning Xiyu was very arrogant as she walked around from one side as if Diany was a plague. Diany's voice sounded from behind her. Ning Xiyu, you think you've won? In fact, you're the one who's the saddest. Who does Han Jin really like? You know better than anyone. He doesn't care about me. He may not care about you. Ning Xiyu was told the center of the matter. Her face was very bad, and she said sternly, it's not your turn to be in charge of this. Your parents are doing business. Han Jin's father from the political. Between the government and business have dealings is normal. I never want to compete with you. Just you have to think clearly. Whether it's Han Jin's father, or Han Jin himself, you're always a spare tire. A replacement. The best one cannot be used. We'll think of you. If one day the best one backtracked, I'm afraid that you'll be given up immediately. Like throwing away garbage. Who is the best one? She doesn't have to say it. Anyone with eyes knows it's summer harvest. Diany got up and glanced at Ning Xiyu. She understood Ning Xiyu. It turned out that by Xiaha's side, the radiant brilliance was all Xiaha's. Dancing, Xiaha protagonist, she is the supporting role. Even the awards of various activities, Xiaha is always the C position. She can only be in the corner. Ning Xiyu hated it when people said that she was inferior to Xiaha, the boys she favored. On the other hand, thought so too. Xiaqichuan likes Xiaha, Hanjin likes Xiaha, why should all the good be hers? Diany didn't want Xiahe to feel better, but she couldn't do anything about it. Ning Xiyu was different. She was from a wealthy family and had money and connections. Borrowing a knife to kill a man, Diany understands, and so does Snipe. Turning around, she snickered, but from afar, she saw that Han Jin was coming this way, and Diany stumbled and fell again, her hand already hurting, and her eyes were a tearful, pathetic mess. Ning Xiyu didn't notice her move and walked away indignantly. She always wants Xiaha to suffer a bit, and even more so, she wants her father's and Hanjin's father's plan to be implemented faster. Han Jin helped Diany up, only to see that she lowered her eyebrows and kept rubbing her fingers, which seemed to have been worn through the skin. He frowned. Ning Xiyu was just too bossy. If it wasn't for the fact that his father was working on a joint project with her family, and he was hard-pressed to curry favor with Ning Xiyu, Han Jin was really unwilling to continue to spend time with her. Diany returned to the classroom and naturally looked at the last row. Xiaqichuan's seat. He wasn't there. Looking out, he pushed his bike and was waiting for summer harvest. Xiahe joyfully sat in the back seat, clearly a harmonious picture, but in Diany's eyes, it was solid. Xiahe leaned against Xiaqichuan's back, his hand consciously wrapped around his waist, rubbing his abs, which felt especially good. Kind of want to see it. Thinking about it, Summer Harvest's hand burrowed down the seam of his shirt. Xiaqichuan lowered his head to look at the small hands that were moving around his waist, and seemed to be accustomed to it, and snickered. In his mind, he silently gave Summer Harvest a name. Summer, sexy boy, whoa, sweetheart. Listening to his heart, Xiaha was speechless for a while. The little pervert, she admitted, and added heart and soul after that? Xiaqichuan is really arrogant and strange, obviously likes her to the core, but behaves very plainly. One thing's for sure though, this broken mind reader can only hear useless things. If it really works, how about Xiaqichuan just read the math answers in his mind and she listens and writes them? She could only hear Xiaqichuan's various broken thoughts, but they were kinda cute. Chapter 38, Everything about you is important to me. There are still 2 days before the day of results. Where do you want to go and play? Xiaqichuan asked. Recently, the stress of the final exams was too much, and Xiahe had obviously lost weight, so Xiaqichuan wanted to let her relax. Just go to Xiaqichuan's heart and turn around. I don't want to go anywhere else. Xiahe hugged him tightly. Haven't you always been in my heart? Why haven't you stayed long enough? Xiaqichuan's rare gags and oily words are still a bit uncomfortable for Xiahe. Is your mouth so sweet it's smeared with honey? I was reading a magazine today, and I thought it was quite well written. Xiaqichuan said with embarrassment. What kind of magazine writes about that? What's that column called? I don't know when. Magazines stuffed in the bike basket, randomly flipping through them while waiting for you. What kind of magazine is it? Xiaqichuan didn't care. His bike will be left outside on Friday night when he works part-time. Maybe it was put there by someone at that time. Chatting away, we arrived at the house a little while later. The nursing home is now open for business, and while the outside looks like a normal home, the inside is actually transformed. Xia Guang bought 5 sets of old houses in the vicinity and opened them up into a small activity center, where nearby elderly people can work out and have fun, and opened up a small piece of land for the elderly to reminisce about their past farming life, and regularly arranged for various kinds of physical checkups. Zhao Hui acted as the head housekeeper, because she had someone to keep her company and something to do. Zhao Hui's health was much better, and she looked like her face was rosy compared to before. Xia Guang pays a fixed salary and eats 3 meals a day with the old people. Xia Qichuan has a lot less pressure on him. Today, having arranged to have dinner together, Xia Qichuan directly brought Xia He into the house. The car stopped, and Harvest immediately had to go see what kind of magazine it was. The moment Xia Qichuan took it out and saw the cover, both of them were petrified. It's more of an advertisement than a magazine. A book of advertisements aimed at male reproductive health. Men can't be soft, they have to be hard. Give me 30 minutes and I'll give you 30 minutes back. On the cover, the man, dressed only in a short pair of briefs with pronounced muscle lines, bites his lower lip and squints at the camera. Shaha stared wide-eyed and immediately threw away the magazine in her hand. The mind cries out, my eyes, dirty. She turned and ran in shame. Xia Qichuan hastily threw the magazine into the trash can. He didn't care just now, so he casually turned a page. It was quite normal. It happened to be the earthy love story that women like to hear the most. What? How did that happen? Summer Harvest doesn't think she can't do it, so she reads magazines like this. He's okay, quite okay, very good. When Xia He heard his heart, his cheeks flushed red and he gave Xia Qichuan a panicked look. She unconsciously thought of the greasy boy in the magazine again just now, and her brain automatically brought in Xia Qichuan. What should I do? I can't look straight at Xia Qichuan at all. Immediately panicked and ran away. However, the more Xia Qichuan thought about it, the less he felt in his heart. Shaha just looked at the body of that man on the cover of the magazine and blushed. Summer Harvest actually looked at another man's nudity. At dinner, Xia He buried his head and grubbed at the rice. Xia Guang sensed something was wrong, so he asked, why did you do poorly in the exams and turned your grief into appetite? Summer Hall shook her head. Hungry. Zhao Hui pinched a pickled cucumber into Xia He's bowl. 2 days ago you said you wanted to eat pickled cucumber. It's ready today. You try it. Harvest nodded. Okay, thanks auntie. Just as he was about to clip, the cucumber on his plate was again clipped away by Zhao Hui. This one's a little small and not very crispy. I'll have Kai Chuan chuck you a new one. Xia Qichuan chose for half a day and finally picked it. Wow, this one is for you. I have this one hard and big. Hearing what he said, Shaha choked directly on her rice and coughed vigorously. Coughing cheeks also reddened and ears flushed. Xia Qichuan wanna hear what he said again, tiger and wolf words. Auntie, Dad, I'm not eating. Enjoy your meal. I'm going to blow off some steam. It's a bit stuffy indoors. Summer Harvest fled as if he were running away. I've never been in love in my previous life, but I've seen others fall in love. Roommates also used to talk about their boyfriends in the dorms, so that bit of biological common sense is still there. It was an extremely normal piece of conversation, but I had just read the magazine, and the cover was written out in a very prominent, eye-catching font, and it stuck in my mind at once. Xia Qichuan said that it was hard not to want to be biased. What? Just, big and hard, cucumber? After reacting for a long time, Xia Qichuan noticed the impropriety and came out to see Shaha sitting on a bench in the courtyard looking at the starry sky. Her hair rested softly on her shoulders, the breeze blowing and kissing her cheeks lightly one at a time. Xia Qichuan actually envied her hair. Just as he was about to go over, Xia Guang came out with a small basket. Kai Chuan, wah. Go pick the small tomatoes for the grandparents in the neighborhood to deliver tomorrow. Oh, Summer Hall took the basket and stepped aside. For the sake of efficiency, Xia Qichuan walked from the other end. Within 2 steps I had picked many, and none of them were small. Shaha looked at Xia Qichuan, who was picking with his head down, and opened his mouth to ask, I'm quite big here. Are you big there? Xia Qichuan froze and was thinking how to answer. Shaha asked again, Xia Qichuan, I'm asking you, are you big there? Big. Xia Qichuan blushed. I don't blame Shaha for thinking too much just now. After reading that kind of magazine, it's really easy to associate it with it. Is Wow flirting with me on purpose? Or is it just a casual remark? Wow is so simple. It must be a casual remark. My wow is the best. Xia He listened to Xia Qichuan's inner self-talk and suddenly froze. What had she just asked? Are you big there? What was Xia Qichuan's answer? Big? Great. If one had to describe Xia He's current shock, it would probably be a pupil earthquake. After picking the fruits, Xia He was busy and went home, not daring to stay for a second longer, or else he didn't know what kind of rant would come out of his mouth again today. Nonsense, what delusion. After calming down and packing up to lie on the bed, Shaha kind of missed Xia Qichuan, dialed a video call over. The call was quickly connected and Xia Qichuan's handsome face appeared on the screen. Everything was normal until a few drops of water ran down his hair and over his neck, and Xia He suddenly realized a problem. Xia Qichuan seems to be naked. Xia Qichuan, what are you doing? Xia He asked. I am in the shower. Why are you taking video calls from me when you're in the shower? I'm afraid you have something important. Where I have anything important to do. What happens to you is all that matters to me. Xia Qichuan said seriously, every word like hitting Xiaohe's heart. Xiaohe's heart fluttered. Xia Qichuan is always this good. It was as if she could see the way Xia Qichuan hurriedly wiped his hands after returning a timely reply to her message. Xia Qichuan was the first to reply to each of her messages. Every conversation is also capped with his words. You take a shower. I'll hang up now. Just hung up. Xia Qichuan loosened the bath towel on his body. Xiaohe's video call, called again. Xia Qichuan, I want to see the abs and wash my eyes. Wow, this is not good. Xia Qichuan was a bit embarrassed. Brother Qichuan, please. The cell phone camera goes down and then stops at the waist and stomach. Ah, the video hangs up as Summer Harvest screams. Chapter 39, A day without seeing you is like a day without seeing you. Late at night, Summer Harvest tossed and turned. What was it that just flashed by? I couldn't calm down for a long time, and I didn't fall asleep until the morning. In his sleep, Xia Qichuan's bright and handsome face, colored with scarlet, squinting his eyes, biting his lower lip, the same action, but different from the greasy man on the cover, very sexy and provocative. Shaha bullied her way up and pressed his body tightly against the wall. Then the molesting words came out of her mouth. Show your sister, you little cucumber. Xia Qichuan lowered his head and said coyly, Sister, be gentle. I'm scared. Dreaming about it, Summer Harvest woke up with a start. Her heart raced and she hid her face under the covers in shame. At the same time, there was still a bit of unfulfilled desire. Xia Qichuan in the dream was just too tantalizing. It's his fault. He agreed to it yesterday after a little pampering. With this broad chest, clear lines of the waistline and sexy mermaid line, even the droplets of water that slid down her body exuded seductive charm. I only blame my eyesight for what I should and shouldn't have seen. Luckily, there were 2 days off at the end of the final exams, so Shaha forced herself to close her eyes and think about what she would do tomorrow, unconsciously but mentally playing idiom solitaire. Pearls are cast in the dark, and the instrument is alive and well. She's going crazy. Eventually the garbled idioms all came to mind before I fell asleep. The house cleaning aunt came every 2 days, and if it weren't for the loudness of the vacuum cleaner, Shaha would have only slept until high noon. Xia Qichuan had already opened his eyes many times and she hadn't moved. Shaha's dance class was delayed because of the final exams, and the dance teacher had to make up for her in the past 2 days, especially bringing a boy of a similar age to be her dance partner. Xia Qichuan didn't dare to disturb her at will, only fearing that Shaha would feel too clingy and possessive and become bored with herself. I just saw a car from the dance school enter the front door of Xia's house, so it should be practicing for a dance. In the evening, Xia Qichuan went to work at Wu's restaurant again, and Shaha came to look for him and didn't see him again. Tired from practicing dance during the day, Xiaohe lay on the bed and fell asleep in a daze. She specially opened the door without turning off the light, thinking that Xia Qichuan could call her when he came back and she could go out to meet him. Favorably, Xia Guan looked at her room with the light on and the door open, and the person had already fallen asleep, so he turned off the light in her room by hand. When Xia Qichuan came back, he found that the lights were out in her room and didn't dare to call. Shaha slept through this until the big day. The next day, Xiaohe was just about to go out to look for Xia Qichuan when he was brought back to the dance studio by the dance teacher. Shaha was a little distracted during practice. Sister, I sacrifice my vacation to dance with you and you take this attitude? The boy raised his eyebrows lightly. Hearing the word sister, Xiaohe couldn't help but think of the way Xia Qichuan called his sister in his dream. The cool and handsome face was resigned into a crying milk dog. This child in front of him, although his stature is already very tall, but his face is tender. Compared to Xia Qichuan's teenage brightness and clear lines, he is simply a child. Although I haven't practiced with my teacher for a long time, I haven't forgotten my basic skills day after day. I have time to talk about me. Why don't you take a look at yourself? You can't even hit your legs straight, Shaha said with dissatisfaction. Hearing Xiaohe retort, the little boy smiled. Sister, you're so funny. I kind of like you. Shaha frowned when she heard this. True likes are not said freely. Why don't you teach me, sister, what it looks like to really like someone? Summer Harvest didn't want to ignore him. Frivolously, turning his head, he was pushed by the kid, holding his waist in front of him, and if not for Shaha's timely stabilization of her footsteps, she would have jumped straight into his arms. Shaha immediately pushed him away, but saw Xiaqi's figure flashing past outside the glass door of the dance studio. In order to facilitate Xiaohe to learn dance, Xia Guang specially decorated a dance room in the villa, and for the sake of better light, one side is transparent tempered glass. That means Xia Qichuan saw that scene just now. Xia Qichuan really understands the feeling of one day's absence is like 3 autumns. The original can only look at her from afar, not yet let it go. Now, living together, ear to ear, it has born the desire to possess. This want to see her mood cannot be pressed. So, looking for an opening to come and see her, just to see her. But when she arrived outside the dance studio, she saw her talking to the boys, who were smiling flirtatiously. Her hair was up high, revealing her bare neck, with only a few thin strands of hair with sweat clinging to her slender, pale neck. Black and white adds to the allure. She was wearing a comfortable backless practice outfit, outlining her entire body, with shoulders like a chisel and waist like an about-face. The boy's hand made a strong effort, and Xiaohe was about to fall into his arms in the next second. Xia Qichuan didn't understand if this was a necessity for the dance. He only knew that really letting him witness Xiaohe's intimate movements with other people was going to cause the sourness in his heart to well up. It's hard to turn over, but he didn't dare to make a sound and could only leave silently by himself. If you can't see it yourself, can't you just pretend it didn't happen? If you're not that professional, I'd suggest you stop learning to dance. Xiaohe knew deep down that she herself was not the piece of material to become a dancer, and that she learned to dance to improve her temperament and personal favorites. But this favorite, if it made Xia Qichuan unhappy, would not be worth it. Teacher, I'm a little sick today, so I'll stop here for now. I myself will send you a daily clocking video. You can communicate with me online. I'm purely a personal hobby. I don't need to come with a male dance partner. Next time you can just come alone. Xiaohe made her attitude clear, and the teacher, who was also paid to teach, would naturally go along with her. After sending the dance teacher away, Xiaohe ran to find Xia Qichuan at the first opportunity. He was packing his clothes in his bedroom as if he was going out of town. He didn't bother to listen to what was going on in his mind just now, but Xiaohe knew that he must be jealous, or else he wouldn't have already arrived at her house, but didn't even say a word and left silently. Xia Qichuan is always like this, so humble that even jealousy is silent and does not dare to show it. Summer Hall hugged him from behind. Chapter 40. A wise man does not enter into love, and it is difficult to be wise when he meets you. Xia Qichuan, you're jealous. It was a declarative sentence. Xia Qichuan didn't say anything. What was said was the truth. He didn't want to deny it, but he didn't dare to admit it for fear that Xiaohe would feel constrained. Xiaohe walked around to his front and snatched the clothes from his hand. Xia Qichuan, who am I? Whoa wah. Xia Qichuan replied in a low voice. Whose wow is it? I'm your girlfriend. I'm your wow. You can be jealous. You can be angry. You can give birth to unlimited possessiveness. That's your right. Your obligation. Obligation? Xia Qichuan didn't know that being jealous was an obligation. Of course, just now that kid wanted to hug me. Hey, you should have rushed in at that time. Yelled out, this is my woman, and then blew his dog's head off. Looking at Xia Qichuan dumbfounded, Xiaohe was anxious. Is this really the brain of the first exam? Wow, that's not sensible. Xia Qichuan, people want to molest your girlfriend and you talk about being sensible? Then tell me, next time, what should you do sensibly? Xia Qichuan glanced at her in a daze. Wise men don't enter the river of love. Meeting you doesn't make a wise man, so I chose not to be sensible. Rushed in, shouted that this is my girl, and then blew his dog's head off. Xia Qichuan said it seriously and also felt it made sense. Xiaohe was very satisfied with Xia Qichuan's answer and nodded. That's right, but there won't be a next time. He won't be coming. Xia Qichuan tilted his head, his eyes blinking and blinking with a puzzled expression. I don't think I need a dance partner. Xia Qichuan, I will give you enough security. Don't worry, I like you. I only like you. Xia Qichuan lowered his head, his fine frontal hair scattered, his eyes as brilliant as stars, slightly reddened, his nose high and straight, his thin lips lightly opened. Mine. Whoa wah. Yes, yours. I am yours. Xiaohe and he stared at each other, her eyes charming, bias with full sincerity, unforgettable at first sight, the perfect combination of purity and desire, nose small and erect, bias and lip beads full, delicate and playful, contradictory and harmonious. Xia Qichuan's throat rolled and his eyes got a little hot, originally full of emotions, very touched, but the little hand in the clothes pinched and pinched. Xia Qichuan laughed. Wow, hugs are hugs, hands don't do anything wrong. Xiaohe froze, and the moment she embraced, her right hand went down the hem of her shirt, groped up, and then was now pinching Xia Qichuan's abs. Ahem, by the way, Xiaohe really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Groundhog, lately, it's been coming quite often. Lately, there's been a little bit of disgrace. Remembering that he was still holding Xia Qichuan's clothes in his left hand, he seemed to be packing just now. Where was he going? Xiaohe came out of Xia Qichuan's arms, held up the clothes in his hands and asked him, what are you packing clothes for? She said it in a serious way, not noticing that in her hand was a pair of, well, panties. Wow, give me your clothes first. Xia Qichuan was a bit embarrassed and just wanted to reach out for it, but Xiaohe immediately put it behind her back. You're not going to run away from home because you're jealous, are you? Tell me where you're going first, and I'll give it back to you. or else I'm temporarily withholding this dress. The school arranged for me to compete in a neighboring city, and I'm leaving tonight, so that's why I packed my clothes, and I went to see you just now to talk to you about it. Tonight? Wow. Can you give me back my underwear now? Xia Qichuan was a bit embarrassed. When did I take your underwear? Xia he took his left hand out silently from behind him. It was actually Xia Qichuan's underwear. Just now there was talk of suspending it. Xia Qichuan won't take her for a pervert. She admitted that although she was a bit of a pervert, she wasn't in the habit of hiding her panties. If you really like it, I can send you a new one too. Or do you have to have one I've worn? Xia Qichuan teased her. With a sense of security in his heart, Xia Qichuan speaks more boldly. Xia Qichuan, am I sick? What do I need your underwear for? Xia he hurriedly shoved it into Xia Qichuan's hand and fled like flying. Xia Qichuan admonished from behind. Slow down and watch the road when you cross the street. The haze in his heart just now was swept away, and Xia Qichuan unconsciously put on a smile. By the evening, Xia Qichuan was leaving, obviously only going for 2 days. Shaha still had red eyes. Xia Qichuan, tomorrow the test results come out. If I don't do well, my father will beat me up and there will be no one to protect me. Xia Qichuan rubbed her hair. Idiot, it won't. Seeing that the time was almost up, Xia Qichuan quickly hugged her. Wah, I miss you. The embrace was brief, but the disenchantment was strong. The setting sun melted gold, and the teenager's figure was stretched out for a long time. But the moment he stepped into the car, Xia Qichuan ran back, but not to Xia He, but to Xia Guan. Uncle, my mom's there. I know, uncle, if she really didn't do well, you don't have to do it. I will be responsible. I will be responsible to the end. Even if she can't do anything, I will be responsible to the end. Xia Qichuan didn't even glance at Xia He, but she knew that he was looking at her in his heart. Xia Guang was speechless. These two kids made it look like they were parting ways. All that could be done was to nod back and forth. Xia Qichuan got into the car and sat beside Yu Huijing, who closed his eyes and eyes, but the image of their embrace kept flashing in front of his eyes, and the unwillingness in the young girl's eyes seemed to be so strong. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Is it really that good? Before going to bed, Xia He and Xia Qichuan casually chatted for a while. He and Yu Huijing were in the same room, so they didn't dare to open the video. Xia Guang knocked on Xia He's door. Wah. Tomorrow Kai Chuan and Auntie Zhao's physical examination report comes out. I have something not in the company. I'll let the courier to your school's gate guard. You take it tomorrow, haha. Okay. Shaha has been thinking about this for a long time. How does she see Xie Qizhu is very healthy? Why would he die in his senior year because of pulmonary fibrosis? There is also Zhao Hui. Although the body is weak, but it is not so fast. I don't know if there will be any other problems with my body, but this medical checkup is comprehensive and detailed, so I hope to have a good result. The next day, the final exam results came out, and not surprisingly, Xie Qichuan was number 1 again. Only the language score was particularly low. The courier said that the report had been delivered, and Shaha couldn't wait to see it. Even knowing that she still took the 30th place, she wasn't happy, seemingly not advancing or retreating. It can be a huge breakthrough in the level of Shaha's post-college graduation. When school finally ended, Xia He went to get the medical report first thing. The medical report was in a file bag with Xia Qichuan's name on it, and it had obviously been opened. The package of the file bag had been torn open. Shaha didn't care, thinking it was Uncle Doorman checking it out. Xiaowa to turn over Zhao Hui's medical report. Except for minor anemia, the more serious is allergic asthma. But the doctor's orders wrote, pay attention to warmth. Strengthen the protection is not a big problem. Pay attention to the allergens that cause asthma. For her death in her previous life, Shaha could only blame it on a weaker body. Or like the last time, it's possible to have an asthma attack with no one there to help you in time. Xia He trembled as he opened Xia Qichuan's medical report. Nothing is wrong. It's very healthy. Xia He carefully looked at the enhanced CT test results. Xia Qichuan's lungs don't have any problems. She double-checked over and over that there was no problem. And how does that explain his death in a previous life? Why did Xia Qichuan suddenly become unwell between his senior year of high school and the time he was in college? And then one thing led to another. Where did he go for the years he disappeared? The words and phrases in his diary, Xia He couldn't remember, but the love in it was impressive. For what reason would Xia Qichuan, who loved himself so much, leave himself and the school? Or maybe he was hiding somewhere silently watching himself? Shaha desperately wanted to clarify everything, but she couldn't think of anything. Senior year, everything is senior year. Too many things happened that year, and Summer Harvest was always reluctant to look back. She packed her things to leave, placing the 2 medical reports in her bag. After Summer Harvest left, Bianni got out of the clutter. It turns out that Ning Siyu found out that she was coupled with Han Jin, and had already arranged for someone to come and block her. So Bieni was afraid and hid in the janitor's room, ready to find an empty space to run out. However, she found a package from Xie Qichuan. She opened it, but it was a medical report. She slapped the report down and pulled out the piece of paper with the caveat from Zhou Hui's filing bag. It says a lot of words, outlining that allergic asthma patients are prone to recurring and worsening symptoms during the cold winter months, and should avoid allergens. Open windows and ventilate the room regularly, but not to the cold, and keep indoor carpets out of the house to minimize the amount of dust that can live there. One more thing of utmost importance, try to avoid wearing down coats and duvets in winter. Down is prone to triggering bronchial asthma attacks, but it is also prone to harboring bacteria and hiding dust, which is a great hidden danger. Diani collected her things and quietly left. Chapter 41, Protecting Her for a Lifetime. Xia Qichuan was on a business trip and Xia Guan was not there, so Xia He walked home by himself. There seemed to be a mist in front of his eyes, and the truth could not be seen in any way. It's like they're just waiting for an opportunity to bring everything to light. The first semester of my senior year of high school was marked by a lot of changes. First, Xia Guan was suddenly investigated, sealed the home, he had nowhere to stay, looking for a number of stores before selling the bracelet, rented a very cheap rental house, temporary shelter. Then, Xia Qichuan's mother suddenly fell ill and died. Xiahe was preoccupied with Xia Guang's lawsuit, going to school and asking for help from relatives and friends. Luckily, Xia Guang is usually nice to his employees and got a lawyer to defend him, but knowing that he was wrongly accused, Xia Guang refused to say who the person who framed him was. Summer Hall has even less access to top lawyers. At that time, Yu Huijing's father somehow suddenly approached himself about being willing to meet up and help Xiahe in her lawsuit. Xiahe was grateful and brought the information and went to the appointment. Yu Huijing's family is not ordinary. His ancestors died for the country, and his father is famous for recognizing only fairness and justice, and will not fight for those who do evil. Xiahe knew that her father's intention to hide her was also to keep her safe, and this time, it might be the last chance. But Summer Harvest was kidnapped on the way to her appointment. She was dropped off at a factory. I woke up dizzy and a pungent odor burrowed into my nose, causing a hard time in my lungs. Eyes were so clouded by gas that they couldn't open, and the only sound in my ears was the incessant sound of running water. Just like this I don't know how long. Xia He didn't have the ability to think at all, then fainted. Later, it seemed as if someone had picked her up and called her wow with a cry. At the sound of the police car's siren, Xiahe was rescued, and in a haze of consciousness, she saw a figure slowly fall. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital with searing pain in my lungs. It's the aunt who's been cleaning the house that's taking care of her. Harmful gases were inhaled too much, and Xiahe's lungs were damaged, triggering pneumonia and a long coughing fit before she was discharged from the hospital. According to the police investigation, it was said that a couple of gangsters saw that Xiahe was pretty and wanted to do something wrong, so they took Xiahe to an unoccupied wastewater treatment station, knowing that this was not true. But with the situation Xiahe was in at the time, she had to recognize it. This reasoning is just too far-fetched. She was left there. No one ever paid any attention to her at all. Surrounded by the pungent smell of chemical potions and extremely cold, they clearly wanted to leave Xiahe there to freeze to death alive or be poisoned to death. Even though she had many questions, Xiahe could only swallow those into her throat. She was afraid that she would harm her father in prison if she got to the bottom of it. It didn't take much thinking to know that it must be the manipulator behind the Xia Guang bankruptcy incident, who learned that Xia He had approached Yu Huijing, and was afraid that things would be exposed, so he might as well just get rid of himself. Xia He understood the importance of the matter and knew that the person behind it was definitely not simple. The police even withheld specific information such as the location of Summer Harvest's abduction. It seems that there are officials and businessmen colluding with each other. The people do not fight with the officials. Xia Guang has been crawling and fighting for many years, but he is still caught in a trap. No wonder. All the information has to be hidden from Xia He. I'm just afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll be saved this time. Like this time, but what about next time? Xiahe always thought that all the expenses of hospitalization were advanced by Auntie, so after Xiahe went to college, she visited Auntie whenever she was free. Auntie wanted to say something several times, and Xiahe always thought she was embarrassed. Now, on second thought, the most important person is missing from this story. Where's Xie Qichuan? Back to school later. In Xiahe's memory, she had indeed never seen Xie Qichuan again. When we met again, it was the beginning of freshman year. He lost a lot of weight, and even more to everyone's surprise, he chose the law faculty of Nanjiang University and became Xia He's classmate. Why did Xie Qichuan die? Where did he get the lung disease? Charlotte stopped suddenly, a thought flashing through her brain at the sound of a car honking. How did she suddenly sell her bracelet that no one wanted? And how did you happen to rent a house at a good price? What if the person who helped her ask Yu Huijing's father out was Xie Qichuan? How anxious Xie Qichuan should be when she disappeared. The one who held herself in a haze of consciousness, who called her name over and over again, who eventually collapsed beside her, was him. Xiaoha's whole body was off the hook. What had happened in the past was still traceable. What happened in the future? How was she supposed to confirm it to Xie Qichuan? Thinking about how Auntie's desire to say something every time she got the money, Xiaoha's whole body shivered. It was a cold winter day, and Summer Harvest coughed for almost 2 months despite very good medical care. Xie Qichuan also inhaled a large amount of irritating gases, and no one paid attention to him when he panicked, not knowing how long he would be left alone there. He has no father or mother. Who remembers him? If the medical expenses were paid by Xie Qichuan, who gave almost all the money to cure himself? What about himself? Is it possible that Xie Qichuan's death in his previous life was actually due to saving himself? Xiaoha froze, unspeakable sadness lingering in her heart. Think of Xie Qichuan in his previous life. Lying on the hospital bed, he was as pale as paper, even so weak that he couldn't even lift his hand. Xiaoha leaned against the wall and let the tears flow. Xie Qichuan used his former name to finance her college expenses just to get her to be honest, and he dragged his sickly body to bear everything for her. Obviously, he was also in the mud and in pain, but he still wanted to hide in the shadows and protect her for a lifetime. Chapter 42 My little friend, to be coaxed. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Xiaoha took it, and her sadness was no longer controllable the moment she saw Xie Qichuan. What's wrong? Wow, why are you crying? Did you do badly on the exam? Xie Qichuan got close to the camera and the little person over there cried with red and swollen eyes. Xie Qichuan, I miss you. When will you come back? Her Xie Qichuan, who is still fine now, would love to hug him. Tomorrow night. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Wah. You're so far away. I can't wipe your tears. I can't hold you in my arms. Xie Qichuan said sharply. I see your sadness, but I can't do anything about it. God knows how hard it is for me. She got 30th in the exam. It's not bad. What's the point of crying? Girls are just petulant. Yu Huijing said. Xie Qichuan's head was slightly sideways, as if he was wondering how Yu Huijing knew about it, and how he paid attention to Xiaoha, but without having time to think about it much. The sound of Summer Harvest sobbing in the video drew his attention back to him. Auntie, and your medical report came out. There is no big problem. Xie Qichuan, you must protect your body and be by my side for a long time, okay? Xiaoha was aggrieved. She wanted to hug Xie Qichuan to confirm that he was real. Okay, hurry back. It's hot out there. Eat less cold. I'll be home tomorrow. Be good and wait for me. Yu Huijing wanted to continue to say a few words, but his eyes flickered away from his screen, and Xiaoha was crying with red, sad eyes. Somehow, Yu Huijing's heart fluttered, and he quickly turned around, holding the book, but his mind got distracted. After half a day of coaxing, Xiaoha was in a better mood. After hanging up the phone, Xie Qichuan smiled shyly at Yu Huijing. Sorry to bother you. My wow, is a little kid, to be coaxed. I think it's because you're too spoiled for her. Yu Huijing pretended to turn a page in his book. Count on it, but I just want to see her happy. You don't know how cute she is. Where would I want to upset her one bit? You wouldn't understand if I told you. Maybe one day you'll understand when you meet a girl like that. Yu Huijing only felt that he had eaten a mouthful of dog food, but still he couldn't help but think that if Xiaoha was his girlfriend and stood in front of him in such a delicate manner, I'm only afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but pick all the moons in the sky for her just to make her happy. Prepare well. It's live in the afternoon. Don't think about Xiaoha. He had to remind Xie Qichuan. It was also a reminder to himself. Listening to Xie Qichuan directly call her name really feels extraordinarily good. Wah. In the afternoon, Xiaohe accompanied Zhao Hui to watch the live broadcast of Xie Qichuan's debate. He and Yu Huijing, as the main debaters, have different perspectives, are not overbearing, think logically and rigorously, and suppress the opposite school as soon as they come out. A debate that can be a hangover from the other side. Xie Qichuan glittered on the stage, his sentences resounding. He was the eye-catching teenager and her teenager. There is no denying that South River High School won very thoroughly and the other teams were convinced. In the evening, the happy news reached the school, and all the students could see him and Yu Huijing standing side by side with great poise. Xiaohe only knows that Yu Huijing inherited his father's mantle, capable of strong speech and strong memory, but he does not know that Xie Qichuan is not inferior to him, which can be said to be an equal share, each leading the way. In his previous life, Xie Qichuan would have become a very good lawyer if he had not died of illness. Xiaoha asked Xie Qichuan before. He said his ideal is to become a doctor, save lives and love the world. He will never again let the families unknown just watch their loved ones pass away. Summer Harvest knew it was because of his father, his mother. In his previous life, Xie Qichuan, who had no parents, no ties, and was sick, chose to stay by her side to quietly protect her and watch her. Every coincidence is not a coincidence. It is his careful protection. 1,000 words of cherishing are contained in each short response. Every day of those 4 years, Xia Qichuan met and then said goodbye to Xiahe in his heart. Clumsy, willing love for her. Xia Qichuan never missed a class, even though his face sometimes looked bad. Xiahe would silently pay attention to him then, and he would often pound his chest and breathe heavily as he sat in the last row. And even when he sat quietly, he seemed to have trouble breathing. Xiahe in the past didn't know the reason why Xia Qichuan was so insistent on taking lessons, but now she understood. The reason, himself. Looking at the side-by-side photos of Yu Huijing and Xia Qichuan, it is obvious that they should have a good relationship. In her junior year of college, Xia Qichuan suddenly disappears, and Yu Huijing's father, lawyer Yu Zhao, who has refused to meet her, suddenly contacts her. But in order to avoid repeating the same mistake, all conversational exchanges between them were due to Huijing communicating on their behalf. Yu Huijing as an assistant teacher in Xiahe communication is very normal. And Xiahe looks beautiful, always practicing dance thin in temperament. Yu Huijing high cold senior. Many people knocked over the CP of the two of them. However, few people know that at the beginning, Yu Huijing was quite dissatisfied with Xiahe, and the first thing he said when he opened his mouth was, "What's so good about you?" At that time, Xiahe didn't know why Yu Huijing suddenly approached her and had a very bad attitude. It's all clear now. Xia Qichuan begged Yu Zhao through Yu Huijing during his senior year of high school, wanting him to help Xiahe fight the lawsuit. Who knew that it would put Xiahe in danger? Xia Qichuan was afraid and could only silently stick to protect and help her collect information in the first 2 years of college. It was only in her junior year, just when everyone thought Xiahe was no longer to be feared and had given up on her appeal, that Xia Qichuan reintroduced her to matchmaking. It was even more careful to communicate through Yu Huijing, so that people would lower their guard and think that the two young men couldn't make it, but they all forgot that they had also come from a young age. What's more, Yu Huijing's specialization in the arts was not inferior to that of his father, Yu Zhao. I just wondered how Xia Qichuan felt when he heard people say how well matched she was with Yu Huijing. How does it feel to know that you're about to pass away and won't be able to watch over her for the rest of her life? Is Xia Qichuan relieved or unwilling to see the excellent Yu Huijing by his side? He didn't even dare to imagine Xia Qichuan's inner torment, and what kind of exhaustive efforts he had for her in the last moments of his life. Before going to bed, Xiahe hugged her cell phone, and Xia Qichuan was on the other end of the phone, telling her a story. At the end of the story, they lived happily ever after. Wow. Go to sleep. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Xia Qichuan, can you think of me all the time? Think of me even when you sleep. Think of me even when you dream. He stayed close to the cell phone, trying to keep his voice in his heart. I think about you. I wish I could make you smaller and stuff you in my pocket so I'd never leave you. Wow. Xia Qichuan played with the leather ring in his hand, hearing her say that the best jewelry on a boyfriend's hand is a girl's small leather ring. Xia Qichuan, if you dare to leave me, the ends of the earth and the gates of hell and ghosts, I will find you there. Wow. Don't say anything stupid. You have a happy life. Everything is with me. Xia Qichuan sat on the stairs of the hotel, talking to her until the sound of Xiahe's even breathing came. He still didn't want to hang up, plugged headphones in his ears before tiptoeing back to his room. In the headphones she occasionally hummed softly, murmured, or called his name. Love you. Wow. Good night. I can't even find the words to describe my love for you. As if all the words in the world would still be lacking. I didn't realize that Yu Huijing was not asleep at all and asked him in a low voice, Xia Qichuan, is Xiahe that good? Why do you like her so much? Xia Qichuan quietly hung up the phone. Maybe she wasn't much better, but I loved her enough to like her never for any reason. Yu Huijing didn't understand. Didn't he need a reason to like someone? Silent night. Xia Qichuan obediently put her in his mind over and over again. She is not in a good mood today. She must be depressed because after so many days of tutoring, she still hasn't made any progress and is still ranked 30th. Xia Qichuan decided to bring up her grades this summer vacation. When she woke up early, he ordered an alarm clock and kept her eyes open waiting for Xia Qichuan to come back. She reached for her pen, trying to recall some of the details of her kidnapping, now that she'd been trying to find ways to avoid being backstabbed by others always being passive. Even though I've taken precautions and everything, it's inevitable that something will go wrong. This is something that Summer Harvest can't afford to gamble on. It's a wastewater treatment station, but it's obviously for a factory, and no one goes in or out of it all the time, so how would those kidnappers know about it? And to send her in there, a living soul, without alerting the factory workers, and what if she did die there? At that time, I was so hazy in consciousness that I didn't see anything but a red semicircle sign, and I don't remember anything else. Time passed especially slowly from minute to minute, and Xiahe almost became a lookout. When Xia Qichuan got down from the car, Xiahe was running over to him, and because there were other students in the car, the two of them didn't make too intimate movements. Xia Qichuan shoved a small bag into Xiahe's hand and said mysteriously, "This is a gift for you." Xiaohe was surprised. Holding it in her hand was heavy. I'll drop my bags off at home and meet you at your place later, okay? Aha. Xiaohe nodded her head back and forth. Just in time. She wanted to see what kind of gift to give her and opened it. 5 years of college entrance exams. 3 years of simulations. No wonder it's so heavy. Chapter 43. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. It was already annoying to have to take the entrance exam twice. This found a boyfriend who actually delivers test papers. Thank you. Straight man. I'd rather bend than break. Kai Chuan. I am truly blessed to have you. He sat on the sofa and looked at the test papers on the coffee table. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. This is too much for her bad grades? We've been waiting for 15 minutes and Xia Qichuan hasn't come yet. It's just a matter of putting down luggage. Does it take so long? He huffed and took the test paper and went to find him. There was no one in the courtyard, and Zhao Hui didn't know where she had gone. He then walked directly into the bedroom. Xia Qichuan was actually not there either. The box was placed in the corner, and the clothes were neatly packed. Just when he wanted to make a sound to call out to him, he heard a movement behind him. Xiaohe looked and was instantly dumbfounded. Xia Qichuan seemed to have just taken a shower, wearing a loose white shirt with the buttons unfastened, and the water from his hair slowly slid down his neck, tracing along his pectoral muscles and across his belly. It's really broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. Just right. His eyes narrowed as he tilted his head back and sipped his water, the knot in his throat rolling and his jawline parting. He swallowed his saliva. Looking in the video and in reality is still different. Wearing clothes and taking off clothes are also different. Xia Qichuan didn't realize that Xiaohe was standing in his room, staring at him blankly. He buttoned the buttons from the bottom up, and Summer Hall slowly stood on her tiptoes, unwillingly glancing more than a few times at the shuttered muscles. When she reached the second button, Xiaohe just couldn't help but make a sound. Those two don't need to be buttoned up, or they'll be smothered. Xia Qichuan turned around violently, his eyes huge. Wow, when did you get here? As he spoke, Xia Qichuan's hand didn't stop, and he hurriedly buttoned up all the buttons, all the way to the top one. It's also Xia Qichuan's daily wear, looking restrained and ascetic as a whole, but it's just the two of them now, and she can't even look? Obviously that day she saw everything. He frowned in dissatisfaction. Male enhancement that is for outsiders. This is all their own people. Xia Qichuan polite what? Ahem. Summer Hall cleared her throat. Xia Qichuan's wonderful little flesh didn't look at it, but there would be plenty of opportunities later. The immediate priority was to figure out a way to get rid of the pile. Brother Qichuan, I've looked at it. There are so many contents inside this test paper that I haven't learned yet. It's too early to do it now. Summer Harvest carried the bag from her feet, a leathery smile on her face. It's okay, I know it all. I can teach you ahead of time. Just as a preview, when it really comes time to learn, you can get twice the results with half the effort. Xia Qichuan entered the bedroom and brought the door closed with a hooked foot. Seeing that Xia Qichuan was determined to make her do the exercises, he silently sighed. Xiaohe thought that Xia Qichuan must be afraid that he would be guaranteed to go to a very good school and then be estranged from himself. Xia Qichuan, I may not be able to study how to study the university you're going to go to in the future, and the school you've been guaranteed admission to is even more of a school I can't even think about. But a different place is a different place, and it's only 4 years, so I can afford to wait. In his previous life, without any response, Xia Qichuan silently loved for 7 years, sacrificing everything he had, including his life. It's only 4 short years. What's not to like about her? Thinking of Xia Qichuan in his previous life, Xiaohe's expression became dull and the whole person was gray. Even if we start all over again now, is the Xia Qichuan of that world still dead, with regrets and unwillingness and infinite worries about her? Noticing her despondency, Xia Qichuan thought Xiaohe was worried about being separated from him, so he opened his arms and hugged her. Wow, I won't accept the bail. Don't be afraid. I'll take the college entrance exam with you. I'll go to college with you. I'll be in the same city as you. I'll see you every day. Not because you need it but I can't stand it. His body heat came through. It was warm, and his body smelled of the fresh minty scent of body wash, and Summer Harvest burrowed into his arms. Don't, Xia Qichuan, you have your own life. You don't need to change anything for me. Just be yourself, the best you can be. Don't sacrifice. For me. The word sacrifice was almost squeezed out of Xiaohe's teeth. This time, Xia Qichuan didn't want any sacrifices. She would protect him like he had protected her in his previous life. Foolish wow, your grades are great. You'll go to a great college, and so will I. I didn't sacrifice or accommodate. I just chose an optimal solution. You're not as smart as me, so just listen to me on everything. Xia Qichuan took her in his arms. His baby, how could he let her go? I wish that every time it rained, I was standing by your side holding an umbrella instead of listening to you on the phone telling me how hard it was raining today and there was nothing I could do about it. I hope that when you were sad and when you were scared, I will be able to give you hugs and tell you that I am there for everything. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Xia Qichuan. Then starting tomorrow, you tutor me. Xia He looked up at him. It takes effort to do that. There are also things to be proactive about and not be forced to wait for someone to hurt you. Make up your mind and get ready to start by checking out that half of the logo. Xia He fumed in his arms, and Xia Qichuan pursed his lips, feeling unsatisfied even with this embrace. Wah, last time, you owed me a kiss. Now can I have it? Xia Qichuan lowered his body, his eyes leveled with hers with supplication. Xia He stood there with a red face and nodded. After getting the consent, Xia Qichuan wrapped his arms around her waist and held the back of her head, gently touching her lips. Then with a sigh, he released her. It's over? It's too soon. Summer Hall wondered. Just like that? Shallow, or I'm afraid I won't be able to stop. And, well, it's not fast. Wow. Xia Qichuan couldn't say what it was. Anyway, no man could accept his girlfriend saying he was fast. Anyway, I'm not fast. Xia Qichuan blushed. Xia He swept over his neck and jumped directly onto him. Xia Qichuan subconsciously embraced her thighs and caught her. Xia Qichuan, kissing is not like this. Let's kiss again. Xia He wrapped her arms around his neck, then sent her two delicate lips up. Xia Qichuan's hands had to hold her well. There was no other way to stop her from doing wrong. His voice was suppressed in his throat and could only be relieved by gasping for air. Xia He kissed clumsily, without any rules and regulations and without any desire. It was all the simplicity and love of a young girl. I really don't know what's the point of kissing, but I can't stop. She unbuttoned the two buttons on Xia Qichuan's chest, and his slender collarbone was exposed in the air. White. Without realizing it, the hand slipped in. Somewhat tired, she nestled at Xia Qichuan's neck, the heat from her breath taking over Xia Qichuan's brain little by little. Xia He only felt her body losing weight as she was placed on the desk by Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan's hands and her hands interlocked with her fingers. He was stoic and restrained, and Summer Harvest always tried frequently on his crumbling defenses. Wow. His breathing was ragged, and the two short words felt like a test, like a prayer. His hand trembled slightly, the knot in his throat moved involuntarily, and then his hand covered Xia He's eyes, not waiting for Xia He to react. Two pieces of cool lips have already kissed down. Xia Qichuan's height is very high, completely overwhelmed on Xia He's body. Xia He can only raise her head but bear this deep kiss. Unlike her own clumsiness, Xia Qichuan's kisses mesmerized her. After coming over for a long time, Xia Qichuan took a few deep breaths before he dared to remove his hand from her eyes. Xia Qichuan's collar was loose, the tails of his eyes were red, and he was trying his best to hold back. He lowered his head sideways, as if he didn't dare to face Xia He. I'm sorry. Wow. I couldn't hold back. Xia Qichuan's earlobes were so red that they seemed to be dripping blood. Xia He stretched out her right hand and hooked his chin with her index finger. Xia Qichuan raised his head and behaved like a puppy. I'm your girlfriend. Kiss me if you want. Xia He hugged him. Xia Qichuan, you're so nice. Just as the two were embracing, there came a knock on the door. Kai Chuan, are you packed? Let's go find Uncle Xia and go out to eat together. You're not here. Wawa has come to look for you several times. Don't delay. It was Zhao Hui's voice. Cough. Mom, I'll be quick. Xia Qichuan stretched out his long legs to press his foot against the door. Chapter 44, You Are My Gift. The door was unlocked, and if Zhao Hui had come in directly, Xia He would still be sitting on the desk, with herself undressed, and their poses. It's hard not to want to be biased. Xia He was so scared that she forgot to even blink, but luckily, Zhao Hui quickly left. Summer Harvest snuck away when she wasn't looking, but just as he ran behind the gate, he was stopped by Zhao Hui. Wow, you're here. We were just about to go look for you. Summer Hall stiffened and turned around. Not that she had come, but she was just about to leave, and hadn't been able to get away yet. Auntie, there are topics I don't know. I've come to ask Xia Qichuan. Xia He hardened her eyes and squeezed out a little smile. Xia Qichuan was standing in the doorway when he was properly packed, his shirt tied tightly again, looking at her and snickering. Summer Harvest glared at him. The obvious meaning is, laugh your ass off and come help me. Xia Qichuan busily said, Mom, I've packed. Let's go. After saying that, Xia Qichuan pushed Zhao Hui's wheelchair out the door. Where are you going? Summer Hall was a little confused. Kai Chuan's birthday today. We're going to have dinner. We said it a few days ago. I talked to Big Brother Xia, didn't I tell you? Wow, Zhao Hui said. Xia He looked embarrassed. No one told her, and she remembered that Xia Qichuan's birthday was not today. I don't know. Auntie, Xia Qichuan's birthday ID card says it's not today. Xia Qichuan looked at Xia He with doubt and surprise. How could she remember her birthday? Their interactions were so few. Even now, Xia He shouldn't have seen his ID. That was a mistake when filling out the information. Zhao Hui replied. Can it still be like this? but her gift wasn't ready yet. Natsuhiro drove out and tapped his head. Wow. I told you I forgot to mention something. I'm going to celebrate Kaichuan's birthday today. This brain of mine. It's fine. It's not the same to say it now. Zhao Hui responded with a smile. Xia Guang stowed the wheelchair in the trunk. Xia Qichuan helped Zhao Hui into the passenger seat, and he and Xia He sat in the back. The vehicle started and Xia Qichuan just wanted to ask why she remembered her birthday when he saw Xia's crying face. Xia Qichuan, my gift is still ready, Xia He secretly said to him. So it was because of this matter that she was unhappy. Xia Qichuan quietly held her hand. You are my gift. When they arrived at the hotel, they got off first because the parking space was hard to find. Xia Guang ordered the cake and asked Xia He to go get it, and since it was too big and heavy, Xia Qichuan followed along, and Zhao Hui went to wait in the private room first. But when they return, they find Zhao Hui and the waiter getting into an argument, and that waitress was no other than Bianyi. You're going to apologize to me for my shoes. This pair of shoes was only bought by Bianyi after she coaxed Han Jin into it, and she babied it. Tonight, Han Jin said that when she finished her part-time job, he would come to look for her, and casually put it on specially, but surprisingly, it was crushed by the wheelchair that this old woman put aside. Zhao Hui was full of grievances, but she was just clumsy and didn't know what to say. I didn't mean to, besides it's just a little dirt, just wipe it off. Scrub? I've got 4 figures on these shoes, and they're already broken from you crushing them, so how am I supposed to wear them? Bianyi was quite dissatisfied in her heart. She was being suppressed by Ning Siyu at every turn. Other people spent their summer vacations on vacation and traveling, but she can only work odd jobs here. On what grounds? A cavity of resentment has no place to vent. Then she saw Zhao Hui, a person in front of the private room looking around, either to rub the wedding banquet, or want to do some illegal hook. She sized up Zhao Hui, dressed in what was, to put it nicely, austere, but to put it poorly. It just so happened that the wheelchair she had placed next to her didn't catch and move as Bayuni passed by, crushing Bayuni's foot. Bianyi immediately seethed and clamored for compensation from Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui is also aggrieved and wronged. She obviously quickly pulled the wheelchair, just slightly rubbed it. How did she get into so much trouble? Damn cripple, hurry up and pay for it. Bianyi looked at Zhao Hui with a look of contempt. Zhao Hui was panicked. She hadn't gone out for a long time, and over the years the household chores had been handled by Xia Qichuan. Zhao Hui didn't know what to do. Here, take this off and I'll wipe it down for you, okay? My wheelchair isn't heavy, it's just lightly touched, it won't break. Zhao Hui was a bit anxious and coughed all of a sudden. Next to the onlookers more and more people. The air does not circulate. Zhao Hui has been breathing a little bad. Don't you pretend for me. I'm still dizzy. Bianyi also held her forehead and pretended to fall. By the time Xia Qichuan and Xia He came back, Zhao Hui's face was already pale, which instantly made Xia He think of Xia Qichuan lying in the hospital bed, which looks like, make way, make way. Xia Qichuan hurriedly took out an asthma-alleviating aerosol from the side of the wheelchair and sprayed it into Zhao Hui's nose. Xia He also brought warm water and fed it to Zhao Hui. Bianyi froze as she looked at Xia Qichuan and Xia He, who were busy. She's Xia Qichuan's mom? Xia He helped Zhao Hui gently pat her back, soothing her auntie. It's okay, we're back. Zhao Hui barely opened her eyes to look at Xia He, and said accusingly, Wawa, I really didn't do it on purpose. I can help her clean it up. My wheelchair isn't heavy. Xia He looked at her with heartache. A disabled woman with bad health would be discriminated against wherever she went. Xia He hugged her. Auntie, it's fine, we're here. You sit back and rest first. Xia Qichuan looked at Bianyi, his voice without a trace of temperature. Bianyi, what happened to my mother? Please also tell me clearly. Where did Bianyi know that this was actually Xia Qichuan's mother? Her jaw dropped and she didn't know what to say, but if she didn't say anything, it meant that she was wrong, and Bianyi didn't want to lose face in front of Xia He. She took a wheelchair and pressed it against my shoes, causing them to break, and when I asked her to pay for it, she was a scoundrel. When Zhao Hui heard this, she became anxious. I didn't play a scoundrel. I didn't. Auntie, it's okay, you're not in a hurry. There's Kaichuan here. I'll help you in first. Let's not get angry over such a person. Xia He seemed to glance at Xia Qichuan, then helped Zhao Hui into the box. These two people frowned at each other. Bianyi looked very dissatisfied. What? Xia Qichuan climbed up to Miss Xia. All came to such a high-class place to eat. Bianyi, I don't think my coming here for dinner or not has anything to do with this. I do want to see if your shoes are really broken. Of course it's really broken. You guys have to pay for it. But if you're willing to let Xia He come and help me polish my shoes, this matter can also be settled like this. Chapter 45, Dismissal of her. You're also worthy? Xia Qichuan looked at Bianyi with great scorn. Ha, what makes me unworthy? She's a high and mighty young lady. I'm a poor Cinderella. She bullied me and I can't get justice? Diany is just jealous of Xiaohe. She gets to show up for dinner dressed to the nines while she's a waitress with a still dirty uniform. Xia Qichuan frowned. What does this have to do with her? Don't involve her. Let's talk about things. My mother has allergic asthma. You are being aggressive here, causing her to have difficulty breathing. In case it causes bad consequences, you can be held accountable for the fact that your behavior constitutes a crime, and you should be held criminally liable according to the law. Diany looked at Xia Qichuan protecting Xiaohe, a little dissatisfied and a little alarmed. Just now his mother was blushing, and suddenly thought of Xia Qichuan's mother's medical report, which could indeed kill her as a result, and was vaguely afraid. I don't know. How would I know she has asthma? Who are you to say that about me? Diany said sharply. Even if it's because you didn't know, but if it's because of your irrationality that caused my mother's injuries, I can still hold you civilly liable. Xia Qichuan's eyes were cold. Then she's not fine. Diany stiffened her mouth. Diany's heart was weak. Looking at that weak look of hers, she was only afraid that her life would really be in danger. Xiaohe walked out from the box, just in time to hear this. Angry. What do you mean it's fine? Just as she wanted to rush over and fling Diany twice, her wrist was grabbed. Looking back, it was Yu Huijing. Xia Qichuan already has the upper hand. It's useless for you to rush over now. Are you always so reckless? Not paying attention to Xiaohe's reaction, Yu Huijing yelled loudly in the crowd, this hotel can't be eaten. If you eat a bad stomach, with such employees, it looks like they won't take responsibility. The people around them were originally muttering as well, and a clear-eyed person would know that it was Diany who was being unreasonable. And under the encouragement of Yu Huijing, they also clamored. This little girl of yours is also really vicious in her speech. People are children who come back in time. Otherwise, I still don't know what kind of bullying you are going to do. That's right, just now I wanted to say, it's just a pair of shoes. Not to mention it's not really damaged. It's just a little dirty. It's really pretentious. Go. What's the point of eating here? If there's really something wrong, look at this attitude, surely shrugging off the fact that it's our responsibility. This side is making a lot of noise. The foreman has long been looking at Diany upset, deliberately watching from the side to see the fun. The lobby manager was only told when he saw the situation getting out of hand. Xia Qichuan turned around at the sound and saw Yu Huijing raising an eyebrow at Xiaohe. His hand was holding Xiaohe's wrist and hesitated to let go. In his previous life, Yu Huijing always sneered at Xiaohe, picking and choosing, all kinds of whipping. After a long time, Xiaohe also knows that Yu Huijing is a knife mouth and tofu heart. The help! He never just spared no effort. After a while, Xiaohe took Yu Huijing as a detrimental friend. She had Xia Qichuan in her heart and never looked at Yu Huijing as a boy. And with the prickly attitude Yu Huijing had towards her, Xiaohe felt that she wouldn't like her either. Yu Huijing, thank you. Xiaohe raised an eyebrow at Yu Huijing, then took her wrist out of his hand and headed straight for Xia Qichuan. Yu Huijing, however, still retained the position of holding her wrist just now. Somewhat frustrated, Xia Qichuan's eyes bypassed Xiaohe to look at Yu Huijing. A sudden wave of hostility rose, as well as a wave of jealousy. He's touched Wao's hand. Xiaohe suddenly heard his heart and froze. Xia Qichuan little jealous. Xia Qichuan, auntie, I've settled down. Don't worry. Xia Qichuan pulled Xiaohe behind him and blocked Yu Huijing's gaze with his body. Next, the lobby manager arrived, evacuated the crowd, gave different discounts to all the watchers just now, and invited Xia Qichuan and Xiaohe to their private room. After everyone was seated, Xia Guangfang arrived. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he still protected Xia Qichuan behind him with a hand, rather like a calf protector. Xia Qichuan looked at his shoulder and suddenly understood what it felt like to have a father. Xiaohe held Xia Qichuan's hand from behind, was telling him with her actions that he had her behind him. After briefly explaining what happened, the lobby manager immediately reprimanded Diany. Manager, she was the one who squashed my shoes first. I'm just being matter of fact. Diany was pretty and her watery eyes were currently looking at the lobby manager. The lobby manager was a middle-aged man with a big belly. Where could he withstand such pampering? He was busy apologizing instead of Diany. I'm sorry, all guests. Our waitress is small and doesn't know the rules. I apologize for her to everyone. I'll give you a 50% discount on this meal today, and another complimentary signature dish of this store. Please forgive me. The lobby manager bent over with a full smile on his face, but he was full of sincerity. It wasn't that he really felt that he had done wrong, but he recognized Natsuhiro. As the saying goes, the hand that reaches out does not hit the smiling face. Xia Qichuan's mother really did not have any serious problems, and today is Xia Qichuan's birthday, so I want to let it go. Xiaohe, however, was a bit dissatisfied, a few pouts, a little compensation, and he wanted to let it go like that? She came forward, having studied the law for many years in a previous life. Not allowing your opponent to willingly admit to a mistake, or pay a greater price, is a serious disservice to the right side. Summer Harvest was unassuming and smiling. Manager, as far as I know, this Miss Bieni is less than 18 years old, belongs to the underage workers, employment should be reported to the labor department in advance. Just now, according to my observation, your hotel can be more than just her, at least a dozen. May I ask whether you are in accordance with the provisions of the minor's health examination? Registration? The manager shook his head as he hired a couple of summer vacationers just because it was convenient and cheap, and never thought it would be such a hassle. Xia he continued, according to the food safety law, public places hygiene management regulations and other regulations, restaurant servers should hold health certificates for duty. Manager, may I ask if they all have them? The manager couldn't understand how a little tiny girl could understand so much and make sense of it, and shook his head in bewilderment again. Summer Hall raised an eyebrow, and she guessed that she hadn't either. This action of hers made Natsuhiro uncertain. Yu Huijing had long been immersed in laws and canonical books, and hearing her casually say these two sentences, he also felt that they were quite reasonable, and could not help but be impressed with her. Manager, this matter, you apologize for her. We are lenient and empty a large number of just so many problems in your store. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I just need to report to the Trade and Industry Bureau, Food Safety Bureau. I'm afraid that this store will have to rectify a few days. Xiaohao was scaring him in the back, but what restaurant doesn't have some problems? It's all going to be scared. Xie Qichuan looked at her, never knowing that she knew this. She was proud, confident and eye-catching. The manager was the best at reading people's words and could see that Xiaohe was obviously unhappy with the way things were handled just now, which was why he said that, and the manager immediately apologized. This young lady, we don't have any grudges. It's not so bad. Why don't you tell us a solution, so we can discuss it? Xiaohe lips with a smile, gently and softly look at this lobby manager, but the lobby manager body but a cold. In front of this little girl, looks beautiful, but the eyes look but ice cold. The door of the private room was opened at an unknown time, and a middle-aged man in a suit stood in the doorway. His suit was elegant and his eyes were stern. Just fire her. It's Yu Huijing's father. Yu Zhao, lawyer Yu? What a coincidence to meet here. Xia Guang said. Mr. Xia. Yu Zhao nodded in greeting. Summer Harvest was puzzled. They knew each other? It's clear that they didn't know each other in their past lives. The manager looked at it. The opposite side are all powerful characters that can't be offended. A Bieni is only dismissed. It's no big deal. Don't worry everyone. I will give you all a satisfactory answer. The manager said. Bieni was truly flustered now. Her family was poor, and it would have been enough just to go to school honestly, favoring her own vanity. To compete with Ning Siyu, she bought shoes and bags with the money that her mother worked outside and put in the cart to pay her tuition. I was counting on working odd jobs over the summer to make up for this. Bieni gave the sickly Zhao Hui a spiteful look. It was all because of her. A cripple. That made her ugly in front of Xie Qichuan. She cried and went out. The lobby manager was not tired of it. Has been hiding in the garden in front of the hotel, but cannot hold Bieni 3 times close, showing off. It moved a little something else. Otherwise, if you follow me once, I'll give you $5,000. The man looked at Bieni colorfully. Chapter 46, Make a Wish. Bieni smiled in embarrassment. Still in the middle of a perfunctory moment when she saw Han Jin walking over, she immediately pretended to be aggravated and scared and shouted, Han Jin, save me. That lobby manager didn't do anything, and was brutally beaten by Han Jin. Bieni cried pitifully on the sidelines, as if she had suffered a great deal. He wanted to molest me. Just now Xie Qichuan held a celebration banquet at the hotel. I accidentally touched his mother. He made trouble and asked the manager to fire me. I have to pay my tuition fees, so I could only come and beg the manager. Who knows, he actually tried to rape me. Xie Qichuan, it's him again. Where's his skill? Han Jin gritted his teeth. Certainly not because he was heartbroken for Bieni, but also because he was cynical about Xie Qichuan. The whole school likes him, and so does Summer Harvest. On what grounds? It was Xiaohe's dad who helped. Xie Qichuan's mom seemed to have flattered him, and Xiaohe was watching from the sidelines and said you were useless. Bieni looked aggrieved, having believed it herself. Hanjin smiled without smiling. Who did you just say you touched? Xie Qichuan's mom. How golden can she be? Not even if she touches it. The more Xie Qichuan pawns a life, the more I will destroy her. Bieni wanted to say something else, but after a moment's thought, it was better not to say anything, so Xia he would leave it to Ning Siyu to deal with. Inside the booth, everyone took their seats. It was originally Xie Qichuan's birthday, but now it was stirred up raw. Since they met, Yu Zhao and Yu Huijing sat together. Mr. Xia, this girl in your family should consider studying law and becoming a lawyer in the future. I see a lot of talent. Yu Zhao said. Depending on her preference, I don't even care. Xia Guang replied smilingly. Summer Harvest was still wondering how they knew each other. Dad, Counselor Yu, how do you know each other? Xia Guang didn't answer him, but said to Zhao, I forgot if you didn't tell me. Counselor Yu, didn't you ask before who came up with that nursing home idea? It was this naughty girl of mine. Yu Zhao gave Xia He an appreciative look. MS. Xia is really out of my expectation. Mr. Xia, this girl of yours is really nice. It's a pity that I don't have AO. Your son is the man of the people. This one of ours will only be a small fight. The two people were so polite to each other that for a while they actually overlooked that Xie Qichuan was the main character of the day. Che, still not an idiot, can only take 30th place. Yu Huijing sat beside Yu Zhao and said to Xiahe with his mouthpiece, Che, still don't know who's a coward who's afraid of bugs. Xiahe also rolled her eyes and disliked him back. How about this girl in your family? Otherwise, give her to me as my daughter-in-law in the future. I quite like it. Yu Zhao suddenly said. Xia He and Yu Huijing's eyes widened at the same time, then turned their faces away from each other. Only Yu Huijing silently turned his eyes back again, resting on Xiahe's face. Xia Guang snorted, my little daughter is not worthy. Not worthy. Xia Qichuan's fists clenched as he looked at Yu Huijing, whose eyes barely left Xiahe. Yu Huijing's mouth was hard, but his mind was obvious. If he really wasn't interested in Xia He, whether she was good or bad, Yu Huijing wouldn't have cared. But now it was clear that he had a few thoughts. The hand placed under the table and clenched was suddenly taken by a small hand. Xia Qichuan, if you look at Yu Huijing again, I suspect you're in love with him. Xia He looked up at him. Xia Qichuan thought that everyone's eyes were on Yu Huijing, the pride of heaven, but he realized that his little girl had been looking at him. Xia Qichuan, happy birthday, I hope you're happy on every birthday. Xia He said softly with a smile. Yu Huijing looked at the two of them and busily moved his eyes aside. During the conversation, it was realized that because of the nursing home, Xia Guangcai knew Yu Zhao, and one of the old people was Yu Zhao's client. That's one good thing that has come out of this. I don't know what the future holds, but it can't be worse than the past life. Qichuan, happy birthday to you. Come make a wish. Xia Guang carried the cake to the table. The lights went out. The light from the candles swayed, and Xia Qichuan's face flickered on and off, like a dream. Xia Qichuan looked at the fire and held Xia He's hand. Even if the time with you was just a moment, it would have been forever for me. During the meeting, although Xia Guang did not move to chat with Yu Zhao, he quietly transferred the dishes that Xia Qichuan loved to eat to him. Kai Chuan, eat more, our child is too thin. Xia Guang said to Yu Zhao. A meal that didn't last very long, with the cake barely touched, was taken to the car again. In the car, Xia Guang said, Kai Chuan, go see if the trunk is open? Xia Qichuan got off the car to see that the trunk really cannot be closed. Open it but found that it is a wrapped gift box. Kai-kan, take the gift away so the trunk can be closed. This is actually a surprise. Natsuhiro will not speak, can only silently buy a lot of things, in this way to send out. Xia Qichuan was a bit hot-eyed and sat in the back seat holding the gift box. Ahem, go home and try it on for fit. I don't know how to pick. Xia Guang scratched his head. After arriving home, Zhao Hui was not feeling well and rested early, and Xia He sat in the courtyard of his house with a cake. In his hand was a lighter, and next to it was a pocket full of 1,000 paper cranes. Xia Qichuan, happy birthday to you. Now I'll give you 3 wishes. As long as I can do it, I can fulfill them. Xia Qichuan looked at her, and her eyes were dazzling like there were galaxies twinkling in them. Xia He lit a candle. Then he looked at Xia Qichuan's eyes closed and made a wish. His heartfelt voice came through. I hope Wow is always safe and happy. She froze. After the candle was blown out, Summer Harvest lit a second candle. Xia Qichuan, you can make your second wish. Xia Qichuan gave her a fixed look, as if he wanted to memorize her appearance in his mind forever, and then closed his eyes. I hope Wow is always safe and happy. With a trembling hand, Xiahe lit the third one. Xia Qichuan, birthday wishes are very spiritual. You have to wish seriously. This time, Xia Qichuan didn't close his eyes, but looked at Xia He through the light of the candle. Perhaps the light is swaying in gray, and the sadness in Xia Qichuan's eyes is clear and cold, and Xia He seems to see the one who went to college. Xiahe, always be safe and happy. Xia Qichuan smiled and didn't blow out the candle. Xia Qichuan's face was bright in the candlelight, cold, sad, reluctant, and attached. Wow, you look so pretty in the light of the candle. Is it okay if I see more? I'll look more. I really want to see you more. Xia Qichuan's eyes didn't seem to be able to blink, and he looked at Xiahe without moving until the candle burned out, and he smiled slightly. No amount of lingering seemed to help. The candles were out, and the yard still seemed very dark with the dim light from the road shining through. Xiahe unknowingly burst into tears. She knew that it was Xia Qichuan, the Xia Qichuan who didn't want to give up on her. It was the Xia Qichuan who was gone who came back to see her. Xia Qichuan turned on the lights in the courtyard. Xia He wiped away her tears and smiled at him. Xia Qichuan, your wish will definitely come true. Xia He exposed her wrist. Xia Qichuan, washed it, let's give you a bite, and leave a mark of yours as well. Xia He remembered that Xia Qichuan was jealous of watching Yu Huijing holding her wrist, so she came to make it up to Xia Qichuan on purpose. Tomorrow I'll get a wire ball for Yu Huijing to wash his hands. I can't spare your little arms. Chapter 47 Ning's Heavy Industry? Xia Qichuan, why don't I bite you? Xia Qichuan's obedient demeanor made Xia He's teeth itch a little. He smiled, then raised his hand up to her lips. Xia He's sharp little tiger teeth scratched against his skin without biting, and Xia Qichuan, with a gentle face and eyes full of smiles, tilted his head to look at her. Are you an idiot? Biting hurts, and if I want to bite, you'll give it? As long as Wow is happy, Wow can do anything. Xia Qichuan looked at her, his eyelashes drooping faintly. Really? Summerhall asked tentatively. Really? He answered very seriously. Xia He gave a curt smile. Xia Qichuan, 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. Please take it away quickly. I'll be happy. This? No. Xia Qichuan shook his head. You just said that it's okay for me to do anything, and now you're saying no. Xia Qichuan, you're lying. Xia He clasped his hands together and beamed. Adults never lie to children, and I'm saying do whatever you want, not don't. Xia He was so angry at his paradox that she jumped to her feet. In terms of mental age, she was the older sisters. How could she be easily taken by him? What kind of adult are you? I don't care how old you are. You have to listen to me. I'm taller than you, bigger boned than you, stronger than you, bigger everywhere, and I'm still not an adult? Xia Qichuan stroked her hair. What's bigger than me? You don't have bigger boobs than me. Xia He grabbed his hand and threw it aside unhappily. The time has come to defend the dignity of women. But he didn't notice Xia Qichuan secretly blushing. Summer Harvest stood there, her eyes silently glaring at what she was saying. Face to face for a long time, Xia He carried a pocket of 1,000 paper cranes and put it in Xia Qichuan's hand, then turned and ran. Good night Xia Qichuan. Goodbye Xia Qichuan. A pocket of 1,000 paper cranes in her hand were all folded by Xia He. She was very clumsy and folded them crookedly. Xia Qichuan took out the wishing box from the top of the bookshelf and put them all inside. This was the first time Xia He gave him a gift. In the darkness, several figures flashed by. Figured it out. It's staying in that room. A boy's voice. Find a time to give her a hard time. Brother Jean, a disabled person and frail. You wouldn't really be looking for trouble with Bienni just to take it out on her, would you? I just don't like Xia Qichuan. Han Jin turned to leave. How could he not be angry as he watched Xia He and Xia Qichuan sweeten their relationship with his own eyes? Where is Xia Qichuan worthy of Xia He? A half-dead mom. If he helps to remove it, he is simply doing Xia Qichuan a favor and saving him from dragging him down. Hanjin had grown up bossy and the only thing he was afraid of was his own father. By the first year of high school, there was someone he liked, and he had been pretending to be a good boy for a while for the sake of Summer Harvest. So since this was useless, he might as well break the pot. It is just that Han Jin is colorful, but he doesn't dare to do it himself. He just has to think of a seamless way to do it. The days of summer vacation passed by in a hurry. 1 paper a day. Xia He and Xia Qichuan's tutoring in the rapid progress. The main thing is that it turns out to be a bit of a primer. The only thing that made Summer Harvest despondent was that the red half-circle logo had no clue at all. After checking the major enterprises in Nanjing City, and asking Xia Guang to identify them, nothing was found. Summer Hall slumped over her desk, unable to figure it out. Today Xia Qichuan sent Xiaohui to the hospital to have her leg looked at. She can barely stand on it and has to go to the hospital frequently for rechecks. Natsuhiro came back suddenly and came in smiling. Wah, you're really Dad's lucky star. Across the street, it's going to be demolished. Demolition? The opposite side is going to be demolished and relocated. Xia He naturally knows that, but it should obviously be 2 years later. Yeah, I heard it's just for the last 6 months, and we're going to talk about compensation next month. That fast? Yeah, people didn't think that place was actually going to be demolished. Xia Wei in his mind to calculate an account. Xia Guang bought 5 sets of houses, and they are all larger in size, one after another. Just these few short months, it netted a few tens of millions of dollars. Earnings are earned. Not sure if it will cause anyone to raise an eyebrow. Dad, let's keep a low profile. Did we complete all the formalities before? Xia He couldn't help but be a little worried. Shi Quan, I hired Mr. Yu to keep an eye on it. It's completely legal and compliant. Am I such an imprudent person? Your dad? Even though he said that, Xia He was still uneasy inside. Xia Guang sat on a side chair and said casually, when I ran the nursing home after all, there was a public welfare organization found me. Want to do publicity in the name of Xia's construction, to attract more enterprises to join the public welfare organization. But at that time, the working capital was not very abundant, and I shrugged it off. He spoke carelessly, but Xiaohe shivered. Wasn't Xia Guang, in his previous life, imprisoned for being a legal entity of a public welfare organization? Due to misrepresentation and overstatement of the donor, the roads built and the actual serious inconsistency, resulting in the donation of nearly $100 million disappeared into a personal account. Where the money went, Xia Guang of course do not know, but he was convicted without any chance to defend himself. Someone must be operating in the shadows for such a big game, and Xia Guang in the back is more directly admitted. Also not allowed Xia He to investigate further. Can let Xia Guang so scrupulous people must not be ordinary people. The truth was right in front of her, and Xiaohe became more and more nervous as she trembled. Father went to jail, Xia Qichuan's lungs were fibrotic and he died. All because of those people. Who they really are. Xia He clenched his hands and forced himself to calm down. Dad, the person who was looking for you in the first place, who was it? Xia Guang thought about it and said, it's also a business. What's it called? Ning's Heavy Industry. A small company. The idea is really good. I am moved. Ning Heavy Industries? Summer Harvest's body went limp. It was them. Ning Siyu's family's company. The first year of high school. Or an obscure small company. And then, by the third year of high school, in one fell swoop became the taxpayers of Nanxiang City. Turns out it's on the money. After the incident at home, Neen Spire suddenly approached herself and comforted herself. When Yu Zhao suddenly asks her out, Xia He skips a class to come out, and to avoid attracting the teacher's attention, Xia He can only tell Ning Siyu to help her say something. Immediately afterward he was kidnapped himself. How did those kidnappers allow Precision to find their location during the class and then unknowingly transfer to the plant's exhaust station? What exactly was Ning Siyu's purpose in approaching him? Was he afraid that he would find out the truth of the matter? So the Ning family kidnapped him and killed him to silence him? Xiaohe could hardly imagine what kind of mockery Ning Siyu carried with her in the years that followed when she was right by her side, falsely watching herself running around frequently, searching for clues for her father's program. Or were they watching her at all times, trying to kill her? Was Natsuhiro's subsequent reticence also due to the fact that his life was in their hands? Xia He kept recalling. The whole person's mind was in a trance, somewhat collapsed, and directly collapsed on the ground. But it seemed like a gust of wind blew by and held Xia He's forehead. Xia Qichuan, is that you? In a daze, the past flashed past her like a walk in the park. It was a sight Summer Harvest hadn't seen before, as if it was like someone was trying to tell himself how much he had to live with. How unforgettable it was. Xia He fell into a nightmare. She was choking on the poisonous gas and couldn't open her eyes. It was Xia Qichuan who crawled out of the pipe of sewage and hugged himself, calling his name over and over again. Wow, hold on, I'll take you out. Ahem, I'll take you out. Chapter 48 August 26. It was extremely cold winter. Xia Qichuan's jacket was full of sewage, and he took it off for fear that the sewage would dirty his wow. Carrying her toward the doorway, hoping for a bit of clean air, he came out of the sewage pipe and inhaled the more toxic fumes. His legs were trembling, and finally, as he neared the door, his strength failed him and he dropped to both knees, but he still held her in his arms. Wow, what should I do? What should I do? Don't anything happen to you? I beg you. His eyes were red and he looked at Xiaohe in panic. Xia Qichuan tried to get up 3 times, but he only got up for a second before kneeling down again. Xiaohe was so cold that her face turned pale, and Xia Qichuan took off his sweater and put it around her neck. Xiaohe, Harvest isn't afraid. We're not afraid. I'll stay with you. I'll stay with you. He was physically exhausted and still hugged her tightly. It was only when the police came and took over Xiaohe that Xia Qichuan collapsed. This time, Xiaohe saw that it wasn't a red semicircle, it was an S, the initial S4C. In the hospital, she heard Xia Qichuan's voice, Doctor, please, save her, I'll pay for how much medicine it takes. He was so helpless and panicked that Summerhall wanted to go and hug him. She needs a lot of money for her illness. You're a kid, where would you get it? And you're in a much heavier condition than she is. Young man, so take care of yourself first. I still have a house. You save her, leave me alone. You save her, she's all I have. Don't let her die. I beg you. Xia He had always thought that Xia Qichuan's old house was sold to cure his mother's illness, but it turned out to be for her? Cough. Outside the hospital room, Xia Qichuan kept coughing, and Xiaohe wanted to go and hug him, but she heard his voice getting farther and farther away. In a daze, it was as if one pulled her into a dream and pushed her away because they couldn't bear to see her suffer. Xia He suddenly panicked in her dream. She didn't want to leave. She wanted to stay with Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan, don't push me to leave. I know it's you who came to see me. I know you are upset. I know you want to tell me everything, but you can't let go. Xia Qichuan. A tingle ran down the back of his hand. Xiaohe cried out before her mind cleared a bit, and a smell of hospital-specific antiseptic solution entered her nostrils. She saw Xia Qichuan with red eyes at a glance. The little nurse who was giving the injection frowned. Did it hurt that much? Gently, gently, she's afraid of pain, Xia Qichuan was busy saying. Xiahe struggled to get up, and Xia Qichuan was busy putting a pillow behind her. Wow, how is it? Is there anything wrong? It was exactly the same as Xia Qichuan in her dream, with red eyes, still her teenager. Was that a dream? Or is it a fact that it once happened? A gust of wind blew by the curtains and fell on Xia Qichuan's hair. Xiahe hugged Xia Qichuan tightly and opened her mouth to bite on his collarbone, but she didn't exert herself. She was terrified that it was all a dream, even though it was all a dream, and biting didn't hurt in a dream. She couldn't let it go. His heart was beating fast and his body was warm. It was real. It was a healthy Xia Qichuan. I miss you so much. Xia Qichuan, don't leave me anymore. Xia Qichuan didn't understand what was wrong with her, but just hugged her tightly and gently patted her back. Fool, I've only been out all morning, and I've got a fever of my own, and I don't know it yet, and here you'd have fallen and hurt yourself if uncle hadn't been beside you. Xia Guang pushed Zhao Hui into the hospital room, one sitting in the wheelchair, the other standing behind, both covering their eyes with their hands. Ahem, we didn't see anything. The two of them were embarrassed and immediately let go of their hands. Only that Xia Qichuan was still holding her hand to make her infusion position more comfortable. You child, with a fever of 40 degrees, why don't you know it yourself? Xia Guang touched her forehead was no longer hot. Fever? Xiahe touched her forehead. She didn't feel hot. I ate an extra ice cream last night, and this morning I realized that I had my period, and my face was red and flushed, and I thought it was hot, but I didn't think it was a fever. Wawa is still young. You as a father are just not careful. Wawa good boy. Go home. Auntie will give you a stew of black chicken soup. Zhao Hui also patted her hand. Don't wait to go home. Let's go back to the stew now, and when the infusion is done, we can drink it straight away when we get home. A pang of sadness washed over Summer Hall as the three men gathered around her hospital bed. In their past lives, they were both clearly good people, but both. This time, now that they knew who the other party was, how could they be let off easily? Auntie, you take care of yourself too. I'm fine. The Ning family alone couldn't afford to support such a large spread. In his previous life, Ning Xiyu and Han Jin had split up and Han Jin had acted almost as if he was very bored with Ning Xiyu, and at first, Xia He had never understood what made them have to be together. It is now understood that the elders' sordid interests are entangled, and that only by binding the relationship can one be sure that the other will not betray oneself. Han Jin is an old fox. In his previous life he made things watertight. If not for the rebirth of Xia He, how could he have fought? Just because Xia He's life was in his hands, Xia Guan didn't dare to divulge half a word. Xia Qichuan's life, Xia Guan's freedom. This time, I will ask them back one by one. Drink some water, will you? You sweated a lot just now. Xia Qichuan carried a cup of hot water. Feed me. What kind of petulant child needs to be fed water? Despite saying this, Xia Qichuan still put the cup of water to her lips. The infusion was over, and Xiahe sat down to wait for Xia Qi to go out and take it to the doctor to prescribe medication. Doctor, my child is fine with the fluids. Should I prescribe some medicine? The doctor strangely looked Xia Qichuan up and down. Having a child so early. You young people are so irresponsible. How old is the child? How many pounds? Will he or she throw up on the medicine? Xia Qichuan thought seriously for a moment. Going to senior high school. Very thin. Xia He's face was speechless, only to see the middle-aged doctor's facial expression stiffen for a moment as well. She hurried over and tugged Xia Qichuan. Doctor, the patient is my brother. Not so good in the head. In the brain. Xia Qichuan raised his eyebrow. In his heart, he's silently aggravated. Wawa dislike me for having a stupid brain. Doctor, I'm just a little cold. Nothing serious, just prescribe some cold medicine to get rid of the wind. The doctor, who could not see through their relationship, crackled on his computer in a fit of rage. Xia Qichuan didn't forget to interject. Children can't eat bitter ones. You prescribe something sweet. Only to see the doctor keyboarding even louder. Cold and restrained voice came as prescribed. Go to the third floor, pay the bill and get the medicine. Xia He was busy pulling Xia Qichuan away, afraid that if he said any more, the keyboard would be broken. Walking to the end of the hallway, he heard a mournful sputtering from the office. They all bullied me. A single dog. Nurse Chang. They bullied people. After taking the medicine and getting into the cab, as if something attracted her, Xiahe suddenly looked towards the hospital. The words Nanjun First People's Hospital are very visible. Xia Qichuan. What's today's date? August 26th. Charlotte suddenly choked. Xia Qichuan died on August 26th at Namjang First People's Hospital of pulmonary fibrosis and respiratory failure. Today, it's him who misses her. Xia Qichuan's hair blew gently. Chapter 49, Dog Eat Dog. Xia Qichuan turned around, took the medicine, and waved it in front of Xiahe. Wow, the doctor prescribed sweet medicine, not bitter. his eyes were smiling, as if that was what made him so happy. Xiahe gently leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes. Xia Qichuan. I used to take medicine for more than 2 months. It was bitter because it was a boy selling his home. It was sweet again, for it was the most abject affection of a boy. It was dark, but a star would have been nice. Rest for a while if you're tired. I'll call you when you get home. Xia Qichuan's shoulders were tilted to let her lean more comfortably. Well, it's good to have you. In order to take care of Xiahe's health, Xia Qichuan gave her a few days vacation, so she finally didn't have to bury her head in a sea of problems. This time they couldn't wait for someone to hurt them. They had to take the initiative. The power of Ning's heavy industry plus the Han family should not be underestimated. With Xiahe's power alone, not only was it not enough to fight against them, he was only afraid that he wouldn't even know how to die. All she had to do now was to seek the weapons of the law first, keep her property in good hands, and then let the two of them dogfight. In his previous life, Xiahe had searched for years for clues but couldn't find any. Firstly, because Ning Xiyu was around and made trouble from it, and secondly, because there was no suspicion of cooperation between them. Now it's time to create a little bit of animosity out of them. They have secrets that they think God knows and you know and I know. Now, Summer Hall knows it too, using poor students who had been subsidized, or even had already reached adulthood, to falsify records, to build schools and roads by cutting corners, and to profit from the use of inferior building materials. These were the charges they had falsely accused Xiaoguang of in the first place. I wonder who they got this time to be the scapegoat. But the money, at the end of the day, must have gone into their pockets. Those who start first control others, and those who start later control others. Xiahe found some water armies and made a few random posts on the internet, questioning the authenticity of this public welfare program, and it was enough to draw the attention of the society. Immediately after Xiahe, with her memory, exposed the list of names, work units, and current addresses of poor students who had already reached adulthood on the internet, adding another fire to the matter. Anyway, no one else was involved, so whatever happened, and it was a secret between their two families, so let them speculate with each other about who leaked it. The day before school started, Xiahe had to go to Yu Huijing's house with Xiaoguang. The demolition is imminent. Xiahe is always a little uneasy. Xiaoguang went to Yu Zhao to finalize the formalities to confirm that they were legal and reasonable. There are also the inevitable legal issues that come with owning a construction company, and today they all come together to make sure that everything is in order. Xia Qichuan was called to school early by the teacher, went out early in the morning. Xiahe has not had time to talk to him, call no one to answer, can only send a text message to him. I accompanied Dad to Yu Huijing's house, looking for lawyer Yu to confirm the real estate contract, and I won't be back until the evening. Just arrived at the downstairs of Yu Huijing's house. I saw him standing there waiting, white shirt and black suit pants, young and elegant. Xiahe rolled her eyes, just wanting to spit on his human form. Xiahe certainly wasn't holding a grudge, she was just being petty. Yu Huijing had always practiced a policy of suppression towards Xiahe, and in his constant contempt, Xiahe in his previous life could be said to have thrived in the midst of thorns. Yu Huijing was always humble and polite to others, but venomous and bullying to Xiahe. She knew Yu Huijing meant well and wanted her to grow up as soon as possible, but Xiahe didn't like it. She is outwardly lively and cheerful, but the actual mountain lacks contact with the same sex at the same age because she has only a father and no mother. She is always brought to the construction site, and even though Natsuhiro is attentive, he ignores her and she needs to be noticed and loved by others. Yu Huijing's approach would only make things difficult for her. Getting out of the car, Xiahe still changed into a polite smile and smiled at him. Hello Uncle Xia, my father is waiting for you upstairs. Hey, good, wah. Call someone, Brother Huijing is your and Kaichuan senior. You guys need to think more about Huijing to learn. Xiahe nodded. Good day, Senior Huijing. Yu Huijing raised his eyes for a moment and didn't seem to want to pay much attention to her. Xiahe rolled her eyes, condescending and egomaniacal, and she gritted her teeth as she followed. I didn't expect Yu Huijing to suddenly turn around and ask her with his head lowered. Hey, Xiahe, Uncle Xia wants you to call me Brother Huijing. Why don't you? And what are you doing behind me with your teeth and claws open? Xiahe blinked with a puzzled look. How did he know? Yu Huijing pointed to the side of the aisle. That side actually had a row of mirrors, on which it was written, using copper as a mirror, you can correct your clothes. Apparently he had seen her movements through the mirror. Can't I? That boxing, get some exercise? Yu Huijing skimmed his lips and laughed before uttering his classic line. What's so good about you? Xiahe is really tired of hearing that in his previous life. In Huijing's first meeting, he looked himself up and down and then blurted out a sentence. What's so good about you? Last time she didn't dare to retort, but this time, she didn't beg him, she directly replied, I have good teeth, I eat well, you envy me. Yu Huijing didn't talk to her anymore, turning around in time to guide Xiaoguang into the elevator. just a hidden smile on his lips. He blocked the elevator entrance with his hand, and he didn't gently let go until Shaha stood back up. Ding! The elevator opens and the door to the house is wide open. It is decorated in an antique style and the mahogany furniture is quite grand. Uncle, the contract you gave us. My father has already read it. There are still a few small problems to communicate with you. You follow me into the study. He is still reading it. Today all day to review the end of the day. A little urgent. Will not be able to come out to meet you. He always treated others with a humble and courteous demeanor. Xia, he was used to it. You're welcome. It would have been a lot of trouble for your father. Yu Huijing led Xia Guang into the study. This is the largest study that Xia He has ever seen, and he can't help but feel that this kind of bookish family is different from this kind of profligate family like the Xia family. You were watching from the side too? Yu Huijing asked, suspicion evident in his eyes. Sure. Xia He silently spat at him in his heart. What a brat. I'm also someone who has studied law for 4 years. Who am I looking down on? With a nod to Xia Guang, Yu Zhao began to carefully review the various contracts and procedures. Xia He also took the document that had been reviewed and looked at it carefully. She looked at it carefully and attracted Yu Huijing's attention. Her hair was loosely tied at the back, with only fine strands hanging down. Her skin was tender and white, and her eyes were like full autumn water, so Yu Huijing didn't feel a little infatuated looking at her. Chapter 50, Chuan Pup aggrieved. Chuan Pup dares not say. Yu Zhao is worthy of being a famous lawyer, no matter what, but also rigorous thinking, pointed out a lot of easy to make mistakes. After the review, many questions were listed, such as does the person suffer from mental illness? Is there a will left on the real estate deed if a loved one passes away? Or do you just remove the name? Etc. There should be no problem as long as his comments are followed and rectified. The rest of the day was spent in the study, except for a quick lunch at the restaurant. Toward evening, pack up the information. So I chartered a private room near the summer home, and ate dinner together. Shaha was a bit tired, so Yu Huijing sent her home first. Girls are just delicate. Tired after so little time? Xia He didn't have the strength to fight with him and could only go along with him. Senior Huijing is really great. You're awesome. The way you tell the truth is a bit cute. Yu Huijing hung his hands down, in a happy mood. Shaha wrinkled a face and smiled perfunctorily, cocky and stinky mad. She walked forward, shrugging her shoulders to ease the day's fatigue. A car passed behind. The light shone over. Xia He turned back. His arm was pulled by Yu Huijing. His body unconsciously fell towards him. Xia He's head touched Yu Huijing's chest. His hair gently brushed against his hand. Yu Huijing's heart skipped a beat, a little overwhelmed, immediately pushed her out again. Shaha turned back in bewilderment, her lips red and her black hair tumbling under the dim streetlight. Yu Huijing gulped. In this situation, only feel when floating a big white, living color, soul and bone, body crispy bone soft. Yu Huijing's brain only flashed some obscene words. He only felt that some of his emotions were a little hard to control, and he voiced this dissatisfaction. Why are you so stupid? There's a car behind you. You don't know how to duck. What are you looking back at first? Shaha was a bit speechless. How did she offend this little young master again? She had already compensated enough for the smile. I'll see where it goes. I'll duck again. If you pull me so recklessly, the car doesn't hit me. I'll be pulled down and fall to my death by your brute force. Shaha rolled her eyes at him. Yu Huijing was not angry in his heart, but only smiled and said, sharp-tongued. Xia Qichuan stood in front of the Xia family's door, stupefied and looking at everything over here. The moment the headlights lit up, Xia Qichuan looked over in delight, but saw Xia He and Yu Huijing together. The smile froze on his face, and the half of his body that had been under the streetlight shrank back into the shadows. Yu Huijing looked at her hair tied loosely at the back and pulled off her hairband. What are you doing again? Young master you. Hey, you just called me Senior Huijing. Do you know how to be polite? I'm older than you. You should call me brother. Xia He was really a bit impatient, playing this kind of childish tricks, treating her as an elementary school student. Brother, you think you're an old hen? Shaha snatched back the leather ring from his hand and huffed as she headed for the home place. Yu Huijing watched her go forward, and then followed her up. Don't look at your short legs, but you can still walk quite fast. He's been shredding endlessly. The moment Shaha covered her ears, she heard Xia Qichuan's voice. It was as if two little people were fighting inside him. Thank you, humble, Kai Chuan and Xie. Proud, Kai Chuan's top match. The humble one said, actually, if Yu Huijing likes her, they would be a good match. He seems to be more suitable for while than I am. Proudly that one said, but what was said it's you that she likes. Xia Qichuan, can you be brave? The humble one added Yu Huijing is so good. What if Wowo likes him too? The proud one added, do you have no confidence in Shaha? Or do you have no confidence in yourself? Why don't you believe that she likes you? Shaha looked toward the front door of the house. The shadow of the street lamp, and sure enough there was a long figure in it. Just to see him reach out his foot 3 times, trying to step out of the darkness and shrinking back, Shaha walked quickly towards him, wanting to tell him that it was okay, that she would wait for him to be brave. Who knew that the next second, Xia Qichuan came out from under the shadows, then ran all the way over and pulled her hand over. Looks like it's Shay. Proud. Kai Chuan won. Xia he was still thinking in his heart that Xia Qichuan wasn't going to shout out, "This is my girl," and then smash Yu Huijing's dog's head, right? It's also too middle of the road and dog-eared. Just watching him forcefully pull himself behind him, Xia Qichuan's voice was not loud, but it was firm. "Huijing, I've come to pick up our little girl." Yu Huijing froze and quickly saw the hidden hostility in Xia Qichuan's eyes. He was dumbfounded. I know it's yours. It's just this little girl with short legs and a stupid run, and no one is going to steal it from you." Xia Qichuan held Xia He's hand very tightly and said softly, "She's beautiful, she's smart, she's good, she's mine." Xia He only felt that Xia Qichuan talking like this was a bit awkward, but also felt handsome. Yu Huijing opened his mouth, then looked at Xia. "Since you've been picked up, I'll be going. It was nice spending time with you today. Wow, we'll see you next time." Turning around, Yu Huijing smiled bitterly. What was wrong with himself? He already knew that Xia Qichuan liked Xia He, but he said this to make Xia Qichuan misunderstand. Xia Qichuan held her hand and was speechless all the way. In fact, Xia's ears were dying from his raving. "Wow, you're with Yu Huijing today? Where did they go? Why do they get along so well? I'll see you next time." They have a date for next time? After walking past the Xia family's front door, Xia Qichuan was still moving forward one by one, and Xia He could only pull his hand to a stop. "Xia Qichuan, what are you thinking?" Xia Qichuan returned to his senses. What? Nothing comes to mind. Did you get jealous watching me come back with Yu Huijing?" Xia Qichuan lowered his head to look at her for a moment, deflated this mouth, aggravated, then nodded very solemnly. "I sent you a message and didn't see it?" "No." Xia Qichuan shook his head. "It was late when I got back from school, so I simply ate something and took a quick shower." To correct his clothes and meet his good man, Xia Qichuan only wanted to appear in front of Shaha with the best image, and he hadn't bothered to take a look at his cell phone yet. "I went with my dad to see Mr. Yu today. The 4 of us were together, not alone. It was very pleasant because we solved a lot of problems. He sent me back because I was tired. My dad still had something to talk with Mr. Yu, and he was not comfortable with the night road, so he asked him to send me back." Xia Qichuan's hands hung down and clutched the hem of his shirt like a big obedient dog. "Hear me?" Xia Qichuan nodded his head. "Still jealous?" Xia Qichuan shook his head, inwardly a chatterbox, acting like a complete bore. Shaha let out a long sigh. "Speak, Xia Qichuan, I hear you. No more jealousy." Xia Qichuan's eyes looked at Xia He, like a child answering a teacher's question. "Then you clearly saw us just now. What were you doing hiding behind the streetlight?" "Xia Qichuan, you don't trust me." Summer Harvest faked her anger and then took off in stride. "Wow. No, I didn't. Listen to me." One after the other, Shaha trotted in front. Xia Qichuan chased after him with broad strides. Don't listen. Xia Qichuan recites the sutra. Xia He had already brainstormed a big drama in his mind. She escaped and he chased her. She couldn't fly with her wings. Who knows that when Xia Qichuan heard her words, he really closed his mouth and directly hugged Xia He, but after a long time he didn't speak again. "You talk? You just said you wouldn't listen." Xia Qichuan and Chuan Pup is aggrieved, but Chuan Pup doesn't dare to say anything. When a girl says no, she means yes. When she doesn't listen, she means yes. When she doesn't listen, she means yes. Shaha decided to properly temper Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan is puzzled. Is that so? But he didn't care if that was the case or not. He just knew that he listened to Shaha. "I'll listen to Wow." This well-behaved appearance drew Xia He to reach out his hand to touch his hair. "Xia Qichuan, are you a good dog? Why are you so cute?" Xia Qichuan lowered his head, letting Shaha's hands do their work on his silky hair. This is a gift for you." Xia Qichuan suddenly pulled out a bouquet of small daisies from behind him. No wonder he kept his hands behind his back just now. Summer Harvest was pleasantly surprised, looking at the daisies blooming brilliantly in front of him. Xia Qichuan scratched his head in embarrassment. "Listen, I heard that girls like flowers. I saw that it was very pretty, so I wanted to give it to you. And this." I don't know where Xia Qichuan changed another jewelry box from, and it wasn't cheap at first glance. Originally, he wanted to please Shaha, but who knew that Shaha had made a face? Spend money recklessly. "I don't want it." Xia Qichuan immediately thought of what she said. Don't want is to want. Then it should be kinda like it. Do not spend money. Today is to take the prize money from the previous competition. Issued 8,000. Bought you this necklace. There are still 4,000 left. I gave it to my mom. Shaha smiled helplessly. the division was quite fair. From now on, I'm confiscating your money and distributing it. Xia Guang at this time drove the car back. Is hearing this sentence? Immediately interjected Kai Chuan. Your status cannot my money are. Before he finished his words, Xia He immediately interrupted him. Dad, from today onwards, the family savings also have me to keep them. Xia Guang panicked. Wah. This won't work. I go out at least a general. Total what? Anyway, whoever doesn't listen, I'll ignore them. Xia He clasped his fists and said faintly, wow, I'm obedient. Xia Qichuan almost snatched the answer. Xia Guang could only helplessly say listen. The breeze was light, and Natsuhiro had the sense to enter the house without disturbing the two of them. Xia Qichuan's shirt, still boarded up and tied to the top one. Isn't he bored? Is this an attempt to carry out the abstinence image to the end? Shaha began to undo his buttons. Xia Qichuan stiffened and didn't resist, just frowned, rather hard to bear. Yu Huijing looks good in casual clothes. That collarbone Xia He deliberately teased him, and sure enough, without waiting for the words to finish, Xia Qichuan took the initiative to unbutton, directly unbuttoning 3. Mine looks good too, don't look at anyone else. Actually, I didn't even see him, ha. Ever since Xia He started doing 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations, Xia He has refused to kiss Xia Qichuan. The moon was dimly lit, and Xiaha's hands were still groping and moving around his body, pinching the flesh one moment, and then asking her teeth to bite his collarbone. Xia Qichuan grabbed the hem of his shirt, not knowing what to do. His eyes reddened and he swallowed. Wow, I'll give you a kiss, okay? Xiaha gave him a sidelong glance. Not good. Bad people who force her to do her homework don't deserve kisses. Xia Qichuan understands that bad is good. Wei is a blind date. Wei is embarrassed to say. With that, he wrapped his arms around Xia He's waist, his hand held the back of her head, and kissed her. It was still hard to hold back the dryness of the heart. Summer Hall panted. No more. Xia Qichuan, got it. Don't mean yes. Chapter 51, My heart flutters, my face is calm. School starts September 1st. From the entrance of the house to the entrance of the school, Xia He didn't say a word to Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan looked at her sideways for several moments, then quickly turned around again, biting his lip, wanting to speak. Is she angry? Xiaha sat in the back seat, biting into her yogurt with a sad look on her face. One has been looking for someone to post anonymously for so long, and 2 days ago there was a lot of hot debate on the internet, even alarming the higher authorities to investigate, and then last night, all of a sudden, it was as if the matter had never happened, and the discussion came to a screeching halt. The list of publicly available money flows actually all match up. Could it be that at this point in time, they haven't used this charity to swallow money? It shouldn't. Summer Harvest couldn't figure it out anyway. Naturally, he didn't have the heart to talk to Xia Qichuan on the way, and lowered his head to calculate. Even if he hadn't hurt himself yet in this life, was the grudge from the previous life just going to be forgotten? Summer Harvest was not willing. What's more, if it wasn't for a mistake, Xia Guang didn't act as a legal person, only to be framed by them as in his previous life. Summer Harvest doesn't think they're going to let up. The piker is not guilty of a crime. Xia Guang's construction company almost monopolized the building construction in Nanjiang City. Such a big piece of cake will naturally make people red in the eyes. Thinking of the previous life, the father's case involved in the amount of money is too large. Is Bai as the city's second-in-command Han Juanzhong personally subdivided, only quickly set the decision. Han Juanzhong, as a public official, did not dare to directly embezzle money, and if he pulled on Ning Siyu's dad and transferred money from him indirectly, he would not arouse suspicion. Xiahe was so focused on her thoughts that she didn't notice that Xia Qichuan opened his mouth several times, but didn't dare to make a comment. At the school gates, teachers are checking grooming, and after a summer vacation, many students have wild minds. Hey, that girl over there, why don't she tie her hair? The teacher's shout woke up Xiahe, who was still thinking. Seeing that there were students all around, He reacted to the fact that they were all at school. Xia Qichuan, what shift are you on? He got down from the back seat and asked naturally. Wow, you're finally willing to talk to me. Xia Qichuan looked like he had been sentenced to a heavy punishment and then suddenly released, and the sadness in his heart was reduced to nothing in a moment. Along the way, he was also torn in his mind many times. Almost the car could not ride steadily, tears in his eyes. Yesterday, he thought it was because Xia was coy, then he slightly indulged himself, and in the end, Xia reddened and said aggressively, I'm ignoring you, and went back to Xia's house. Xia Qichuan always goes home with a stuffy heart, which is indescribably hard to say, afraid that she would really ignore him. This morning, Xia even ignored himself. Xia Qichuan thought of countless scenarios in his mind, and countless conversations ended in a breakup. When the sadness in his heart was about to overflow, Xia He suddenly opened his mouth, making him forget the sorrow he had just felt for a second. Focusing only on thinking about things, Xia He ignored Xie Qichuan's heart, and at this moment notification heard a sentence or two, and already perceived his aggravation. He had written in his journal about a chance encounter with her. In front of the house, Xie Qichuan made all the preparations in his mind to greet her, and eventually Xia He nodded and smiled and left. Facing the person you like is when it is clear that the other person has done nothing, and you are already fantasizing about hundreds of possibilities with her. The Oscars are nothing compared to the acting that is done when you have a crush and are forced to play it cool. Xie Qichuan, I'm just not awake. It's not that I don't like you. What are you nervous about? Xia He hooked his little finger. No more intimate gestures. After all, this was the school gates and it was a bad influence. Xie Qichuan, however, had a rapid heartbeat because of this simple touch. I thought you were angry yesterday. Xie Qichuan pursed his lips and looked at Xia's lips again. Flashing back to last night's image, she leaned her back against the pole of the streetlight, her head high. Her black hair was tangled around her slender neck, rising and falling as she breathed heavily, her eyes slightly red, a few good sounds spilling from her lips from time to time. Xia, Kai, Chuan, what are you thinking? Didn't hear a heartbeat, but it was definitely off. Xie Qichuan's eyes were very similar to last night's lust-filled eyes, which seemed to want to tear her apart, and Xia looked a little shy and scared. You're thinking about it this early in the morning? Thank you, little pervert. Kai Chuan, no, not thinking anything, I'm going to park the car. Wait for me here. I peeked yesterday when I came to school. We're both in class 3. With a smile on his face, Xie Qichuan ran all the way, afraid of delaying a second. Xia looked around in a bored manner. After this summer's surprise cramming, Xia was finally not afraid of revealing herself. At that moment, eyes were drawn to a man and a woman in the distant garden. It's Hanjin and Ningxu. They seemed to be arguing. Xie Qichuan was running this way, and Xia covered her stomach, signaling that she needed to go to the bathroom. She took a detour and quietly ducked aside. They were loud enough to vaguely hear some of them. The matter of cooperation is known only to our two families. Who else but your family has such precise information? Han Jin roared impatiently. I really don't know. There's no leakage in our family. Ning Siyu lowered her head and followed him step by step. Ning Siyu, don't pester me. It's all because your dad came up with this good idea, causing my dad to be investigated. The family can't have peace these days. How come your family is feeling dissatisfied with the split into my family's 7 and your family's 3? You want to pull my dad down and find another partner. Ning Siyu wailed, but our family has mortgaged all the fixed assets of the family and advanced a lot of money in order to make up for the hole. That's your family's business. This matter, even if it ends here, you and your father keep your mouth shut. Nanjiang City can still give you a little bit of shelter. If you leak a little bit, you can't eat it. Han Jin, you can't be so heartless. I am already your person. Xia's mouth grew in surprise. They were only sophomores in high school. How dare they steal the forbidden fruit? Han Jin turned around and smiled contemptuously. So what? You sent it to your door. It's not worth playing with. Ning Siyu was trembling. Han Jin, don't go too far, or I'll die with you. That depends on whether you have the guts to do it, and whether you're willing to give it up. Don't you profess to love me? Han Jin didn't care about Ning Siyu's threat. Ning family in order to fill this hole. The original is not solid bottom, has long been depleted. Han Juanzhong in the high position for many years, spent 7 figures to hit everything. The Ning family had been reduced to a pariah in a matter of days. Xia was also surprised that it was actually the Ning family that made up for this deficit. It's no wonder the accounts actually don't check out at all. Hanjin got closer and closer towards this side, and in order to avoid being discovered, Xia sneaked away from the side. This dogfight is just too good. She'll just sit back and see which side dies first. How can the side that dies first be willing to do so? It's just that Ning Siyu was still very much in the background saying something that Xia didn't hear. Han Jin, you're in such a hurry to get rid of me. Why? Do you think I'm not clear? How Xia already has Xie Qichuan. She can't see you. In terms of character and looks you can't compare to him. Your father is just a country bumpkin who suddenly reached a high position. You rely on your money and status to pack a fake look. Han Jin followed Han Juanzhong at the age of 7 or 8 before he came to Nanjiang City, and he is indeed a country bumpkin. Even though he later took piano lessons and wore designer labels, he still felt inferior inside. For the first time on the stage to see the glittering Xia, she noble and elegant. The heart of the oil will produce love and even worship. Now that he was being exposed, Han Jin became infuriated, his 5 senses grimly squeezing into a ball, his entire face rising to a purplish-red color. What did you say? Han Jin bared his teeth. I said you're not as good as Xie Qichuan. Xia can't see you. Ning Siyu hissed. Han Jin's teeth squeaked as he gasped loudly, and then he let out a snort. Unfortunately, just like this I don't even want you. Xia is just 10,000 times better than you. You're nothing but a broken shoe that I've worn. Summer harvest. I hate you. A broken shoe? I'll make anyone you like a broken shoe too. Chapter 52, My School Teacher's Deskmate. He finally found the sophomore, third, class in the school building. Chichuan was already sitting in the classroom. The seat next to him was empty. A girl took her book bag and wanted to put it next to him. Chichuan put all his books over without expression. The action was so fluid and arrogant that he didn't even raise his eyelids. Xiaohe was stunned. Is this the well-behaved Chichuan? This is not the proper gangly schoolboy. Cool schoolboy. Immediately afterward, he heard Chichuan's heart breaking. The seat I reserved for Wow. No one else can sit in it. Milk hooped. Before he entered the classroom, Chichuan was already waiting for her at the door. Tummy ache? Been gone so long? It's okay, it doesn't hurt. Chichuan stammered. Now the seats are random. Wah. Do you want to sit with me? Xiaohe frowned, acting as if it was difficult. What's in it for me to sit with you? Chichuan also frowned, his eyes skimming left and right as if he was really thinking hard. I'll give you as much of my collarbone as you want, as much of my abs as you want, and I'll do any topic you don't know how to do. Chichuan spoke out of turn. He narrowed his eyes. What a beautiful trick. As he spoke, Chichuan reached out to unbutton his buttons, and Xiaohe's eyes went straight. But in the next second, she still got on. No. Chichuan, pay attention to male virtue. Let's go home and watch it slowly. Slowly, I'll sit with you. He broke out in a cold sweat and was incoherent, silently shaking his head mentally. The little love brain. Wife slave. As it happened, the homeroom teacher passed by the door and was seeing Xiaohe fastening Chichuan's buttons. It was Xiaohe's senior class teacher, who knew all about them, and then showed an expression of I know it well and smiled meaningfully. Xiaohe froze. They are in love. Hey, can the teacher control You can't knock CP no matter what. Sure enough, children with good grades do everything right in the minds of their teachers, and Xiaohe is really thanks to Chichuan's blessing. The homeroom teacher had a brief class meeting. They were a science class with many boys and few girls, and casually talked about the requirements. High school classes are intense and the first day is already underway. Xiaohe hadn't slept well last night when she was thinking about the charity, and she lasted until the third period when she started to drift off. Chichuan saw her rubbing her neck all the time and asked her, "Is your neck uncomfortable?" Xiaohe beamed, glanced at him, blamed, "You 186. I 162. I have to lift the head of the have said do not want. You still kiss, but also embraced my neck to kiss. You say I can be comfortable?" Chichuan knows that he is in the wrong, but can only complain in his heart. You say do not want is to be. What a little bad guy. Chichuan, how dare you retort, actually scolding her in her heart. He heard it all. I didn't. Chichuan was really puzzled. He didn't say anything. Your expression betrays you. Are you cursing me in your mind for being a bad person? Chichuan shook his head. Not a bad egg. A little bad egg. Xiaohe rolled her eyes, but her heart was still sweet. Pulling his varsity jacket over his head, he took a nap first. Really sleepy. Chichuan pinched the back of her neck through her clothes. The strength was not too light and not too heavy, and Xiaohe quickly fell asleep. I had planned to get up for class after a short nap, but I didn't realize that by the time I woke up again, a good portion of the physics class was already over. Xiaohe raised her head in a daze, and before her brain fully awakened, she realized that the physics teacher, whose head was already bald, had eyes brighter than the top of his head, staring at her. The last row of students in school uniforms get up and answer this question. Xiaohe looked back, and the only person wearing a school uniform in the last row was herself. What's the problem? Her originally unconscious brain was completely awake at this moment, and she pushed Chichuan's arm. Chichuan, what's the problem? She asked impatiently, still afraid of teachers even as an adult. Chichuan, however, held her down and directly took the school uniform jacket off of her, then silently slipped it onto his own body under the gaze of the class. Xiaohe was stunned. What kind of, tawdry, operation was this? Then I heard him say, the answer to this question is that momentum is equal in magnitude. The physics teacher raised her glasses and asked blankly, I was asking about the student next to you, who was just wearing her school uniform. Chichuan replied lightly, teacher, I am the owner of the school uniform. I think I should be responsible for the school uniform. The physics teacher opened his mouth and didn't know what to say, so he could only continue the lesson. Xiaohe wanted to clap her hands even as she sat in her seat. Chichuan, the wizard of sophistry. At lunch, Xiaohe sees Han Jin again, this time with Bian. She didn't care, she just wanted to avoid them and save her appetite. There was one thing she couldn't figure out, and that was that this charity would definitely not be able to make a profit for the time being, and Han Juanzhong and Ning Siyu's father definitely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. What would they do? And how can they be brought down completely so as not to have to worry about the aftermath? In her previous life, she was kidnapped because of money, so she couldn't help but be on guard this time. Looking at the class schedule, the afternoon is language and English class. Language class is the best. If you learn it, you won't forget it. Xiaohe is very confident in these two. Immediately decided to take the afternoon off and go out to find a women's self-defense studio to learn a couple of moves. Summer Harvest took a big bite out of her meal. Wow, what a good boy today. Why are you so great? Xiaohe's eyes widened. So it turns out that eating with a big mouthful of food is also a compliment. Xia Qichuan, I'm not a child. No? Such a small, little person. Xia Qichuan's index finger and thumb stretched out, gesturing a fingertips distance, as if it would not be possible to gesture a little more. Thank you, love brain. Wa smitten. Wa fan. Wa nu. Kai Chuan. After dinner, Xiaohe dragged Xia Qichuan to the homeroom teacher. Teacher, that I'm a little sick. I'll take the afternoon off. She rickied her back and covered her stomach. It's normal for girls to have special times and feel uncomfortable. Xia Qichuan was a bit worried, but when he looked down, he saw her squeezing her eyebrows. Okay, drink lots of hot water. The homeroom teacher saw that she really looked a bit uncomfortable and quickly approved the leave slip. Teacher, Xia Qichuan also. Before the words were out of his mouth, the class teacher's big pen had already granted him a vacation slip as well. The teacher understands that the family should be accompanied. Teacher, sometimes you don't need to understand so much. Chapter 53 Satisfaction. Wow, where are we going? Xia Qichuan asked. He followed Xiaohe as she walked aimlessly around the school, looking around as if she was looking for somewhere. I'll find out if there's a place to learn women's self-defense. I'm going to learn it, Xiaohe replied. In case someone wants to kidnap themselves again, the least they can do is have a cushion. Why? Xia Qichuan was puzzled. What if someone bullies me? I can defend myself. Am I not by your side? Xia Qichuan asked rhetorically. Xia Qichuan, when we grow up, we won't be able to stick together every day. Do you as a husband have to go to work to earn money? Do I have to go to work too? You can't hide a woman in a golden house. Xia Qichuan blinked his eyes, outwardly calm, inwardly excited miserably. What did Wow just say? Do you want to marry me? Is it calling me husband-la? Ah! The sound of his inner excitement came from his ears. Xiaohe narrowed her eyes and glanced at Xia Qichuan in disgust. Was that the point? Thank you, groundhog. Kai Chuan, we always have to have our own time anyway. I can't just hang you from the waistband of my pants. Aha, wow, that's right. Xia Qichuan nodded. Xiaohe thought he really understood and just relieved some. Who knew that his next sentence out of his mouth was of course I won't hide a golden house. I'm not Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty. You're not Chen Ajiao. We'll have a good ending. I'll only hide a concrete house to hide Wowo. Xiaohe's jaw dropped. Before he said he listened to her the most, now he dared to talk back. Summer Harvest pinched her waist in exasperation. Xia Qichuan, you're quite good at picking out words here. I've seen your final marks for the last semester. Although you were first overall, you only scored 88 points in the language. A 150-point paper. You scored 88. Aha, wow, you're so smart. I just didn't write my composition. Xia Qichuan replied with a smile. Now, Xiaohe was dumbfounded. The essay was not written and still got 88. 2 points were deducted in front of it? The god of learning is just extraordinary. Why don't you write? Harvest didn't understand. Xia Qichuan looked down and kicked the road under his feet, a little embarrassed. I saw you talking to the boy next to you and got jealous and wasn't in the mood to write. Xiaohe was shocked in her heart. Xia Qichuan cares too much about her. So much so that his joys and sorrows towards her because of her. Cared enough to go out of their way. Cared enough to give up their lives in a previous life. Her complexion dimmed. He stood in front of him and said very seriously. Xia Qichuan, I'm not the only one in your life. You can't do this for me. Xia Qichuan, however, was not amused. I'm doing this because I know that I'm number one even without writing essays so. Wow, I have a point. Summer Harvest laughed bitterly. Xia Qichuan's measure was to climb the sewer pipe for her, hurt his lungs by poisonous gas, sell his house and give her all the money for her medical treatment, and work hard to earn money to pay for his own schooling but dared to use a name no one has ever known before. His measure, his bottom line, was just a she. Xia Qichuan's heart for her will not change. That can only be protected by herself in order to keep Xia Qichuan from being hurt. Summer Hall sighed. Xia Qichuan, there's one there, let's go take a look. Aha, this is a professional women's self-defense coaching center. The reception desk warm reception. The environment is good. From the school is also close to the Summer Harvest did not say anything to pay a few sessions of money. The coaches are all clean-cut men. Xia Qichuan originally sat next to him and waited for Xiaohe, but he didn't know what he was thinking, and with some face, he walked out. When he came in again he had taken off the shirt he was wearing and replaced it with a tight, quick-drying sweatshirt. Xia listened to the coach on the sidelines about the precautions and didn't care, warmed up and was ready for the live drill. The coach pretended to choke Xia, and before Xia could move, Xia Qichuan had already clenched his hand. Okay, now, if I'm the pervert molesting you, what should you do now that I've got you by the neck? Xia had just opened his mouth when Xia Qichuan interrupted coach. Be gentle, your neck is red. Xia Qichuan's brows knit tightly, his eyes fixed on the coach's hand. Class, I didn't touch her, we were pretending. The coach looks at his hand some distance away. Xia Qichuan knew that he hadn't touched it, but he couldn't look at a man's hand so close to her. She has tender skin and hurts easily, why don't I do it instead? You guide from the side. Coaches save a lot of physical effort by not having to actually do the drills themselves and are naturally willing to do so. Xia looked at Xia Qichuan, knowing his thoughts too well. The first is afraid that the coach will hit her hard and she will be in pain. The second is that Xia Qichuan can't tolerate other men touching her. Xia Qichuan pretended to pinch Xia's neck, gently as if caressing. Good. Now press his wrist with your left hand and quickly elbow him in the head with your right hand. This time the opponent will eat the pain and take the opportunity to be able to escape. The coach was doing a demonstration on the side. Xia also followed suit and pressed down on Xia Qichuan's arm, and sure enough he lowered his body, and then his right hand was just enough to hit his head. Xia couldn't help but feel really powerful. She was able to hit Xia Qichuan. Coach said a few more moves, and Summer Harvest accomplished them all well. The teaching, which lasted for 1.5 hours, finally came to an end, and while there was little sweat on Xia Qichuan was sweating profusely. His chest rose and fell, the corset outlining his perfect lines. Beads of sweat drenched his hair, and Xia Qichuan gasped for air. Take care of yourself in every way so that you don't touch her and hurt her. This kind of close training, there would have been a lot of physical contact, and with her soft and cozy body in her arms, she didn't know what kind of torment it would be for more than an hour. Xia Qichuan restrained his hidden desire, could no longer hold back and slowly raised his head. Looking at Xia's eyes, Xia Qichuan only felt that the desire to love her, the desire to protect her and other desires were like a bottomless abyss, devouring his own reason and everything. Xia Qichuan, why do you tie your school uniform around your waist? Xia didn't understand. Hot. Xia Qichuan, you can't do it. It's only a little more time of training and you're sweating so much. Xia expressed his contempt. After training for the same amount of time, he didn't feel hot himself. Xia Qichuan looked at her with a desire to speak and turned around to go to the restroom. I'm going to wash my face and remove the fire. Xia was still wondering what fire to go to. Didn't he just drink a lot of cold water? Immediately after that, he heard Xia Qichuan belabored in his heart. It's probably just too rowdy. That's why he tied his school uniform around his waist. Wowo is really a little fool. How can Wowo be so simple? Summer, White Rabbit, Wowo, sweetheart. Xia's face reddened, and she seemed to understand something. About 10 minutes over, Xia Qichuan washed his face with cold water, recited Tangwang Preface and Spring River and Moonlit Night once before calming down a bit, and changed his clothes before going out. Originally did not think of that point. Xia did not feel anything. Now look at Xia Qichuan again, but some embarrassed. Back, go home. Xia lowered her head and squirmed. Okay, let's go home. Xia Qichuan backpacked on one shoulder and pulled Xia with his right hand. Xia Qichuan shirt refreshing, looks particularly pleasant home. Favor as if on purpose, buttons open 2 or 3, just after the movement of the muscles hidden, hooked to the core. Xia looked at the coaches next to him, they were all wearing tights. Naturally thinking of what Xia Qichuan was wearing just now, the young man was clear and upright, like an aspen tree, and Xia was satisfied with Xia Qichuan's body. It's just pretty big where it should be big. Passing by the front desk, Xia Qichuan stopped his footsteps. He gently shook Xia's hand. Wow, I've spent more than my allowance today. I just bought a pair of tights and I'm $80 short of the money. He looked at Xia with a sincere face. Obviously it was his own money. Why was he still a little embarrassed? Unless you tell me why you bought the tights, I'm not giving this money. Xia inclined her head and asked him. She was so quirky that Xia Qichuan had to answer honestly. The coaches are all men. I'm jealous, and they don't hit hard enough. I'm afraid you'll hurt. Xia sniffed and pursed her lips. She knew it. However, Xia Qichuan had finally gotten better and had dared to directly say he was jealous today. After dinner, Xia Qichuan, like reporting on time, arrived at Xia's house again, and Xia hadn't finished eating yet. Xia Qichuan collected the sundries and swept the floor, like a long laborer in a landlord's house. He was about to go outside to take out the trash he was carrying, and Natsuhiro, who was packing up his fishing gear in the yard, couldn't help but interject. Kai Chuan, there's no need to be busy. What was mom passed away a long time ago? You don't need to please your mother-in-law. Xia Qichuan's figure stuttered and his speech stuttered. That diligence, also invites you, father-in-law to like. Chapter 54, When Things Go Wrong, There's a Demon. As soon as the words fell, Xia Qichuan quickly walked out. His ears were red. How did he say what was in his heart? Xiahe packed up. Xia Qichuan was still standing at the door, embarrassed to come in. It just so happened that she decided to try and see if the self-defense she had learned today was any good. She'd struck with a heavy fist. Xia Qichuan instinctively dodged. Xiahe did not stand still, almost fell to the ground. After seeing that it was Xia Qichuan hurriedly wrapped his armpit around her. A soft, tender piece under his hand. Not huge, but comfortable. After realizing what it was, Xia Qichuan's entire body stiffened, as if his entire body had lost consciousness, and his blood rushed up. Noticing that her forehead was wrapped around her chest, Summer Harvest screamed. Ah! In a flash of lightning, Xia was so ashamed that she wanted to escape, and in a hurry, Xia Qichuan pulled her collar from behind. Wow! Xiahe pressed his elbow with one hand. Xia Qichuan was under the force. His arm was bent. His body was inclined to Xiahe. Behind him was the wall. Fearing that she would knock over, he subconsciously held the back of Xiahe's head. The two were close together. Cluckers! Summer Hall panicked, her eyes darting around. Wah! Xia Qichuan was just about to make a sound when Xiahe interrupted. Well, what wah? Right, what right? Xiahe hastily pulled herself an arm's length away from Xia Qie. Didn't touch. It's okay, it's fine. Xia Qichuan, goodbye, good night. Xiahe turned around and ran. Xia Qichuan didn't even dare to move his hands, but his heart was unusually restless. Nice and soft, not too small. Very nice. Xiahe's eyes are wide open. Still want to deceive himself and others did not touch. This obviously touched it. What's not small? It's clearly small. Well, she turned to Xia Qichuan again and shouted. No thinking. The scuffle at the doorway startled Natsuhiro, who looked on with his fishing rod. When he saw Xiahe come in, he turned around in a hurry and cowered towards the corner, silently chanting in his heart, can't see me, can't see me. The young lovers are quarreling, so you can't get involved, lest you get into trouble. However, the power disparity just now made Xiahe recognize one thing clearly, relying only on the 3 moves and 2 styles learned, really encountering bad guys, not useful at all. The difference in strength between men and women is too great. When it comes to the critical period, it is still more useful to kick the crotch, and in the afternoon, she still felt that she had learned quite useful, but it turned out that it was all Xia Qichuan who was giving way to her. Before going to bed, Xiahe flipped out the training center's business card and made a call. Xia Qichuan was crunching on, and Xiahe decided to close her ears for the time being. After taking a second cold shower, Xia Qichuan calmed down a bit, lying on the bed and hugging the pillow. Soft and soft, Xia Qichuan again thought of Xiahe's softness in his arms. The night rolled on, gasps rose and fell. When Xiahe was half asleep, it seemed that she could still hear Xia Qichuan silently pronouncing her name in her heart, eagerly, longingly, and a sigh of contentment. In the weeks that followed, the two fell into an unprecedented awkwardness. Xia Qichuan always blushed inexplicably when he looked at her. Day after day, the area of Xia Qichuan's house has begun to be evaluated. The commander-in-chief of this area's demolition is actually Han Juanzhong. Originally thought that it would be because of the previous fault, depressed the assessment value of the 5 houses in the hands of Xiaoguang. I did not expect the opposite. In particular, the other 2 larger homes have floated quite a bit, and the compensation for those 2 alone is estimated to be $45 million. Xia Qichuan's home is not too big or small, and the appraisal of $12 million is reasonable. That's an extra $20 million out of thin air for those 2 sets. When things go wrong, they go wrong. On that day, Xia Qichuan happened to be present when Xiaoguang received the appraisal report and asked to sign the demolition contract. A few people looked at each other, only to fear that there was some kind of conspiracy. Sure enough, within a few days, Natsuhiro was indicted. It's still a fraud charge. The lawsuit alleges that Xiaoguang deceived the elderly into signing a contract for the purchase and sale of a house, knowing that the homeowner was an incapacitated person. The demolition of that area was itself under the watchful eye of the entire Nanjing city. And now Xiaoguang was the sole occupant of 5 sets, paying out tens of millions of dollars in demolition money. In just 2 months, he made tens of millions of dollars out of thin air, making the city follow. Now that this matter has come to light, hatred of the rich is at work and many people have fallen on their swords. For a while, Xiahe was implicated in the school and had a bad time, but Xiahe didn't care. Compared to her previous life, this was already too good. In his previous life, Xiaoguang but was vilified off the money donated by the community, so that many poor students lost the opportunity to study because of the lack of financial assistance, which caused a great deal of empathy among students and teachers. Summer Host's time at school could have been much harder and not at all prepared for it. Even then, Summer Harvest still struggled to stay alive. because only if she's alive can she hope to overturn the case for Natsuhiro. This time, the nature of the matter was different, not to mention that she had Xie Qichuan by her side. Originally, she only knew that Xie Qichuan was cool and not talkative, but later she found out the warmth inside Xie Qichuan, and now, Xie Qichuan is simply her protector at school. Between classes, there was a lot of talk in the classroom, mostly from the little rich kids who had previously pursued Xia He and were ignored, or Xie Qichuan's brainless fangirls. I told you that Xia He was high and mighty every day, and that's how the family's money turned out to come from, eating human blood buns, that is, seducing Xie Qichuan. It is not also see their family to be demolished. I heard the next class Biani said, his father to see people's mothers look beautiful, every day to go to the big courtesies. Wow, this kind of person is really scary, her heart is so vicious, let's call her Xia Flower Girl, Xia Xia Xiao Bitch, blind eyes, okay. Several men gathered around carping. Xie Qichuan pulled Xia He behind him. Luckily, she was wearing headphones and didn't hear what the others were saying. Xia He cocked her head and smiled at him, looking as good as the warm winter sun. Turning around, Xie Qichuan's eyes blazed. Anger rushed back and forth in his heart. The person he placed on the tip of his heart and loved was spoken of in such an unpleasant manner by them. Xie Qichuan's fists clenched and trembled slightly. Anger churned up and seemed to break through his chest in a vicious outburst, and with a smooth motion he picked up the chair beside him and slammed it toward the window. Bang! There was a loud bang. Xia He stood behind him with his headphones all startled, looking blankly at the furious Xie Qichuan in front of him. The class was on the first floor, and the glass was shattered all over the place, many pieces of glass falling on the greenery outside the window, the lush green leaves cut by the broken glass, oozing green blood. Xie Qichuan walked towards the man who gave Xia He a nickname in the gaze of the crowd and grabbed him by the collar. You have the balls to say what you just said again. Chapter 55 Durability? The boy was forced to stand on his tiptoes and looked at Xie Qichuan in front of him with a horrified face. His always cool face was full of viciousness at the moment, and the boys gulped, not daring to speak. Xie Qichuan grabbed his collar and slammed it backward so hard that the boy was unsteady and staggered backward a few steps before falling to the ground. Xie Qichuan, you dare to hit people. The people next to him were disgruntled but only dared to whisper. Xie Qichuan glanced at it contemptuously. You call that a beating? Next time I hear the slightest thing bad said about her, I'll show you what a real beating is. His gaze swept over the crowd, filled with chilling, icy anger. Xia He took off her headphones and looked at Xie Qichuan in front of her. The autumn daylight was warm and soft, hitting the teenager's well-defined side face. The teenager was clean and dry, his profile like a shroud of light. She actually heard them all. The headphones were a very still blank, a big blank. Even though she already knew that she would be scolded at school, Xia He still didn't know how to greet all this with her face, so she chose to hide. Put on your headphones and pretend you don't hear anything. Xia He received the headphones into her pocket, her face stoic. Yeah, what does she have to be afraid of? She didn't do anything wrong. Most of her classmates also treated her as they always had, with only a very few people gossiping. And most importantly, she had Xie Qichuan. Xie Qichuan was wearing a beige sweater, looking extra warm, and Xia He tugged on his sleeve. Xie Qichuan, there's a topic I don't know yet just now. Come and teach me. He turned back around, his brow already warm and soft, his eyes revealing all the pain. His little girl was so small and so good, he couldn't afford to give the slightest aggravation. Good. Xie Qichuan agreed. Returning to her seat, Summerhall didn't say much. Where there was a title, just wanted to call him back. Summerhall pulled his arm over and rested on it. His sweater smelled of good laundry detergent, fresh and clean and reassuring. Xie Qichuan, are you my protector? Although it was a bit pretentious to say so, Xia He felt that Xie Qichuan would like it. I'm your boyfriend, and I'll be your old friend from now on, so it's my job to protect you anyway. Xie Qichuan naturally unbuttoned his sweater and answered pretending not to care, but in fact his forehead was a little sweaty because of his nervousness. Just now so fierce, now so good. Xie Qichuan still has two faces. Xia He teased him. I won't be mean to you. You, don't be afraid. He was a little panicked. His gentle image is ruined. Those people are really annoying. Will Wow be angry? Wow is scared. It's a pain in the ass. Xie Qichuan was aggrieved inwardly. Who was the person who was so fierce just now? Xia He pursed her lips and stifled a smile. Xie Qichuan loved to shred this little problem. When can it be good? Xie Qichuan, you're quite explosive. Men are to be affirmed. So Xia He immediately complimented him. I have good staying power too. Xie Qichuan didn't know which string he struck wrong and blurted out. Then Xia He's ears heard Xie Qichuan's inner breakdown. Explosive power? Durability? What I said. Wow will definitely think I'm a pervert. It's true though. I'm suddenly a little sleepy. Xia He buried her head in the crook of her arm, her face reddening. Ahem, you get some sleep. Xie Qichuan coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. and then put the sweater over her body. I hadn't slept at all, and as soon as I slumped down on the table, I was sleepy again. Sure enough, when she woke up, Xiaohe once again saw her physics teacher staring at her. This time the physics teacher had a wig, and her head didn't shine. It looked like her eyes were brighter. Last row, the one in the beige sweater with a striped shirt underneath. Female student, get up and answer this question. The female student was emphasized. Xiaohe's face twitched. The physics teacher really learned from his mistakes and described it in such detail. Xia Qichuan tried to get up again, but Xiaohe pulled him back. Don't challenge the teacher's authority again. Xia Qichuan spoils her to no end. Xiaohe had just stood up when the autumn wind blew through, pouring in through the broken window, and the papers on the desk were blown down to the ground. In full view of the crowd, the physics teacher's wig went up on top of his head, fell back down, flew up, and fell down again. At first everyone stifled their laughter until the wig spun around their heads and then flew into the bucket of sewage inside under the drinking fountain. The physics teacher's face turned from black to red, from red to purple, and stormed out. Who broke the window? Xia Qichuan finally found a chance and immediately stood up. It's me, disrupting class. Both of you get out and stand. Xia Qichuan and Xiaohe stood outside and smiled at each other. Xia Qichuan, this is my first time. Me too. It's kind of funny. Instead of looking like they were punishing themselves, the two looked like they were out enjoying the view. Summer Harvest closed her eyes and breathed in the crisp fall air. It's fall, Xia Qichuan, and it's finally over. The summer I hated. Xia Qichuan looked at her suspiciously. In his memory, she liked summer. I don't like summer. On that hot and dry August 26th, with the blood-like setting sun spilling over the hospital bed, my Xia Qichuan's eyes were closed and his breath was weak. I don't like summer. The summer night was still this hot, and my Xia Qichuan, without relatives, died alone in his hospital bed without me seeing it. I don't like summer. My Xia Qichuan, whose remains were picked up the next day, was told 3 days later that he had been cremated. That summer, there was no more Xia Qichuan in the world. An ordinary day, an ordinary summer day, and the love of my life was gone. Summer Hall remembered the coldness of touching his tombstone. Remember the smile inside the photo on his tombstone. Remember the pictures of yourself, being rubbed with your hands until they turn white. Remember his cell phone screen was her high school graduation picture. There was a thunderstorm outside. Xiaohe trembled and turned pale. Where did these memories come from? Obviously, she was reading Xia Qichuan's diary when she was reborn back. Where do these memories come from? Did she forget something? Isn't it true that you can only be reborn after you die? Summer Harvest is still alive and well. Why would she come back to life? Is this a dream? This thought quickly took over Xiaohe's brain and she looked at Xia Qichuan in panic. He had such a nice smile. His whole being was so warm, and she hadn't loved him enough. Xia Qichuan, am I dreaming? Xiaohe asked softly. It was asking him, and asking himself again. What? Xiaohe didn't seem to hear his reply, recalling her previous time together. Every time she bit Xia Qichuan never screamed in pain. In infinite panic, Summer Hall's own hand went to her mouth. She was suffocating. What was she going to do if it was all a lie? What should she do when she returns to that world without Xia Qichuan? In that world, Xia Qichuan and I, there was no parting in life, no parting in death. We loved each other, but not each other. Xiaohe lowered her head, her eyes filled with tears. If it was really a dream, she wanted to keep doing it. In the end, Xiaohe didn't dare to bite down. She was afraid that it was really a dream. Lying to yourself doesn't count as much as cheating, does it? What's the matter? Your teeth are itching again. I'll give you my hand to bite. I'm not afraid of pain. Looking at the arm placed in front of him, Xiaohe bit it. Not too hard, but it should hurt. Besides Xia Qichuan but did not even frown. Xiaohe cried all of a sudden, and was really fooling herself. Xia Qichuan doesn't even hurt. This is really a dream. Xia Qichuan looked at her appearance and immediately panicked. Wawa, what's wrong with you? Xiaohe sobbed, completely speechless. Chapter 56. Are you in? Xia Qichuan bent down and coaxed Wawa. What's wrong? Talk to me, okay? Wawa, listen, talk to me. Xiaohe didn't let out a loud cry. Just tears kept falling and her shoulders trembled. The physics teacher saw Xiaohe crying after class and felt a little guilty. Little girls are thin-skinned. Isn't the penalty too much? If this is reported to say that he corporal punishment students, he is finished, originally is to see a few minutes before the end of the class, and then asked them to stand. The physics teacher came over in a panic. His feet slipped, his body was bent, and the teaching rod in his hand, which was used to point out the key points, snapped and hit the back of Xiaohe's hand. With a pain in her hand, Xiaohe unconsciously let out an ouch. A red willow immediately crawled up the back of her pale hand. Xia Qichuan took her hand and blew on it. Summer Hall froze in pain. Not a dream. Xiaohe turned to look at the physics teacher, who also looked at her, and for a moment the two looked at each other. Teacher, hit me again. Xiaohe's tears hadn't finished falling, and she smiled sweetly on her face, seeing her expression change so quickly. But the physics teacher was afraid. Don't come up with some kind of conspiracy. Record a video or something. Shaha student, I didn't mean it just now. I apologize to you. Xia Qichuan saw how quickly her expression changed and also thought she was angry. Wow, teacher didn't mean it. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. Teacher, hey, hit me again. Hit me again. Saying that, Xia He even reached forward. Physics teachers avoid it. Shaha student, I'm really sorry. I was really careless. I really didn't mean to physically punish you. I'm sorry, I won't dare next time. With that, he took off in a huff. Teachers, but just wanted the teacher to hit him again. What's he running for? Summer Harvest didn't understand. Decidedly, he bit his hand heavily, with great force. The moment she bit down, Shaha froze. Ah, it hurt so much. I don't know if it was because her brain cleared up after the bite, but Shaha remembered that her stomach hurt when her period came a few months ago. And whose dream is so real that they're concerned about the brand of tampons? Xia He especially remembers that day Xia Qichuan came back from the kiosk, a head of sweat. Well, Xia He requested the brand, the length to take all the right, and it came with brown sugar water. Motherwort. It was hard to drink, but still Xia Qichuan forced him to drink it. When Xia He reacted and looked at Xia Qichuan, he heard his heart. Thank you, little pervert. Kai Chuan appeared again. Wah, is not like this bite? No wonder she always liked to bite me. So like Wah, Wei is a little pervert also cute. My Wah is the best. But why did she let the teacher beat her? Physics teacher is also a man, also have to defend. Shaha rolled her eyes in her mind. Who the hell was the pervert? But think about it, if Xia Qichuan took a small whip and tied it to the bed, and took a small feather and scratched it on him, and watched him try to endure it, it would be kind of fun. Between the walks, a thunderbolt struck down. Shaha screamed awe and shrank into Xia Qichuan's arms in fear. Fear not. Fear not. Thunder. Xia Qichuan held and stroked her hair, and Shaha could just see the teeth marks on his arm. Doesn't it hurt when I bite you? She grabbed his arm. The teenager's arms, hard and sinewy, were hormonal to look at. It hurts, but it doesn't matter if you like it. Xia Qichuan answered truthfully. Summer Hall wasn't surprised by this answer. Xia Qichuan, even if that person is me, don't hurt yourself for me. Live well enough to protect me. Aha, got it. It's not knowing, it's promising. Okay, I promise. Shaha buried her head in Xia Qichuan's arms, and the muscles in his chest hardened. Xia Qichuan, you are quite hard everywhere except for your soft heart. Xia Qichuan panicked and coughed dryly again. Shaha was just about to explain that it wasn't meant to be, only to hear a ghostly sound in her ear. This is a school, and both of you are still expected to look presentable. Xia He glanced sideways and the homeroom teacher was smiling at the two of them. Xia He didn't know if he had a brain fart and suddenly asked teacher, do you want to join? For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Shaha knew where that gust of wind had come from just now. It was her brain that had jerked. Sitting in the classroom, Shaha looked outside. Outside, the weather suddenly changed, and for a while, black clouds turned over ink and white rain jumped beads. Shaha held her chin, confused as to where she got those memories from. Wasn't she reborn from the time she read Xia Qichuan's diary? So what happened then? Why did she forget again? The weather seems to be suddenly cold. Taking advantage of the lunch break at noon, Xia Qichuan changed the glass, draping his own sweater over Shaho's body. He kept rubbing her hand. Worried, disenchanted, afraid. Toward evening, the rain stopped. In the afternoon, Xia Qichuan was not there. After school, Shaha went home alone. Originally, it was agreed that Xia He would wait for him at the doorman's office, but by the time Xia Qichuan came back, Xia He had already disappeared. The ground was wet, and Xia Qichuan's heart was in a panic. Xia Qichuan ran all the way. Maybe he could catch up. The sparsely populated paths, the roads that had been washed clean by the downpour, were muddy, and there were misplaced footprints that had obviously been tangled up in the area. Ning Siyu was at a roadside coffee shop, stirring the drink in her hand and silently waiting for the time to pass. Summer Harvest, you are wonderfully clean, and I am inclined to pull you into the muck. After a long time, Ning Siyu looked at the screen in her hand, which lit up and went out. She tapped her fingertips and smiled broadly when she saw the few words on the text message. Got it. In the future, there will be no more clean as white paper. High and mighty young lady, Xiaowa. There will only be one rags to riches, Summer Harvest, who was raped due to her father's greed and excesses, which drew the ire of the public. Thinking of this, Ning Siyu couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Just at the end, there was a tinge of sadness in my heart, a tinge of apology. Xia He had advised her not to be with Han Jin, but she was the one who fell back on herself. So what's the use of her regretting it? What's the point of being resigned? She hated Xavier's goodness, and she hated Xavier's goodness. Everyone loves Shaha, Hanjin's gentleness is all pretended for her, close to himself as well. As long as there is Xiaohe around, Ning Xiyu will always be a supporting role. She's not happy about it. It would be nice if there was no summer harvest in this world, wouldn't it? Ning Xiyu changed her mind and dialed the phone. Put her in a box and take her to the place where Ning's heavy industries wastewater and exhaust gas treatment and sewage is done. I'll communicate, and you guys don't have to worry about the things behind. That place has a lot of chemical residue and no one goes in there for years. Xiaohe died there. I'm afraid no one even knows about it. Ning Xiyu looked up at the sky. There was still a heavy rain, right? It better be big enough to wash away all traces. Chapter 57. Wait for me to die. Xiaohe woke up with a foggy brain and pungent air smell like in her previous life. She braced herself and climbed to her feet, taking a closer look at the place. You're really good, Ning Shu. Now you've got all the evidence. Wait for me to die. If you don't exhale, you can't catch your breath. And if you take a big breath, the smell is too bad, and you get a little nauseous and want to vomit, causing bouts of coughing. Xiaohe finally braced herself and crawled to the front door. The place was well enclosed. Only the air at the front door was still a bit better. She squinted, looking at the outfall. In his previous life, this robbery, Xiaohe took a lot of medicine and lay in bed for more than 2 months before he was cured. Shocked and drugged, this memory is blurred, followed by the trial of Xia Guang's case. Countless people claiming to be the victim of the day to find the door. Xiaohe has always believed that the day from the sewage pipe climbed out to save their own people is a hallucination. Who will come to the rescue of the daughter of a man who swindled poor students out of their life-saving money? All just think they deserve it, right? Until the last time I was in a feverish coma, but my memory was clearer bit by bit. It was Xia Qichuan. He gave his life for it. Ning Xiyu, I want you to pay for Xia Qichuan for the rest of your life. She didn't dare to tell Xia Qichuan the whole plan. He would be heartbroken. He would refuse. All that was said was that he always felt like someone was following him, and that it was a good thing he had hired a bodyguard so that he wouldn't be alarmed if something happened. He sidetracked him in the afternoon, specifically giving those people a chance to make an appointment with Xia Qichuan at the entrance of the school, and then had the security uncle pass a note to him. Call the police. Xia Qichuan, don't be afraid. I'll protect myself. I can track my location through my cell phone. Xiaohe understood that relying on her own strength alone would be of no use at all if she really met something. She won't be able to show off and practice what she can't coach, so she might as well hire the coach back. The day she got back from the gym, she dialed up the phone, and there were veterans in the trainer to be her bodyguards on a per-visit basis. Usually she pays attention to be careful and passes from the road with heavy traffic every day with Xia Qichuan. In the last few days, someone had been spotted sneaking around her house, and rather than wait passively, she had taken the initiative to bait the enemy out. Today is the best chance. There will be a heavy rain soon, and this is the best time to kidnap, because it will wash away all traces. So, Xiaohe contacted the coaches at the training center early. As expected, when Xiaohe walked into the deserted alley, 3 burly men blocked her way. Just different from the previous life when they were directly mesmerized and taken away. These people revealed a lewd smile and ogled Xiaohe's body over and over again. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't alarmed and scared, but the hatred was real too. She turned to escape, but was yanked right back and fell to the ground, her back burning. The man was just about to bully his way to the top when he was tasered by the arriving coaches. Women's anti-wolf electric baton. Xiaohe gave everyone one. The coaches look quite big. Just do not know if it is really able to fight. Xiaohe ready for everything, and even if the police ask about it or say, it's normal for a girl to have a mace, right? After studying law for 4 years, Xiaohe has no sense of counter-surveillance at all. Sorry for having read the books. The men awoke after only a moment, but the situation had been reversed. It was only then that Yike realized that it was actually Ning Xiyu who had found someone to rape her. At $300,000 each. Down the drain. $300,000. And you guys dare to do this kind of thing? Xiaohe stood in the wind, condescending. In the past, people were the chopping board and I was the fish. But now this knife, you have to hold it in your own hands. She said the rape charge was minor. She'd get out in 2 or 3 years. And a couple of US could get $1 million. Turn around and get out and move on to a better life somewhere else. Xiaohe sneered. Article 236 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China. Whoever rapes a woman by violence, coercion or other means shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. And if 2 or more people gang rape, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years but not more than life imprisonment or the death penalty. Ning Xiyu is trying to take advantage of you. Do you really believe her? The guys were also a little confused when they heard her talk. Now away. I now twist you to the Public Security Bureau. Ning Xiyu will never admit that she hired you, and will bite you back. Not to mention what my Xia family will do to you. Just the Ning family is afraid that you will tell the truth. Will you still have a good life in the future? Go to prison. stuff some money, and get rid of the trouble forever. Shaha bit down heavily on the words forever. Actually, Summer Harvest was just guessing. If something happened to Ning Siyu, the Ning family's parents spoiled their daughter to no end. Xia had seen it in her previous life, and in order to preserve Ning Siyu, she would most likely seek out Hanju and Zhong, and there would be no more day for these people to tell the truth. A few people shifted. The little girl in front of them was obviously not very old, but her logic was meticulous, her tone was calm, and she was calmly a bit scary, and her insight into people's hearts was so convincing. Xia, this posture, thanks to the previous life of lycanthropy, the university to study law 4 years of day and night hammering. However, there is another path for you to choose. Xia He's lips curled into a smile. It's better to stab Ningxu's knife at herself. Work with me. Why should we trust you? The lead one returned. Just a student. How could she easily take her word for it? Because you don't have a choice, and at the very least you might have a chance to live well. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and Xiaoha's eyes were dark as she toyed with her fingers. In fact, she didn't want to spare anyone. It all comes at a price. We work with you. You keep us safe, plus give us $1 million each. Xia He smiled faintly. Yes, but it's just $1 million. My Xia family is much richer than the Ning family. Greed knows no bounds. I'm just afraid you'll have the life to ask for it, but not the life to spend it. What do you want to do? As long as you guys bite the bullet and say that the Ning family ordered it after it's done, you'll be considered witnesses at that time. We'll protect you. Now, talk to Ning Siyu and tell her that you've got it. Call her and ask her about her next plan, and tell her that it's better to kill and get it over with. Based on the verbal proof of a few people alone, the Ning family could just find someone to tamper with the transcripts and testimonies and kick Ning Siyu out of this. It had to be Xia He who was rescued from Ning's heavy work, in full view of the public, so that the Ning family could not get out of it. In her previous life, she was like a street rat with nothing, and the Ning family colluded with the Han family, and then she was able to hide even the place where she was rescued. But this time was different. In order to keep the crowd from getting suspicious, everyone else left, and the three of them sent Xiaoha into Ning's heavy industry as originally planned. Although sewage treatment is not an important workshop, but without the above dredging easily is not open. This time, see how the Ning family said, the three of them really did have ecstasy on them, and left Summer Harvest inside after they were knocked out. Doing the show should be done in full set, not really a little bit of injury, the body to leave the ecstasy. I am afraid that other people will not believe. The best evidence of this is one's own injured body, which emerges frail and dying most sympathetically. Summer Harvest doesn't have the acting skills to do that and has to do it herself. Summer Harvest lied to those three. There was nothing she could do to keep the three of them safe, nor did she want to. The reason why there was no follow-up on the Shaha kidnapping case in the previous life was because these three were accidentally killed in a car accident on the same day. This time, how could the Ning family easily leave behind a handle? It was only about half an hour before the sirens were heard. It was pouring rain outside when the gate opened. Xia Qichuan's eyes were red and swollen, and he rushed towards Shaha like a madman. Just into the fall is not cold. Xia He still shivered. The back just fell, as if the skin is broken, and hot and painful. Xia He disappeared. Xia Qichuan also told Xia Guang in the first time. Positioned in the Ning's heavy industry, Xia Guang and Xia Qichuan both silent, because a few minutes ago, Xia Qichuan received a text message on his cell phone. The text message says, make sure you bring a reporter. Summer Harvest is fine. Even so, the two were still anxious, and Xia Qichuan trembled. Shaha she was pale, her body was fully clothed, and there were no traces of having been violated. It was just the white sweater, already stained, like a small, dying white flower wet from a rainstorm. Shaha coughed violently, accompanied by wind and rain, sweet and fishy inside her mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the sweater on her body stained red with the blood of the offering, she completely passed out, so fragile that it's going to be gone with the wind the next second. The moment she closed her eyes, Xia He saw Xia Qichuan pounce over and kneel in front of her. Natsuhiro was running here. The sound of a camera snapping pictures thundering and clapping. It turns out that when people lose consciousness, the last thing they lose is their sense of hearing, and Xia He only heard Xia Qichuan call out sadly in his ear, Wah, please, wake up, finally, Xia Qichuan you won't die for me. The brain was chaotic and it seemed as if something was about to break through the chains and leap out. Xia He snapped back to the last words he said in his last life, Xia Qichuan, wait for me, don't be afraid, I'm coming to stay with you. Chapter 58, Wishing Summer Harvest Peace and Happiness. The day of Xia Qichuan's cremation, she received Xia Qichuan's diary. Each word gradually enlarged and blurred. Tears fell on his handwriting and were slowly haloed. The more Shaha cried and tried to wipe it dry, the faster it haloed. Those last words, they're all unreadable. Xia Qichuan's diary didn't mention the bad things, didn't mention the payoffs, and every sentence was about his joy of meeting Xiahe. But is it really worth it? Xiahe locks herself in her house for a few days until Yu Huijing finds her and says there's a new development in her father's case. After so long with no movement in the case, Summer Harvest has gradually become disheartened. But this time is different. Han Juanzhong was investigated by the higher authorities. Inventory has been nearly half a year's time. Is only recently sorted out. A breakdown of his comings and goings is not missing, which leads us to the case of Natsuhiro. He conspired with the Ning family to use the charity to corrupt and launder money, and found Xia Guang to be the backstabber. And they even tried to kill Xiahe in order to avoid things being exposed. If you can't do it once, you'll attract the public's attention if you do it again. So Ning Xiu purposely approached and pleaded for Xiahe's trust in 100 ways just to monitor Xiahe's movements. Then things progressed quickly, drawing out the cocoon and finding the Ning family, and then Han Juanzhong told everything. After 4 years, Xia Guang was actually acquitted. The seized property returned, but the Xia family villa has long been auctioned. The day Xiahe picks up Xia Guang from prison, she realizes that Xia Guang is skinny and bony, with old wounds on his body. Xia Guang did not dare to die for fear that Xiahe could not stand it, so he was bullied and never said anything, and always cheerfully advised Xiahe. Father and daughter, each living for the sake of the other, have instead become the other's weakness. On that day, the leader in charge of investigating this matter personally apologized to Xia Guang. Just meeting Xiahe for the first time and looking at Xiahe for a long time. Live well to be worthy of him. He patted Xiahe's arm on his way out. Summer Harvest seemed to understand who he was in the leader's mouth. She chased after him. Why do you know him? Is it Xie Qichuan? Han Juanzhong cunning? Do things watertight? That child collected a lot of information. Everywhere for help. Everywhere. Then another way to do my son's tutoring teacher. And then threw me before the material was sent up. This thing can be re-investigated. Thanks to that child. Just heaven is jealous of talent. Actually passed away. Xiahe's brain buzzed and all went blank. The man continued. His cell phone lock screen is a picture of you. And tucked inside his case is a picture of you. I've seen it many times. The kid is poor and knows he's not well. So, hey, I can't help it. You should know what he did. Xie Qichuan never gave up on proving Xia Guang's innocence. He believed in Xiahe, so he believed in Xia Guang. Later on, he drew the threads and found out a little bit of the truth. But he didn't dare to tell Xiahe, for fear that a little wind would threaten her life. He silently did everything for her. Wow, don't be afraid. Natsuho somehow made it back home with Natsuhiro. By the time they arrived at the Xia family villa, things were already different, and someone else had long since lived there. Even though it paid out a lot of money, you can't go back as you can't go back. Later on, Han Juanzhong and Han Jin were imprisoned. Ning's father and mother were arrested, and Ning Xiu committed suicide before everything was put to rest. Ning's father and mother confessed the truth about kidnapping Xiahe back then, including Xie Qichuan calling the police to save her. It turns out that the cleaning aunt who has been at Xiahe's house also said that all the money was paid by Xie Qichuan. For a while there, Summer Harvest was like the Walking Dead. Yu Huijing often came, and when he spoke, he realized that he was also asked by Xie Qichuan to come. At first Yu Huijing was very unworthy of Xie Qichuan, so the moment he opened his mouth he said, "What's so good about you?" Xiahe also wondered, what's so good about her that she deserves Xie Qichuan like this? He had lived such a hard life himself. Why would he want to surround himself with her for the rest of his life? Late at night, Xiahe opened 7,000 paper cranes from Xie Qichuan, 3 of which were, wishing peace and happiness to the people I love. The remaining 4 are all wishing Summer Harvest peace and happiness. I hope Summer Harvest is safe and happy. I hope Summer Harvest is safe and happy. I hope Summer Harvest is safe and happy. After his mother died, Xie Qichuan's only wish was for her to be safe and happy. So save her, help her, protect her. He was willing and content, never regretted it. Crushes were flowers that bloomed in the night, beautiful enough but also unseen, but he didn't care. Yu Huijing courted Xiahe. Xiahe just smiled. Probably that person died and took his heart with him. Her motivation to live is probably Natsuhiro. Later, downstairs, Xiahe meets the boy who gave her the diary. He took her to the place where Xie Qichuan had lived before his death, just across the street from the building where she had rented a house. And looking up, he could see if the light was still on in her room. So close. Within 2 years, Xie Qichuan avoided her, and Xiahe surprisingly did not see her once. There, Summer Harvest saw his cell phone, her picture, everything about him. He had packed very well, as if he knew he was going to leave, so he didn't want to leave any trouble for others. Chuan left an extra year's rent for fear that his passing would make the house a bad rental, so he rented it for an extra year so that others wouldn't mind. The boy said, he died in the hospital. Clean, just a little lonely. His ashes are buried in the cemetery north of the city. You can visit him. I'm sure Chuan is happy that you're here. He must not know how happy he'll be. He's happy every time he gets to see you. He said that forgetting is a very slow process, and it's nice that he's been gone for 2 years, so I guess you won't think about him after that. As he spoke, the boy's emotions were a little hard to contain. He will be angry when I give you his diary. But, I'm just not happy about it. Xia Qichuan can be forgotten by anyone. He shouldn't be forgotten by you, shouldn't he? Chapter 59, The Death of Summer Harvest in the Previous Life. Can I take his things with me? I'm kind of his undead. She tugged at the corners of her mouth and smiled, her speech breaking off in a way that should have been hard to watch, and the boy was all aghast. Shaha could no longer feel if she was crying or not, just that her face was icy cold. Her vision was blurry, and she touched a handful of water. The heart doesn't hurt anymore. It's numb. It's just a little hard to breathe. All the relics were moved to the home where Summer Hall now lives and organized to look like he was still there. Yu Huijing still came often and was shocked to see what was in the room. She finally knows. Shaha's entire being seemed to shatter at the touch, depressed and crippled. Yu Huijing, do you think he's angry that he hasn't come to my dreams time and time again? Yu Huijing, you know what? He's so tall and good-looking. He was back-to-back one in high school. Xia Qichuan is especially good. Yu Huijing, you actually know him better than I do. I don't know him at all. The more Shaha spoke, the smaller her voice became, and in the end, she was left talking to herself. Shaha hugged her knees and cried bitterly, asking Yu Huijing over and over again, but all she thought about was Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan, do you hate me? So, you won't come to see me. I haven't said to everyone that you are mine. Such a good Xia Qichuan is mine, but you are gone. Xia Qichuan, your birthday wish hasn't been realized yet? I'm not doing well at all. I'm not happy at all. You come back, or, take me with you. The end of that summer took away all her joy, and she hated it. The heavy summer rains were continuous, soaking Summer Harvest's heart with moisture, and that rainwater flowed out of her eyes at any moment. Xia Guang watched and could not do anything. His daughter is too bitter, only silently watching her, afraid that she had an accident. Finally, one day, it was a snowy day, full of silver. The world was clean. I heard from Xia Guang that Han Juanzhong and the others were sentenced to heavy prison terms, even the death penalty. But what's the use? Her Xia Qichuan can't come back. She tried to block her breathing. Her body's instinct to survive prevented her from doing it at all. She wanted to die beautifully. Hanging and drowning were ugly. She didn't want Xia Qichuan to see her ugly face. Shaha changed into a long white dress late at night and went to his grave. Xia Qichuan, wait for me. Don't be afraid. I'm coming to keep you company. Blood is beautiful, especially when the sky and earth are white, like a blooming poppy. Slitting her wrists is not a good way to die a slow death, and Natsuhiro realizes she's gone and finds her. She was rescued again, unconscious. To be precise, it was Shaha who didn't want to wake up. She didn't want to live anymore. She could hear Yu Huijing and Xia Guang's conversation, and in order to awaken Xia He's desire to live, they got someone to hypnotize her. She wanted to scream no, but she couldn't make a sound. There was a potion injected into his body, which warmed and slowly lost consciousness as the hypnotist spoke in Summer Harvest's ear day after day. I don't know if it really worked or if it was too painful, but the things Xia Qichuan had done for her became more and more blurry and her memory became less and less clear. They blocked part of Shaha's memories, where Xia Qichuan, who was running around in pain for her, and who loved her more than his own life, lived. Summer Harvest still didn't want to live and never woke up again. In the spring and summer, she died. I'm sorry, Xia Qichuan. I don't seem to remember a lot of things. I really don't. But I remember that I love you. I'm sorry, Dad. I really can't live. I'm sorry, Yu Huijing. But even in my next life, I wouldn't choose you, like someone else, like you always say. What's so good about me? Xia Qichuan, if I had the chance to start over, I would still say to you first that I like you. Very much. Only you. Don't leave me. Ultimately when Summer Harvest dies, he forgets everything that happened afterward, and only remembers flipping through his journal. The memories that were blocked by hypnosis opened up little by little, and Xia He, lying on the hospital bed, cringed and sobbed uncontrollably. So that's how it all works. Her brow was furrowed and she kept saying again and again under her breath, I'm sorry. I can't remember. I'm sorry. Xia Qichuan looked at her, his fists clenched. Although she was examined and found to be fine, she just wouldn't wake up, and the doctor said she was in shock. Xia Guan looked at his skinny daughter and was furious. He only had this one precious daughter, and he was obedient to her. Hold it in your hand for fear of breaking it, and hold it in your mouth for fear of melting it. Now actually kidnapped, and how helpless and scared one should be when left there. The reporters took a lot of pictures. Shaha spat out a mouthful of blood when she left the warehouse door, a small face that was so pale that it attracted people's pity. Originally, the Xia family is at the tip of the storm. Those who are jealous of the Xia family to get so much compensation for demolition for no reason. A time is not good to say anything else. When I left, people suddenly started to love me. the mindset of these internet keyboard warriors, and Summer Harvest knew it, so the closer she got to death, the more heartfelt and guilt-ridden those people's hearts would become, but then won't admit that it's their fault and will just point the finger at the other one. That would naturally be Ning's Heavy Industries. It is indisputable that Summer Harvest was rescued from Ning's Heavy Industries. Ning's Heavy Industry announced that the day of the surveillance just damaged. Cannot access the video. The three parties are even in the same day on the car accident killed. Even dead, no evidence. There are many opinions on the internet. And the most common view is of course that Ning's Heavy Industry has always wanted to get involved in the construction industry. But unfortunately it has never been able to compete with the Xia family. So it kidnapped Xia He to use as a threat. Then connecting it to the fact that some time ago, Ning's Heavy Industry had an incident because of a charitable organization, and now it was being raked over the coals again. It turns out that there are still holes in the funding, all of which were filled at a later date. Ning Xiyu panicked when she saw the photo of Xiahe being rescued. She was fully clothed and didn't look like she had been raped. She's looking for someone to ruin her innocence first. And, so quickly, Xia He was locked into Ning's Heavy Industry for only an hour before she was rescued. Took a reporter with them, and they've been ready for it for a long time. For a moment, Ning Xiyu didn't know if she had designed to harm Xiahe, or if everything was what Xiahe had expected. She turned to her parents for help in fear and helplessness, and Ning's father and mother accepted the three men in order to save their daughter, one way or the other. Ningxi's cell phone handled it as if everything could be muddled through. As long as time passes, no evidence can prove anything, but their cell phones were not found on the three thugs. Chapter 60 My heart, it's hurting because of you. When Xiahe woke up leisurely, it had been a day and a night. I really don't know whether this time is a blessing or a curse. It actually made Xiahe remember all the memories that were closed by hypnosis. What came into view was a white color, and you could still smell the strong smell of disinfectant. Wah, wah, wah. Xia Qichuan's voice was very small, as if he was afraid of disturbing the person in the hospital bed even if his voice was louder. Xia He looked at Xia Qichuan in front of him and skimmed his mouth and suddenly cried. She sat up and threw herself into Xia Qichuan's arms, crying, Xia Qichuan, I was afraid. I thought I would never see you again. Her body trembled, obviously really scared of the rush. Xia Qichuan hugged her and gently patted her back. It's okay, I'm here. He comforted her while calling Natsuhiro. Xia Guang was being interviewed by a reporter. The thugs died. Ning's Heavy Industry said it was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with the matter. Traces of the crash site were also treated cleanly. Han Juanzhong was threatened by the Ning family's parents and secretly sought connections to keep the case vague. Don't be afraid. Wow. I'll tell uncle that you're awake first to reassure him. The call was answered, and it was noisy on Natsuhiro's end. Xiahe was not in any serious trouble, only her body was a bit weak, and this look was just right, more sympathetic. Dad, I'm awake. Bring all the reporters here. I have proof. Xia He was almost an airy voice. When Xia Guang heard Xia He's voice, he already couldn't care about the pursuing reporters in front of him and went straight to the ward. I'll go get you some water, okay? Xia Qichuan gently put her on the bed. Don't go. I'm not thirsty. Xia He's sight did not leave him for a moment. This time, I will protect you. Xia Qichuan. Xia Guang and Xia Qichuan blocked both sides of her bed as reporters swarmed around her. Miss Xia, may I ask if you recognize these thugs? Summerhall shook her head. Ms. Xia, do you remember how you were brought to Ning's Heavy Industry? Xavier shook his head again. Natsuhiro was already getting mad. What kind of questions were being asked? She was kidnapped. How would she know? Ms. Xia, the three thugs died on the spot in a car accident shortly after your accident. Are they after money? Or do they have some other agenda? Is it clear to you? Xia Guang finally couldn't help himself. This reporter, she's a child, kidnapped, what can she know? You should ask the police about these. Xia He asked a question and did all the innocent and aggrieved looks. After Natsuhiro finished his tantrum, Xiahe timidly took out a cell phone. Reporter brothers and sisters, although I don't know anything, I got a cell phone when I was resisting, and I don't know if there's any crucial evidence in it. Xia Guang took over. Listening records, SMS records, recordings all checked one side. A guided text message was sent to an unedited phone number. Reporters have been taking pictures, and it seems that someone is behind this, and this is getting bigger and bigger. There was a recording of a conversation between the thugs and a girl, and Xia He naturally knew it was Ning Xiyu's, but when he listened to it, he still revealed a look of surprise. The reporters were extremely perceptive and instantly noticed something wrong with Xia He's demeanor. Ms. Xia, is the female voice in the recording that instructed the thugs to bring you to Ning's Heavy Industry from someone you know? Ms. Xia, as far as we know, Miss Ning family, Ning Xiyu, is your classmate, and the recording claims that she can communicate. Do you think it's her? Xiahe ducked behind Xia Qichuan in fear. clearly not wanting to answer this question. The more she panicked and scared and incredulous she became, the more certain it became who was behind it all. Natsuhiro kicked the reporters out. This cell phone is a first-hand account and it has a recording. Reporters were on fire to make the announcement, fearing that if they were late, this latest development in the case would be snatched up by someone else. The reason why Xiaoha let the reporters come was that she was afraid that once this cell phone was handed over to the police, then the information, perhaps, would disappear and steal the dragon and turn the phoenix. Now that it was all publicized, she wanted to see how Hanju and Joan would cover up for them. Xia Guang went to deal with the subsequent events, and Xia Qichuan stayed in the hospital room with her. Wah, did you already know that you would be kidnapped? Xia Qichuan asked her. He always felt something indescribable. Aha, Summer Hall bluntly admitted. Why? He thought Xia Qichuan was asking why he didn't tell him. Xia Qichuan, it's not that I don't tell you. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that there are things that I have to do myself. No, that's not what I'm asking you. Knowing that you would be kidnapped, you should have let me be by your side all the time. I could have protected you. I'm the one who didn't. It's hard for me when you're like this. Xia Qichuan looked at her at the moment. His hands were still shaking, and he could no longer pretend to be calm at the moment. In the pouring rain, she collapsed there, a white color, like an eye full of blood, and Xia Qichuan's heart throbbed. He watched her spit up blood, multiple injuries. Xia Qichuan lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists, his head hung low, his hair in front of his forehead was scattered, and his eyes were raging with emotions and panic. He hugged Xia Qichuan tightly. Xia Qichuan, don't be afraid. I'm not hurt. I've just been hit by a little bit of ecstasy. I hired a bodyguard. Entering Ning's heavy industry was of my own free will. I'm fine. Everything is fine. I'll stay with you, all the time. But, you spit blood. The crimson blood, like a burning fire, burned his sanity away. He didn't know how to explain to Xia Qichuan, so he could only open his mouth and show him. I bit my cheeks to create misery. How can the public sympathize and see the viciousness of those behind the scenes if I'm not miserable? Xia Qichuan squeezed her shoulders with both hands, his eyes firm and serious. He could always see unfathomable sadness in her eyes, perhaps unbeknownst to herself, and that unintentional outpouring made his heart ache. His thin lips lightly opened, and the words he uttered, every word landed on Xiaohe's heart. Xiaohe, I'm not going to ask you what exactly you're trying to do. I'll support you in whatever you do, but don't do it at the cost of your own body. I can't spare it. My heart goes out to you and I will always support you because you are my wow. Xiaohe hugged him, his body warm, his breath clean. He was a living, breathing person, not a picture on a tombstone. Xia Qichuan, I love you. It's deep, heavy love. Xia Qichuan's figure shifted. He hadn't said this word to her yet. You don't have to say it. Every hug you give is saying I love you. I know it. Summer Hall looked up at him. When the homeroom teacher arrived at the door of the hospital room with a few students, she saw the two of them hugging each other tightly. Xia Qichuan's face rubbing against Xiaohe's hair. Teacher, are we still going in? A student in the back asked. Let's not go in. It's not good to disturb them. The homeroom teacher patted along, watching with interest. Teacher, then can I fall in love too? Can you get first in the school? Can't. Then my answer is also no. Teacher, why don't we go yet? Why do you think they haven't kissed yet? Sensei, it's not a good idea. We'll watch from here. The homeroom teacher, with the hindsight of having several students around him, immediately slammed his face. What are you guys doing here? Not learning? Can you watch this kind of thing? Day after day I don't know what I'm thinking. Now your first task is to study. Learn. The homeroom teacher's voice was loud as thunder to hide her panic, causing a number of patients to poke their heads out. The students commiserated. Teacher, you're the one who's watching, and you're too loud for the other patients. The homeroom teacher opened his mouth and actually couldn't retort. All it said was, you guys are really the worst class I've ever had. Back. The class teacher was just about to put the fruit basket down and leave, when she looked up and saw Xia Qichuan standing in front of the door of the hospital room, not looking too good, seemingly not too happy. It's embarrassing. Opening doors to embarrassment. It's embarrassing as hell. Kai Chuan, take good care of MS. Xiaohe, we'll leave you alone. The homeroom teacher finished and slipped away with the students. Summer Harvest covered her head in the quilt and died of shame. She just pouted and closed her eyes, waiting for half a day. Xia Qichuan did not come to kiss her, and when she looked up, she saw that Xia Qichuan's face had been looking out of the window, and the homeroom teacher was lecturing people outside with a resounding voice. Wow, don't worry, I'll be back in a while. Spoken like she's in a hurry. Xia Qichuan came back with fruits and realized that the little man was still hiding under the quilt. Wow, come out, they're all gone. He slowly poked her face out of the quilt a little bit, but looked up to see Xia Qichuan's hands propped up on either side of her face. Wow, Still kissing? Xia Qichuan's eyes were fixed on her lips. Just now he had already lowered his head but was interrupted by the teacher. Xia Qichuan was very dissatisfied. A little scared. Summer Harvest was shy and timid. Brother is gentle. Wow is not afraid. Xia Qichuan kissed her. His lips were soft and tender, sweet and soft than honey. Harvest grabbed his collar. Not sure if she wanted him to stay away from her or closer. Unable to catch her breath, Xia he tilted her head back and Xia Qichuan's big hand directly wrapped around the back of her neck. Take a breath. Brother, I can't. Summer Hall panted. Wow. Don't run away. Touch my heart. It's hurting because of you. Xia Qichuan grabbed her hand and put it on his heart. Chapter 61. Wow is still small, but can't run away. His hand over hers, her hand over his heart. His chest, where it was warm. The beating of the heart under the palm speaks of love with every beat. Xia he opened her eyes and looked at the calm and self-possessed Xia Qichuan. A pair of eyes stained with lust and extremely restrained. Her earlobes reddened. His aura enveloped Xia, who couldn't escape and didn't want to. Shy and boldly pleasant. Xia he's body went limp. His entire body sunk into the quilt. His hand unconsciously wrapped around his neck, about to melt in his arms. He was pious and humble, trying to color his gods. His lips left her, his breath unsteady, his eyes flowing, charmingly ambiguous, careful, afraid to touch and in love. Wow, it's actually enough for you to love me a little bit. His face was indescribably flamboyant, gasping just out of earshot. This look of Xia Qichuan belonged to Xia alone. Summer Hall was so nervous that she pinched it all at once. His chest. Wow. Don't pinch me. Wow. I might not be able to take it. A sigh of relief. Xia Qichuan's nerves were tense, his eyes red, and he gasped and forced himself to stop kissing her. Xia revealed a pair of eyes to look at him. His collar was wide open and there were folds on his chest. Sorry about that. A little nervous. Next time. Not next time. Xia Qichuan's face slowly reddened as he reluctantly got up, quickly turning away. The moment he turned, Xiao heard his broken voice. Next time it's fine. It's not that I don't like it. It's just a bit overwhelming. Wow is still young and so am I. No, I'm not small. Wow is small, but she can't run away. It's kinda bossy. Xiao's face twitched. If Xia Qichuan knew that he could hear his heart, would he die of embarrassment on the spot? His true colors of being a little pervert are going to be revealed. Xia noticed that his pant legs still had mud on them, and his clothes didn't seem to have been changed. It looked like he should have never left her since she was rescued and couldn't be bothered to clean himself up. Xia Qichuan, do you want to take a shower and change your clothes first? Xia Qichuan jerked back. Aha, good. 3 words on my lips, 300 words in my heart. I didn't take a shower and Wow found out. Does Wow think I'm dirty? Luckily, I brushed my teeth and washed my face. Xia he suddenly remembered something. That is, he hadn't brushed his teeth, so he quickly climbed up and rushed like the restroom. Now, Xia Qichuan confirmed that Xia was in good health. After all, she ran faster than even he did. The condition of the hospital room is no longer good. In the end, it is not home. Xia did not have any major problems, and was discharged from the hospital. After the incident, Zhao Hui waited anxiously at home, early to do a lot of light and delicious small dishes to send. Xia Guang has been on the side of the phone. Wah, eat something. You're scared. Kai Chuan, give Wah dishes. Zhao Hui secretly wiped her tears. She doesn't have a daughter. Wow doesn't have a mom. If it wasn't for the fear of Wow disliking her, she would really like to recognize her as a goddaughter. Remembering that Zhao Hui had already passed away when the accident happened in her previous life, Xia he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Summer Harvest's birthday is August 31st. It is a birthday and the anniversary of her mother's death. Summer Harvest has not enjoyed her mother's love and has never celebrated her birthday. And in the face of such gentle and meticulous care, she was a little overwhelmed for a while. Auntie, I'm fine. I can eat on my own. You eat more too. Take care of yourself. We have just this one little girl, and she is still being bullied. Xia Qichuan, how can you take care of it? Zhao Hui has always been gentle, but this time is really a little afraid. Take the chopsticks in hand and make a gesture to hit. Xia was busy calling out, Auntie, he's taking care of him quite well. It's those people who are too bad. You can't blame my Xia Qichuan. Zhao Hui sighed and didn't say anything. Xia Qichuan took a bite of the dish and wanted to send it to Xia He's bowl, but just as he raised his hand, Xia Guang passed by this way and was about to take a bite. It's still Qichuan who knows how to feel for people, knowing that I'm hungry. Except for Xia Guang, all 3 of them were immediately petrified there, looking at each other. Let's finally take it as a beautiful misunderstanding. Just this pair of chopsticks. Xia Qichuan never used them again. A pleasurable meal. Summer Harvest was long hungry after a long nap. Auntie, this one is delicious, and this one is good too. Xia he had a sweet mouth and was full of compliments. The more Zhao Hui looks at her, the more she likes. Wah wah. Eat slower. Wah wah. Auntie likes you. Why don't you recognize Auntie as your godmother? Xiaohe was eating when she suddenly choked cough. 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 No way. Xia Guang and Xie Qichuan spoke in unison. Zhao Hui froze for a moment. If we say any more, a good son-in-law will be gone. Xia Guang immediately went around to Zhao Hui's side. Mom, wow is just a little bit. Let's hurry home and not delay her rest. Xia Qichuan hurriedly got up. Say more. And your own daughter-in-law becomes your sister. Xia Guang made a big effort to pull Xia Qichuan back. Xia Guang inner OS, good son-in-law. You sit down. Let dad do this. Ah, big sister. Let's have a chat. You're a good cook. I'll ask for some advice. Let the two kids eat first. Then, Xia Guang pushed Zhao Hui's wheelchair in a swift manner and left. Xia Qichuan sat awkwardly and looked at Xia He. My mom was talking nonsense. What recognizing a godmother? Xia He was choked to the point that her cheeks turned pink. She held her chin, knowing Xia Qichuan's mind. She still called out daintily brother. Xia Qichuan stood up again. Wow. Oh, you're loud. Xia Qichuan, you're mean to me. I don't dare. I don't dare. Xia Qichuan really didn't know what to do with her. And you talk back. I didn't. Xia Qichuan was aggrieved and whispered. Xia Qichuan, hug me. Xia He was petulant. Hearing Xia He's words, Xia Qichuan instantly became good, gently embracing her in his arms. At this moment, even if Xia He said that the sun rises from the west, I'm only afraid that Xia Qichuan wouldn't refute it. Xia He knew where Xia Qichuan's bottom line was, and that was no. Love can make you lose your mind. It can make you crazy. Xiaohe was deliberately teasing him. After coming back from the hospital, he had kept himself taut. His sight had refused to leave him. He's too tired. Xiaohe knew he was uneasy, so she forced herself to eat a lot and play the rogue. It was to tell Xie Qichuan that she was alive and would not fall down easily. Don't you be afraid. I'm fine. This time it was Xiaohe who gently patted Xie Qichuan's back. He was terrified. Her Xie Qichuan was terrified. Finally, Xie Qichuan's taut emotions relaxed at this moment, and tears fell silently. My wow. It's still fine. Indoors, moving to embrace. Outside, Xia Guang helped Zhao Hui to watch from the window. Big sister, what do you call your godmother? From now on, just call her mom and have 7 or 8 grandchildren. Brother Xia, you're right. For the next few days, Xiaohe was at home recovering her body, and things were moving quickly. Based on the comparison of the voice line and the person who used the phone number, it is already basically certain that the person who hired the 3 kidnappers is Ning Siyu, and the recording clearly reveals that Ning Siyu bought the murderer to put Xiaohe to death. 3 of the kidnappers were killed in a car accident that day. This kind of thing is too much of a coincidence. Public opinion is abuzz. Any Hanjuanzhong, no matter how great the ability, will not dare to cover up for them. Due to the high level of concern aroused at the social level, the police investigation this time was fast and accurate, and in only a few days, they were able to basically identify Ning's father and mother as the suspects. Ning's father and mother were placed in criminal detention. It was only a pity that Ning Siyu had disappeared, as if she had vaporized. Chapter 62. Then you better not like her. Ning's father and mother confessed to causing the car accident and killing the 3 thugs, but tried to take Ning Siyu off the hook. But how is that possible? For the previous pseudo-charitable, real fundraising fraud, Ning father and mother actually all wrapped up, did not disclose a little thing about Hanjuanzhong. Hanjuanzhong is worthy of being an old fox. Things have come to such a state, he can actually still stabilize the temple, not moving. The police searched the whole city for almost a month without finding Ning Siyu. I don't know if the repercussions of this incident were too great, but the death sentence of the Ning family's parents came down very quickly, and the execution will take place in May next year. Ning Siyu still didn't show up. Maybe other people don't know, but Xia He is too clear. Ning Siyu is a bargaining chip. A bargaining chip to make Ning's father and mother willing to go to their deaths. This kind of trick, Han Junzhong has played too skillfully. He was like that to Xia Guang in his previous life, but in this life he was just a different person. The Xia family's demolition compensation case is about to go to trial. Yu Zhao as a proxy lawyer often came. Yu Huijing was bailing on 8 or 9 things, also often followed. After Xiaohe's memory came back to her, she didn't know how to face him anymore. It's partly thankful, partly exasperated. Xia Guang and lawyer, you are discussing the case in the study. Xia He is sitting in the courtyard doing questions. Xia Qichuan is in the opposite courtyard. The demolition is imminent. He is packing up his things in the past 2 days. What kind of questions? So serious. Yu Huijing pretended to overhear without thinking, but in actuality, he had been silently watching her for a long time. Charlotte wrapped herself in her furry coat and frowned as her right hand kept gesticulating. At first glance, it looks like it's in a physics problem, with left forces and right electricity, and it's done carefully. Physics, can't you read? In her previous life, Yu Huijing had suppressed her too many times, so Xia unconsciously didn't have a good attitude towards him. Of course I recognize it. I was just thinking about such a simple question. My brain will just think about it. And you're still gesturing half the time. It's embarrassing. Originally, Xia still felt that she had a bit of a bad attitude, but now she just wanted to roll her eyes at him. Is it a question you don't know and I'll teach you? Yu Huijing looked at the last of her fill-in-the-blank questions that were empty and sat directly next to her. Yu Huijing, are you bored? If you're bored you go sweep our yard and leave me alone. Thanks. He smiled skinlessly. Yu Huijing was so arrogant and haughty that asking him to sweep the yard for someone else was a pipe dream. Judas remembers when he reached out to himself, and he had to ask Xia to help him open it when he entered and left the house. Like a pampered prince, he has a request for him, naturally obedient to him. Who knows that Yu Huijing is slowly falling in love with her? Yu Huijing is a good man, but Xia doesn't love it, so this time, don't give him any hope. Good. MS. Summer is really good. Yu Huijing was really upset, crossing his legs and sitting aside. Xia didn't intend to pay attention to him, took the book and wanted to go back. Who knew that just after entering the door of the house, he heard the sound of swish sweeping in the yard. Hey, Xia, after I finish sweeping the floor, can you talk to me? Instead of looking at him, Xiaohe's eyes crossed over to see Xie Qichuan in the back. He stood in the doorway, still wearing his packing gloves, obviously in a hurry. Xie Qichuan's line of sight didn't look at Xiaohe, but stared at Yu Huijing who was holding a broomstick in his hand. Tit for tat, evenly matched. You're here? Xie Qichuan asked. Aha, Yu Huijing replied. Why don't you go sit at my house and let Wao focus on his studies? It is a basic operation not to leave a single moment of solitude for a love rival. Yu Huijing put down his broom and followed him. Xia frowned. What was going on? Two people leaving themselves behind? Xie Qichuan is cool and detached, and a wood is more beautiful than a forest. Seeing him makes people feel quiet and peaceful, as if the bustle of time has nothing to do with him. He has his own clean world, and at the same time he is soft and warm. Yu Huijing's long and elegant body, literati and elegant, warm and gentle like jade, strangers like jade, the sun of the world. At the same time, he is noble and hard. The two didn't have more to say, just walked side by side. After a long time, Xie Qichuan said, You like her? Yu Huijing raised his eyebrows and skimmed his lips. How is it possible to be that stupid? Then you better not like her. Xie Qichuan's tone was light. Only the two of them knew how serious he was. Yu Huijing sighed softly, somewhat unwilling yet. Xia questions were all done before the two entered the door. Her paper was spread out and she couldn't answer 3 questions. Xie Qichuan, give me the questions. Yu Huijing watched with cold eyes. He was tempted to walk over, but he held back. Xia wrapped the clothes around her body. Xie Qichuan pulled her hand over and stuck it through the hem of her clothes. Xia then obediently sat aside and listened to what he was saying. I'm not cold. Xie Qichuan, I'm too hot and need Wao to help me cool down. That was their world, and Yu Huijing thought to himself that he could not participate in it. The demolition and compensation case went to trial as scheduled, and the heat of the kidnapping matter has not yet died down, as the lawsuit is in the public eye. A number of reporters were already guarding the door. Xia Guan was the defendant, Yu Zhao was the attorney representing him, and Xie Qichuan, Xia He, and Yu Huijing all sat in the audience. They all knew that there was one person missing from this lawsuit, Han Juinzhong, the real mastermind behind this lawsuit. When they were assessed so much more money for no reason, they felt something was wrong then. Charities are investigated. There would have been one less way to make money. Han Juinzhong has long been optimistic about the demolition of this piece of land, just did not expect the higher-ups to decide so quickly. He was bent on making a buck out of it. Other people have one head of household, from which he finds it too much of a hassle to rake in tens of thousands of dollars a household. It just so happened that I found 5 recently acquired residences in the hands of Xiaoguang. Yu Zhao has long seen the evidence. This lawsuit is not easy to win. A few old people on the verge of a fight, pretending to be crazy. The children are claiming to be incapacitated, and Natsuhiro's behavior is completely speculative. Han Juinzhong thought he did a seamless job, but unfortunately, the villain to profit friendship. Profit exhaustion is dispersed, to potential friendship. The potential to go is tilted, to power friendship. Power loss is abandoned. Before the trial even started, the video of Han Jin bullying Xie Qichuan had already spread online. Finally lined up. Isn't it just money? Summer Harvest doesn't care. Chapter 63 I am the big bad wolf who listens to the white rabbit. She cared about her father's reputation and the lives of those she loved. Xia got technicians to code Xie Qichuan and the others. The law is not responsible for the masses. It's not easy for other people to deal with it together. And once they become a target, the Xia family will only be finished. But that doesn't mean that they can't be threatened as evidence. Based on this evidence in hand, there is no real evidence. At best, the reputation of Han Juinzhong will be stigmatized. falling a raise his son into a playboy, bully reputation, career is likely to have an impact, but completely knocked down. These are far from enough. So, 2 days before the court date, Summer Harvest sent a copy of the video to anyone who might be implicated. Leaders of all stripes have personal relationships with each other and are bound to know something about the inner workings. In his previous life, Xiaohe understood that Han Juanzhong accepted bribes and abused his power. The matter of bullying students can be big or small, depending on how they handle it. The original video is right here in Summer Hall, and it's up to them to decide whose son they want to show their face. Toward the beginning of the court, Xia Qichuan received a few messages, and he nodded at Xiaohe. It's a done deal. Han Juanzhong, one of you dies, a few of them live. Everyone will settle this score. At the last second before the court session, Han Juanzhong brought Han Jin in through the small door. The fact that he was there in person as a city leader shows the importance attached to this matter. Only everyone knows in their hearts that Han Juanzhong wants to see the money go into his pocket, and at the same time, he also wants to see the Xia family in a state of distress, and avenge the last time he was humiliated at school. Han Juanzhong had a sinister smile on his face, and a smugness that he couldn't hide, so it seemed that he didn't know anything about what was going on outside. Xiaohe smiled happily, bright as a star. Han Jin looked at her and froze as Xia Qichuan slowly blocked his view with an unchanged face and cold eyes. Mine, made a mouthful for Hanjin. Xiaohe turned back and looked ahead. Where is the place of judgment? This courtroom isn't. Outside is. The formal hearing was held, and the plaintiffs presented their case. Summarizing the points at issue, Yuzhou was well prepared. May I ask the plaintiff? Your father had, 1 month before the sale of the house, had entrusted me as a proxy to sue you for not supporting the elderly. At that time, he was lucid and had an autonomous consciousness, and we can provide a video. May I ask how the old man became incapacitated in just 1 month? Yu Zhao aura forced. My father has sudden Alzheimer's, but as far as I know, Alzheimer's disease is not a sudden illness, but is generally due to the gradual deterioration of the brain's functions. If at that time the old man was already very serious to the point of losing his behavioral ability and being unable to take care of himself, it means that the condition was already very serious before that. So were your previous words that you claimed to have taken care of and supported the old man false? Xiaohe noticed that Han Juanzhong's hand tightened, and it was clear that he wasn't aware of this. There was a momentary pause for the plaintiff, and Yuzhou rode the wave. Should we believe the words of a man who does not support his own father, but thinks of his father's legacy? Plaintiff's counsel stood up. Yu Lo, please don't be patronizing. Whether or not my client is supporting the elderly doesn't seem to have anything to do with this case. Yu Zhao's face does not change color. Well then, let's talk about things related to this case. My client Mr. Xia Guang in the acquisition of the house has repeatedly called the plaintiff. The plaintiff refused to answer many times. Is it a fact? I thought it was a scam call. The courtroom was a war of words. Xia Qichuan didn't know when he went out. There was an empty seat between Yu Huijing and Xiaohe. Yu Huijing looked at her and then sat over. How about it? Isn't my father great? Yu Huijing leaned against her and spoke. Xiaohe frowned and changed her position to get away from him. Yes, of course Yu Lu is awesome. I'll be this good in the future. Yu Huijing looked at her and said very seriously. Xiaohe turned back to Yu Huijing. She had never looked at him carefully like this before and didn't care, nor did she need to. Yu Huijing, I won't like you. He looked straight into his eyes without any hiding. Yu Huijing was flabbergasted, and the feeling of ants gnawing under his heart hurt a little. He tugged at the corners of his mouth and smiled. Xiaohe, what are you narcissistic about? I didn't say I like you either. You are average in looks, average in body, average in brain. I am outstanding in everything. What makes you think I will like you? Xiaohe squared herself and stopped looking at him, her tone light, seemingly not caring about his attitude. That would be best. Yu Huijing also squared his body. That way it is best that these words are repeatedly chewed in the mouth. The more they are chewed, the more bitter they become. The argument between the two sides on the stage is not over yet, even if Yu Zhao's words are reasonable, but the hospital's diagnosis is right there. It is impossible to argue who is right and who is wrong. Yu Huijing couldn't listen to a single word of the speeches on the stage. What if it was me you met earlier and chose between me and Xia Qichuan? His voice was small. I thought Xiaohe couldn't hear it, but I heard her say it. Xia Qichuan is not any of the alternative answers. There is no right or wrong in him. He is a fill-in-the-blank question on the test paper, and the only answer can only be him. Yu Huijing seemed to have 1,000 words that fell on his lips, rolled and rolled on the tip of his tongue, and finally turned into a sigh that he swallowed. Young Master Yu, are you teasing me? What can a heavenly prince like you see in me? He pretended to joke, not to be too embarrassed. Of course, what's so good about you? Only Xia Qichuan, that little cutie. When you're a treasure. Summerhall smiled. Yeah, he's a cutie. Yu Huijing turned his head sideways, just not daring to look at her again. Intermission. He is not willing to watch anymore. The winners and losers of this lawsuit do not matter. Hanju and Jong will lose. She walked out of the courthouse. The sky was overcast. It was almost winter. Xia Qichuan squeezed inside the reporter, and the moment he saw Xia He, his eyes shone with a fine light, and the smile on his face was beautiful. His nose was red from the cold, and Summerhall ran toward him. Before the reporter noticed Xia He, Xia Qichuan hurriedly took off the coat on his body and gathered her in his arms. Hide, my little white rabbit, the big bad wolf outside will eat you up. Whoa, ho! Xia He obediently wrapped her arms around his waist. So who are you, a big tiger? No, I'm the big bad wolf of the family, the kind that listens to the white rabbit. Xia He shrank into Xia Qichuan's arms, really hoping to grow up quickly so that she could take her big bad wolf and raise it at home as soon as possible. They all willingly prosecuted Hanju and Zhong? Xia He asked. Don't worry, Xia Qichuan went out in the middle of the day just to see other people's attitudes, and at the same time contacted the plaintiff's family and friends' side. What about the agreement with the plaintiff? They agreed. Things will soon settle down and Xia Qichuan is well by her side. Xia Qichuan, you'll always be there for me, won't you? Will do. When the two entered the hall, they saw a group of people walking out of the courtroom, the plaintiff and his attorney. Xia Qichuan and Xia He nodded at them. Chapter 64, No Reward for Tonight. Han Jin, the old fox, wanted to use them to make money and assessed the two houses at a high level just to facilitate his own greed. He helped two families and falsified medical certificates. 45 million in demolition fees, 25 million for himself alone, leaving 20 million to be split equally between the two families. In this way, although not as much as the demolition and relocation take more, but as long as you move your lips, the money will be in hand. And Hanju and Zhong escort the two families, why not do it? However, Xiaowa made the master. The demolition money Xia family cannot want a penny, as long as the principal. As long as the families of the two men identified themselves as having been threatened by Hanju and Zhong after the incident, it would be fine. On the day Xia He was kidnapped, Xia Qichuan was not there, and it was with Yu Zhao that he went to negotiate. The agreement was signed today to catch Hanju and Zhong off guard. Plaintiff's withdrawal is treated as a dismissal of the case. The reporters swarmed up, and Hanju and Zhong angrily rushed toward Xia He's side. You guys tricked me, retreating from court in the middle of the day. With the video spreading everywhere, it was you. Xia Qichuan gathered Xia He behind him, his eyes glaring at the furious Hanju and Zhong in front of him. Xia Guang made a low voice from behind. What does Mayor Han want to do to my daughter in public? Han Jin still could never believe it, and he still held a trace of delusion. Xia He, you said this video wouldn't be leaked. Why don't you keep your word? Xia He is speechless. Han Jin is really a spoiled baby by his parents, not distinguishing between right and wrong, and he is always relying on the power of his family to be bold and bullying. Stupid as hell. Han Jin, you're really your father's good baby, to speak to people like you about credibility. I'm full of, right, you guys designed to frame my Xia family, I still have to stand upright and obediently stand still for you to beat me up? Xia He tried to get out from behind Xia Qichuan, but he held him back again. Hide behind me. Han Jin was furious. Xia He, you, he tried to rush forward when Xia Qichuan raised his leg and kicked him in the chest. Get away from her. Yu Huijing silently watched all this, only feeling that Xia He was Xia Qichuan's life, and he couldn't compare. Hanju and Zhong looked at his son with heartache, and it was too late to say anything before the phone rang one after another, and when he answered it, his face changed drastically. I didn't realize how things could suddenly turn out like this. He pulled Han Jin, rushed into the car, but not yet out of the door of the court, was the disciplinary organization. Intercepted. Hanju and Zhong was taken away, leaving Han Jin standing in the courtyard of the court, bewildered. In just one morning, everything changed. Hanjin is like a walking corpse. His house is in disarray. His stepmother has long since rolled up and run away. And anyway, it was a short-lived sexual relationship, so she can't be traced. Han Jin had never been so panicked. He was too well protected. No matter what kind of mistake he made, he could be solved by Hanju and Zhong. He didn't expect to get into such a big trouble this time. It was a dreary day and it finally rained heavily. Xia He nestled in the sofa and watched Xia Qichuan picking vegetables in his little floral apron. On a whim, she reached for her cell phone and sent over a message. Xia Qichuan, happy today. I'll give you a reward tonight, okay? Xia Qichuan took out his cell phone and looked at it. His face immediately reddened, and his eyes glued to Xia He's body. Xia He blinked at him, watching with her own eyes as the blush crept up his earlobes, his neck, and tinted his eyes with a seductive color. Wow, is it going to kiss me? Should I prepare lychee-flavored candies, or orange ones? Forget it, bring one over. Xia Qichuan dishes are not picked. Rubbing his hands and calculating, a moment to scratch his head, a moment to drink water, a moment to move his muscles, and every now and then also peep at Xia He two eyes. The small movements obviously became more touching his ears and looking at Xiahe and giggling, just like a wolf looking at his freshly caught white rabbit. He couldn't wait to get it into his belly, and wanted to hold it in his mouth and slowly savor it. Xiahe returned a huge smile to him, and Xia Qichuan was so shy that he immediately turned away. He did not move and touched the sitting under the buttocks, the practice book of higher mathematics of the university, which is still not revenge. 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulations, you kid is playing with flowers. I must show you today that ginger is still hot. Today we are having hot pot. Yu Zhao and Yu Huijing also came. Zhao Hui stewed a pot of fragrant bone soup. They chatted, played chess, washed the dishes, and had their own things to do, except for Xiahe, who was forced by Xia Guang to work on math problems. Huijing brother immediately all bailed out. Kaichuan's results, not to mention, you still harbor. Quickly go to do the problem. There will not know. In the home will be by the way for you to solve the problem. You say you have not been in class for how long? He blinked and looked at Xia Qichuan pitifully. Uncle, wo wei shi. Xia Qichuan just spoke out to protect, but was interrupted by Xia Guang. And you're protecting it, just as you spoiled her. Uncle Xia. In fact, Xia he she. Yu Huijing looked at her alone, frowning, also somewhat intolerant. Xia Qichuan glanced at Yu Huijing. Lecturing his own little girl is none of his business. After careful thought, it is better to stand on Xia Guang's side. In any case, you have to get your father-in-law's approval first. He turned his words around. Uncle is right. Wao's recent homework is in need of some checking these days. He listened to Xia Qichuan's heart and then listened to the words he uttered and stared wide-eyed. Xia Qichuan, you're still a big gray wolf. You're a real dog. You wait. Summer Harvest finished a paper before eating dinner. Xia Qichuan always felt if he had just done something wrong. A chill ran down his back. Xiahe's smile hides a knife. Sure enough, during the meal, Xiahe buried her head in the walnuts and ate them. Wow, do you like walnuts? I'll peel them for you. Xia Qichuan said curtly. I don't like it. I'm doing it to mend my brain, to check out a few things. Why would I like your elfin ass? Xia Qichuan wrinkled his face and compensated for the smile. He. Wow is a cheapskate and holds a grudge. Xiahe narrowed her eyes at him and dared to spit at her in her mind. Wah. You eat beef. Xia Qichuan put a chopstick of beef in the empty bowl. I'm not eating it. You're close to my dad. You should pinch it for him and I'll check out what I should be eating on my own. Yu Huijing snickered from the side. Xia Qichuan's cleverness has gone astray. Now let's see how he can coax it. Xia Qichuan noticed and glared at him, and Xiahe glared back. Dare Yu Huijing came to watch the fun. Yu Huijing resentfully lowered his head. Kinda unanimous. Making a fool of himself. What are you three kids talking about? So lively. Xia Guang asked. Xia Qichuan gave you a beef sandwich and asked me to pass it to you. He was busy carrying the beef that Xia Qichuan clamped and sent it to Xia Guang. It's still Kaichuan who knows how to do things. Wah. Learn from brother Kaichuan. Well, I'll definitely study hard and check for gaps. He turned to glare at Xia Qichuan, biting the 4 words check for leaks and make up for deficiencies particularly hard. Summer, yin yang. Wow. Xia Qichuan could only watch silently as Xia Guang once again ate the dish he had pinched for Xiahe. Is it too late to take back what he just said, now that he regrets it? Xiahe gulped down the orange juice in front of her. It's too late. Xia Qichuan raised an eyebrow. Is Wawa having a heart-to-heart with himself? After saying goodbye to Yu Zhao and Yu Huijing after dinner, He went up the stairs clutching her test papers, and Xia Qichuan followed her with his head down. Follow me for what? Apologize. What did you do wrong? Didn't protect Wow. What should we do next time? Listen to Wow and protect Wow. Summer Hall turned around on the stairs. Her head bowed as she stood 2 steps above him. The distance between the tip of her nose and the tip of her nose was only 1 finger. Her lips were just about to get close and then turn away in an instant. Xia Qichuan's hand clutched the hem of his own clothes. His eyes closed and his head slightly raised. There was no imagined light kiss. Xia Qichuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were mesmerized and eager, with a hazy mist. Wah. Xia Qichuan's eyes slowly looked from her eyes to her lips, like cream, as if it was sweet. Gulping, he then went after her lips trying to kiss them. The moment he tried to kiss him, Summer Harvest straightened up. Tonight's reward, no minions. Xiahe laughed lightly, holding the test paper and went into the room. Who knew that Xia Qichuan actually followed him in, locking the door in the process? Chapter 65, A year is too late for Xiahe to take revenge. The test papers were placed on the desk with a not-so-subtle sound. Xiahe had just turned back when Xia Qichuan pulled her over and confined her in his arms, fearing that she would touch her head, his large hand resting on the back of her head. Behind her was the cold wall. In front of her was the passionate him. Xia Qichuan looked at her with red eyes. Children who don't keep their word are punished. His voice was dark. Xiahe looked sideways at the locked door, then at the man in front of her, and lowered her head to get out from under his arm. Turning around, he pinned him against the wall. gutsy in trying to counterattack. Xia Qichuan's body was close to the wall, and he froze at once. How it was different from what he had imagined. Xiaha's body was infinitely close to him, and even though her winter clothes were thick, Xia Qichuan felt that her whole body was soft, tender, fragrant, and slippery. Xiaha braced her hands on either side of his body, patted on her toes, and stared into his eyes. Xia Qichuan tilted his head and shrank back, his eyes not knowing where to fall. His throat knots rolled, and Xiaha blew a breath into it. The skin between his neck reddened, his tailbone tingled, and Xia Qichuan grunted impatiently. Xiahi's nails gently scraped the knot of his throat, causing a shiver to run through Xia Qichuan's entire body. Look down. Look at me. Some pain. More of an itch. Xia Qichuan's whole person was in a great hurry, while revealing the joy of being pleasured. Wow. Don't move it. His eyes were foggy, as if he couldn't help but be on the verge of crying, and Summer Harvest liked him best like this. The matter of love is mostly untaught. Xiaha didn't know that she would actually be so bashful that she hooked Xia Qichuan's soul. Xia Qichuan, what are you locking the door for? He almost used an airy voice. Each word had been on the tip of his tongue for 100 times, uttered with lust and teasing, and it was only a wonder that he was still too young to be living in an adult soul and unable to do adult things. Xia Qichuan can only suffer because he has to be tortured like this at such a young age. I'm afraid that if you get angry and ignore me and don't want me anymore, I won't dare to look for you when I go back. Xia Qichuan stammered, really not knowing what to say. Open the door for me. What's the point of pretending to be a bully? Despite saying this, Xiaha had no intention at all of getting out of the way, and instead of leaving the nape of his neck, her hand crossed the knot of her throat and began to play with his earlobe. Look at the crimson of his earlobes. Look at his uncontrollable frown. Listen to the rapid beating of his heart. His joys, sorrows, and restlessness changed with his own movements. This look belongs to her Xia Qichuan alone. Shay, wows, Kai Chuan, you move over, I'll open it. Xia Qichuan's body was pressed tightly against the wall, his hand clenched in death, allowing her to prosper in front of his body. A look of being at the mercy of others and being bullied at will. He laughed softly and lay on his chest. Xia Qichuan, didn't I tell you that when a girl says no she means yes, and when she means no she means yes? Girls love to say the opposite. Don't open the door, I'll give you a reward. Xia Qichuan closed his eyes and lowered his head. Xiahi's hand little by little reached into the pocket of his pants. Xia Qichuan's breath stuttered, his brain completely dead. Frowning, feeling her hand pants pocket touch his thigh. Wah, shoo, don't talk. She took a candy bar and peeled the paper off and put it in her mouth. Orange flavor. She liked it. Brother Qichuan. So sweet. Her breath carried the fresh scent of oranges, and the whole world seemed to be Xiaha, hooking Xia Qichuan into a moment of disorientation and opening his eyes blankly. Brother, didn't you say you listened to the White Rabbit the most? Are you going to listen tonight? Xia Qichuan nodded. Listen. Satisfied, Summer Hall drew away, her tongue swirling around her mouth, curling the sugar from the left to the right, the tip of her tongue flickering between her lips. Xia Qichuan stared at her tightly. His heart was hot with no place to vent it. He pulled out the exercise book from under the test paper and shoved it directly into Xia Qichuan's arms. Let's see. Isn't that a big reward? Xia Qichuan looked down at the higher math exercise book. It's for you. Isn't that a great reward? I'm great. Now you can take it back and make it. He lazily sat on the bed and looked at Xia Qichuan's face full of disappointment and thirst. Almost played the kid. But who let him send himself 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations? A year is too late for Summer Harvest to take revenge. Xia Qichuan covered his coat towards the front and actually didn't dare to look at Xiaha for a moment. Well, then, if you're not mad, I'll go home first. I'll do it. Xiaha waited to see his stormy and disgruntled heart, but as a result, it was accepted just as plainly as that. Xia Qichuan looked at her quickly and turned around about to open the door. He got up from the bed and directly blocked the door with her right hand, clearly meaning to not let Xia Qichuan go. Xia Qichuan, what if I'm still angry? What should you coax? I wouldn't. Xia Qichuan's body looked like it had been enchanted, and in front of Xiaha, his mind was visible. Xia Qichuan's eyes widened, pursed his lips, and froze, and He only thought it was too interesting. Grabbing him by the collar and forcing him to lower his head, he kissed him. With just the gentle pressing of lips, Xia Qichuan's eyes blinked as if they instantly lit up. After returning to his senses, when he tried to follow up the kiss, Summer Harvest had already stepped back. In the future, if I get angry again, you'll force a kiss. Got it? Girls eat soft things, but sometimes they don't eat hard things. Xia Qichuan nodded his head woodenly, indicating that he had memorized it, and at the same time, he seemed to have comprehended something. The body was as hot as it had ever been and inexplicably sad. Xiaha shook her head. There was still a lot to teach in the future. A long way to go. You go. Xiaohe unscrewed the door handle and made a gesture of invitation. I didn't expect Xie Qichuan to throw the exercise book toward where, and his big hand directly closed the door. Chapter 66, Be a good big bad wolf and reveal your nature. Without reacting, Xiaohe was already blocked by him in the corner. His waist was cupped in one of his large hands, and the kisses were like a wild storm. Play big, good big bad wolf, revealing his true nature. No, don't. Summerhall breathed heavily with her mouth open, like a dried up fish. You said, no means yes. I'm pissed. Summer Harvest grunted. Just say you're angry and forceful kissing. I'm most obedient. Thanks well, dog. Breathe. He couldn't catch her breath. Her legs were weak, all thanks to the big hand wrapped around her waist to support her body, and her body melted into a puddle in his kisses. Wow, touch me. Xie Qichuan's voice was hoarse, low, and even carried a shallow smile of satisfaction. Half of Xiaohe's body was tingling, and his hand was pulled to his chest. I've been doing push-ups lately. Do you like them? Fear of her anger, but also want to possess her. Contradiction. This is probably the pain and pleasure. His whole body felt like it was on fire, needing an outlet for his arousal. Xie Qichuan nestled at the side of her neck, not daring to get any closer to her. What are you doing push-ups for? Last time you quite liked touching it. I worked on my pecs. Don't you like them big? Summer Harvest was speechless, but it felt really good in her hands. Xie Qichuan, your relatives look like a wolf. Ha! Wow, isn't afraid. I won't eat you so soon. You're still young. Don't be afraid. Xiaohe raised her eyebrows. Who's afraid of who? And, she's not small. Summerhall patted up and hooked his neck. Xie Qichuan, have you ever entertained yourself while thinking about me? Xie Qichuan's body froze immediately and he didn't speak for a long time. No. Xiaohe felt his body heat up with shame. Obviously a dorky tit. What kind of tale is he pretending to be? It wasn't as if she, the little hunter, had led the way well. Tell the truth. Xiaohe glared at him petulantly, her eyes seeming to be able to see into his heart. Xie Qichuan was at a loss for words again, stuttering and sighing in his heart. He really couldn't be tough for 3 minutes in front of Summer Harvest. It's late. I'll go home first. I'll pick you up at school tomorrow. Xie Qichuan didn't answer positively, took the exercise book from the bed and tried to run. Xiaohe grabbed his clothes from behind. Brother, when you grow up you can do whatever you want, so grow up fast. Xie Qichuan didn't dare to turn around. His whole body seemed to be burning. What? Desire. He gave a hum and fled. Summer Harvest stifles a laugh. 2 seconds. Kai Chuan has improved this time. It's become Xie. 3 minutes. Kai Chuan. In the middle of the night, Xie Qichuan's broken thoughts came again. At first it was still thoughts about her, and then it gradually ran away. When are you going to grow up? Grow up faster? Hey, it's not you growing up, it's my age. Watching WoW every day is driving me crazy. Wow. A little later, the frequency of Xie Qichuan calling her name in his heart became more and more urgent. He sent a text message to Xie Qichuan. Amusing yourself is bad for your health. Very cold winter. Xie Qichuan was shocked and in a cold sweat. How was he discovered? He wondered if Summer Harvest had installed surveillance in his room. Outside, the rain had been falling all night, dripping. Early in the morning, there was a lot of talk inside the school, and the few people who had been friends with Han Jin were also gray, hiding in their own classrooms, like an invisible person, and even more afraid to mess with Xiaohe. I heard that the Han family was equivalent to being copied yesterday, and that there were countless cases of people who rolled up their money and fled, and that Han Jin has been put under control, for the time being. Han's house was turned upside down, with dozens of bottles of mutai hidden in the basement. Money was afraid to be deposited in the account, and all the hollow bricks in one wall were stuffed with cash. The cash takes up so much space that the basement actually has a few bricks paved with gold bullion. Xiaohe had always thought that the Han family had hidden Ningxiu, and he actually didn't realize it yesterday. Ningspire ran away without a trace? How is this possible? The mind is always a little jittery. The demolition was advanced. The kidnapping was advanced. So should Xie Qichuan's mom's death be advanced as well? Summerhall's palms squeezed tight. The weather outside was overcast in Chile. The cold wind drilled in through the cracks in the window, and Xiaohe shivered. However, Zhao Hui is now in a great health condition. There is no disease. 2 or 3 years should not have a major problem. Outside the van drove in. Xiaohe looked up. The logo of Ning's Heavy Industry. The principal stood on the side of the driver of the van was signing the list. Ning's Heavy Industry has been seized. Where did these come from? It wasn't long before we saw the classroom teachers signing for them. Xiaohe followed the hot water and heard the students next to her discussing it. The Ning family said earlier that they donated a batch of down jackets, and they were only delivered today, and Ningxiu is all but nowhere to be found. Yes, at that time, It was still Ning Siyu who took the initiative to mention it. I thought she was nice, but I didn't realize that her whole family was like this. 10 places in each class is still quite a lot. Donate them all and the school will definitely take them. Summer Harvest's hot water poured over her hands and felt hot before she moved away. Donating a duvet? There was one in a previous life. In his senior year of high school, after Xia Guang was wrongfully imprisoned, the Ningxi language family donated a batch of down jackets. Ning Siyu held a down jacket that slipped through an opening, and fine down bubbled out. Dare to meddle, then give him some color. This method, no one can find out. Let her suffer. At that time, Ning Siyu was in a relationship with Han Jin, and it was also Bianyi who crossed the line, and Xia He was bent on thinking that Ning Siyu was looking for trouble with her. At that time, Xia He was busy running around for Xia Guang's affairs, and didn't ask much, but only advised her. Siyu, Hanjin and Bianyi are having an affair. You shouldn't blame Bianyi alone. In fact, the main reason is still Hanjin. Don't worry, I don't blame Bianyi. Ning Siyu smiled meaningfully then. Xia He, like Han Jin now, was quickly put under surveillance, and by the time the line was cleared a few days later and she was released, she heard that Xie Qichuan's mother had passed away. Xia He returned to her seat before Xie Qichuan came back from outside with a list, and when he saw that her hand was burned red, he hurriedly pulled it over. Wait for me to come back. I'll pour water for you. My hands are red with burns. Does it hurt? Xie Qichuan exhaled. The list on the table slid down. A list of those who had received donations of down jackets, and Xie Qichuan's name was crossed out. How did you cross out your name? Xia He vaguely felt that Zhao Hui's death was not a sudden event, but someone's deliberate act. It was just something that she didn't dare think about. Xie Qichuan didn't care, and his clear, moist voice came out, verifying Xia He's suspicions. My mom, she has allergic asthma. It's very easy to have an attack in the winter. We can't wear down jackets in our house, and when the down burrows out, it's even worse, so it's better to let someone else have this down jacket. Xia Qichuan's words and phrases were like sharp edges, piercing Xia He's heart. Xia Qichuan, the donatee usually informs in advance that if it's a down jacket, you will definitely refuse, right? Xia He asked anxiously. Xia Qichuan looked at Xia He blankly. Yeah, why? Xia Qichuan knew that Zhao Wei didn't have access to down products. Xia Qichuan knows it. I was unable to think clearly about everything, but now the fog that covered my eyes has all cleared up. Summer Harvest's eyes suddenly widened. Xia Qichuan's mom died because of her. The he and she that Ning Siyu said were Xia Qichuan and Zhao Wei. Xia Guang is falsely accused and Xia He has no one to turn to for help. How could Xia Qichuan bear it? So he privately sought help from Yu Huijing, and this matter was discovered by the Ning family. It turns out that when the Ning family suddenly became rich, Ning Siyu became arrogant for a while and hated to have the whole world know about his family's scenery, so he subsidized a batch of down jackets to the school. If you want to pin down Xia Qichuan, you only need to grab his soft underbelly. His mother was paralyzed and sickly and the whole school knew about it. Han Juanzhong's tactics. Xia He was clear. Wanting to check Zhao Hui's medical records was as easy as a slap in the face, but no one expected that Zhao Hui's allergic asthma was so severe that it triggered asphyxiation and she never woke up. When Xia He returned to school at that time, he only heard rumors that Xia Qichuan's mother died of sudden asthma. Others said Xia Qichuan was ungrateful and burned the donated duvets to a handful of ashes. The only relative died in this way, and Xia Qichuan could not tell his grievances to anyone. Clothes that he obviously didn't want, but still showed up at his house. Everyone says that's nice. That's a kind donation. No one saw the devil's sinister grin in the background. The fire that slowly went out also burned out everything in Xia Qichuan. So, he can't afford to lose Xia He anymore. He silently did everything for her and couldn't tell her. How afraid he was that Xia He would be like that, suddenly gone when he didn't see it. Reborn, but what's supposed to happen? Still happens. As Xia Qichuan would fall in love with Xia He, it was destiny and unavoidable. Summer Harvest will still be kidnapped. Shaguang will still be vilified for fraud. Is Zhou Hai still going to die? Chapter 67. Xia Qichuan, it's my turn to guard you for once. Things will happen, but the end is not so certain. This time, Xia He must prevent her death, as this time she could save Xia Guang, she could save Xia Qichuan, and she could save herself. Xia Qichuan, when will the clothes be distributed? Where did Xia He care about the pain in her hands? She only wanted to quickly make sure Zhao Wei was okay, and while asking questions, she scratched the miscellaneous items on the table into her backpack. I think they've already started delivering them. A couple students out of each class delivering them. Xia Qichuan wasn't sure what she was going to do, but still took all her things in his hands. Delivered? So soon? A wave of panic ran through Xia He's heart. This time isn't the time for more trouble from Ninspire. Xia Qichuan, let's go. Xia He took Xia Qichuan's hand and ran towards the school entrance. Passing through the classroom doorway, the physics teacher watched in awe as the two left his sight. How dare they just skip his class now? The physics teacher was aggrieved, but the physics teacher didn't dare to say anything. It's only been less than a morning of school and Shaha is skipping class again. Xia Qichuan is a bit anxious. Wow, what's wrong? Now although it's important for us to fall in love, the college entrance exam is not child's play. Xia Qichuan, come on, let's go home. Shaha turned back, her eyes already a little moist. Xia Qichuan was shocked. What happened to her? Diani came back from the school gate, and the moment she saw Xia He, a smile rose on her face. Shaha ran fast, her eyes crossed her face. Just a hurried glance, a chill went from her head to her feet. It's not right, everything's not right. Along the way Shaha's heart was anxious mixed with guilt, uneasiness and fear, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. How could she bear it if Zhao Hui died this time still because of her? Such a nice Zhou's mom. If she died, Xia Qichuan would really have no relatives in this world. God, hasn't he suffered enough in his last life? Wasn't he lonely enough? When she arrived at the door, Xia He rushed to Xia Qichuan's house. The door was open, and there were still unpicked vegetables on the table. However, Zhao Hui is not there. No, where's it gone? Xia He only felt that the sky was spinning, and her feet only felt as if they were stepping on cotton. A burst of softness, but she knew she couldn't fall. Xia Qichuan also vaguely felt that something was wrong. The nursing home was also closed because of the demolition and relocation, and Zhao Hui would do cooking and raise flowers at home on a daily basis, and would not go out. Xia Qichuan immediately checked all the rooms, but there was no Zhao Hui's figure. The living room still had water dripping from the wheelchair, somewhat mottled as if it had been through a struggle. Shaha rushed out the door. Zhao Hui, a disabled person, trying to get her out of the way is not easy, so was pushed. It was a good rain last night, and Summer Harvest chased after it following the wheelchair tracks as hard as she could. By the time Xia Qichuan reacted, Xia He had already run out of the yard. Wow! Just as she reached the corner of the intersection, Shaha saw the discarded, torn-down jacket on the ground. White fluffy flurries streaked about, like the last heavy snowfall you watched before you died. Xia He ran forward like crazy, just wanting to find Zhao Hui. What to do? Finally, I saw Zhao Hui's wheelchair in the green belt by the roadside. She is not fat, but after all, she is an adult, and she can't walk far with it. You go to death. When you die, Xia Qichuan is in pain. Xia Qichuan is sad. Xia He that little is also sad. You dream and tell your son that you are going to die because of Xia He. You go to death. Ning Xiu copied a nearby wooden stick and struck at Zhao Hui, who lay there motionless. Hatred and unwillingness filled Ning Xiu's chest, which seemed to be about to explode. In the silence of the world, there came the sound of a stick breaking, the muffled grunt of a man in pain, the sound of a stick falling to the ground. Xia He only felt a burst of fire in her ears. She reluctantly got up and measured the side of Zhao Hui's nostrils. It was steady, still alive. She's alive. Tears were raging, and there was a buzzing in his ears, but he was still alive. And Summer Harvest smiled as he cried. Shaha subconsciously touched her ear, and there was blood on her hand. I can't seem to hear anything in my right ear. Just some itching. Shaha. Ning Xiu let out an unpleasant hiss, resembling madness. Summer Harvest didn't have time to get up before she was kicked in the back again. Damn. Ningshi language. The strength is really great. Shaha ate the pain but still tried to brace herself in front of Zhao Hui's body. Xia Qichuan. Look, I'm protecting it. I'm protecting it. Ning Xiu was covered in filth, and she laughed as she stretched out her hands and choked Shaha's neck. Shaha couldn't catch her breath, but still groped for something she could resist with her hands. There were some stumps and leaves. Shaha struggled and threw things at Ning Xiu, so the feeling of not being able to breathe is so unbearable. Xia Qichuan, so you're in so much pain. In the moment when her consciousness was about to blur, the hand on her neck suddenly loosened its strength, and Ning Xiu slowly collapsed. Xia He saw behind her, Xia Qichuan's panicked face, carrying his mother's wheelchair in his hand, with a black eye. Shaha also fell to the ground. The sound of ambulances and police cars was incessant, so loud in my left ear, but I didn't hear anything in my right. Wow, I beg you, wake up, wake up. Wow, my mom is fine. Wake up, doctor, you save her. Past life, present life. Xia He couldn't tell the difference. She only knew that Xia Qichuan had been begging others to save her. Shaha's head was drowsy, sleeping for 2 days and still not waking up, babbling one after another. I don't know how long it took, but Xia He finally opened his eyes. Xia Guang stood guard at one side, and Xia Qichuan also stood guard at one side. I'm fine, don't you guys be afraid. The person next to him jerked and tears came down. Summer Harvest. Xia Qichuan, this time, it's finally my turn to do something for you. Xia Qichuan rubbed her hand. Haven't you always paid for me again? She has a perforated right ear, which is temporarily deaf and will take time to recover, and the right side of her face has a scar as long as her pinky finger. Zhao Hui was intoxicated by ecstasy and is now safe and sound. Ning Siyu is suspected of kidnapping and murder, and even if she is not yet 18 years old, she will face serious punishment. Summer Harvest was having a comfortable time in the hospital until she looked in the mirror and saw the right side of her face. A full 5 centimeters long red wound stretched from his ear to his cheek. When Xia Qichuan came over to replace Xia Guangban, Shaha was dead set against seeing him. Xia Qichuan, the color fades in love chi. I'm not pretty la. Ah, wah. Good boy. You're the prettiest kid. You're especially good looking. Wah. Be obedient. Come out to eat. When Shaha came out of the bathroom, she looked at Xia Qichuan with a wooden expression, sizing him up from top to bottom. Hello, who are you? Xia Qichuan froze. He wouldn't have lost his memory. I'm your boyfriend. You forgot. What's your name? It doesn't matter what my name is. Generally, you call me baby. Xia Qichuan smiled. Xia Qichuan, where's your face? Don't you want it? Shaha jumped and hid in Xia Qichuan's arms. Only her hands still kept covering her face. There wasn't even a little liar who lied to me first. He gently took Summer Harvest's hand off her face and kissed her gently on her scar. It's pretty, but do you hurt? It doesn't hurt. Shaha shook her head. Summer Harvest had learned her lesson from the last time, and when she came to her senses, she washed herself and smelled good. I have a perforated eardrum and a scar on my face, but compared to my previous life, it's really good. Ning Siyu is in Nanjiang City did not go. Hands so strong. Also does not look like not enough to eat. Must be someone helped her. Shaha shuddered at the thought of Bianyi's smile, and she couldn't think of anyone else but her. Her mind was wicked enough. Chapter 68 Xia Qichuan still has secrets? If Ning Siyu has a grudge against Shaha because of the interest entanglement, if she can't move Shaha, then she can move the people around Shaha, which is still reasonable. Is Bianyi because of Han Jin? It's just that she picked the right time. The supplies from the Ning family had just arrived. If Shaha and the others had gone later, Zhao Hui would not have survived. And the fact that Ning Siyu had taken her out made people suspicious. Is Auntie alright physically? Did you ask her how it happened? Don't you worry about it. You're just responsible for getting some rest and nourishing our little family face. Xia Qichuan patted her head. His little girl was too tired. Wow. I'll tell you a secret. Okay? Xia Qichuan still has secrets? Summer Hall blinked and leaned her left ear over. Her movements caused sudden pain in Xia Qichuan's heart, and for the hearing in one ear, he would make sure Bianyi repaid it. Ning Siyu's cell phone fell to the side. Xia Qichuan put it away before the police arrived, and the call logs hadn't been deleted yet. It's Bianyi. What a great job. Xia Qichuan silently turned her around and said close to her right ear. Hello, Shaha. I'm Xia Qichuan. I'm back. The moment he fainted, Xia Qichuan's memories of his previous life came flooding back. It was as if those memories had been sealed in his mind and he just couldn't break through, could only watch her with her former self, so beautiful it was like a dream. The fluttering goose down, her crimson blood, seemed like a scene that had been seen before, and the pain in Xia Qichuan's heart was unbearable before he remembered it. It took Xia Qichuan a long time to straighten this out. Why did Shaha know his name? Why did Shaha want to buy a house? Why did Shaha save Zhao Hui? Everything. Xia Qichuan understood. His summer harvest was also reborn, long before he came to his senses. Xia Qichuan, what did you say? I didn't hear you. I can't seem to hear well in my right ear. He looked at him in confusion. I'd say you're the prettiest person. Xia Qichuan hugged her tightly. I won't give up on you anymore. Shaha, I'll never push you around again. He always felt that Xia Qichuan was strange today. As he was eating, Xia Guang came in pushing Zhao Hui carrying a baked sweet potato. Wow. Here, your favorite. Shaha jumped 3 times. Do not have to go to school and some Xia Qichuan accompanied. The family and pampered. How to live so happy. Seeing that you are recovering well. Go to school tomorrow. Xia Guang came in coldly, destroying all of Xia He's good mood. Shaha's footsteps as she jumped in front of Xia Guang suddenly stopped. Dad, I'm hurt and I can't hear. You girl, don't think that I won't talk about you after saving someone. Tell me why you suddenly ran out that day when you weren't going to school. Did you skip class? I have to teach you a lesson today. Xia Guang made a gesture to hit. He slipped behind Xia Qichuan, who opened his arms and blocked Xia Guang. Uncle, wow can't fight. Charlotte hid behind it and spat out her tongue. Xia Guang grunted. Qichuan, you protect her. She will have trouble in the future. And I say in advance will not be able to get into a good university in the future. The two of you, I do not agree. Why don't you agree? Xia Qichuan didn't even dislike me. Shaha didn't care about the girl's face and jumped out to say. Xia Qichuan raised an eyebrow. His wow seemed to want to marry him. You got bad grades. You don't deserve him. He was dumbfounded. Is this his own real father? Or is Xia Qichuan his real son? Zhao Hui pursed her lips and laughed on the side. She and Xie Qichuan both had cold personalities and hid their hearts in their hearts. It was good to have such lively people in the family. Xie Qichuan watched silently as she chattered and made a scene. Xie Qichuan just had to guard her. Mom, it's so nice now. Xie Qichuan looked at Zhao Hui and said heartily, it's nice to have all the people he loves. On the same day, Xiahe was discharged from the hospital, which had been run a few times over the past half year. Before leaving, Xie Qichuan went to get the medicine that Xiahe was going to use, and Xiahe still sat next to him and waited. The passing doctor looked back and forth between Xiahe and Xie Qichuan's faces, then sat next to Xiahe and whispered to her, little girl that male growth is very handsome, but you have to pay attention to the body often run to the hospital for what? Early pregnancy is not good for the body, must pay attention. When Xie Qichuan came back, the doctor closed his mouth and he gave him a suspicious look. Today's Xie Qichuan is extraordinarily different, with a clear appearance and full of teenager, but with his hands and feet, he has added a few points of maturity, which almost mesmerized Xiahe. Go home, the doctor said half a day. Xiahe simply ignored it. Just as I stepped out of the corridor, I heard the doctor shouting, Nurse Chang, they're bullying me, a single dog, again. Xie Qichuan, what happened to him? Xiahe asked. She can't hear well in her right ear. She didn't even hear the doctor. Xie Qichuan looked at her with a smile. Maybe it's envy, and the fact that I'm right next to you. Don't look at others, I'll get jealous. Xie Qichuan grunted and was a bit bossy. Hey, it always feels like Xie Qichuan has changed a bit, and is milky and lustful. Just what Xiahe didn't expect was that Xie Qichuan was still a bit stupid, and when he arrived home, he pulled her to do the exercises. Can I not do it today? No, you won't get into a good college and uncle won't approve of the two of us. Xiahe closed the door and pulled the curtains up. Xie Qichuan watched her movements and didn't dare to move a step, secretly mocking himself for being such a wimp, all reborn and still nervous to see her like this. What are you doing? Seducing you. Bribing you. Xie Qichuan suddenly panicked, and just now he felt like a mature soul, but at this moment, he was also restless and red-faced. Xiahe directly straddled his body, her slender fingers cupping his chin. Are you and your aunt sleeping at my house today? The house across the street was free of disputes, and an agreement was quickly signed. And when the excavator came, it was instantly raised, and as soon as I got home, I noticed that the room next to mine seemed to have packed up, and it appeared that they had moved in. Xie Qichuan's chin was raised, his eyebrows lowered, not daring to look directly at her. The indoor heater was pumped up high, and neither Summer Harvest nor he were wearing much, so his eyes lingered on her legs, and in this position, how could he not want to favor? Xie Qichuan couldn't breathe well, his eyesight slowly lifted up, which made it even harder to endure. The curves of her body were exquisite. Xie Qichuan, have you ever paid rent for living in my house? You have all my other money except for the demolition money. She looked up at her, and her eyes were full of her flavor. Xie Qichuan, I don't want your money, I want you here. Xiahe's fingertips circled his chest. Xie Qichuan swallowed his saliva and really didn't know how to be good. It's been yours for a long time. Prove it. Xie Qichuan looked blankly into her eyes, not knowing what to do. Do you listen to me or do you listen to my dad? Listen to you. Then why don't you put away the 5-year college entrance exam and the 3-year simulation? Xie Qichuan was a bit embarrassed. What? After what? Uncle is in the back. What are you lying about? I'm closing the door. I only heard Natsuhiro cough lightly in the back. I have a hand. Open the door. Xiahe was petrified at that moment. This kind of posture is simply overbearing. Xiahe wanted to cry without tears. You guys are still young. Qichuan you moved down to sleep tonight. Dad, do you believe me when I say that Xie Qichuan is teaching me about the action and reaction of forces? Natsuhiro rolled his eyes. He looked like a cutie. Chapter 69 Boys need to learn to protect themselves even when they're out there. Xiahe turned her head woodenly. Dad, what did you just say? I don't have good ears. I didn't hear. You told Xie Qichuan not to sleep downstairs today, right? Xiahe decided to renegade to the end. Just a little weak. Silently got up from Xie Qichuan. There's a new tiramisu downstairs. Are you going to eat it? Xia Guang said. Of course I'm going to eat it. It's my favorite. Just as Xiahe said it, he saw Xia Guang staring at her with narrowed eyes, a look of seeing through her. Bad ears? Can't hear? How can you hear when you say food? Be a good boy and do the questions yourself. If you don't know how to come down and ask Kai Chuan. Xie Qichuan was pulled downstairs by Xia Guang. He didn't resist. After all, in the future he would have to rely on his father-in-law. He didn't dare to make a mistake. Kai Chuan, boys should learn to protect themselves outside. You can't just listen to girls, especially pretty girls. Don't be bullied by her. A boy's innocence is important. Xia Guang spoke in a serious manner, and Xia Qichuan nodded repeatedly. Shaha was speechless in the back. Does she look so much like a pervert? How Dad saw the essence through her pure exterior. She didn't want to do the questions yet, and her cell phone hadn't been touched in the past 2 days, and Xia Qichuan wasn't there, so no one was spying on her. Xia he was lying on the bed playing with his cell phone, and countless messages popped up as soon as he turned it on, along with a few notification messages. There were several concerns from fellow students and teachers. The rest is all from Huijing. I went to the hospital. Kaichuan said you were still sleeping. I didn't dare to go in and disturb you. Hope it's okay. That text was on the first day of the accident. Qichuan said your face is hurt. It's fine. Still pretty. Look out for good. It's still the first day. Many bars. Such a caring tone made Xiaohe feel a little guilty inside. As in a previous life, there is only guilt. If it's still like the first time they met. He's high and mighty. She's low and mighty. There's no hang-ups with summer harvest. In favor of later, Yu Huijing was considerate and helped Xiaohe a lot. Love that can't be reciprocated becomes a burden and adds guilt. Xia he faintly typed down a few words. I'm fine. Don't worry. Yu Huijing, who was sitting at his desk filing for school, suddenly stood up when he saw the text message and grunted as his knees knocked down the desk. What's wrong? Gross. Yu Zhao looked at the book and glanced at it. Dad, is summer harvest okay? Well, didn't I tell you? There's nothing wrong. It's just that the hearing in the ears is a bit affected. Just recover slowly. Yu Huijing sat down. Yeah, I already knew she was fine, but I was still relieved to see her text back. I'm going to the bathroom. Xia He had just wrapped up her questions when her cell phone vibrated. The caller ID was Yu Huijing, and she frowned. When Xia Qichuan pushed in the door with the cake, he saw her lost in thought on her cell phone. The cell phone buzzed incessantly. The 3 words Yu Huijing fell into his eyes. Xia Qichuan pretended not to see it. Shaha smiled at him and still picked up the phone. It's on speakerphone. You're out of the hospital? Aha. Well, it's fine. Can I go to your house to see you? Yu Huijing's tone softened a lot, and the short pause carried a tentative note. Instead, Shaha didn't know how to refuse. He glanced sheepishly at Xia Qichuan, who was placing a fork on the cake, looking focused as if he didn't care about their conversation. In fact, the next second, Xia Qichuan spoke. No need. She'll go to school right away. Opposite Yu Huijing was silent for a long time before he spoke. He was clearly heard letting out a long sigh. Kai Chuan, you're living together. The voice was hard. Shaha opened her mouth, not knowing what to say, always feeling that living together seemed to be otherwise ambiguous, especially now that it was already nighttime. My house was demolished and I'm staying at her house temporarily, and I live right next door to her room, just a wall away. Shaha pursed her lips. There was actually no need to go into so much detail. Right, and wasn't he captured to live downstairs? That little possessive thing. Is Xia Qichuan jealous? Thank you. Vinegar. Kai Chuan. Without saying 2 words, the phone hung up. Xia He suddenly realized how he couldn't hear Xia Qichuan's heart. Where did Xia He think about Yu Huijing? Pulling Xia Qichuan and lying on his chest. The only sound was the thumping of the heart, and it was getting faster and faster. But why can't you hear what's going on in Xia Qichuan's heart? Xia Qichuan took a step backward and was caught back by her again, literally out of earshot. Xia Qichuan, are you jealous? Well, a little. Just a little? Shaha tilted her head, obviously not believing this. There was teasing and doubt in her eyes. Xia Qichuan's face reddened. A little good. With this look, Xia He's heart only had 5 words. So want to bully him? Actually a lot. Xia Qichuan hung his head, not daring to look directly at her. Would his possessiveness bore her? But I only like you. Xia He said it sincerely and naturally. Her eyes smiled a crooked smile as she watched a blush slowly creep up his pale face. Keep your head down. Xia Qichuan obediently did as he was told, and Xia He opened his mouth and bit on his lips. No force, slight pain, enough to make Xia Qichuan brain blank, although before also kissed, but the memory completely fused. Well, only, this is the first time. Don't miss me too much tonight. Xia Qichuan had absolutely no idea what to do. Kai Chuan, why are you upstairs again and not coming down? Is Wu was sticking to you again? Xia Guang's voice came from the stairway. Shaha had a black line on her face. It was time to find a stepmother for herself. Was she unable to see the young couple love? When Xia Guang came in, he found Xia Qichuan sitting on the side and giving Xia He a lecture. Dad, what can I do? Can I molest Xia Qichuan? Xia Qichuan glanced at her a bit and straight away wanted to nod his head. Able, too able. The hands on, mouth on kind. It's not early. Go to bed early. Now blindly active. I'll be here, waiting for Kai Chuan to go downstairs together. Summer Harvest is aggrieved, and Summer Harvest doesn't dare to say anything. When she is a wolf, tiger and leopard, Xia Qichuan is a white rabbit. Excessive. Okay. Xia Qichuan, you speak into this calculation of friction. Friction? Xia Qichuan opened his eyes wide, holding a chemistry test paper in his hand. Where did the friction come from? Summer Harvest's eyes widened and her mouth rubbed like she was wearing lipstick. Xia Qichuan's ears turned red with a swish. This friction? Chapter 70. Some people are born evil. But let's not be afraid. Late at night, Xia Qichuan tossed and turned and touched his lips. Why is Ha was so good at flirting? When he thought of his previous life, Yu Huijing went from disliking her to slowly appreciating her. Xia Qichuan's heart was filled with jealousy. I don't think it was taught by Yu Huijing in his previous life. In his previous life, he couldn't beg for his life and was so shattered that he could only give Summer Harvest to him. And this time, he wasn't going to give in. When Xiaohe ate breakfast early in the morning, Xia Qichuan was not there and did not know where he had gone. Xiaohe lamented that it was still Saturday. It was too good. You can be lazy again. Dad, where is Xia Qichuan? Went to the police station to make a statement. Xia Guang silently glanced at his own girl, who used to be Dad this, Dad that, following the lead, like a heel. Now it's, Dad, where's Xia Qichuan? It's really a big woman. And Xia Guang is still a little sour in his heart. The case is well documented. And you still need to make a statement? Xiaohe asked carelessly as she fed bread into her mouth. I heard from Kai Chuan that Ning Xiyu had an accomplice who turned herself in this morning. And the little girl named Bianyi seems to be the one who spoke out of turn during our last meal. Turn yourself in? Harvest wondered. Although the biggest suspect is Bianyi, she has absolutely no need to turn herself in. The truth of the matter is known only to Xia Qichuan. Even the kindest of people struggle to fight back when they are touched. Moreover, in his previous life, Xia Qichuan with the power of one person, let Hanju and Zhong such as the big man have fallen into the horse, without a little means and how to do it. Just because he's kind doesn't mean he's heartless and incapable. Whether it's intimidation, deception or Bianyi's weakness, Xia Qichuan has achieved his goal. During Xiaohe's hospitalization, when Xia Guang came to change shifts, he went to see Ning Xiyu and talked her into tears with his 3-inch tongue. For the rest of her life, Ning Xiyu wouldn't have a bright future. When she was sad, Xia Qichuan only felt pain. Having studied law for many years, Xia Qichuan would make her understand how to tell Bianyi off to minimize her punishment. After getting Ning Xiyu's confession and recording, he approached Bianyi. There will always be people in the world who are born evil, but we must not be afraid. Xia Guang sends Zhao Hui to the hospital for a review, and Xia He is fastidiously catching up on his drama. In the play, the heroine takes the hero's tie, blindfolds him and kisses the knot of his throat. Xiaohe hurriedly took a small notebook to memorize it. First step is to pull the tie. Moving gently. Step 2 blindfold. Part 3 kisses the knot of his throat. Hissing. Xia He has no relationship experience, and the method of hooking up with Xia Qichuan all relies on cramming TV dramas and novels. But what Xia Qichuan saw when he entered was that she was watching a nature program. Spring is here, everything is recovering, and it is the season for animals to mate. Spring flowers blossom, grass grows and warblers fly. Spring, everywhere is full of vitality and romance. Animals naturally won't let it go. The TV was loud and clear. I tuned it randomly. Can you believe it? He. Xia He's face slowly turned red, and Xia Qichuan locked eyes with him, a little heartbroken. Xia Qichuan snickered. Why is Wow so cute? Xia He hastily changed the channel, and the male and female protagonists in the drama were hugging and nibbling each other. I really tuned it randomly. Now you believe it. Xiaohe was helpless. Where are they? Xia Qichuan sat beside her. The kiss on the TV was still going on, and the two of them seemed to be a little embarrassed not to do something about it. Went to the hospital, and now, it's just the two of us at home. Xiaohe mumbled. Oh. Xia Qichuan looked around, his eyes unable to find a focus. That, or change the channel. This. Xiaohe coughed twice and shoved a granulated orange into her mouth. Well, why don't we watch something else? Something fun, since they're not around anyway. What fun? Just two people kind of videos that don't have a lot of action and seem like they would be happy. And sometimes 3 people. Xia Qichuan listened and his pupils dilated. That kind of fun? I don't think it's the kind he's thinking of. He hasn't seen it, but he knows more or less. Ah, comic relief. I searched. Xia Qichuan wiped the cold sweat on his head. Comedy. Comic relief is good. That's not the comic relief you're thinking of. Is it? What is it then? Charlotte had her head down and was flipping through her phone, ready to cast the screen. Suddenly, it hit her. Xia He tilted his body over, squinted his eyes, and said thievishly, Xia Qichuan, you shouldn't think that I'm talking about. Xia Qichuan swallowed in the face of her pressing question. Was a brain of juvenile things about to be discovered? He was so nervous his heart was beating out of his chest. Skid it, for Xia He to say this answer. Xia Qichuan expressed his satisfaction and nodded his head repeatedly. Charlotte shook her head. She was so smart. Xia Qichuan looked at her appearance and snickered. She just had to be happy like this for the rest of her life. Xia had an extremely low laugh point, and kept grinning and grinning. Seeing that it was noon, Xia Qichuan took the initiative to go to the kitchen to cook. After Xia Qichuan went to the kitchen, Xia pulled out a pile of tissues from her side, which were covered with blood stains. Xia hurriedly threw the blood-stained Kleenex into the trash can and covered the peel of the granulated orange on the coffee table with it. He was in the kitchen frying up the food, and every now and then he would look back at her. Xia ran over and hugged him from behind. The kitchen is smoky. You go out. Are you hungry? This side of the little crispy meat you eat first. Xia Qichuan held a small piece of crispy pork, blew it cold and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. Xia he rubbed him from the head. Xia Qichuan, if only you also knew that we are so happy. I know. Xia Qichuan held her hand that was wrapped around his own. Xia he leaned against him without saying anything. She loved the Xia Qichuan in front of her and also remembered the dead one. He doesn't know. The loss of her emotions was immediately felt by Xia Qichuan. Wow. Our senior high school essay question that year was changes in strengths and weaknesses. And the next year's essay question was Ben Hand, Wonderful Hand, and Mundane Hand. See if I remember correctly? Still drowning in her grief, Xavier thought briefly that yes, that was right. But soon, she realized something was wrong. How did Xia Qichuan know? That's the future. Something that hasn't happened yet? Xia he looked at him, his chin trembled, not daring to believe Xia Qichuan. You? Xia Qichuan turned around and hugged her, whispering, Wah, it's me, I'm back. Xia he deflated her mouth, tears surging out. Xia Qichuan, I'm sorry, I didn't know you did so much for me. Xia Qichuan, I'm sorry. Fool, I volunteered. You didn't do me wrong. Rubbing her hair, Summer Harvest sobbed, seeming to cry out both aggression and attachment. It took a long time of coaxing until the pan was mushy and there was a mushy odor coming from it. Xia Qichuan, the dishes are mushy. Xia Qichuan turned off the fire with one hand while still holding her with the other. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xia commiserated. I only remembered when you had an accident and wanted to tell you after I had taken care of things properly. Xia Qichuan's big hand cupped her face, his thumb wiping her tears. Xia was just about to make a sound, only to feel a warmth in her nostrils, and she cried even louder. I may be dying. Xia Qichuan, I may not be able to accompany you. I may have an intracranial hemorrhage. I won't live long. When Xia Guang came back, he saw Xia He with a handful of tears and a nosebleed. Dad, I won't be around later, so it's all good from now on. Natsuhiro, however, looked at her rather disgustedly. I brewed a cup of party ginseng tea in the morning. You have drunk. I put next to the wolfberry. You went it as raisins. When I reacted to you have eaten. You do not have a nosebleed. Who has a nosebleed? I'm not in your aunt went out to buy you to go to septic fire medicine to go. The hospital gave you all these tests for nothing? Chrysanthemum clear fire tea on the table. Shaha blinked. No wonder. She said that today's raisins are not very tasty. I didn't think it was a raisin? Shaha retorted with a wink. So you know it's goji berries and you still eat them? I thought that was dried blueberries. That's black goji berries. The Xia family's father and daughter argued endlessly, and Xia Qichuan helped Zhao Hui cook, but it was a joyful experience. In the 2 days that followed, Shaha took chrysanthemum fire-clearing tea with granulated oranges, defeating the fire on one side and catching the fire on the other, with the beautiful sound of dynamic balance. On her first day back at school, the homeroom teacher gave Summer Harvest a good assignment. She danced to open the winter games and gave awards to the winning champions of the 1500-meter run. Yu Huijing has been confirmed to be guaranteed admission to the law department of Nanjiang University, and this is the last time he participates in our school sports meet, signing up for only one event, the 1500-meter run. When Xia Qichuan found out, he silently reported it as well. Xia Qichuan knows the heart of Yu Huijing, but whether he can do it or not depends on Yu Huijing's ability. Chapter 71 does not abide by male ethics. Xia he can be considered busy during this period of time. There is a sports meeting in front of him, and then there is a final exam, classes during the day and dance practice at night. Xia Qichuan looked forward and back. Feed water. Feed fruit. Feed. Sometimes tired jump cannot go up and down the stairs. Have to Xia Qichuan carry walk. Xia Qichuan, are you serving me for my monthly period? Xia he was eating red date and millet porridge in her mouth and looked at Xia Qichuan blankly. Xia Qichuan did not change his face and blew a cold mouthful of porridge to her mouth. Get used to it in advance. I'll have to serve you on your monthly cycle anyway. Who's going to give you a child? Xia he feigned anger. It's fine if you don't have one. You're the baby of my family anyway, so you'll save someone else from competing with you for favor. Xia opened her mouth, signaling that there was no porridge left. Xia Qichuan continued to feed one spoonful at a time. The person was not big and ate quite a lot. Ever since Xia Qichuan recovered his memories of his past life, he couldn't hear the voice in his heart, but he still saw the end from his expression. Are you cursing me in your mind? No, I love you in my heart. When Xia heard what he said, she couldn't say anything else, but instead felt mounted by him. Xia Qichuan also finally understood why Xia was so good at flirting. The drawer of her bookcase was full of romance novels. What Rebirth? Ji Xiao's prickly palm pampering. What? Sickly big brother. Crazy prisoner love. On top of that, she takes notes herself and seduces the humble schoolboy. She was baiting there. She was strong-arming. She also marked a lot of red areas in her notes. What with the necktie blindfold, the leather whip to tie his arms, and the feather to tickle him, these are things that Summer Harvest has yet to implement. An 18 was written next to it and then a big slash. Xia Qichuan secretly looked forward to the day when she would implement it. The sports meeting opened, and Xia stood in the center of the playground in a thin red dress. The clouds in the sky slowly rose. The pleasant sound of the zither came out from the podium, and in the center of the playground, a figure slowly danced along with the relaxing sound of the zither, with her gauze skirt fluttering, and her eyes confused by the chaotic flowers. The sun was shining just right that day, the rising sun in the east right behind her. Her hair, her skirt shining, her long hair was loosely tied up, revealing a section of her arm that was glistening white and delicate. Like the day we first met, the lights were hitting her body, her skirt complex, easy to teenagers at a loss. The heart, gathered to go. The hem of a young girl's skirt hides the heart of a teenager. Perhaps the wind was too strong that day. Xia Qichuan's eyes were full of tears. As long as Xia stood there, she was everything, and the teenager's heart moved, like the water that had been covered. Xia Qichuan could easily see that Xia was watching him dance, and the track she danced to was Butterfly. She is the direction, the destination. If she is the top of a mountain, I will walk towards her even if every step is an exhausting one, and if she is the abyss, I will not turn back. It didn't matter if it was light or dark, she was everything Xia Qichuan aspired to be. The match between Yu Huijing and Xia Qichuan took place just half an hour later and attracted the attention of almost the whole school. A showdown between the sophomore and junior divisions is on the line, but only they know that's not what they're fighting for. Yu Huijing has given up on Xia He and just wants a memory of her in him. Xia Qichuan, with the unwillingness of his previous life, was unwilling to give Yu Huijing any more hope. Summer Harvest was already ready in front of the podium, and as originally planned, she was presenting the award to the winner. But the main trial of Han Juanzhou's leader came, and it was actually the leader of the previous life. Naturally, he gave the first place award. Xia sighed as she looked at the two men who were neck and neck on the playground, two horses in front of each other. Xia Qichuan is running first, but it is not her hand to bring him a medal. As expected, Xia Qichuan narrowly won over Yu Huijing. He walked to the podium with a smile on his face, wearing only a sports short sleeve on a cold winter day. The sweat on his body dampened his shirt and clung to his body, and Shewa could barely keep her eyes off it. But could you pay a little attention to the male virtues? Other people have seen it too. Yu Huijing saw that Xia's eyes did not leave Xia Qichuan and smiled bitterly. His skills were inferior to the others. His heart was convinced, and he was only slightly regretful. A lot of sweat came out of his body, and he took off the short sleeves he was wearing only a tank top for the bottom. There was a cheer from the girls in the stands, and Xia he couldn't help but look over as well. Yu Huijing's body and his svelte face were completely different. It's lean and strong and great looking. How can Xia Qichuan tolerate another man in Xia's eyes? His big hand pulls up a corner of his clothes to wipe his sweat, which directly exposes his abs to the public. There was indeed another scream from the stage. Only Xia looked at Xia Qichuan with cold eyes. What? Where is the male virtue? He's a peacock. Lift your clothes, go home and lift them. What kind of a man is this? If you can, take it off in front of her. The host's voice rang out. Here are the first place winners. Xia Qichuan, the second place winner, Yu Huijing, and the third place winner, Du Xian, coming up to the stage to receive their awards. Xia Qichuan walked quickly towards Xia, and just as he was about to stand still, he was pulled to the side by the principal. He was flabbergasted. Wasn't it Xia He who gave him the award? Xia smiled awkwardly. Plans don't change fast enough. Yu Huijing smiled faintly as he stood over. Perhaps it was fate that favored him. He finally got what he wanted for once. Xia, I bailed out of Nanjiang University Law School, and you haven't congratulated me yet. Congratulations, Senior Yu Huijing. She's serious. Yu Huijing deserves a bright future. Xia Qichuan was a little sour, but just this once. In the future, Yu Huijing could no longer touch his wow. On the way home, Xia Qichuan was counted all the way by Xia He. Is it because you think you're good looking? People are floating. Dare to lift your clothes. Xia Qichuan shook his head. No, I don't dare. And you say you don't dare, but you still did it? Not a bit of male virtue. Xia Qichuan wrinkled his face. Wei is a double standard. It's clearly her own eyes looking at you Huijing. Then you have been staring at you Huijing. I just like that. Then he's someone else's. So I'll take a look and not take advantage of you for nothing. Xia he said a bunch of blah blah blah, but in Xia Qichuan's ears there were only a few words, you are my person. I'm not even yours yet. Xia Qichuan is a little aggravated. Why he is not yet? You'll have to be sooner or later. And what's a man like you doing with a kid like him? His hair is not even grown. Of course your hair is also grown, but your spirit is an adult. Xiaohao was righteous. Xia Qichuan sighed. It was the fact that the spirit was an adult and the body was a high school student that bothered him. A lot of things can't be done. Chuan Pup aggrieved. Chuan Pup dare not say. Xia Qichuan, there's nothing else to do today. Let's go to the movies. People go to the movies on a couple's date. Time is running out, cannot stay too long, time to go home. Xia Guang surveillance and strict. She and Xia Qichuan has been a long time to have a two-person world. On the spur of the moment, I picked the closest movie in time, not realizing it was a horror movie. Xiaohao shrank while looking at it, her whole body buried in Xia Qichuan's arms. Xia Qichuan, is that skeleton still there? There were no more scary images on the curtain, but what Xia Qichuan said out loud was still, hide quickly, it's coming out again. Xiaohao buried her head deeper. Xia Qichuan, I'm scared, not afraid, I'll protect you. Xia Qichuan stroked her hair. Chapter 72. For a movie that lasted less than 2 hours, Summer Harvest watched less than 20 minutes. Xia Qichuan kept saying that the scary things came out again, so scared that Xiaohai kept burying herself in his chest and then fell asleep. The theater was relatively hot. The jacket was off to the side. Xia Qichuan unbuttoned his shirt and tucked her hand into his own. Thank you. Sesame stuffed dumplings. Kai Chuan online. When Xia He woke up, her hand reached in from the hem of her clothes and touched Xia Qichuan's chest. It felt good. She subconsciously pinched it, only to hear Xia Qichuan grunt with difficulty. Xiaohai immediately retracted her hand. Her little pervert identity has been discovered. Xia Qichuan, I didn't mean it. Xia He panicked, returning her image of an innocent girl. It's been more than an hour of touching. Now you don't recognize it? The theater site was unknown, and Xia Qichuan's smile was covered by black. Aha! Although he only watched more than 20 minutes, Xiaohao was timid and was most afraid of ghosts and monsters, so he kept sticking to Xia Qichuan at night. What's more, Xia Qichuan intended to tease her. Wow, today's wind is particularly cold. Do you feel it? Xia Qichuan spoke and looked behind her. Xiaohao lunged at Xia Qichuan with a fear. Xia Qichuan, I'm scared. Can you sleep with me today? Xia Qichuan showed some hesitation. Uncle is watching too closely. It's a bit difficult, but I'm scared. Summer Harvest deflated her mouth and cried. Xia Qichuan suddenly regretted teasing her. She was really scared. Don't turn off the light. I'll come to you when Uncle is asleep, okay? You have to be early. I'll wait for you. After 10 o'clock, before Xia Qichuan went up, he heard a rustling at the door. Opening the door to see, Xia He hugged a pillow and stood in front of the door aggressively. Xia Qichuan, I think my dad should be asleep. I'll sleep with you tonight, okay? Before Xia Qichuan could react, Xia He had already entered and closed the door. I don't grind my teeth, I don't snore, and I definitely don't bother you. Xia He put his own pillow next to Xia Qichuan's pillow and quickly got under the covers, only revealing his head. She had a lot of hair, spread out on the bed, and unlike her prissy daytime appearance, she was well behaved at the moment. Come on you. Xia He's tone was normal, but in Xia Qichuan's ears, it was somewhat teasing. Grandpa, come on, why is it associated here? Xia Qichuan decisively put the book in his hand aside and turned off the light in the process. Xia Qichuan, come quickly, Black, I'm afraid. The moment he entered the comforter, his small body moved to hug him. The softness right in front of him against his arm was killing him. Xia Qichuan's breathing was thick and heavy. He turned to hold her in his arms. The darkness was a good cover for his nervousness and agitation. So afraid of ghosts. In his previous life, he dared to go to the cemetery alone in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Xiaohao raised her head, and in the darkness of the night, his eyes could not be seen. I think it would be nice to meet the ghost, just so I can ask him, are you okay? It would be nice to meet you. Xia Qichuan was shocked in his heart that his wow was this good. Wow, don't be afraid. They are all missed by others too. It was cold outside, but it was warm under the blanket. Xia Qichuan finally couldn't hold back and kissed her lips. Press my hair. Xia Qichuan rubbed her head with one hand and wrapped his other hand around her waist while asking her, does it hurt? Don't try to kiss her while you're at it. Lips, cheeks, ears, neck. Thank you Kai Chuan. No fear, I'm not going on. You go to sleep. We have a long time ahead of us. We can take our time. Late at night, she fell asleep, but Xia Qichuan was not yet calm. It's true that she doesn't grind her teeth or snore, but it really bothers him. She would grunt cutely and would cuddle him on her hands and knees as if she was afraid he would run away. Feeling especially warm around her, Shaha tried to take her pajamas off several times, but it seemed like someone was always stopping her. So, in her sleep, she decisively removed the other woman's top. The pillows are so comfy too. A good night's sleep. When Shaha would wake up, her consciousness was hazy, and there seemed to be a burning thing behind her that was pushing against her. When she rolled over, the pillow beside her moved. He just realized that it wasn't a pillow. It was Xia Qichuan. Thank you, Huggies, Kai Chuan. When it's daytime, Shaha isn't afraid anymore. The fear is gone, and instead she's shy. Should she keep pretending to be asleep? Or should she keep pretending to be asleep? It's better to pretend to be asleep. She squinted one eye at Xia Qichuan's movements. Xia Qichuan lying in the quilt, light and shadow dim yellow, ambiguous, psychedelic. He turned around and propped up an arm to look at Summer Hall. What? You're awake and don't dare to look at me? Xia Qichuan directly revealed her. He grunted and pretended to have just woken up. People just woke up? Little liar. Eyes keep blinking. When I can't tell. He was embarrassed and smiled before realizing that Xia Qichuan didn't seem to be wearing a shirt. So last night, it wasn't all a dream? At night, she was too hot, and several times she pulled her pajamas up to her chest to dissipate the heat, but she was pulled back. So to say, it was all seen by Xia Qichuan? Shaha covered her mouth and made a screaming meaning with her expression. Xia Qichuan smiled dotingly. Don't worry, it's dark at night. You can't see anything. It's still early, but in a little while Uncle Xia and my mom will be up. Do you want to go up first? Xia Qichuan shook her hand, although he was saddened to see her go, but letting Xia Guang find out would only look at the two of them more closely. I'll go. I can't be found out. Shaha was a thief and got out of bed quietly. Next time, don't come, Xia Qichuan coldly voiced out. I disturbed you yesterday. You didn't sleep well? The weather is too cold. You'll catch a cold running back and forth like this. Next time, I'll go find you. Xia Qichuan looked at her and got up decisively. What are you doing up? Xia Qichuan turned his back, found a piece of clothing and tied it around his waist. His upper body was naked and he didn't wear a single piece of clothing. Straight away, he took his coat and wrapped Shaha up. It's too cold. I'll carry you up. Her small body was wrapped. Shaha looked at his upper body, as if there were still some teeth marks, and lowered her head in embarrassment. What the hell did she do after falling asleep last night? And what is Xia Qichuan doing tying a shirt around his waist when he's not wearing any? Suddenly, Shaha understood and her small face turned red. Yes, a day is a day, and morning is the most vibrant time. Chapter 73 Declaration of Sovereignty. Since that day, he was a bit shy when it came to contact with Xia Qichuan. I am really a party of mouth high, and every day I fantasize that when Xia Qichuan grows up, I will do him, and I am actually so ashamed. It's not as easy as it looks on paper, but you have to do it. Bow down. Summer Harvest wouldn't dare. Living together, it was inevitable that when the clothes were collected they were collected together, and Zhao Hui usually folded them at home, and the individual collected them back in the evening, rather like a family of four. Shaha had always thought that her clothes were sent up with the help of Xia Guang, until that day, when he showered a little faster and found Xia Qichuan packing his underwear. With his large, slender hands, he took her small clothes, folded them neatly, and tucked them into a drawer. Fingertips traced the edges of her underwear, and Summer Harvest could vaguely see some reluctance. The tiny dress trembled in his hands. Summer Harvest was red from head to toe. His hands were so big, his fingers long and bony, his veins hidden, her clothes so small, surplus in his hand. On this day, Xia finally caught a chance and ran into the room before Xia Qichuan, grabbed the clothes from Zhao Hui and ran. Zhao Hui spoke from behind. Wah, there are still Kai Chuan's underwear inside. You'll bring it to him later. Summer Harvest didn't hear it, and stuffed it all into a closet drawer. During the meal, Zhao Hui wanted to say something, always feeling that it was not a good time to talk about clothes. After eating, Shaha went back into her room. Zhao Hui looked at Xia oddly, and busily asked Xia Qichuan, Qichuan, what's wrong with he these 2 days? In a hurry. Xia Qichuan smiled. Children have grown up. Know that time is precious. Soon to be the final exam. Anxious. He rubbed his nose, as if he'd scared some little kid pretending to be an expert last time. Xia Guang sniffed and grabbed the bowl in Xia Qichuan's hand. Qichuan, you go up too and teach her. Okay, uncle. Shaha was about to take a shower when she opened the drawer, only to find a pair of boxer briefs that didn't belong to her. Just as he picked it up and scrutinized it, Xia Qichuan opened the door and came in. The two looked at each other in disbelief, and Xia was still holding his underwear in his hand, and they were both petrified. Wah, what are you? I want to try if men's underwear is comfortable. Can you believe it? Shaha smiled skinlessly. Xia Qichuan had a look of, look, do I believe it? I told you last time that if you want it, I can give you a new one. Xia Qichuan teased him. Xia, he spoke fast as if the words burned his mouth. Xia Qichuan lowered his head and smiled lightly. Wah. When did you know how to speak rap? Xiaohao wanted to cry, so she just stopped talking. She couldn't talk to him anyway. 4 years of law school lost in a mess. Last time, seeing me take your clothes, shy. Xia Qichuan looked at her pouting. It was really cute. Summer Harvest was shocked that he knew last time. No way. Summer Harvest was angry. I'm afraid you won't be able to put it away properly. You're so small and you don't put your clothes away properly. Xia, he bristled. You're the one who's small. I'm not small at all. I'm choppy. Okay. You're good. Okay. Ignore you. The next day for the final exam, Xia, he really didn't say a word to Xia Qichuan. They were already in their second year of high school, and it was finally not Yu Huijing next to Xia Qichuan. Summer Harvest had fallen on 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and it was actually the boy she had danced with last time. The boy entered and found his seat, raising an eyebrow at Xiaohao, who rolled her eyes. Sister, are you pretending not to recognize me? The boy held his cheeks and looked at Xiaohao. Do we know each other? Summer Harvest didn't have a good mood. Why don't you recognize it? When we danced, I supported your waist. Have you forgotten? I'm Liang Shanbua. You're Zhu Yingtai. Xiaohao didn't want to bother with him and turned around, but she saw that Xia Qichuan was standing outside the window, looking at the boys with a displeased face. I dare not look at the goddess of mercy from now on, the man uttered frivolously. Xia Qichuan drifted past the window leisurely. In the middle of the exam, he saw Xia Qichuan looking back this way, practically staring the boy out of a hole. A language paper and doing it so fast? The exam is over. The candidate stops answering questions. Xia Qichuan handed in his papers and came to Xiaoha's side as she was packing up her things. That boy hadn't left yet, obviously looking at Xiaoha's pretty and wanting to hook up with his schoolmate. Does she have a thin waist? Xia Qichuan spoke quietly over the boy's head, his voice audible only to the two of them. When the boy turned around and saw Xia Qichuan's face looking like he wanted to eat someone, he trembled in fear. I'm asking you. Fine? Xia Qichuan gritted his teeth. The boy blinked in fear. It's pretty thin. Xia Qichuan squeezed his shoulder and whispered, mine. The man ate the pain and sidestepped. This man was sick. Xia, he didn't know what had happened, and after packing up her things, she signaled Xia Qichuan to leave. Xia Qichuan immediately changed into a gentle smiling face. The speed of changing face was so fast that the chameleon could not even look at it. Originally, he didn't want to talk to him yet, but he was afraid that he would be jealous, so Xiaohao could only talk to him first. How did you do the language paper so fast too? Xiaohao took the initiative to talk to him. Xia Qichuan answered quickly, like a puppy waiting for his master's call. Didn't write an essay, he replied. You don't write essays. Xia Qichuan, aren't you floating too much? Xia, he was astonished. Didn't float. Got jealous. Couldn't write. Xiaohao was only speechless. She knew it was like this. It's fine. It's still first in the school. You, Harvest, was speechless. I don't know what happened, but that boy actually didn't even talk to Xia He for the afternoon exam. Summer Harvest really fell clean. Just she is a little worried. Essay? Several 10 points. Xia Qichuan said don't want it. If he drops this time, the whole world will blame her. It's so stressful to be in a relationship with a school bully. All the way home, Summer Harvest was sullen. Wow, what's wrong? If you drop in rank, it's all my fault. I'm so stressed out. Why don't we just break up and then? The remaining half of the sentence, not yet finished. Xia Qichuan suddenly stopped the car. Xia He directly crashed into his body. Xia Qichuan's body trembled a little, and his voice was wrapped in heavy sadness, with a little nasal sound, seemingly sad. Wow, is it that you don't like me anymore? Xiaohao was stunned, got out of the car, and walked up to him, but he inclined his head in aggravation. But still, from the side, I could see that his eyes were red and watery. Xia Qichuan, I am fine. But the trembling of his voice still revealed the fear in his heart. Xia He directly hugged him, but Xia Qichuan shrank back a bit, not daring to respond. Xia He had to grab his hand and wrap it around his waist. I haven't finished yet. I said that we turn to a lowly romance. Well, I never wanted to separate. You don't have to be so afflicted. Only then did Xia Qichuan turn his head, his eyes a little red and pitiful. You won't want me? Of course, but you have to consider me too. I'm already under a lot of pressure with you, and with you being so good, I'm afraid I'll drag you down. You've always been number one, but the one time you've dropped in rank, I'm afraid it's because of me. Wow, it won't. I'm not much better. You're the best. Hello, I'm good. Everyone is good. He. Next time you can't be so capricious, okay? To write essays, answer the questions carefully. Don't fool around just because you're smart. Aha, I'll listen to wow. I'll listen to wow all the time. Don't me. Xia Qichuan spoke with a petulant tone. Sure enough, the next few exams, Xia Qichuan was particularly serious. The day the results came out, also incidentally opened the parents' meeting. Zhao Hui legs are not convenient. Xia Guang came alone, but when he got to his seat, he begged to die and refused to sit in Xia He's seat, stating one after another that he was driving for Zhao Hui. Dad, you're overdoing it. Wow, Dad, never been a number one dad in my life. You let Dad experience that. Xiaohao was speechless. Xia Qichuan sat on her seat. What are you doing in my seat? Summer Hall wondered. I'll open it for you. Xia Qichuan replied. Parent-teacher conferences. What kind of parent are you? Family members attend on behalf of the family, and it doesn't say no. Kai Chuan, just sit here. Xia Guang pulled Xia Qichuan with one hand. Xiaohao was once again speechless. The homeroom teacher glanced this way as he entered, and acquiesced. By default, Xiaohao was speechless to the extreme. Xia Qichuan was simply doing whatever he wanted based on his good grades. When the results were announced, Xia He pinched a sweat in her hand, afraid that Xia Qichuan's ranking would fall. She placed well this time, 25th. Of course, our first in the whole school this time is still our student Xia Qichuan. For this reason, we have bought a small gift for Qichuan, so please ask your parents to come and get it, the class teacher announced. When she heard it, Summer Hall breathed a sigh of relief. Natsuhiro got up slowly, as if waiting for the limelight to hit him. He was seen buttoning up his buttons, straightening the sleeves of his suit, and taking small quadratic steps to the stage to receive his award. Aha, my family, Xia Qichuan, doesn't have any other advantages, just good looks, good temper, good eyesight, good grades, good character. I don't have much to say, so I ask all parents to call on their children to learn from Kai Chuan. Summer Harvest looked around for a crack in the ground and lost the adults. The homeroom teacher had already comprehended Natsuhiro's nonsense literature since the last time and did not express surprise, just kept urging Natsuhiro to get off the stage quickly. When it came time to present Summer Harvest's Most Improved Award, Natsuhiro was ready to do it again, and he even had a thank you speech in mind. I didn't expect that to be the time when Zhao Hui knocked on the door. Teacher, I've come to receive the award for WoW. Xiaohao didn't have a mother, and at the moment, she felt that Zhao Hui was her mother, and for a moment, she was a little misty-eyed. Our WoW is very obedient and is the youngest child in the class, so everyone has to take care of her more. The parent-teacher conference passed satisfactorily. Xia Guang drove the car. Xia He pushed Zhao Hui to go first, and Xia Qichuan was left behind by the language teacher. Xia He used his toes to think and know why. Xia Qichuan door first. Only the language was dumped into the hundreds. The language teacher is depressed. Finals in high school don't mean a vacation and a few days of classes to finish grading papers. Near the end of the year, everyone loves to be lazy. Teachers sit aside. Xia Qichuan lectures for them, who let him get full marks in every door. Xia He finally realized why Xia Qichuan was so confident, because he was too capitalized. Xia Qichuan didn't need to think at all when he saw the question. He couldn't figure out why someone wouldn't know how to do it. Taking the chalk, he began to say, this question is the same as the national volume of XX, the Jiangsu volume of XX question type. The solution has. Usually he can name 3 solutions. If Xiaohao had questions, he spoke carefully. If not, he spoke in general terms. The students below watched him mouth off and gaze adoringly. Most of the teachers were drinking wolfberry tea and fat sea water on the one hand, and the English teacher, who was the most excessive, was drinking milk tea, watching silently, nodding from time to time. There was bragging in the lightness, and a little contempt in the bragging. Look, these are the students I taught. You're so unimpressive. Learn from them. After the lesson, Xia He also looked at Xia Qichuan silently. What's your mouth doing after such a long class? Xia Qichuan was drinking water and looked at her lips feeling a bit dry. Asterisk. Xia He suddenly leaned close to his ear. Go ask your English teacher where to buy milk tea. I want to drink it too. Xia Qichuan lowered his head and smiled, thinking that this child had gotten the hang of it. Fine. I'll ask and take you. Anyone else who asked would have been angry. The days always fly by, especially when you are with someone you like. Rush to the summer of the following year. The case of Han Juanzhong was so involved that the investigation took half a year. He was ultimately sentenced to death for embezzlement and accepting bribes in particularly large amounts. The circumstances of the crime were particularly serious. The social impact was particularly bad, and particularly significant damage was caused to the interests of the state and the people. The time of execution is not more than 2 days different from that of the Ning couple. I've heard that Ning Siyu is so crazy that she doesn't recognize anyone anymore. A person who has reached the age of 16 shall be criminally liable for committing a crime. And Han Jin and Bianyi were also sentenced according to the law. Things seemed to be over. Xia Qichuan's birthday, July 12th, was warm and sweet. Xiaohao gave Xia Qichuan her diary. In his previous life, he said one word. This time she said one word. I'm responding to you and you can see it. They sat in the yard blowing in the wind. Wow. I'll give you today's birthday wish, okay? Summer Harvest didn't celebrate birthdays and never had a birthday wish. She opened her mouth and asked, really? Aha. Xia Qichuan brought the cake over and lit the candles. Make a wish. Wow. A birthday wish that belongs to you, he said with a smile. This time, looking at each other through the candlelight confirmed that the other was real. I hope Xia Qichuan will always be happy, safe and healthy. Xia, he recited silently in his heart. Finally blew out the candles. Xia Qichuan, the moon is so full and beautiful tonight. Xia, he looked up at the full moon. Xia Qichuan looked at the moon but saw only her. The evening breeze kisses the moon, the waves kiss the reef, and I love you. 10,000 lights in the distance. And now, in this part of the world, you and I are the only ones. The site across the street broke ground, and within a few months, it was pre-sold. Xia Qichuan bought a house in the original site, but still, on the basis of the construction and decoration has been living in Xiaha's house until the end of the college entrance examination. Xia Qichuan's results naturally didn't need to be worried, and when Xiaha checked her results, everyone else was more nervous than her. Kai Chuan, point. Xia Guang said, Uncle, you order. Xia Qichuan said back again, wow, order it yourself. Zhao Wei said. Although Xia he didn't remember much of the title of her previous life, she had Xia Qichuan. She didn't trust herself, but she trusted Xia Qichuan. What are you afraid of? I'll order it. The moment the scores came out, Xia Guang was almost in tears, and Xia Qichuan's hanging heart was also released. On the day they went back to school to get their diplomas, the students wore their uniforms one last time like crazy, never to be seen again. Xia Qichuan took the picture of him and Xiaha posted as representatives of outstanding students. Happy high school graduation. Summer Harvest. Xia Qichuan. Happy high school graduation. They took a signing pen and wrote their names on the chests of each other's school uniforms. Wow. Grown up Xia Qichuan. You're a hooligan. Amidst the laughter, the rambling test papers were torn into pieces and scattered. Everything flaunts the carnival of graduation. The white paper was like snow in the sky, and this time they clasped their fingers together. Xia Qichuan, I like you. Summer Harvest, me too. Their voices echoed through the school building for a long time. Still, the two didn't go to the same school. Xiaha knew Xia Qichuan's dream, so she insisted that he enroll in medical school. The threat of him not studying medicine and getting married right out of college is something she has to think about. Another mouthful about how the doctors, with their white coats and gold-rimmed glasses, were so handsome that they charmed her to death. Xia Qichuan studied medicine, but not a dream are no longer important. The important thing is, how did other men charm her to death? Fortunately, Nanjiang University and Nanjiang Medical University are not very far away from each other. But on the day of orientation, when Yu Huijing meaningfully welcomed this full-fledged sister of law, the vinegar in Xia Qichuan's heart brewed a big tank. Don't look at me like that. Xiaha is here. There will be fewer boys to pursue. Yu Huijing quietly spoke to Xia Qichuan. Xia Qichuan glanced at him without any concern. Xiaha jumped in front of her, and Xia Qichuan hurriedly followed. Run slower, don't fall. The care that could not be uttered in the past can only have become a habit at this moment. Yu Huijing sighed. Xia Qichuan, this is generous. Xiaha is being pursued by someone do not care? As expected within a few days, Yu Huijing heard that Xia Qichuan had visited all the classrooms of Xiaha's various subjects. Obviously a declaration of sovereignty is coming. It was even if he walked all over, relying on his superb memory, not only remembering the names of his classmates, but also almost making the teacher like him so much that he made him a close disciple. Xia Qichuan had studied law in his previous life, and his level of specialization exceeded Xia He by a lot. After coming up to the university, I actually had to rely on Xia Qichuan to make up the lessons. Over here, he's looking at Summer Harvest so closely that he's not paying attention to how inviting he is. On that day, he hurried back from wherever Summer Harvest was, and a photo of him running with a backpack went viral on the campus confession wall. The school flower of Nanjiang Medical University and the department flower of the Foreign Language Department all left messages to express their love. Xia Qichuan's various secretly taken photos. A moment all bubbled to the surface. It turned out that so many people in the school secretly like him. Nanjiang major universities, the platform shared. Xiaha naturally saw this fire of his own. Before he could pour it down, the teacher of the class directly approached Xia He. Go, how come our little girl from Nanjiang University can't compare to the one from Medical University? Go, snatch Xia Qichuan back for me. Xiaha's face twitched. The teachers he met were so consistent in their nature. The teacher was quite protective. Instead, he was not so angry himself, but her teacher still forced her to take a vacation. And since she was bored anyway, Xiaha simply went to the medical university for real. Just a quick cleanup before going. She was already slender and pristine looking, but this time she had put on makeup in a flirtatious direction. When he appeared in front of Xia Qichuan's classroom door, he could not help but cause a burst of shouts from the boys, and Xia Qichuan looked down at his cell phone, not really caring. He toppled his cheeks in annoyance. Who took so many pictures? How should he explain this if Wow saw it? He was even more annoyed that the photo had been circulating all morning, and by all rights, Xiaohe should have seen it, but there was no movement until now. Is Wow not jealous? Does Wow not like him anymore? Xia Qichuan's heart was in turmoil, and for a moment, he couldn't listen to anything. The teacher who was teaching the class was unsure and asked Xiaohe, "Classmate, may I ask who you're looking for?" Xiaohe didn't make a sound and pointed to Xia Qichuan who was sitting in the back row. There was an immediate sound of disappointment from the boys. "Xia Qichuan, someone is looking for you," the teacher said. Xia Qichuan frowned, very unhappy. These girls came to him during class time. Why were they so unaware of the difference? Not caring who it really was, he went straight out the back door. The sound of high heels came from the side. Xia Qichuan looked helpless and even a little angry. Turning his head to the side, "Do you know the class time?" Seeing that Xia Qichuan didn't even look at her, Xiaohe directly hooked his neck. Xia Qichuan was furious, but in the next second, he was like a punctured leather ball, deflated. Wah, whoa wah. The quickness of the change of face. Xiaohe said that without decades of strength, it could not reach. "What did you just say?" She stared at Xia Qichuan with wide, confused eyes. "I said, do you realize how much I miss you during class time?" Far-fetched and bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But Xia Qichuan doesn't have anything better to say. Today's Xiaohe was extraordinarily different from usual. Xia Qichuan couldn't tell, but he just felt that she was particularly alluring. Her sweater dress wrapped her body tightly, but the more so, the more people in the desire to explore would like to tear open this layer of shell, to see what kind of delicious flesh inside. The lips were delicate and pink, and Xia Qichuan unconsciously licked his own lips. It's really very torturous to be sent out of love and to stop at propriety. "Why are you here all of a sudden? Don't you have class?" Xia Qichuan squeezed her hand, soft and soft, I don't know how many times more tender than his own bony, hard hand. Gradually it got a little more mind-numbing. "If I don't come to swear my sovereignty, my man will be snatched away by someone else." Xiaohe beamed. Xia Qichuan automatically ignored the previous sentence and only heard 3 words. "My man." What is Wow implying? Chapter 74, I love you. It turned out that the class was almost over, and after the class ended, Xia Qichuan hurriedly took off his jacket and wrapped Xiaohe up. He was a bit puzzled by Xia Qichuan's actions like this. "What are you doing?" "Wow looks good, but I can't afford to show it to anyone else." Many of the boys were secretly looking at Xiaohe. Who is this girl who is even better looking than the school flower? Why is she looking for Xia Qichuan as soon as she comes? I think it's his girlfriend. So envious. On the same day, Xia Qichuan responded to the public confession on the campus website. Used a photo he and Summer Harvest took on August 26 of 2 shadows snuggling. There were 2 shadows under the tree. One was hers and the other was hers. In order to save time going to and from school, they bought a house near Nanjiang University. Not big, 2 rooms and 1 hall. Xia Qichuan and Xiaohe each have a room. There is a world of 2, but not overly intimate. But today, Xiaohe entered the door as being hugged and kissed in. "Thanks, Kai Chuan. Wow. Help me." "I won't. I'll teach you. Give me your hand." A long time later, the agitation in the room had not subsided. "Xia Qichuan, I can't breathe." Xiaohe's brain was in chaos, not knowing what was happening today and tomorrow. Xia Qichuan let out a low laugh. "Really? Can't really breathe?" Xiaohe nodded with watery eyes. Really, it's okay, I'm studying medicine. I'll give you artificial respiration right away." "What artificial respiration?" "It's still eating your own tofu." His eyes were red and he looked like he wanted to eat someone, and Xiaohe shrank back and reached out a hand in front of her lips. Xia Qichuan bit her hand and gently took it in his mouth, the warmth of his tongue passing through his hand and into his heart. Summer Harvest went straight into a trance and was kissed on the palm of her hand. "Don't kiss, it's dirty." What kind of freshness the flesh of the fruit is, Xia Qichuan really knows, but save the best bites for the day when they mean something. In the evening of that day, Xia Qichuan washed clean and fresh, and Xiaohe was just embarrassed to come out in the bathroom after several times of dawdling. "What's wrong? Not feeling well?" Xiaohe stammered, covering her stomach. That came, today, tonight or forget it." Xia Qichuan's lips curled into a smile. "Little liar. What day do you have?" "I will not know." Xia Qichuan put on a pair of glasses, because Xiaohe liked it. Sven defeated, ascetic and cool. His collar was wide open and his eyes looked at Summer Harvest like a wolf seeing his food. Xiaohe timidly stepped back, but was scooped up in Xia Qichuan's arms. "Wow, help me take off my eyes." Xia Qichuan looked at her with innocent and clear eyes, but the words he said always made people blush. "What? Afraid I'll eat you?" His voice was dark and very seductive. Xia Qichuan, White Rabbit, are you afraid? At this point, Xia He was about to suspect that Xia Qichuan's previous shyness and coyness was all pretense, and that this time when a man is shameless, he is really shameless. Wow, not afraid. Brother is also the first time. Brother gently. Summer Harvest later found out it was all a lie. You call out to your brother, and he'll be ready in a minute. Deception. Call your husband and it's yours. Honey, deception. Said it was for you, didn't say now. Xia Qichuan is a big liar. Wow, I love you with all my life. End of text. Chapter 75 Midsummer Night. On the second day of the wedding, Xia He slept the whole day, but Xia Qichuan got up fresh and cleaned up the house. Her whole body was sore and weak. Shoulders and arms were exposed, marked and drowsy from sleep. When she opened her eyes, she realized that it was still dark, and Summer Harvest had been thinking that it was still light. I was just hungry, and when I got up, it was already night again. Xia Qichuan stuck up again like a puppy. Wow, get up and eat. I've stewed chicken soup for you. Well, I don't recall. Summer Harvest grunted. In the dim light, her voice was delicately husky, her whole person languid and seductive. Xia Qichuan unconsciously gulped again. But before you eat her, you always have to let her eat first. Why don't I bring it over and feed it to you? I'd rather eat by myself. Xia He got up and washed up, only to realize how bad Xia Qichuan was last night, and after eating the fruit and rice, Xia He killed herself not to go to bed. Still watching TV? Not sleeping? Xia Qichuan sat aside to read a book. Aha, you go to sleep first. I'm not sleepy. Xia He compensated with a smile. We can do something else if we're not sleepy. Xia Qichuan narrowed his eyes and filled them with smiles. Summer Harvest had known that she couldn't escape, so she might as well take the initiative into her own hands. Xia Qichuan, let's play a little differently. Ha? Xia Qichuan raised an eyebrow. He wanted to see how different this difference was. Could be. Go change into a suit and come back. Xia Qichuan's slender stature and straight suit were exceptionally good looking, such as lush bamboo, let the east and west, north and south winds. He sensed the resilience, unassuming, but Xia He just wanted to see him bend over backwards for himself. When Xia He took out the tie to blindfold him, Xia Qichuan had a smile on the corner of his lips. This is to do the unrealized through and through? Immediately followed by the hands, tied to the head of the bed. His clothes did not move, the elite of the workplace, but at the moment, he could not move. Let Xia He play with it. Charlotte reached out and lifted his chin with a finger. Xia Qichuan, do you like me? The tie didn't completely cover the light, and her figure could be vaguely seen. Her breath sprayed on her neck, and Xia Qichuan's throat was parched. Wah, whoa wah. His voice trembled a little, even though she hadn't done anything. The suit was unbuttoned, and Summerhall's hand held decorative peacock feathers that traced over his abs. It drew a shiver through Xia Qichuan's entire body. Xia Qichuan, you're so pathetic. Oh, you're trembling. She got close to his ear and whispered, and Xia Qichuan's sanity collapsed, but he was helpless. His hands were tied and he couldn't move at all. Wah, whoa wah. Don't do that. I'm hard. Summerhall straightened up and grinned, her high school mischief finally getting the better of her. Ice, teeth, feathers. When the tie on Xia Qichuan's eyes was taken down, his eyes were full of mist, and he seemed to have been bullied badly, especially his voice was mute. Whose puppy? His eyes are red from crying. Xia He teased him. Xia Qichuan won a round yesterday with his physical strength, but now he is still not at her mercy. Xia Qichuan, I love you. Wow. Xia Qichuan's eyes were red, obviously unable to bear it. You bite me. I'm afraid this is all a dream. I'll give you a kiss and you'll know it wasn't a dream either. The moon was clear and the curtains danced up and down with the wind. Midsummer night, moist eyes and parched you and me. Chapter 76 Dr. Xia and Lawyer Xia's daily life. Xia Qichuan has been much busier since he became a doctor. In the past few days, traveling for a surgery, and Xia He met only a few days apart. As she got off the plane, Summerhust kept waving and finally rushed over to the plane, jumping up and down in excitement. When your client sees you in this state, will he dare to hand the case over to you? Xia Qichuan stroked her hair. There were so many people at the airport, how come there wasn't a place just for his little girl? I'm serious about my work. Xia He responded seriously. It was just a pouty mouth much like a bun, and looking at it made me want to bite into it. Let's go back to Mom and Dad's house for dinner. Xia Qichuan took her hand. It was snowing heavily outside. The sky and earth were white. Xia Qichuan held her in his arms. People should have no memories after death, but he just happened to see it. His little girl collapsed in the snow. Xia Qichuan, come back. Her voice, carrying everything in the world, ran toward him, and Xia Qichuan re-entered the world. Turning his thoughts, Xia Qichuan hugged Xia He even tighter. Wow, it's snowing. Are you cold? It's not cold. You're holding me? We're going home. Back at home. Xia Guang and Zhao Hui made a big table of food, and Xia Qichuan packed his things and went to take a shower. Xia He was opening the gifts Xia Qichuan gave her. Such a big suitcase. His daily necessities took up a tiny corner. Skincare products, bags, and a little pink whip. Xiaha's eyes widened when she saw it. What the hell is this? Or some kind of toy? When Xia Guang came over in his apron, Xia He closed the suitcase with a bang. Natsuhiro was frightened. What's wrong? Did Kaichuan cheat on you? Xia Guang was secretive and wary. Xiaha smiled awkwardly. Hey, Dad, you're thinking too much. We're on good terms as a couple. Oh, then you move a little quieter. I don't use this old razor anymore. Recently advocating the classification of garbage. You help me to send it to the corner repairing things of the Grandpa Wang, to see if he has any need. Yeah, I'll go later. As Xia Guang continued to cook, Xia He hurriedly zipped up Xia Qichuan's suitcase. The heart is so weak that it looks like there's a time bomb inside. She leaned back against the couch and ate her strawberries, her eyes still glancing over every now and then. Not to mention, the little whippersnapper was pretty good looking. Xia Qichuan came down from the stairs, his half-dried hair drooping casually, his lips hooked in a smile as he looked down at the panicked little person below. His complexion was inexplicable, only that the smile under his eyes deepened. Snow was flying outside, and the warmth inside filled the windows with steam. A strange emotion was in the heart, and Xia Qichuan was sore within the atrium. Xia Qichuan, come quickly, the strawberries are especially sweet. Her voice came out and seemed to come rushing toward him with everything in the world, but this time it was all joy. Summer Harvest was fiddling with the razor in her hand. I really don't know if this is still useful. Xia Qichuan saw it but took it with joy. Is this your gift to me? Yeah right. Seeing Xia Qichuan's happy look, Xia He really didn't want to splash him with cold water. We'll have to rebuy one for him at a later date. Xia Qichuan, really blinded by love. When it was time to eat, Xiaha practically buried her head in her mouth. Xia Qichuan, turn me on the water. Xia Qichuan, I want vinegar. I'll eat the shrimp first while you peel the shells. Xia He made a sound, and Xia Qichuan was willing to do so. Xia Guang coughed twice. Kai Chuan, don't spoil her. When you're not around, she can carry a bucket of water. When you're around, she can't even open the bottle cap. Zhao Hui spoke out to stop it. Hey, don't worry about the kids, don't mind them. Summer Harvest wagged his head and smiled. This look of hers drew Xia Qichuan close to her ear. Is the food as good as mine? You don't even care about me? Turning back, he saw Summer Harvest's face explode red. But soon, she came close to his ear and took advantage of the whispering to blow a breath into his ear. Nothing was said, but Xia Qichuan was definitely captured, because after eating, he couldn't wait to bring Xiaha inside his room. No, I feel like we're both strangers yet. Summer Harvest snapped. Xia Qichuan directly hugged her on the bed, pressed her and kissed her. Strange? In the video, who is the person who looks at me from head to toe every day? Now strange? Or are you afraid to look when you're in front of it? Xia Qichuan said in an extremely seductive voice. Traveling on business is also quite good. It's not a fresh feeling. Xiaha smiled wryly. What? Tired of me? Xiaha suddenly hugged him, probably looking at it for the rest of his life. He won't get tired of it. Little liar. Just go back to coaxing. Bought you a toy. Do you like it? What? Little pink whip. Xia Qichuan, you don't know shame. What's the shame in front of your own wife? 1 day apart is like 3 years. They've only been apart for a few days. Summer Harvest kind of really felt it. In these 2 days, the hospital gave Xia Qichuan a vacation. Only the morning meeting must still be attended sometimes. He had a meeting and Xia He was eating fruit next to him. Xia Qichuan was talking and looking at her cute look. He suddenly kissed her. Well, don't make a sound. They heard you. Xia Qiye was still like a nobody. Proceeding with the meeting, only the corners of his lips were still a little red, and his eyes moved back and forth between the screen and Xiaha. Charlotte was kissed. I'm going to the hospital. Do you want to accompany me? After the meeting, he changed into a casual shirt and coat. Okay. He was only there for a moment and then came back, not seeing anything important. What are you doing at the hospital? Didn't I say I'd give you the next few days off? Take a few extra days. You may not feel well for a few days. I didn't? Summer Hall was puzzled. Xia Qichuan smiled and didn't say anything, just fished out a few candies from his pocket, took them from the pediatric department, for you to eat. However, within a few days, Xiaha really felt uncomfortable, with some crushing in her belly. Xia Qichuan, I'm really not feeling well lately. Xia Qichuan has also been very disciplined recently, never fooling around. Wow, what do you think is a good name for our child? Xiaha's eyes widened. With Xia Qichuan around, she never paid attention to her physical state. He took care of everything, so her last period had been almost a month late. The mountain has wood and the tree has branches. The heart pleases the gentleman and the gentleman does not know. Thank you for knowing. Thank you for knowing I like you. Chapter 77 Past Lives. The setting sun of Xie Qichuan. Recently, Xie Qichuan's health has been getting worse and worse, with drowsiness and difficulty in breathing. Didn't want to leave, and it seemed like there was nothing I could do about it. Shaha bought today's dinner at the convenience store, a bucket of instant noodles, and waited in line to check out, her head down and her mood low, always feeling that someone was watching him. Shaha turned around, but did not find anything unusual. When she left, Xie Qichuan took the same flavor of instant noodles as her. He watched Yu Huijing pass by downstairs. This was the best person he had chosen for Shaha. It should be good for him to take care of Shaha for the rest of his life. Xie Qichuan had never thought that someone would dislike Xia He. She's so nice. Who wouldn't like her? Yu Huijing, as expected, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, he told himself that the two of them were perfect for each other. And that was so nice. Xie Qichuan looked up at the sky. If there were really gods in the world, they were probably all hiding and watching their own jokes. It was fun to play the trick of meeting her, falling in love with her, and leaving her again. It's not that Xie Qichuan didn't know that Shaha liked him, but what could he do? How was he going to protect her happiness with this broken and tattered body? He forced himself to be cold to her, but his eyes would still follow her the moment she left. Forgetting was a long process, and at the very least, he couldn't forget it after just one look at Shaha. Unable to respond to Summer Harvest's fondness, he leaves her and forces her into oblivion. If someone had to bear the pain, it would be good for him to do it, to make Summer Harvest happy, day after day. After learning that Han Juanzhong was investigated, Xie Qichuan finally could not support himself and collapsed. If I'm gone, I hope the world treats her well and doesn't bully her. There's no way I can keep her. Please, don't bully her. I can't look at her anymore. Xie Qichuan left $24,000 in his bank card, just enough for a year's rent. It is unlucky for someone to die. The landlord's aunt took care of him, and this suite is definitely not good for rent. Left $8,000 to a friend who was renting with him, and had to trouble him to claim his body back and cremate it. If not, just dispose of it as an unclaimed body. Doesn't matter. The rest of the money will be given to Summer Harvest all in someone else's name. There's only so little he can do. Wow. Don't blame me. Xie Qichuan calmly dealt with his own aftermath. Everything will end here. Although I don't want to leave. Xie Qichuan dragged his body and left through the building. He could also go to the hospital by himself. Hospitals being the most common place to be born and die. Maybe that would be less inviting. But of course it couldn't be. It would be too much for anyone. A moment after she had just exited the building, Summer Harvest came running down the opposite staircase, her eyes full of laughter. After glancing at each other, Xie Qichuan quickly turned away. Luckily, he was wearing a hat, a mask, and his body was excessively thin because he was sick, so no one would associate him with Xie Qichuan in the beginning. He watched her run towards Yu Huijing without hearing what she said. Yu Huijing, I heard that someone has news of Xie Qichuan. He walked slowly. He wasn't in pain. Not as long as she was happy. Summer Harvest looked towards him. The man was so familiar. Summer Harvest, if there is a next time, remember to call my name. Many, many times. When he arrived at the hospital, Xie Qichuan fell into a long coma. His dreams were blurred, and all that appeared were the only remaining memories of her. It's so nice to see your windows in that rundown old house. It's just that your future is bright and shiny and it shouldn't be with me. On August 26th, Xie Qichuan fell into an unprecedentedly difficult situation. He lay helplessly on the bed. The raucous sounds of the road outside seemed amplified. He wanted to fall asleep, but his heart was not in it. I can't love you anymore. Summer Harvest. I can't. Goodbye my wow. I don't want to leave. There's still you in this world. People come and go in the afternoon. Xie Qichuan wants to see her. No. It's disappointment and relief. If you forget me, that's really good. Then my death won't hurt you. But in the evening sun was too good to be true. And you appeared. Your whole body was covered in gold. And for a moment I thought it was my own fantasy. Until your hand pulled me in. This time, I'll just have to sink into the darkness forever. Summer Harvest, how I want to smile at you. How I want to tell you how much I like you. Summer Harvest, I want to do a lot of little things with you. Want to rub shoulders with you and ask you, what song are you listening to on your headphones? Trying to teach you when you don't know how to do a topic. Want to get wet with you. Wanted to ride home with you on the bike. Wanted to tell you that I like you. I only like you. Wanted to see the moon with you. Wanted to graduate with you. I want to watch the test papers flying in the sky at the end of the entrance exam with you. Want to kiss you. Want to tell my name. My name is Xie Qichuan. Want to call you by your nickname. Wow. But I couldn't do it anymore. The darkness was consuming me. Summer Harvest, goodbye. May my love be joyful day by day and peaceful year by year. And forget about me. Oh world, be kind to her. Don't tell her I like her. Chapter 78, Fragment of Xie Qichuan's Diary. Crushes are unsolvable propositions. I think I'm smart, but the day I saw you, I thought about it for a long time, and I didn't know where to start. Should I say, hello, or just brush past in silence? My fondness for you falls in the first quadrant of the all plus sign, growing with each passing day and never declining. I dare not look into your eyes for fear that what I see in them is the cowardly me. I'm so afraid that I've tainted your pure eyes with my unpleasantness. I don't think I have the ability to forget everything, but I remember every bit of you so clearly, like the Tang poems and song lyrics I memorized since I was a kid. Off the top of my head, I think reading your name feels joyful between my lips and teeth, like a soda in my mouth, bubbles exploding between my lips and tongue, some astringent, some bitter, more sweet. I once read a comment, can't tell you how much I like you, except that I currently like you more than all the rest of my favorite things combined. You are number one and way ahead. Yes, you are first and way ahead. The first time I met you, my heart, like a starburst falling on gasoline, burned violently, and there was no more peace, no more rest. I've reassured myself countless times that the lights on the stage belong only to you, so the heat in my heart is gluttony for your beauty. It's the beggar's desire for a home. Later, I realized that the craving was rooted into the soul and it wanted to be close to you all the time. I am really a bit lucky to have met you who makes my heart warm in this boring and dull time. This mood has never been greater. Summer harvest, you are all my delight. I am not possessive of anything in the world, but when I met you, I just wanted you to be mine. This is a little crazy, but I don't want to repress it. Allow it to take over the night like the dawn, and instead of resisting, all things are very much moved. Summer harvest, I'm so happy to have met you. Before I met you, I was absolutely materialistic, but because of you, I wish there was a next life. I've often wondered if by thinking of you in this way, I would enter your dreams and give away my heart, so I try not to think of you. Write your name over and over again when you think of you. Then I found my journal filled with your name. Shaha, Shaha, Shaha. The most is the earth cannot stay. Zhu Yan resigned mirror flowers resign tree. It just left me with too little time. The mountain has wood and the tree has branches. The heart pleases the gentleman and the gentleman does not know. You'd better not know. End of text. Mariko's little nag. Shaha. Take care of my Xia Chichuan. I'll completely leave him to you this time. He'll be out of my hands from now on. This time, he belongs to you. Being a doctor is tiring. Wow. Remember to make him eat on time. Kai Chuan. Take care of my Wawa. This time she belongs to you too. She's been a bit naughty, so bear with her. Kai Chuan. It's hard for me not to write about how good you are. Xia Chichuan. You must be good. Definitely. Promise me. Xia Guang. Big brother. Ah. Xia Juinji. Have you been naughty lately? Sorry I didn't set you up for a second chance. It's better to be together than to be a family. Zhao Hui. Not much ink, because the image of the mother I write not good. More afraid to write not good. But thank you for giving Wawa mother love. Parents who love their children plan far and wide for them. So Hanjin and Ningxue you. Please blame your parents spoiling and inaction for your failure and badness. A lot of kids say that there shouldn't be anyone that bad, right? They were just pranks to begin with. Ah, but for the one who hurt, it was sin. As people grow up slowly, so do their desires, so everything is blamed on greed. There's always an end to the story, and you and I will eventually fall apart. I am always asked by readers if Xie Chichuan is Maruko's intention. Life is always meant to be harder than just one person. It's that youthful time, isn't it? Mariko herself is very brave. Very brave. The ending was a bit rushed, but maybe there will be changes later. Minor changes, because happy families are all the same. The backstory is a bit tedious to write anymore. I think it's dragging out the length too much. I'm a sloppy person, so I often make typos, so bear with me, folks. Also, I read every kid's review, every book, every one. There are so many people I remember from this book. I've had a couple of kids send me book duds. Ha ha ha, thanks. Free little publicists, especially the one with the name change. AAA, go slow and don't send the kids because of the gift. Said no, and still had to send it. Why are you so capricious? Don't spend money. Like a stranger dark nights. Breeze, Potato Bar Lassie, 12,138. 2 pork-loving kids, pork stew. There are many, many others. I can remember them all, but your names are too hard to type. Look at People Sugar and Dawn. This book, where it will end up, is unknown, and maybe capped at an 8, but thank you for enjoying it. Thank you for liking my Xia Chichuan. Thank you for liking my Summer Harvest. We are destined to meet again. Love you guys a million years.